Upon traversing into the realm of beast tamers, Su Zhe awakened a divine gacha system. This extraordinary system grants him the ability to draw a gacha once daily, with the probability of acquiring high-quality beast eggs. However, the methods of hatching these eggs are peculiarly diverse. The golden egg requires the kiss of a beauty to stimulate its hatching. The higher her beauty, the stronger the beast that emerges. The diamond egg absorbs a significant amount of heat during incubation. The more heat absorbed, the more formidable the beast. The scarlet blood egg necessitates special blood for nurturing. Divine blood is the best. Su Zhe, typically reticent, reluctantly approached the class flower, intending to hatch his eggs. In the Daxia Kingdom, at Beishan First High School, Class 7 of the 3rd year. Have you heard the news? Our class flower, Su Yao, has contracted a golden-blooded qing-foam butterfly. Golden blood? Truly, the disparity is infuriating. My father spent hundreds of thousands of summer coins to hire a beast hunter, and I could only capture a bronze-blooded beast. With a qing-foam butterfly as her ally, Su Yao's admission to the Beast Tamer University is undoubtedly assured. How enviable. Indeed, unlike us, if we fail to enter the Beast Tamer University, we are left with these inferior universities like Qingbei. Beast Tamers? Qing-foam butterfly? What are they discussing? Is there a new anime out? And since when did Qingbei become an inferior university? Have these students lost their minds under the pressure of senior year? Su Zhe, groggily opening his eyes, realized he had unknowingly dozed off on his school desk. Upon awakening, he overheard his familiar classmates discussing matters beyond his comprehension. Class, quiet down. In half a month, the Beast Tamer entrance exams will commence. You must seize the last opportunity to contract a beast and become a Beast Tamer. Only then will you qualify to apply for the Beast Tamer University. Otherwise, you'll end up in ordinary universities. As your teacher, my guidance is limited to this. I hope everyone can present a satisfactory answer sheet in the exams. Class dismissed. Mr. Xiao, the homeroom teacher, spoke passionately, his gaze frequently drifting towards Su Zhe in the corner of the classroom. The reason for his attention was clear. Su Zhe stood out as the most academically gifted student in Chinese literature within the entire grade. Yet, it was lamentable that he had yet to contract a beast and become a beast tamer. Feeling the weight of Mr. Xiao's gaze, Su Zhe was utterly bewildered. Beast Tamer University? Beast Tamer entrance exams? What is happening? Why is the teacher discussing these topics? Aren't we supposed to be studying language, math, and science for the exams? Did I blink and the world transformed? To his dismay, he discovered that the 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation textbook on his desk had inexplicably transformed into 5 years of breeding, 3 years of beast taming. Other titles, such as Fundamentals of Beast Tamers, How to Train Beasts, and Breeding and Postpartum Care of Beasts cluttered his desk. Even the comics he had hidden in his drawer had morphed in a guide to beast-eared maidens. After curiously flipping through a couple of pages, Su Zhe swiftly blushed and tucked it away. This is exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Realizing that something was amiss in this world, Su Zhe tugged his classmate, Wang Zi, who was leisurely snacking beside him, affectionately known as Wang Fatty. Though portly, he possessed a charming demeanor. Fatty, what is going on with Mr. Xiao? Doesn't this seem a bit off? Wang Fatty turned, responding, I've told you numerous times, call me Wang Zi, not Fatty. Being referred to as Fatty is ruining my rich second-generation aura. He then glanced at Mr. Xiao, whose gaze was persistently drawn to Su Zhe, and remarked, isn't this quite normal? In our elite Beast Tamer class, aside from you, everyone else has become a Beast Tamer, qualifying for the Beast Tamer University. How can Mr. Xiao not look at you? Who knows what you did in your past life to have no beast take an interest in you? Su Zhe, hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. Come on, just because beasts don't fancy me doesn't mean they would fancy you. Wang Fatty proudly patted his chest, which made even the girls feel inferior, and declared, I, on the other hand, successfully contracted a beast last night and have become a glorious beast tamer. Su Zhe's composure crumbled instantly. How could a chubby fellow who spent his days watching action films and learning various moves manage to become a beast tamer? Wait, what exactly is a beast tamer? Observing Su Zhe's perplexed expression, Wang Fatty, though puzzled, patiently began to explain. As Wang Fatty spoke, memories not belonging to Su Zhe began to resurface, intertwining with his own. Indeed, he had traversed into another world. Suze was no longer on Earth, but in a parallel universe known as Blue Star. Here, the world was dominated by beasts. Blue Star bore many similarities to the Earth he knew, the only distinction being the presence of beasts, a race of extraordinary intelligence. Correspondingly, there existed beast tamers who contracted these beasts for combat. The original Suze had displayed extraordinary mental prowess during his aptitude tests, suggesting he should excel as a beast tamer. Yet, for reasons unknown, his compatibility with beasts was at a dismal 0. Only upon achieving a compatibility of 50 with a specific beast could he complete the contract without backlash. Suze had tried countless times, but his compatibility with nearly all beasts remained at 0. No beast was willing to approach him, making contracting them impossible. The Beast Tamer entrance exams were imminent, holding equal significance to the Gaokao in the Huaxia region of Earth. Due to limited resources, only beast tamers who entered the Beast Tamer University would receive the government's focused training. If Suze failed to contract a beast and become a beast tamer before the exams, he would be ineligible to apply for the prestigious university, relegated instead to ordinary institutions like King be perceived as inferior universities in this world. However, he had compelling reasons to enter the Beast Tamer University. Wang Fatty, noticing Suze's sudden silence as he processed these memories, assumed he was disheartened and offered comforting words. Don't worry too much if needed. Just spend a bit more money to hire a beast hunter to capture a few beasts for you. There's no shame in that. If you try enough times, you will surely succeed. Suze shot him a skeptical glance. How do you know this so well? Could it be? Wang Fatty candidly admitted. Indeed, my father spent a considerable sum on beast hunters to ensure I became a beast tamer. After capturing dozens of beasts, I finally found a silver-blooded beast with a compatibility of 95. With it by my side, passing the Beast Tamer entrance exam is guaranteed. In this world, beasts were categorized by their bloodlines: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. The higher the bloodline, the stronger the combat capabilities at the same level, and the higher the maximum level attainable. Black iron beasts capped at a mere level 10, hardly superior to wild animals. With each increase in bloodline, the maximum level would rise by 20 levels. Levels above 90 were the exclusive domain of diamond-blooded beasts, reaching a pinnacle of 100. Human beast tamers must possess corresponding levels of mental strength to fully unleash their beast potential. Currently, no more than 10 beast tamers worldwide had reached level 100, and even in Daxia, only 2 existed. Even capturing the lowest tier black iron blood beasts would cost tens of thousands of summer coins, a price far beyond Suze's means. Curse those capitalists. Suze gritted his teeth in anger. Wang Fatty, grinning mischievously, retorted, Little Zay, remember this. The true evil lies not in capital, but in the absence of it. Just as Suze prepared to continue his tirade against capitalism, a melodious mechanical female voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Host has absorbed the alien soul energy system activation complete. Chapter 2. A kiss on my egg. Suze was taken aback. Had his golden finger finally arrived? But what did the term exotic soul energy mean? Could it refer to the power of his soul from another world? Perhaps it was activated by his soul's crossing over. Before he could ponder further, the system continued speaking. This system is a divine-level gacha system. The host can use the gacha machine once daily to draw beast eggs, with the opportunity to accumulate multiple draws. Once the beast egg successfully hatches, it will automatically form a contract with the host. Excess beast eggs can be recycled by the system to enhance the probability of obtaining high bloodline eggs in future draws. They can also be consumed to elevate the host's beast level or transferred and sold through a blood oath. The system grants the host a beginner's 10 consecutive draws upon its first activation. Will you use it? Yes, Suze replied without hesitation. Suddenly, a massive gacha machine appeared in the recesses of Suze's consciousness. Countless beast eggs lay peacefully within, classified by their color and material. Most were of bronze and silver tiers, while gold, platinum, and diamond tier eggs were rare. There were even some uniquely colored eggs whose levels were unknown. The black iron beast eggs, however, seemed unworthy of entry into the gacha machine. Above the machine, a number displayed 10. The moment Suze chose to make 10 consecutive draws, the number reset to 0, and the machine began to spin. After what felt like countless rotations, a bronze-colored beast egg rolled out, subsequently entering the system's inventory. One after another, beast eggs continued to fall. Most were of bronze tier, 6 in total, while 3 were of silver tier. Although the last egg had yet to emerge, Suze was already quite satisfied. After all, most people contract bronze or silver-blooded beasts to take the Beast Master entrance exam, with some even hoping for luck with black iron beasts. As the final beast egg dropped, it burst forth with a dazzling golden light. No way, did I just score? This can't be the guaranteed draw. A golden beast egg rolled out of the gacha machine and automatically entered Suze's inventory. When Suze chose to retrieve the item, a resplendent golden egg appeared in his hand. Wow, did you just pull that out from it? Exclaimed Wang Zi, gazing in astonishment at the brilliant egg in Suze's hand. However, the egg sheen was merely the system's way of denoting the rarity of the beast egg for the host's convenience. After being retrieved for a moment, it transformed into a regular beast egg adorned with faint blue speckles. This is real. If I hatch it, I can become a beast master, Suze exclaimed with delight. But how do I hatch the egg? Just then, a prompt appeared on the beast egg in Suze's hand, visible only to him. Golden egg hatching conditions. Requires stimulation from a kiss from a beautiful woman. The higher her beauty, the stronger the resulting beast. Suze's expression turned blank. This egg seems a bit inappropriate. Nevertheless, he began to search for someone who met the criteria. The more beautiful, the better. That would be you. Su Yao. Suze's gaze fell upon the school beauty Su Yao, who was adored by many youthful admirers. Tall and graceful, with fair skin and features as exquisite as a porcelain doll sculpted by the hands of a deity, Su Yao undoubtedly possessed the beauty required. Given their relationship, such a modest request should not be too much to ask, right? As everyone in the classroom was packing up to head home, Suze called out, Su Yao, come help me out and kiss my egg. Instantly, the previously noisy classroom fell silent. Su Yao turned around, her face flushed in disbelief. What? Surprisingly, she didn't seem too angry. However, the other boys in the class turned to glare at Suze with hostility. Wang Zi, sensing the impending disaster, tugged at Suze's shirt. What the hell was that? You're disrespecting a goddess. These guys will tear you apart, and you don't even have a beast yet. The hefty Wang Zi sighed in resignation. Forget it. Luckily, I'm already a beast master. I'll cover for you. Just run. Realizing the implications of his words, Suze quickly raised the golden egg to clarify. Wait, you all can't think that. But before he could explain, eager admirers rushed to assert themselves. The wind blade suddenly shot towards Suze, its power not strong enough to cause serious harm but sufficient to leave a mark. Wang Zi quickly stepped in front of Suze. Hey, trying to sneak attack my brother, fat cat. A silver summoning circle materialized behind Wang Zi, and from it emerged a fiery leopard cat, about 1 meter long and reaching to the average person's calf. This was the simplest skill of a beast master, summoning beasts. Typically, beasts reside in their master's space but can be summoned instantly during combat. The fiery leopard cat, a silver-blooded juvenile beast at level 7, was Wang Zi's companion. His current mental strength level was also 7, allowing him to fully harness his beast power without fear of backlash. The fiery leopard cat glared at Wang Zi in annoyance, seemingly displeased with the name Fat's AIT unleashed a flame to obliterate the incoming wind blade. The attacker was Lin He, Su Yao's pursuer, slender and somewhat disheveled, with deep-set eyes. A half-human high gray wolf crouched beside him, poised to attack, surrounded by sharp wind blades. Also a silver-blooded beast, but at level 8, the howling wolf's higher level made the fiery leopard cat hesitant to engage. Wang Zi quickly asserted, Lin He, you dare to use your beast to attack an ordinary person? That's a serious violation of the Beast Master Management Manual. Aren't you afraid of losing your exam eligibility? Seeing Lin He steal the spotlight, Su Yao's other admirers hesitated, intimidated by Wang Zi's words. The Beast Master Management Manual, established by the Great Xia Beast Master Association, was designed to regulate beast masters, with severe repercussions for violations. Yet Lin He scoffed, you think I'm scared of you, fat boy? My brother is about to join the Great Xia Spirit Guard. You think you can intimidate me? He continued to mock. I heard Suze had the highest mental strength talent test in school. I thought he'd already become a beast master. But look at him now, pathetic. At that moment, a fragrant breeze swept through, causing both beasts to bow their heads in submission. Su Yao had summoned her golden tier beast, the Azure Phoenix Butterfly, to halt the conflict. Su Yao, you don't need to get your hands dirty. I'll handle this disrespectful fool. Lin He said, seeking to take credit. However, he was met with Su Yao's frigid gaze, the wings of the azure phoenix butterfly poised for attack, ready to defend her. This made Lin He's heart sink as he recalled the rumors of Su Zhe and Su Yao being childhood friends. Yet throughout high school, they had hardly exchanged a word, rendering the rumor a mere jest. Su Zhe then spoke up. Su Yao, don't mind him. Just come over and help me. Su Yao quickly approached Su Zhe, asking, Su Zhe, classmate, are you all right? As for helping, her cheeks flushed. Kiss Su Zhe's egg? With so many people watching, how could she possibly do that? To her surprise, Su Zhe shook his head, raising the egg. I'm fine, I did indeed speak ambiguously. I meant for you to kiss this egg, not. Su Yao realized her misunderstanding, her face reddening as she quickly leaned down and placed a soft kiss on the beast egg, leaving a faint lip mark. Is this your beast egg? I kissed it, and then what? Su Yao asked curiously, knowing Su Zhe never engaged in meaningless actions. Shortly after her kiss, the beast egg began to tremble violently. Moments later, a crack appeared, and Su Yao curiously leaned in closer. A tiny, pink turtle head emerged from the shell, opening its mouth to release a stream of pure water, which arced gracefully and splashed onto Su Yao's face, eliciting gasps from onlookers. This spectacle infuriated Lin He, who watched with growing rage. Chapter 3. The bet. Is this turtle your beast? Have you become a beast master? Wang Zi asked, approaching Su Zhe as Su Yao wiped her face with a handkerchief. Newly hatched beasts often had a chance of recognizing their master, so no one found it odd. The turtle had fully emerged from its shell, climbing onto Su Zhe's shoulder, appearing no larger than the palm of his hand. Its shell featured intricate patterns that could easily induce dizziness. However, it seemed incomplete, lacking a natural, harmonious essence. Due to the system, the newly hatched turtle had automatically formed a contract with Su Zhe. It affectionately nuzzled Su Zhe's cheek with its round head. That's right, this is my first beast. I am now a beast master, Su Zhe declared with excitement. Wang Zi and Su Yao appeared equally delighted by his enthusiasm. Strange, what type of beast is this turtle? I can't recognize it. Su Yao, now cleaned up, approached Su Zhe. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the turtle on his shoulder. Despite the countless beast types in the world, their studies focused on identifying species, levels, and danger. Su Yao was particularly adept, yet she still could not identify this turtle's type or bloodline. Perhaps due to Su Yao's kiss, the little turtle was quite affectionate toward her, which made her own beast. The azure phoenix butterfly, jealous and resentful, though it refrained from attacking out of caution. It was this connection with her beast that led Su Yao to suspect that this beast was extraordinary. In Su Zhe's view, the panel for his first beast materialized. Species, ethereal turtle, bloodline, golden tier, upgradable, level, 10, skills, water jet, water prison, light healing, talent skill, ethereal shield. Even golden-blooded beasts typically hatched at levels between 7 and 10. Su Yao's azure phoenix butterfly, upon hatching, had only reached level 8, progressing to level 10 after some time. The ethereal turtle being born at level 10 indicated the system's acknowledgement of Su Yao's beauty, as it had stated that the beauty of the person kissing would enhance the beast's strength. Although Su Zhe had not managed to contract a beast until now, he had never given up on honing his mental strength. His exceptional talent had allowed him to reach level 10 in beast levels long before contracting a beast. This was the limit for humans before forming contracts. To continue progressing, one must harness the power of their beast, which had hindered Su Zhe's advancement. Years of accumulation meant that even after contracting a beast, Su Zhe would find it significantly more challenging to break through the level 10 barrier, requiring external assistance. Just then, Lin He spoke up. How laughable. You think you can call yourself a beast master with that turtle you picked up? Wang Zi immediately retorted. Everyone saw it. My brother's beast hatched and recognized him after you attacked. So at the time of your attack, he was still an ordinary person. But Su Zhe interrupted. Indeed, Lin He's attack on me, a beast master, does not constitute a breach of the Beast Master Management Manual. As I understand it, initiating a test attack between beast masters is considered a challenge. I believe that was your intention, right, Lin He? Wang Zi was perplexed. In his memory, Su Zhe had always been cunning. Why was he now defending someone who had attacked him? Something felt off. Lin He, however, snorted. That's right. I was challenging you. But do you dare fight me, you pathetic newly minted beast master? Ha! Su Zhe, far from angered, smiled, seeing that Lin He had taken the bait. Just a challenge, no one dies. Why should I be afraid? However, Since it's a challenge, it needs a stake. How about we wager your essence pearl? The essence pearl is a rare, single-use gem that can refine mental strength, highly valuable. Suze needed its power to break through the level 10 barrier, but he could never afford one on his own. However, the school had prepared a few essence pearls for the most promising students in anticipation of the upcoming Beast Master entrance exam. Including Lin He. Do you think you can win the essence pearl? You need to put up something of equal value, Lin He scoffed, raising an eyebrow at Suze. Before Suze could respond, Wang Zi promptly produced a green pearl the size of a pigeon egg from his pocket. It's just an essence pearl. What is the big deal? I've got one too, Suze. Go ahead and bet with him. Fatty, are you sure you want to back me? If I lose, I want to have the money to repay you. Why bother with that? I'm not short on cash. I play with essence pearls like marbles at home. Wang Zi waved grandly. In truth, while the essence pearl was indeed expensive, the real issue was its scarcity. Most were controlled by official channels for the training of talented beast masters and to supply the Great Xia Spirit Guard. The few awarded to students at Beishan High School were obtained through official requests. The one Wang Zi held was the result of his father's considerable effort, and if he knew his son was so casually wagering it, he would surely give him a good thrashing. Yet Wang Zi believed that Suze wouldn't act recklessly. His proposal for a challenge indicated at least a 98% chance of victory. Meanwhile, Su Yao, seeing Wang Zi take the lead and produce the essence pearl, withdrew the item she had initially prepared to wager back into her pocket. Across from them, Lin He gazed at Wang Zi's essence pearl with gleaming eyes. With the acquisition of this additional token, he was confident that before the Beastmaster examination, he and his beast would ascend to level T and at that point, aside from Su Yao, he would be the strongest contender this year. Alright, since there's a willing benefactor to back your wager, I accept your challenge. We shall meet at the arena. Chapter 4. Attempting to weasel out? Xiaoze, do you truly have the confidence? Remember, prior to Su, the campus flower, binding with the azure phoenix butterfly, this guy was our school's top genius. On their way to the arena designed for Beastmasters, Wang Zi, more anxious than Suze, exclaimed nervously. Suze, noticing his friend's trepidation, chuckled, "Why are you so flustered? I'm the one fighting him, not you." Wang Zi's face fell, "But I'm the one betting. Isn't that just a little marble from your home? I was merely boasting. If I lose, my father might break my legs, perhaps even 3. Don't worry, your precious thought-nurturing pearl and your third leg will be safe, I assure you." Suze patted his chest confidently. Wang Zi glanced at the newly hatched turtle perched on Suze's shoulder, hesitatingly nodding, "I hope so." Soon, they arrived at the arena, joined by numerous onlookers eager for the spectacle. After all, wagering with thought-nurturing pearls was a rare occurrence, equivalent to a bet worth thousands. The key point was that, despite its value, there was no market for such pearls outside. The arena at Beishan High School was crafted entirely from wood, but not just any wood. It was ironwood, a plant-type beast known for its low attack but remarkable defense. Even attacks from beasts 10 levels higher struggled to leave a mark on the ironwood's trunk. Generally, a decade-old ironwood represented the limit of black iron-level beasts, but whispers spoke of ancient golden tree kings and platinum tree emperors that had thrived for millennia. Naturally, an ordinary high school wouldn't utilize such premium materials. The arena was primarily constructed from common black iron-level ironwood, with critical areas fortified with bronze-level ironwood for added strength. It appeared somewhat worn, rarely used, as this was merely a standard high school, not a specialized Beastmaster university. Lin He had already strolled to the opposite end of the arena, his Frostwind wolf strutting beside him with an air of arrogance mirroring his own. "Why aren't you up yet? Afraid?" Lin He beckoned to Suze, a challenge in his gesture. Suze approached with a smile, as his rare spirit turtle concealed its aura, remaining unnoticed by all but Su Yao. Despite its exceptional lineage, many spectators, initially curious about who would face Lin He, were surprised to see Suze, who had yet to become a Beastmaster, deemed a so-called genius. Is he insane? I remember he isn't even a Beastmaster yet dares to challenge Lin He? If this is a duel, he must have already become a Beastmaster, right? Indeed, that turtle on his shoulder must be his beast, a palm-sized turtle. What can it do? Make soup? Ha ha ha. From rivals to spectators, it seemed no one believed in Suze. Lin He reveled in the attention and accolades. "Go ahead. I'll let you attack first," he proclaimed, feigning generosity. Yet Suze merely returned the gesture with a finger beckoning him closer. "Humph, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Frostwind wolf, storm blade. With a wolf's howl, blades of wind erupted from the Frostwind wolf, vastly more potent than the previous strike against Suze. Hundreds of wind blades coalesced into a small tornado aimed directly at him. The earlier wind blades had been the lowest tier black iron level skill, while the storm blade was its maximum silver level capability. If you beg for mercy now and hand over your thought-nurturing pearl, I might spare you. However, Suze showed no signs of retreat or defense, allowing himself to be engulfed by the storm blade. This unexpected response unnerved Lin He. He had not intended to kill Suze. Bastard, are you seeking death? Just as he was about to disperse the storm to rescue his friend, a faint blue glow shimmered within the tempest, illuminating the scene. I must say, is your beast so weak that it's merely polishing my shield? As the storm dissipated, a pristine Suze emerged unscathed, surrounded by a faint blue shield adorned with mysterious patterns resembling a turtle shell. Spirit Shield, the innate skill of the rare spirit turtle, inherited through its bloodline, evolving in strength with its wielder. Only high-quality bloodline beasts of golden tier or above could inherit such innate skills. Others could only learn skills through tomes. The storm blade barely scratched the spirit shield, as the rare spirit turtle overwhelmed the Frostwind wolf in bloodline, level, and skill. Yet Lin He seemed unaware of the shifting dynamics. So your little turtle specializes in defense, aiming for a draw? He mistakenly believed a beast with such formidable defense could not possess strong offensive capabilities. But soon, he would realize his error. Wasting time. Are you overly confident in yourself? Rare spirit turtle, water gun. For the first time, Suze expressed his disdain. A sharp stream of water burst forth from the turtle's mouth, contrasting starkly with the gentle spray that had once splashed Su Yao. This water flowed like a spear, launching the Frostwind wolf into the air and crashing heavily into Lin He. Both man and wolf were propelled backward, swept away by the force until the water's power waned. Lin He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, water choking him in a pitiful state. His Frostwind wolf fared worse, having been directly hit by the water gun, now unconscious. The turnaround was swift. Just moments ago, Lin He had exuded confidence, now reduced to a helpless figure beside his beast. All right, you've lost. Hand over the thought-nurturing pearl. Suze approached Lin He, who lay defeated. He had controlled the rare spirit turtle to hold back. Otherwise, the water gun could have pierced Lin He's frail body. Your turtle, what beast is it? Lin He struggled to lift his head, bitterness lacing his voice. Rare spirit turtle, golden level 10 beast. Thus, your defeat is not unjust. Another golden beast. Why? Why can a worthless being like you, unable to contract a beast, gain the favor of a golden beast at the last moment? It's unfair. This is unfair. Lin He suddenly spiraled into hysteria. If Su Yao's sudden contract with a golden beast had robbed him of his title as Beishan's top genius, he could at least comfort himself that she was the woman he admired. But now, with Suze surpassing him through his own beast, Lin He could not accept it. He failed to consider that Suze had already attained level 10 as a beastmaster, enabling him to command the rare spirit turtle with ease, a talent that far surpassed Lin He, who had only reached level 8. Waste. You are a waste, always have been. The thought-nurturing pearl is mine. I will not give it to you, Lin He cursed, lost in madness. However, Suze was no saint. After being insulted numerous times, his patience wore thin. He seized Lin He's right hand, snapping 3 fingers amidst his agonized screams before extracting the tightly clenched thought-nurturing pearl. Trying to weasel out? A bet must be honored. Being a deadbeat is unacceptable. He then took the pearl and exited the arena. Chapter 5. Are you free this Sunday? Impressive, you sly dog, silently contracting a golden-blooded beast. Truly, people can be infuriating. As soon as Suze stepped off the arena, Wangzi rushed over, draping his arm around Suze's neck. His tone lacked jealousy, filled instead with admiration for Suze's remarkable achievement. Su Yao approached as well, appearing more composed, simply offering a soft congratulations. Easy there, fatty. With your weight, hanging on my neck will surely break it, Suze protested, feeling the full weight of his friend. After Wangzi released him, he glanced at the rare spirit turtle and Su Yao's azure phoenix butterfly, both enviable golden beasts. Then he looked at his own flame leopard cat, its gaze seemingly reproachful. Look at you. Now look at them, uncowed. The flame leopard cat leapt gracefully, extending its claws to paint its master's face. Only after Wang Zi promised another tuna did it relent, licking its paws and raising its head in triumph. Su Zhe smiled and used the rare spirit turtle's light healing skill to mend Wang Zi's facial scratches. The jealous antics of the flame leopard cat were a testament to its high compatibility with Wang Zi, promising a bright future despite being a mere silver-level beast. Beyond their small circle, many unfamiliar faces gathered around Su Zhi in a wonder he was a genius during the spiritual aptitude test. I always knew he was extraordinary, silent yet astonishing. Indeed, I believed in him from the very beginning. Su Zhe, do you have a girlfriend? I have a sister who is quite lovely. The group worked tirelessly to escape the throng, fearing they might lose their dignity if delayed. Meanwhile, Lin He, still choking on water and in pain, was eventually helped away to the infirmary by a kind soul. Ugh, where was this enthusiasm from these folks before? Su Zhe gasped. They're not excited for you. They're excited about your beast. Wang Zi observed keenly. He continued. My father once told me that before we became prosperous, we sought $100 to fill our bellies but found not a single acquaintance. Now that we're wealthy, distant relatives appear as if sprouting overnight. Don't worry. I can't tell who is sincere. Good. My father's driver is here to pick me up. I'll take my leave. See you at the Beastmaster examination. See you at the examination. With their beasts, they were all but guaranteed admission to the Beastmaster University, leading to a casual farewell. Wang Zi leaned closer to whisper. Don't blame me for not letting the driver take you home today. This is a chance for you and Su to be alone. Seize the moment. With that, he hopped into the extended luxury car and drove away. This guy. Without needing Wang Zi's reminder, Su Zhe turned to Su Yao. Would you like to head home together? Ah, sure. Su Yao appeared a bit taken aback, but ultimately agreed. The two walked in silence. Su Zhe racking his brain for words. Finally, Su Yao broke the quiet. Su Zhe, we haven't walked home together like this in a long time. Yeah, the rumors circulating in school were indeed true. Su Zhe and Su Yao were childhood friends. Their bond once so close that their families had arranged a marriage between them. However, everything changed when they turned 12. In this world. Both Su Zhe's and Su Yao's parents were researchers at the Qinglong Beastmaster University, one of the 5 prestigious institutions. Due to an accident during a secret study, Su Zhe's parents and Su Yao's mother went missing, leaving only Su Yao's father, Su Yiming, alive. The cause of the accident remained undisclosed to Su Zhe, fueling his determination to enter the Beastmaster University. Only by getting close to the research could he uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance. This incident had planted a seed of blame in young Su Zhe, leading him to believe Su Yiming was responsible for his parents' fate, which plunged the relationship between him and Su Yao into coldness. However, as time passed, Su Zhe, now a reincarnate, perceived Su Yiming's involvement with less suspicion. The failed experiment had brought no benefit to Su Zhe. Instead, it limited his career and aspirations for years. Additionally, Su Yiming's beloved wife had perished in the accident, and he had yet to remarry. Thus, reincarnated Su Zhe resolved to rebuild his rapport with Su Yao, remembering their extraordinary bond in their original world, the kind that could truly forge a profound connection. After all these years, I've come to realize I shouldn't have doubted Uncle Su without evidence. Please convey my apologies to him. Since the incident, Su Yiming had avoided Su Zhe, making any attempt to speak nearly impossible. This avoidance had further fueled Su Zhe's suspicions of Su Yiming's guilt. But Su Yao reassured him, Su Zhe, you don't need to apologize. Dad has mentioned that regarding the accident, he believes you deserve to know the truth, but it's a serious matter he cannot disclose. Even at the cost of his life, asked that why Uncle Su has been avoiding me. Exactly, he feels guilty for hiding the truth from you but feels powerless. Then I shall enter the Qinglong Beastmaster University on my own, step by step to uncover the truth, Su Zhe declared, clenching his fist. Inheriting all the original emotions and memories, he embraced this mission wholeheartedly. Su Yao echoed his determination. I believe in you, Su Zhe. You can do it. Then, as if recalling something, she asked, by the way, Su Zhe, are you free this Sunday? Reverting to his usual playful demeanor, Su Zhe shook his head. A week? Isn't that a bit long? I'm afraid my back won't hold up. Let us choose another day at Su Yao. Blushing, she exclaimed. What are you talking about? I meant, are you free? We just became Beastmasters and need to register at the Beastmaster Association to qualify for the examination. I haven't registered yet, so I wanted to invite you along. Will you come? Of course, I'll definitely go. This Sunday, right? No problem. It was already Friday, and Sunday was merely 2 days away as they conversed. They reached an old apartment building, and Su Yao ascended to the 3rd floor, stopping at door 302 to wave goodbye. I'll head home now. See you the day after tomorrow. See you then. Su Zhe, following his memories, ascended another floor to door 402, unlocking it and stepping inside. This building housed units for professors and researchers at Qinglong Beastmaster University. As compensation for the accident, young Su Zhe had received a substantial settlement and permanent residency in this unit. Over the years, the compensation had dwindled, but this unit ensured he wouldn't be left homeless. Upon switching on the lights, he illuminated the dim room in a residence of approximately 60 to 70 square meters. Aside from a modest living room and kitchen with a bathroom, only 2 bedrooms remain. However, for Su Zhe, who lives alone, this is more than sufficient. The absence of excessive furniture and clutter lends a sense of neatness to the space. The living room contains only an old television and a sofa barely large enough for one person to recline comfortably. Su Zhe carelessly tossed his backpack aside and sat on the worn-out sofa, furrowing his brow. In his original world, his parents were merely unremarkable researchers at an ordinary university, but in this realm, they held a significant status, albeit with a tragic fate. What has become of his parents in this world? 2 days later, on a Sunday morning, Su Zhe held a large boiled egg in both hands, savoring it with delight. He had utilized the divine gacha system twice over the past 2 days. But unfortunately, luck had not favored him, resulting in 2 draws of merely the lowest-tier bronze beast eggs. With his current mental strength, he could only contract 1 beast. It would require a substantial increase in mental power upon breaking through level 10 to contract a second. This limitation was somewhat alleviated by Su Zhe's exceptional talent. For others, the breakthrough to obtain a second beast would only occur after reaching level 20. Hence, the surplus low-tier beast eggs acquired from the system could not be hatched for contracts. He could either sell them for considerable wealth, allow the system to recycle them to improve future draw odds, or, as he chose now, consume them after boiling. However, selling them would pose a challenge in explaining how he acquired so many beast eggs, and should he attract the attention of the wrong individuals, he might find himself confined like a hen, forced to lay eggs daily. As for recycling through the system, it operated on a specific progress bar. Recycling a silver beast egg would elevate this bar by 1%, while a bronze egg would only contribute a mere 1,000th, necessitating a slow accumulation. Once the progress bar was filled, the next gacha would guarantee a platinum-grade beast, an exceedingly rare prize. Thus, Su Zhe opted to recycle all silver beast eggs while reserving the bronze ones for consumption. Eating beast eggs could enhance mental strength, and consuming them would also bolster one's own capabilities. Indeed, even simply boiled, these beast eggs were far tastier than ordinary chicken eggs. However, Su Zhe soon frowned again. If the system required him to draw an egg daily and then boil and consume it, he felt akin to a hen practicing its egg-laying skills for 2.5 years. After finishing the boiled beast egg, Su Zhe sensed a slight loosening of the barrier preventing his breakthrough to level 10. Upon returning home 2 days prior, he had immediately utilized the mental essence pearl won from a gamble, but even so, he remained just shy of the breakthrough. Years of accumulation had rendered the barrier formidable. With even the mental essence pearl unable to refine it, he was left to rely on consuming beast eggs to gradually chip away at it. Time was of the essence. It was time to meet with Su Yao. Upon arriving downstairs, he found Su Yao just stepping out. Today, she had shed her school uniform, donning refreshing casual attire, her light makeup accentuating her already exquisite features. This left Su Zhe perplexed. The Beastmaster Association employed testing crystals to evaluate the levels of Beastmasters and their beasts. Rendering her appearance irrelevant, as he voiced this question, Su Yao shot him an exasperated glance. The Beastmaster Association is a significant organization in Daxia dedicated to the management of Beastmasters, holding equal importance to the Beastmaster universities that cultivate them. Unlike the mere 5 Beastmaster universities nationwide, the association has branches in every major city. Beishan, where Su Zhe resides, boasts both the Beastmaster Association and a key Beastmaster university. The Beishan Beastmaster Association occupies a prominent location in the bustling city center. Its grand architecture making it highly noticeable. In front of the building stands a striking statue of a man seated atop the back of a dragon, so lifelike it seems poised to spring to life. The intricate details of his mane and hair create an impression of vitality and majesty. This figure represents the dragon tamer, Xiao Cheng, the most formidable beastmaster to emerge from Beishan, a source of pride for the Azure Dragon Beastmaster University. His level reaches a staggering 100, with only 2 beast masters of that caliber nationally, and he is one of them. His beast, the Azure Cloud Dragon, possesses dragon lineage and ranks among the best within diamond-tier beasts. Suze gazed up at the statue pondering. If a dragon lineage beast already qualifies as diamond tier, then surely diamond is not the pinnacle of beast bloodlines. Diamond tier beasts represent the highest bloodline discovered in this world. With a level cap of 100. Consequently, due to this limitation, the maximum level for beast masters is also 100. Suze recalled that within his divine gacha system, there existed special eggs that could potentially surpass even diamond tier rarity. Perhaps these were beasts of bloodlines beyond diamond tier, true divine beasts. This prospect ignited his anticipation for the system's potential. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry inside for the test. They might close soon, Su Yao urged from beside him. Snapping him back to reality, reluctantly, Suze stepped away from the statue. Though imposing, the statue had long since become a familiar sight to the city's inhabitants, who no longer regarded it as anything extraordinary. The Beastmaster Association was a dedicated space for Beastmasters, encompassing sales, captures, skill learning, upgrades, and including the Beastmaster test they were to undertake today. Su Yao continued. Those who pass the test will receive a badge from the association, officially recognizing them as Beastmasters and granting monthly benefits commensurate with their level. Inside the association, vast spaces were divided into various zones. There was a trading area where registered beast hunters sold captured beasts, a healing zone offering free treatment for injured beasts, albeit requiring payment for severe injuries needing medicine, and even a breeding area, as stronger beasts are increasingly difficult to reproduce, necessitating specialized assistance to enhance success rates. Each area was well equipped, and Suze and Su Yao made their way to the testing area. There, 5 testing platforms awaited, featuring a crystal the size of a human head and a pod resembling an open eggshell. The two approached one of the operational stations. To conduct the test, one simply needed to press their hand against the crystal, revealing their mental strength level, while the beast would be tested within the pod. Ultimately, the beast level would be determined by the lower of the 2 results. For instance, if a beast tested at level 10 and the mental strength at level 8, the Beastmaster would still be classified as an 8. Conversely, the former would undoubtedly outperform the latter in practical combat. Additionally, should the beast level exceed the mental strength by more than 5 levels, there would be a risk of losing control, prompting a warning from the Beastmaster Association. In severe cases, the association might forcibly dissolve the contract to prevent tragedy. The Beastmaster test is entirely free and a public service, and with the impending Beastmaster entrance exams, many sought to make a final gamble. Leading to a lengthy queue at the testing platforms, Suze stood behind Su Yao, waiting patiently until it was finally her turn to step onto the testing platform. Moments later, a mechanical voice echoed. Mental strength level, 10, golden level beast, Azure Phoenix Butterfly. The association erupted into excitement. A golden level beast. A promising future awaits. Indeed, her first beast is golden level. Contracting a diamond beast in the future is not beyond possibility. It is said that the esteemed Lord Shao Cheng achieved his success in this manner. Amidst the enthusiastic gazes, Su Yao gracefully descended from the platform, her beauty inciting further discussion. It's your turn, she whispered to Suze as she returned to his side. He nodded lightly, preparing to approach the testing platform when suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Beastmaster Association. A frantic voice shouted, "Everyone, clear the way. This person is an assassin from Fusong." A small, gaunt figure raced towards the awakening platform, stammering in broken daxia. "You think you can kill me? I'll take down a daxia genius right before your eyes." In the ensuing chaos, the assassin from Fusong, upon entering the association, caught sight of Su Yao stepping down from the testing platform, drawing gasps of awe from the crowd. His identity was compromised, and even though he was being pursued by a daxia spirit warrior, he was determined to take a daxia genius down with him, even if it meant sacrificing his own life in an instant. A gust of wind swept past, and before anyone could react, he reached Su Yao. "Die!" he cackled, his entire body clad in silver armor, thrusting a short sword toward her throat with his right hand. But with a resounding clang, Suze interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yao. A pale blue shield of light, the result of the Phantom Turtle's innate skill, Phantom Shield, absorbed the blow. Despite being partially penetrated due to the vast difference in levels, the shield effectively thwarted the attack. Thanks to Suze's intervention, the daxia spirit warrior finally caught up. The assassin, having missed his strike, retreated slightly. TSK. Another with a talent skill. Another contract holder of a golden beast. The Daxia spirit warrior, appearing no older than 20, stood firm before the adversary, donned in light armor and wielding a gleaming silver spear, focused intently on the opponent. His weapon was the manifestation of his beast, a technique known as Beast Master Weaponization, which allowed a beast to transform into a unique weapon, determined by the beast characteristics. For instance, Suze's phantom turtle would undoubtedly become a shield if weaponized. In contrast, the assassin's silver armor employed a similar technique known as Beastmaster Armorization, which uniformly transformed into a full suit of armor. The distinction lies in that Beastmaster Armorization enhances all aspects of the Beastmaster's abilities, attack power, defense, and speed, while Beastmaster Weaponization specializes in amplifying a single attribute, with a significantly greater enhancement. For high-level Beastmasters with multiple beasts, assembling a complete set of beast armor and weapons through different weaponizations is the optimal approach. Given the assassin's superior strength over the Daxia spirit warrior, he had chosen an attack-focused Beastmaster Weaponization to match his opponent. You're trapped now. Did you think you could sneak in while the high-level Beastmasters were clearing the entrance exams? The assassin taunted, eyeing the distant strong presences rapidly approaching. Yet, undeterred, he declared, "So what? I will kill you now and take these two genius brats with me." He lunged forward, bracing himself against the spirit warrior's silver spear while launching a series of relentless attacks, drawing Suze and Su Yao into his range. Each strike forced the spirit warrior to evade. Lest they meet a swift demise, Suze attempted to pull Su Yao away multiple times, but the assassin's relentless assault drove them back. Even the phantom shield was shattered, leaving him with substantial internal injuries. This stalemate was untenable. Suze swallowed the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. "We need to help him. Otherwise, we'll perish here before the high-level Beastmasters return." Su Yao, her clothing torn in multiple places, leaned against Suze, furrowing her brow. "How do we help? Our levels differ by at least 10. Suze swiftly leaned in to whisper a few words in Su Yao's ear. At that moment, sensing the approaching powerful presences, the assassin from Fusong fully unleashed his might. "You will all die together." The spirit warrior, now grave-faced, no longer retreated but braced himself against the oncoming assault, thrusting his silver spear unyieldingly at the adversary. "Daxia spirit warrior, for the fallen!" he roared, charging into battle. As their attacks converged, the azure phoenix butterfly flapped its wings beside Su Yao, releasing a refreshing breeze laced with paralyzing powder that streamed into the assassin's nostrils and wounds. Even a momentary paralysis provided Suze with the opportunity to strike at the gaps left by the assassin's armor. "Phantom turtle, fire the water gun." A jet of high-pressure water shot forth, yet the assassin dismissed it, thinking, "What can a mere stream of water do against my beast armor?" As the two attacks collided, the momentary paralysis allowed the spirit warrior to escape with severe injuries, but without critical damage. The assassin, however, lost an arm but retained his fighting spirit, advancing towards Suze and Su Yao. Taunting, "That paralyzing powder had some effect, but your water is merely a joke. It's good for splashing around, but it won't kill." Facing the advancing assassin, Suze maintained an air of calm. "While the pure water gun may lack power, did you know? Strong water pressure can launch objects." The assassin halted abruptly, a grimace contorting his features as he glanced down at his chest, where a perilous wound from the earlier fight with the spirit warrior lay. A gunshot wound that had pierced the beast armor, embedding itself just beneath the surface. Although it had not struck deep enough to be lethal, the presence of a sharp dagger now lodged within it made the situation dire. When did this happen?" The assassin stammered, disbelief etched across his face. "Just now," Suze replied. "That water gun you overlooked concealed this dagger. While the water flow itself was gentle and ineffective for wounding, the force behind the propelled blade was another matter entirely. Even if it could not penetrate the armor, piercing flesh was a trivial task." The assassin inhaled sharply. "So what? Even if I have but a breath left, I can easily kill you." Suze chuckled in response. "Even now, you cling to bravado. If you could truly kill me, would you stand there motionless?" The azure phoenix butterfly's tail harbored potent toxins, capable of slaying even golden-tier beasts, its unique skill. Meanwhile, the dagger was coated with this very poison. Moments before, he had scraped the butterfly's tail with the dagger, and then used the water to launch it at the assassin's heart. The assassin had already succumbed to the effects of the toxin. He was now merely a corpse capable of uttering a few final words. Indeed, after a few more words, the assassin's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed, breathless. Dare to challenge Daxia, and you are unworthy. Did we really win? Su Yao asked, her voice tinged with disbelief, acknowledging the vast level disparity between them and the assassin. Yet she understood that the assassin's earlier injuries from his skirmish with the spirit warrior had contributed to their victory. Cough. I am Wang Cheng from the Eastern Corps, 7th Squad of the Daxia Spirit Warriors. Thank you for saving my life. The severely injured guard of the Great Xia Spiritual Guard limped over, bloodied all over, coughing up blood as he spoke, indicating the gravity of his injuries. The once bright silver spear in his hand had transformed into a long snake adorned with azure eyes and silver scales, its scales having shed significantly, and it was weakly flicking its tongue. There's no doubt that if it weren't for Brother Wang Cheng standing in front of us, we would have perished at the hands of this Fusang person, he said. Su Zhe immediately stepped forward to support him, while Su Yao echoed, indeed, we should be grateful for Brother Wang Cheng's life-saving grace. However, Wang Cheng replied solemnly, the Great Xia Spiritual Guard must honor the fallen. When we joined the Great Xia Spiritual Guard, this was already our ironclad motto. As members, we must always shield the common people, so there is no need to thank me for such matters. After coughing up more blood, he continued, you have slain the Fusang assassins who infiltrated our land. This is a significant accomplishment. When the leaders return, I shall commend you. As soon as he finished speaking, two elderly men with gray hair suddenly appeared in the hall of the Beast Master Association, hovering in midair, their powerful aura enveloping the entire area. One of the elders shouted, which blind fool dares to cause trouble in my association? Are you tired of living? He was none other than Yu Shenghua, the president of the Beast Master Association in Beishan City, known as the white-haired angry lion. Despite his advanced age, his temper was fierce, far exceeding that of younger individuals. Beside him stood Gua Linshan, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Great Xia Spiritual Guard's Eastern Corps. The three most powerful figures of Beishan City, excluding the principal of the Green Dragon Beast Master University, had all returned promptly. The principal stayed behind to oversee the venue for the Beast Master entrance examination and did not join them. Gua Linshan, upon seeing the injured Wang Cheng, inquired, I recall you are a member of the 7th Squad, correct? Tell me what has transpired here. Wang Cheng hurriedly recounted the events. What? 2 young gold-ranked Beast Masters have appeared here? And they even managed to kill a Fusang assassin far beyond their level. The 2 elders gazed at Su Zhe and Su Yao in astonishment, their surprise stemming from the duo's exceptional talent and the sheer audacity of 2 newly minted Beast Masters countering a Fusang assassin. Their emotions could be better described as exhilaration. Why, Yu Shenghua then asked, given your age, are you here to test your Beast Master level in hopes of participating in this year's entrance examination? Su Zhe looked up at the 2 men hovering above and replied, we are graduates of Beishan City's first high school this year and have met Captain Gua and President Yu. Flight is a skill that can only be mastered upon reaching level 60 or above, of course. Some flying-type beasts can morph into armored beasts with wings, granting their masters the privilege to soar into the skies. They realized that it was not easy to converse while airborne, so they descended to the ground. Why, Yu Shenghua, pleased, remarked, no need to be so formal. Just call me Old Yu and him Old Gua. He continued to assess Su Zhe with growing satisfaction, exclaiming, very good indeed. Yu Shenghua personally oversaw the unfinished test for Su Zhe, subsequently presenting 2 badges for them to wear. After completing this, Gua Linshan stepped forward and stated, now that Old Yu has finished his tasks, it is my turn. You exhibited remarkable courage and ingenuity in defeating the Fusang assassins, saving not only your lives, but also the soldiers of the Great Xia Spiritual Guard and other civilians. Therefore, in my capacity as the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Eastern Corps of the Great Xia Spiritual Guard, I hereby bestow upon you commendations. He then produced 2 egg-sized enhancement beads and handed them to the 2 of them. Their size and quality surpassed those that Su Zhe had won from Lin He. These were premium enhancement beads exclusively for the military, rarely seen in the outside world, belonging to a category that one could not simply purchase. Su Zhe and Su Yao exchanged excited glances and bowed together, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Captain Gua. Initially, they had only intended to save their own lives but had not anticipated such a grand reward. Gua Linshan chuckled and shook his head, saying, no need to thank me. This is what you rightfully deserve. I look forward to the day you join the Great Xia Spiritual Guard. graduates from the Beast Master University are typically integrated into the national structure, with the Great Xia Spiritual Guard being a significant recipient, annually absorbing a considerable number of graduates. Some exceptionally talented individuals even manage to work part-time in the Spiritual Guard during their studies. However, the Spiritual Guard does not accept just anyone. While strength is important, they place greater emphasis on character and the courage to be among the first to fall. Following this, Guo Linshan and Yu Shenghua had to attend to the damage inflicted on the city by the Fusang assassins. After receiving their badges and enhancement beads, Su Zhe and Su Yao left the Beast Master Association, while Yu Shenghua busied himself with cleaning up the hall damage during the fight, while Guo Linshan stepped out of the association. Wang Cheng followed closely behind him, reporting, "Captain, the number of Fusang assassins in the city is considerable, and the Spiritual Guard left behind can only capture them in separate teams. I happened to chase them to the Beast Master Association during the operation." Guo Linshan paused, frowning slightly. "Those Fusang people always come to cause trouble during our Great Xia Beast Master entrance examination. It seems this year's scale is particularly large." Yet, he found it odd, with only about 10 days until the entrance examination. Why have these Fusang assassins exposed themselves so early? Wang Cheng suggested, perhaps it's not that they willingly revealed themselves, but rather that our personnel uncovered their identities, forcing them to expose themselves? Guo Linshan shook his head. "You just graduated and joined the Spiritual Guard. It's normal to think this way since you have little experience with the Fusang assassins. While they may lack other abilities, they excel in stealth. If they truly wish to hide, it would be quite challenging to discover them." He then looked into the distance, instructing, "This year's examination site selected by the higher-ups is rather severe, and with so many exceptional students, we must ensure nothing goes awry. Notify everyone to concentrate all forces to protect the examination site on the day of the entrance examination. I will seek to borrow some personnel from Old Yu. He has many capable individuals under his command, and with the principal and teachers from the Green Dragon Beast Master University, there can be no mistakes." "Yes, sir." Wang Cheng saluted and quickly retreated to relay the message. However, despite concentrating so many forces, Guo Linshan still felt something was amiss, a sense of unease lingering within him. After leaving the Beast Master Association, Su Zhe and Su Yao returned home. They intended to invest time in refining the unexpectedly received enhancement beads, further enhancing their strength before the Beast Master entrance examination. Both had already refined an enhancement bead before, making the process of refining the second one quite familiar. However, the enhancement bead received from Guo Linshan was of superior quality and larger. Requiring more time to refine, Su Zhe took only a night to refine the first enhancement bead, but the second one consumed an entire day and night. By the time the sun was high the next day, Su Zhe had finally refined the enhancement bead completely. The good news was that with the assistance of the high-quality enhancement bead, Su Zhe successfully broke through to level TEN.AT the moment of the breakthrough. The spiritual power he had accumulated over the years surged forth, propelling his level upwards several tiers. Although he had previously been unable to break through, the spiritual power he had cultivated remained stored within him. This buildup of spiritual energy, accumulating before the breakthrough barrier, made the originally simple breakthrough exceedingly difficult. Thus, Su Zhe required the power of the enhancement bead, along with the beast eggs he had consumed over the past 2 days, to shatter the barrier. Once the barrier was breached, the excess power did not vanish. Several forces intertwined, allowing Su Zhe's aura to rise steadily. Levels 11, 12.15, 16. Su Zhe ascended 6 levels, only halting at 16. This was despite him deliberately controlling the breakthrough. He initially intended to stop at level 15 and transfer the excess power to the Void Spirit Turtle to prevent too great a disparity in their levels. Ultimately, both of their strengths unified at level 16, demonstrating the immense power of the spiritual energy he had accumulated alongside the enhancement bead. Phew, such a sudden elevation in levels requires some time to adapt before I can fully harness my strength. Su Zhe exhaled, opening his eyes and releasing a breath of stale air. The sudden influx of overwhelming spiritual energy left him feeling slightly dizzy. In contrast, the Void Spirit Turtle, which also rose 6 levels, only appeared slightly larger and had a deeper shell color, showing no signs of discomfort. For beasts, level elevation was merely a normal growth process. However, in natural environments, their growth was quite slow. Once contracted as a beast, they could progress more rapidly through the juvenile and growth phases alongside their beast masters. Su Zhe slowly rose, feeling that he was nearly acclimated, at least no longer feeling dizzy or uncomfortable. This breakthrough not only elevated him 6 levels, but also left him with sufficient excess spiritual energy to support the consumption required for a second beast contract. He could contract a second beast. Possessing a god-tier gacha system, Suze lacked for beasts, as he could hatch a new beast anytime he wished. However, starting with a gold-ranked beast, he had little interest in lower-tier bronze or silver-ranked beasts. With 10 days remaining until the Beast Master entrance examination, he could utilize the god-tier gacha system to draw 10 times. He hoped to draw another gold-ranked beast before the examination. Suze decided to save today's drawing opportunities, aiming to accumulate 10 chances for a 10-fold draw. Based on his past experience with card games, 10 consecutive draws generally offered a higher probability of yielding valuable items. The only drawback was that he could not draw beast eggs to increase his progress during these 10 days. Since it was unlikely he could fully charge the progress bar within that time, he felt it was not a lost eye in the following days. Suze mostly remained at home, getting accustomed to his sudden surge in power. During this time, Suyao visited once. After spending 2 days and nights refining her enhancement bead, her spiritual power successfully increased by 3 levels to 13. She also shared some of her power with the Qingfeng butterfly, elevating it to level 12. This was already an impressive achievement, as consecutive breakthroughs were typically reserved for geniuses. Consequently, Suyao sought out Suze to spar with him, hoping to familiarize herself with her newfound strength. As soon as Suze opened the door, he saw the Qingfeng butterfly perched on Suyao's shoulder, flapping its wings in a display of dominance, ready to teach a lesson to this human who dared to compete for its master's affection. Then, the void spirit turtle perched atop Suze's head briefly revealed its aura, causing the Qingfeng butterfly to wilt. With the same bloodline, a 4-level difference was indeed monumental. Suyao, witnessing this, couldn't help but remind Brother Suze, if a beast's level exceeds that of its beast master by too much, it can be dangerous. You must be cautious. She assumed Suze had primarily funneled the power of the enhancement bead to the void spirit turtle, resulting in its significant level rise. Suze chuckled, "Thank you for your concern, but I am currently at the same level as the void spirit turtle, so it isn't dangerous." Same level? Suyao was momentarily perplexed. This meant Suze was now unequivocally a level 16 beast master. Just 3 to 4 days ago, he was not even a beast master. Such a rapid progression was unprecedented. This realization instilled in Suyao a sense of urgency, as if she might be left behind if she was not vigilant. Thus, after that day, Suyao ceased to visit Suze, seemingly engrossed in meditation and training within her room. 10 days later, on the morning of the Beast Master entrance examination, Suze had finally accumulated enough for a 10-fold draw. Early that morning, he entered the system's space. The gacha machine, having lain dormant for 10 days, whirred back to life. Suze eagerly watched as an immense number of beast eggs rolled within. As before, after an unknown number of spins, a bronze egg rolled out first, followed by a silver egg. However, Suze remained unmoved, eagerly anticipating the appearance of golden light. As he continued waiting, the 8th egg also turned out to be bronze or silver. Disappointment began to settle in for Suze. Just then, with the rolling of the 9th egg, a flash of golden light emerged. Suze instantly perked up. He had drawn a valuable item on the 9th attempt. My luck seems rather good today. Indeed, a golden egg rolled out. Just as Suze was preparing to exit the system without checking the final egg, a dazzling light burst forth from the gacha machine's exit, revealing a magnificent, radiant beast egg that rolled out and collided with the golden egg before it. Suze was left speechless, as the once satisfactory golden egg paled in comparison. This was the real grand prize. The golden egg was trivial in comparison. I knew that a cheerful boy wouldn't have bad luck. The egg was a diamond egg, symbolizing the potential to break through to the maximum level of 100. Chapter 10. Stringent Hatching Conditions. A diamond-level beast was currently known as the strongest bloodline tier, capable of reaching the 100-level cap. Suze hurriedly and excitedly retrieved the diamond egg from the system. Once the dazzling luster of the diamond faded, he cradled an egg the size of a human head, adorned with 3 fiery red patterns. The hatching conditions for a diamond-level egg must be more stringent, right? Suze pondered anxiously as he examined the hatching conditions for the diamond-level beast egg in his hands. Diamond egg hatching conditions must be incubated in a high-temperature environment, absorbing a considerable amount of heat. The more heat absorbed, the stronger the hatched beast will be. High temperature. Suze furrowed his brow. He was uncertain what conditions the system deemed as high temperature, but he guessed that simply boiling the egg in water was unlikely to work. Let's check the hatching conditions for the golden egg first. If they are the same as before, I'll seek Su Yao's help as Yuze stored the diamond egg back in the system space and retrieved the golden egg. The beast eggs obtained from the system can be stored in the system space before hatching, but once they hatch into beasts, they can only be stored in the beast space. Regrettably, the hatching conditions for the golden egg of the same rank were not identical. Golden egg hatching conditions must absorb precious metal gold. The more gold absorbed, the stronger the hatched beast will be. These two golden eggs, one greedy for wealth, the other lustful for beauty, Yuze remarked helplessly. To him, the hatching condition for this golden egg was, in some respects, even more challenging than that of the diamond egg. If all else fails, he could consider selling some beast eggs. A silver-level beast egg could sell for several million xia coins, which should suffice to purchase gold. Yet, Suze harbored reservations. After all, his current strength was not particularly formidable. He was still quite weak. If he only sold 1 or 2 precious beast eggs, it might be manageable. However, over time, someone would undoubtedly take notice. Eventually, he could find himself captured and forced into a situation where he would be laying eggs daily. While Suze was in a quandary, someone knocked on his door unexpectedly. Upon opening the door, he found Su Yao standing outside, clad in a sleek, efficient outfit. "What is the matter? What is the matter? Did you forget that today is the Beast Master entrance examination? We agreed to go together." Su Yao exclaimed incredulously, as if unable to fathom that Suze could forget such a crucial event. Suze's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered. The excitement of drawing the diamond-level beast egg had clouded his mind, causing him to nearly forget the most important matter of the day. "Wait for me a moment. I'll go change my clothes." Su Yao nodded and said, "Yes, move quickly. Fortunately, we are not in a hurry." "Have you seen the exam site in the eastern region? It was just released a couple of days ago, located near the scenic Tianyun volcano area, not far from our Beishan city." Yuze had indeed overlooked this matter in the past few days and only learned about the exam site from Su Yao. Today, 4 Beast Master Universities were conducting examinations simultaneously. Only the Western White Tiger Beast Master University had postponed theirs for a few days due to some unexpected incidents during the examination venue preparations. Unlike the college entrance examinations of the past, where students selected schools based on their scores, the Great Xia only had 5 Beast Master Universities in total. Generally, candidates participated in the examinations of the universities nearest to them. After all, those qualified to become Beast Masters were few in number, leading to significantly fewer participants in the Beast Master entrance exams compared to ordinary college entrance exams from his previous life. This allowed all candidates within a specific region to gather at one exam site for a unified selection process. The chosen exam site for Qinglong Beast Master University was the Tianyun volcano, where all candidates would be tested beneath the volcano. Those who passed would advance, while others would be eliminated. Tianyun volcano. Suze murmured the name, his eyes lighting up. Tianyun volcano was a level 7 supervolcano. The volcanic eruption index could be used to classify the eruption levels of volcanoes, much like how earthquake magnitudes are measured. The higher the volcanic eruption index, the greater the energy released by the volcano. For every unit increase in the eruption index, the energy released increases nearly an order of magnitude, making the eruption's power 10 times greater than the previous level. The maximum eruption index is only level 8. Levels 5 to 6 classify as strong volcanoes, while levels 7 to 8 are supervolcanoes. The eruptive force of a level 7 volcano is equivalent to a 9.8 magnitude earthquake, capable of causing a year without summer. Tianyun volcano had previously experienced a massive eruption of level 7, and it was currently in a dormant phase, likely holding energy equivalent to a level 5 strong volcano, with a considerable time until its next eruption. Thus, conducting exams in the Tianyun volcano area was absolutely safe, as long as one did not recklessly approach the volcano's mouth. However, there would always be those who wished to take risks. If I could throw the egg into the volcano, it would surely hatch. Although Suze was unsure what heat was sufficient to hatch this diamond egg, the volcano undoubtedly represented the most significant heat source he could find at present. He hastily changed his clothes and set out with Su Yao towards Tianyun volcano. Though Tianyun volcano was not far from Beishan city, traveling solely by foot would likely take an entire day. Therefore, a special flying beast had been prepared in the city center, consisting of large, albeit not particularly fast, magical beasts that could accommodate many passengers, all at levels around 20 to 30. Furthermore, they were available free of charge for those participating in the exam. Su Zhe and Su Yao managed to catch a griffin that was about to take off. The griffin was merely a bronze-level magical beast, lacking any other notable features apart from its large size and ability to fly. It comfortably carried over 20 passengers on its back. "Everyone, secure yourselves. We are about to take off," shouted the Beast Master positioned at the griffin's head. Not all graduates from Beast Master universities joined the Spirit Guard. Many, like him, with limited talent, were not selected by the military and thus pursued other careers, utilizing the power of magical beasts to enhance their lives. Although technology in this world was not particularly advanced, the power of magical beasts allowed people to enjoy a quality of life that was by no means inferior. The griffin flapped its massive wings, lifting everyone into the air, and then soared towards the Tianyun volcano area. A faint air shield enveloped them, preventing the turbulent air currents from knocking them down, although this did slightly hinder the griffin's speed. As they approached the volcanic region, the temperature in the air gradually increased. By the time the griffin began its descent, Su Zhe could already feel a slight perspiration forming. Many had already arrived at the site, and from above, it looked like a sea of dark heads clamoring together. Occasionally, a few figures, illuminated by the sun, reflected light. As soon as he landed, he spotted Wang Zi's noticeably large figure. Wang Zi also saw him and came over, nudging him with his shoulder while winking at Su Yao. "You little rascal, I never noticed before, but you're quite capable. You've already paired up, have you?" Before Su Zhe could respond, a cold huff interrupted him. He looked up to see Lin He, whose finger, broken by Su Zhe, was still in a cast. However, after merely huffing, he wisely walked away, choosing not to provoke trouble. Otherwise, Su Zhe, now at level 16, might have left him in shock, possibly resulting in another broken finger. Chapter 11. The Beast Master entrance examination begins. Good thing this kid knows his place. I've refined the wisdom pearl these past few days, and with my diligent training, I've advanced 2 levels in a short time. I'm now a level 9 Beast Master, Wang Zi confidently declared. With the power of the wisdom pearl, achieving level 9 was commendable according to previous year's exam results. Generally, breaking through to level 10 allowed one to contend for the top spot. Individuals like Su Yao, who had advanced to level 12 thanks to 2 wisdom pearls, were exceedingly rare. Had it not been for Su Zhe's unexpected prowess this year, she would likely have been the top candidate in the eastern region. After Lin He lost his wisdom pearl to Su Zhe, he could at most reach level 9 with his self-training over the last 10 days. This was why Wang Zi felt emboldened to challenge him. Once Lin He retreated, Wang Zi, somewhat disinterested, inquired about Su Zhe's experience riding the griffin. It's not much different from flying in an airplane, perhaps just a broader view. Wang Zi immediately felt a bit let down. "Is it that ordinary? I was hoping to flaunt a bit when I break through to level 20 and can contract a second magical beast. I wanted my dad to get me a flying magical beast too." Su Zhe, curious, asked, "Didn't he ride the griffin here?" He remembered seeing no roads from above. There was no way they could have walked. "No, my dad insisted on bringing me to the exam, but he gets nauseous on griffins, so we ended up driving here." Wang Zi pointed to a nearby luxurious, muddy extended car. The dirt on the vehicle was trivial. It was clear that the car was not designed for rugged terrain, and it was likely already battered. This is what rich people do, driving such an expensive car into the ground. Perhaps I should sell the magical beast egg to them. Beside the car stood a portly middle-aged man. Wang Gue, Wang Zi's father, whose figure made it evident that Wang Zi was indeed his son. He was engaging in conversation with a man in military attire, who appeared quite impatient. It was Guo Linshan, the captain of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Due to the threats posed by the Fusang Dark Guards, he had brought nearly the entire Great Xia Spirit Guard in Beishan City to ensure safety during the Beast Master entrance examinations. Of course, Su Zhe was unaware of these arrangements. He merely recognized familiar faces and thought to greet them. After all, if not for the wisdom pearl awarded by Guo Linshan, he might still be struggling to break through the level 10 barrier. At that moment, Guo Linshan noticed him and, with a smile replacing his earlier impatience, approached. This left Wang Gue in a state of confusion. He had been flattering Guo Linshan for quite some time, hoping to secure a good future for his son after graduation. Yet, Guo Linshan had never given him a favorable glance, so why the sudden warmth? Following Guo Linshan's gaze, he quickly spotted Su Zhe. "Hey, isn't that my little chubby son's good friend? What is their relationship?" Wang Gue had previously doubted whether this impoverished boy, who was close to his son, was merely after money. However, after several interactions, he had gradually changed his view. Yet, Su Zhe was still without power, wealth, or the ability to become a beast master, making Wang Gui secretly wish for his son to bond with those from influential or wealthy families. Unexpectedly, the person he underestimated had garnered the attention of someone he aimed to befriend. "Hello, Captain Gua." "Hello, Uncle Wang." Su Zhe greeted both of them with a smile. Guo Linshan sized him up and his eyes brightened. With his strength, he could easily see through Su Zhe's lack of concealment, nodding repeatedly, "Not bad. Really not bad. It seems this year's top candidate from the eastern region has already been selected." Wang Gui understood upon hearing this, surprised that Guo Linshan would hold Su Zhe in such high regard. Although he had heard his son mention that Su Zhe had contracted a golden-level magical beast, making an impressive debut, he also recognized that he was not the only one. Su Yao had also contracted a golden-level magical beast, and across the eastern region, there were likely hundreds of cities. It was probable that there were at least 10 geniuses who had contracted golden-level magical beasts. How could it be so certain that Su Zhe would be the top candidate? While Wang Gui pondered this, Guo Linshan, who had previously shown him little regard, now smiled. "Uncle Wang." "Su Zhe, do you know him?" "Indeed, Uncle Wang is the father of my good friend, and he has always looked after me." Wang Gui quickly seized the opportunity to point at Wang Zi behind Su Zhe. "That's my son. They are quite close, practically inseparable." I see. Guo Linshan glanced at Wang Zi, silently thinking that given his son's size, it would be quite a struggle for them to share a pair of pants. Yet he still said, "That's good. Work hard, and you may also join the Great Xia Spirit Guard in the future." Wang Gui beamed with joy, continuously praising Wang Zi for being his son. Recognizing his good judgment, the group hardly had time for further conversation before the Beast Master entrance examination was set to commence. Guo Linshan left first to make arrangements, while Su Zhe and the others began to line up. They pinned their Beast Master badges to their chests, and after verifying their examination qualifications, they waited at the entrance of the examination site. However, as the two had been focused on their training at home and had not ventured out in recent days, their Beast Master badges had not yet been updated. They only displayed a complete ring of 10 stars, indicating their status as level 10 Beast Masters. "Wow, you both managed to reach level 10? I was hoping to show off a bit." Wang Zi laughed. Su Zhe and Su Yao refrained from revealing their true levels to avoid dampening his spirits. The examination site was entirely enveloped by a closed formation, and at the entrance of the formation, a teacher from Qinglong Beast Master University announced loudly, "The content of this examination is quite simple. It is to hunt magical beasts. We live in a world coexisting with magical beasts, and the innate advantages of the beast race surpass ours. They possess superior strength, speed, and defense. Long ago, when magical beasts first descended, humans were merely their food, and it was under such circumstances that beast masters came into being. However, even today, humanity still faces threats from magical beasts, so the most critical skill for a beast master is their ability to hunt magical beasts. We have already placed 10,000 magical beasts containing fragments of the admission tokens within the designated area of the formation. 10 fragments are required to assemble a single admission token. The more fragments you obtain, the higher your score will be, with additional rewards available." The crowd exchanged glances, and Su Zhe was continually amazed. Although the number of participants in the Beast Master entrance examination was significantly fewer than in ordinary entrance exams from his previous life, nearly 100,000 candidates had gathered here from 1/5 of the nation. According to the rules, the maximum number of available spots was only 1,000. Moreover, some would strive to accumulate as many fragments as possible for the additional rewards, meaning that only around 500 or 600 individuals would realistically secure a spot, making the competition fierce. With the formation activated, the Beast Master entrance examination begins now. At the teacher's command, the candidates promptly filed in. Alongside the candidates were members of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, who would ensure the safety of the participants and prevent any cheating. However, they could not act randomly and could only intervene in life-threatening situations. Outside the venue, a formation maintained by the principal and faculty of Qinglong Beast Master University was established. Once all candidates entered, the formation would seal off the examination site to prevent outsiders from entering during the proceedings. In the shadows, powerful members of the Beast Master Association, led by Yu Shenghua, were also present. Their mission was not only to ensure the candidate's safety, but also to set traps to eliminate any infiltrating Fusang Dark Guards. Yet, the preparations made by Fusang this time clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 12. invasion of the Dark Guards as soon as Suze entered the formation. He felt waves of heat wash over his face. Turning back, he saw that the formation had closed as the last person entered, leaving only a hazy light screen visible. The heat from the volcano was now trapped within the formation. Wow, it's so hot here. Wang Zi, who was most sensitive to heat due to his size, immediately wiped the sweat from his forehead. Of course it's hot. Just look ahead. Following Suze's, everyone saw a mountain that lacked a peak. Due to climatic conditions, although the area was forested, it was primarily sparse coniferous trees, which did not obstruct their view. They could clearly see thick black smoke billowing from the mountain's summit, and the heat waves made the air around it shimmer like water ripples. Gulp Wangzi swallowed nervously and said, "This volcano, it-1t erupt suddenly, will it? We're trapped in this formation. We 1t be able to escape." Suyao reassured him, "Don't worry, volcanoes have eruption cycles. During their dormant phases, they accumulate energy for the next eruption. The Tianyun volcano is currently dormant, and it has been a long time since its last eruption. So it 1t erupts so easily." Wangzi patted his chest, which many girls envied, and said, "Since you, the great campus beauty, say so, I'm at ease." He then noticed the people around them already springing into action and hurriedly said, "They're already getting started. We should move quickly to hunt magical beasts, or we'll miss out on the admission tokens." Suze, however, remained unfazed and smiled. "What's the rush? 10 fragments are required to form one admission token, which means the three of us would need to find at least 30 magical beasts to ensure no duplicates. Considering the likelihood of duplicates, we might need to defeat over 100 magical beasts, which is too tedious." Wangzi asked in confusion, "What do you propose we do?" Suze waved his hand. "Of course, we wait for others to gather their fragments and then borrow from them. Isn't that a bit unethical? Not at all. Trust me, many will have the same thought. After all, people tend to prefer shortcuts. Indeed, because everyone harbored their own intentions, once inside the formation, everyone quickly dispersed to avoid being targeted by others, usually only teaming up with a few acquaintances in no time. Only Suze and his 2 companions remained. Suyao turned to Suze and asked, "Where should we go next?" Suze pointed towards the volcano. "Let us go check that out. Since the examination committee specifically chose the Tianyun volcano area as the exam site, there must be a reason for it. We should see what's there." Suyao nodded in agreement. Otherwise, she couldn't understand why this location was chosen. Wangzi hesitated slightly but ultimately decided to follow along. Shortly after everyone had scattered to hunt magical beasts, a hole suddenly appeared in the formation, resembling molten glass. Far from the entrance, a group of mysterious figures clad in black robes, shrouded in shadows, slipped into the formation, the last among them holding a bizarre copper mirror. The mirror glittered with dazzling light, and it was under this radiance that the formation was silently opened, unnoticed by the principal and teachers maintaining its operation. Upon his entrance, he immediately stowed away the bronze mirror. With the obstruction of its radiance removed, the formation resumed its operation, filling in the gaps. They then conversed in Fusang dialect. "The array of the Summer Kingdom is rather unimpressive. All right, everyone, do not let your guard down. Our ability to breach the formation relies solely on the power of the 8-foot mirror. Henceforth, we must rely on ourselves to evade the great summer spirit guards within the formation. Fear not, Captain I. In various aspects, our Fusang Dark Guards may not match the great summer spirit guards, yet in the art of concealment, they are no match for us." The group then melded into the shadows, approaching Tianyun volcano like phantoms. Outside the formation, Su Yiming, a teacher at the Qinglong Beast Tamer University responsible for maintaining the array, uttered a soft exclamation. "What is it, Teacher Su?" Su Yiming replied, "For a brief moment, I sensed an irregularity in the operational flow of a section of the formation, but it appears to be resolved now. Perhaps it was just an illusion." The teacher shook his head, intending to dismiss the matter. But at the center of the formation, a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor opened his eyes and remarked, "An illusion? The Beast Tamer examination is a national affair. Such matters cannot be taken lightly. Teacher Su, how many errors have arisen from your casualness? Immediately contact the Beast Tamer Association to investigate for any suspicious activity outside the formation." Su Yiming lowered his head in trepidation, acknowledging his fault. "Yes, Principal." The middle-aged man was none other than Xiao Su, the principal of Qinglong Beast Tamer University, who had previously remained unseen. He was the youngest and most gifted among the 3 great powers of Beishan City. Following an incident, he had taken on the role of principal, a position he was somewhat overqualified for. After ensuring personnel were dispatched to investigate the perimeter of the formation, he closed his eyes once more, focusing on maintaining the array. Wait for me. I cannot endure this wretched place. I am sweating profusely. Shortly thereafter, the group discerned the reason behind the selection of the volcano as the examination site. Wang Zi's flame leopard cat had just unleashed a fire blade, cleaving a bright red scorpion in two. Perhaps influenced by its master, the flame leopard cat had noticeably gained weight in a mere few days. Once slender and agile, it now appeared somewhat cumbersome, lacking its former grace. Yuzhe, observing this, remarked, Wang Zi, has your pig started growing fur? Wang Zi approached the scorpion's carcass, retorting, you are the pig. Flame is merely a plump cat. Su Yao interjected, however, feline beasts excel in agility. Excessive weight can hinder their performance, so it's best to take heed. Wang Zi immediately smiled. I will heed the words of the esteemed Su, the campus beauty. However, Flame does have quite the appetite. Perhaps that is why our bond is so strong. As he spoke, he extracted a shattered token from the scorpion's body and tossed a piece of dried fish to Flame as a reward. The flame leopard cat devoured the fish in 2 bites and affectionately rubbed against Wang Zi's pants, a stark contrast to when it had clawed Wang Zi's face. This is already the 5th beast. Why have we only found 1 fragment? Wang Zi asked, shaking off the viscous residue from the token. Yuzhe pondered. When we entered, the teacher mentioned clearly that they released 10,000 beasts with tokens. But that does not mean this area contains only 10,000 beasts. The expanse of Tianyun volcano, coupled with the surrounding fire energy, makes it a natural habitat for fire-type beasts, far exceeding 10,000 in number. These beasts gravitate towards the volcano to absorb the fire energy, with the stronger ones dwelling closer. If I surmise correctly, gathering a complete set of admission tokens in the volcano's periphery is impossible. The key pieces must be hidden within the stronger beasts residing near the volcano. Let us wait at the foot of the mountain. Of course, this reasoning was merely a pretext for Su Zhe, who was more eager to see if he could approach the volcano's mouth and incubate the diamond egg. Nevertheless, his deduction was not unfounded. The likelihood of beasts carrying fragments of admission tokens increased as one neared the volcano. Within a short span, Wang Zi had already acquired 5 or 6 fragments, though 2 were duplicates. Oh, the fragments are glowing again, right ahead. The fragments of the admission token possess an enticing effect, either to aid candidates in gathering them or to compel those harboring fragments to confront one another. Although Su Zhe had no intention of hunting beasts for fragments, he wouldn't mind collecting what lay ahead. However, as they navigated around a tree that obstructed their view, they were greeted by the sight of a gutted pig-like beast and Lin He, who stood there with bloodied hands, awaiting them. Beside him stood another individual clad in standard light armor of the Great Summer Spirit Guards. You truly made me wait, Lin He smirked cruelly, wiping the blood from his hands. Lin He, you dare seek trouble again? The lesson I imparted last time was insufficient, was it? This time, I shall bring you down. Wang Zi immediately stepped forward, eager for a rematch. Having been bested previously by Lin He and the flame leopard cat, he was eager to vent his frustrations now that he had grown stronger. The flame leopard cat bared its fangs at the Shuofeng wolf, then let out a burp. You fat fool, what do you think you are? Daring to challenge me? Lin He abruptly tore open his outer garments, revealing a Beast Tamer badge pinned to his chest. The badge bore 2 rings of stars, the inner circle filled with 10 stars, while the outer displayed only 1, a level 11 Beast Tamer. Wang Zi gasped, stepping back cautiously to hide behind Su Zhe and Su Yao. This is too much for me. I shall leave him to you. He merely ranked as a level 9 Beast Tamer, while both Su Zhe and Su Yao wore level 10 badges. Furthermore, along their journey, Wang Zi had witnessed the prowess of Su Zhe and Su Yao, which undoubtedly surpassed level 10. Yet, at this moment, Su Zhe paid no mind to the provocations of Lin He, instead focusing on the young man beside him. Appearing to be in his mid-20s, he bore a striking resemblance to Lin He, clad in standard light armor of the Great Summer Spirit Guards. Cautiously, he inquired, Lin He, do you wish to engage in combat before the Great Summer Spirit Guards? Lin He laughed, arrogantly pointing at the young man. And so what? This is my brother, Lin Jiang. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiang shot Lin He a glare before turning to Su Zhe. Observing his level 10 Beast Tamer badge, is this the lad who broke your finger? Although he seemed to rank 1 level lower than his brother Lin He, it was rumored he had contracted a golden tier beast, which could easily compensate for the slight difference in rank. Moreover, Having contracted a golden tier beast as his first, he should ideally not be harboring enmity. However, the fact that someone had broken his brother's finger was intolerable. Thus, Lin Jiang stepped forward, stating, "Let us cease the idle chatter. To avenge you, I specifically requested to oversee the defense on their path. But in 10 minutes, the guard will shift. After I teach him a lesson, I will take you to hunt for beasts. The examination is paramount." Lin He, begrudgingly biting his lip, finally conceded, "Brother, do not hold back. Break a leg and an arm if you must." Lin Jiang hesitated but ultimately nodded. A robust bull, crackling with lightning, emerged from his beast tamer space, transforming into a silver short staff that emitted arcs of intertwined electricity. Su Zhe's expression turned grave as he observed the weapon transformed from Lin Jiang's beast. A level 20 beast tamer was one of the recruitment criteria for the Great Summer Spirit Guards, indicating that Lin Jiang was at least above level 20. Moreover, both beast tamer transformation and armor transformation are subjects taught in Beast Tamer University, which Su Zhe had no means to study, further widening the gap in their strengths. Lightning strike. A brilliant bolt of lightning shot forth from the short staff, aimed directly at Su Zhe. The speed of the lightning left Su Zhe no time to evade. Fortunately, the ethereal tortoise on his shoulder activated its ethereal shield. Blocking the strike, Su Zhe exerted all his strength to maintain the ethereal shield against the lightning attack. But after a brief moment, his expression shifted slightly as he murmured, "It seems not as powerful as I thought." Beside him, Lin He eagerly watched Su Zhe being struck by the lightning, anticipating the moment he would fall. Engulfed in smoke, "I shall break your fingers, one by one. No, I will crush them all." Yet, as the lightning dissipated in Lin He prepared to rush forward, he discovered Su Zhe's shield remained intact. His face contorted in anger, he exclaimed, "Brother, what is the meaning of this? Did you hold back?" Lin Jiang shot him a furious glare, shaking his head gravely. "Silence. His badge level is inaccurate. He is not a mere level 10, but rather a level 16 beast tamer." 16? Lin He gaped, stunned for a moment. "Impossible. That cannot be. He became a beast tamer merely a few days ago. How could he have advanced so swiftly?" Lin He struggled to accept this reality. "I understand. He must have used an enhancement bead to hasten his beast's advancement. That is a treacherous path. He will inevitably face backlash. Ha! It won't be long before his uncontrollable beast devours him." Yet, Lin Jiang frowned, observing Su Zhe's adept control over his beast, clearly unconvinced by Lin He's perspective. However, he too found himself in a precarious position. Su Zhe dispelled the ethereal shield, addressing Lin Jiang, "You have yet to reach level 20. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to withstand your earlier attack so easily. Are you merely a reserve member of the Great Summer Spirit Guards?" Lin Jiang did not deny it, replying, "Indeed, I am still a level 19 beast tamer, just a step away from becoming a full-fledged member of the Great Summer Spirit Guards. But that is sufficient to deal with you." At this point, Su Zhe finally comprehended why Lin He had managed to swiftly elevate to level 11, despite having lost the enhancement bead to him. As a reserve member of the Spirit Guards, Lin Jiang must have received an enhancement bead to facilitate his breakthrough. Su Zhe and Su Yao had previously experienced military-grade enhancement beads that far surpassed the standard ones distributed in schools, allowing Lin Jiang to leap 3 levels from an 8th-level beast tamer to a level 11. This revelation was fortuitous for Su Zhe and his companions. Each 10 levels in beast tamer ranks represents a qualitative change, and since Lin Jiang had yet to reach level 20, the disparity between them could be bridged through bloodlines. Lin Jiang's beast was also of silver rank, so he certainly had a chance of victory. However, Lin Jiang seemed to see through Su Zhe's thoughts, stating, "Do you think my failure to reach level 20 means you can be at ease?" Such naivety. With the thunderous short staff in hand, electric sparks crackling at his feet, he swiftly approached Su Zhe, swinging the staff down upon the ethereal shield. The barrier quivered violently, nearly shattering under the impact, and Su Zhe was struck by the surging lightning that seeped through, contorting his expression in agony. "Now you comprehend, do you not? There exists not only a gap in levels between us, but also a disparity in technique." Lin Jiang's weapon transformation was inherently offensive in nature. Even at level 19, he undoubtedly possessed the strength surpassing level 20 in pure attack power. "Brilliant, brother. Smash that tortoise shell. I wish to see his expression," Lin He cheered, reveling in Su Zhe's pained countenance. Su Yao, witnessing this, sought to assist but was cut off by the Shuo Feng wolf under Lin He's command. Behind the shoe-off phone wolf, Lin He wore an unmistakable grin at Su Yao. Where do you think you are going? Su Yao glared at him in disgust. Step aside. I will not. Lin He retorted defiantly. What can you do about it? Out of my way. Before Lin He could finish, the Qingfeng butterfly behind Su Yao flapped its wings, sending the shoe-off phone wolf crashing into Lin He, who then tumbled backward. This scene mirrored when Su Zhe had sent Lin He flying with a water blast. Your strength. This is impossible. Lin He spat blood. Having assumed that with the high-quality enhancement bead given by his brother, he could bridge the gap in levels with Su Yao, believing that the difference lay solely in their beast bloodlines. He thought blocking her momentarily would not be an issue. However, in that instant of being attacked, he recognized his folly. The disparity in their ranks had not diminished but rather expanded. This turn of events prompted Lin Jiang to abandon his assault on Su Zhe, rushing to Lin He's side to assist him. Brother, are you all right? Su Yao seized the opportunity to move closer to Su Zhe. This time, it's different. We will not be outmatched, I will hold him off. You take Wang Zi and escape. Seek out other great summer spirit guards to expose him. Yet Su Yao disregarded the advice, assisting the electrified Su Zhe as she whispered in his ear. I will not leave. Have you forgotten? My father is a teacher at Beast Tamers University. He has taught me the art of beast transformation. Thus, you can perform beast transformation? Su Zhe looked at Su Yao, filled with anticipation. Yet, Su Yao awkwardly shook her head. Well, although my father has taught me, the technique demands a high level of mental strength, and I have only recently contracted the Qingfeng butterfly, so I have yet to succeed. She quickly added, but after refining 2 enhancement beads to break through to level 13, my mental strength should suffice, hopefully. Su Yao herself lacked confidence. However, Su Zhe gritted his teeth. Never mind, we shall attempt it. Share the method with me. Whether we live or die, we must try. Su Yao hurriedly relayed the method for beast transformation. It was not overly complicated and could be summarized in a few sentences. In essence, one must use mental energy to communicate with their contracted beast, establishing a connection to manipulate it into transforming into armor or a weapon. The challenge lay in the transformation process, as any misstep could cause immense suffering to the beast, leading to fierce resistance and failure. Why father said that even among students at Beast Tamers University, mastering the art of beast transformation and armor transformation requires extensive practice and repeated attempts. In our current situation, we are pressed for time. While he attends to Lin He, we should make our escape. However, before Su Yao could finish her thought, she witnessed a golden light shimmering from the ethereal tortoise in Su Zhe's grasp, moments later transforming into a golden shield. You succeeded so quickly? Su Yao exclaimed, incredulous. Having trained her mental strength since childhood, she had never managed to successfully perform beast transformation after becoming a beast tamer. Scratching his head, Su Zhe responded, It seems it isn't as challenging as you described. Su Yao felt a pang of disappointment. The 2 most critical factors for successfully executing beast transformation are robust mental strength and a close bond with the beast. Su Zhe inherently possessed extraordinary mental talent, and after his reincarnation, the amalgamation of 2 souls had further enhanced his abilities. Moreover, it is uncertain whether it is due to the contract forged between him and the spirit turtle through the system. But their bond is remarkably strong. It is precisely because both conditions were fulfilled that Su Zhe succeeded in manifesting beast weaponization after just 1 attempt. On the other side, Lin Jiang sighed in relief after confirming that his brother Lin He was not in any life-threatening danger. The moment he turned around, he happened to witness Su Zhe successfully completing the beast weaponization. Has he learned beast weaponization so quickly? This is impossible. Back when I was at the Beast Master University, it took me a full 6 months to master it, and such speed was already considered above average at school. He, a mere candidate who has yet to pass the Beast Master entrance examination, how could he, if previously Lin Jiang's resentment towards Su Zhe stemmed from the fact that he had injured his brother and broken his finger, now, he was overwhelmed with emotions of astonishment, envy, jealousy, and fear. Fortunately, his beast weaponization was defense-oriented rather than offensive. Moreover, having just learned the technique, he needed time to master it. I must seize this opportunity to eliminate him. In the face of a genius like Su Zhe, the best choice would have been to befriend him at the first opportunity. However, it was evidently too late now, and Lin He's feelings for Su Zhe were unyielding. Therefore, to prevent future retaliation, the optimal choice was to incapacitate him right here. Lin Jiang tightened his grip on the short staff, and the phantom of the Thunder Bull reappeared behind him. Thunderous Bull, a silver-level beast, currently stuck at level 19. Just like him. The appearance of this phantom indicated that he had maximized the power of the Thunder Staff he had transformed and aimed to take down Suze in one strike. Thunder Flash, the short staff in Lin Jiang's hand, which was barely half a meter long, suddenly extended to over 10 meters. He remained rooted in place, yet the Thunder Staff was now positioned directly above Suze's head. It was a rod entirely composed of lightning, and with a fierce swing of Lin Jiang's arm, it came crashing down. Suze hurriedly raised his turtle shell-like shield above his head. The shield, transformed from the spirit turtle, was the true spirit shield, far sturdier than using skills. The rod came crashing down with tremendous force, and Suze barely managed to catch it, dropping to one knee as the violent lightning stood his hair on end. Yet, after a brief moment, he mustered the strength to stand again. Lin Jiang's full-force strike was ultimately blocked by the spirit shield. The phantom of the lightning staff dissipated quickly after being deflected, leaving Lin Jiang staring blankly at the now half-meter-long staff in his hand, muttering, "Impossible." No, he found it hard to believe that his all-out attack had been effortlessly absorbed by Suze without causing him a scratch. At this moment, Suze was adjusting his shoulders, recovering from the numbing shock, and said, "Your attack has concluded, so now it is my turn." Lin Jiang raised his head to look at Suze, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Even if my attack cannot harm you, your beast weaponization is defensive. Any attack from you will be trivial to me." Suze smiled and replied, "Indeed, so I plan to use your own power against you." Before Lin Jiang could comprehend Suze's words, he saw the shield in Suze's hand begin to shimmer with lightning. All returned. This was a brand new ability of the spirit shield. All absorbed attacks would be stored and could be released at the Beast Master's chosen time. However, only one attack could be stored at a time, and after releasing it, there would be a cooldown period before it could absorb another attack. Suze had just absorbed Lin Jiang's attack and was now returning it in full while Lin Jiang was still weakened. Lightning shot from the shield like a serpent, striking directly at Lin Jiang. In a moment of crisis, he hastily dispelled the beast weaponization of the Thunderous Bull, positioning it in front of him. The Thunderous Bull, having just regained its form, let out a moo to express affection towards its master, only to be struck directly by the lightning. Fortunately, as a lightning-type beast, it possessed high resistance to lightning. Although it was painful, it was not fatal, and Lin Jiang, who hid behind it, was similarly unaffected. After being shocked for so long, "It's time for me to strike back," Suze exclaimed with enthusiasm. Since the encounter with Lin Jiang, he had been on the defensive, enduring shocks, and now he had finally turned the tide. As the shield released all the stored energy, the Thunderous Bull collapsed, filling the air with the aroma of grilled steak. Lin Jiang decisively recalled the Thunderous Bull into the beast space, then rushed to Lin He's side to hoist him up, saying, "Let us go." The two quickly fled, leaping through the thicket until they vanished from sight. How could they have escaped? Aren't we pursuing them? Especially that Lin Jiang. As a member of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, he dares to engage in favoritism and corruption, even if he is just a reserve member. Wang Ji said indignantly. However, he saw Suze, utterly fatigued, collapse onto the ground. The spirit turtle in his hand had reverted to its non-transformed state, with all its limbs drawn back into its shell. Resembling a timid turtle, "You can go after them. Their beast master still retains combat capability, but my spirit turtle just overloaded itself absorbing attacks and now requires some time to recuperate," Suze said. Wang Ji immediately shrank back. "Then I'll let them go," Suze sighed in relief, grateful that Lin Jiang ultimately chose to flee, as the outcome could have been dire otherwise. Chapter 15. The guide party, seeing that no one was pursuing them from behind, Lin Jiang finally set Lin He down and gasped for breath. "Brother, why do we have to run?" Lin He said, unwilling to accept their retreat. Lin Jiang replied irritably, "What were we supposed to do? Stay back and fight them? Brother, you're not afraid, are you? He definitely won't be able to use that ability a second time in such a short span. We still have time to return." Before Lin He could finish, Lin Jiang yanked him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. "Can you guarantee that kid has no other means?" "Huh? If you're brave enough, I'll go back with you. Don't forget. Our most important task today is the examination, not avenging you. Your results concern our futures. We cannot gamble with them." Not long ago, Lin Jiang learned that Lin He had lost the refining beads given by the school during a gamble, prompting him to give his own refining beads for advancement to his younger brother. However, Lin Jiang was not entirely selfless. The military-grade refining beads would allow Lin He to break through to a higher level, securing a better score in the Beast Master examination. As long as he made the top 10, the worst reward would be high-quality refining beads, which were superior to military-grade ones. Thus, he was essentially exchanging his refining beads to help Lin He gain a reward while ensuring his own smooth passage beyond level 20 to join the Great Xia Spirit Guard. However, if they continued to waste time with Su Zhe, everything could be in vain. Noticing Lin He's silence, Lin Jiang comforted him. "Brother, you must understand that the Beast Master examination is the most important thing right now. That kid can wait until you become a powerful Beast Master to seek revenge." Yet, deep down, Lin Jiang was plagued by doubts. Since Su Zhe could advance to a level 16 Beast Master in such a short time, it might not be long before he surpassed Lin Jiang. They missed this opportunity today. Would there truly be a chance for retaliation later? He feared that by then, Su Zhe would be the one seeking revenge on them. Just as Lin Jiang was lost in thought, he heard soft footsteps approaching from behind. Who is it? He initially thought it was Su Zhe pursuing them and quickly turned around. However, what appeared before him was a group of mysterious individuals clad in black hooded cloaks. Lin Jiang paused for a moment, then quickly realized their identities and hastily pulled out a signal flare to shoot it off. Yet one of the black-clad figures swiftly subdued him, snatching the flare from his hand. This was partly due to his injuries sustained from Su Zhe's counterattack. Otherwise, he would have been quick enough to release the flare before being subdued. Lin He was also effortlessly captured, and upon hearing the name Fusang Dark Guard, he became so terrified that his legs turned to jelly. Lin Jiang was pressed down onto the ground, his right cheek pressed against the earth, yet he feigned calmness as he said, "You are the Fusang Dark Guard? Release me! Our Great Xia Spirit Guard in Beishan City is all set in formation, waiting for you to walk into our trap. Surrender quickly." "Ha! You're bluffing, Great Xia people. Your life is in our hands, and you still have the audacity to threaten us?" One of the Fusang Dark Guards sneered in heavily accented Great Xia speech. The leader of the Fusang Dark Guards crouched down in front of Lin Jiang, confirming something. "Did you just say all the Great Xia Spirit Guards in Beishan City are here? Is that true?" "Of course, it's true. Are you scared?" Lin Jiang thought he saw a glimmer of hope and responded defiantly. However, the leader burst into laughter. "Good, good. It seems our earlier bait worked. They indeed concentrated all their defensive forces here for the examination, and our mission is already halfway successful. Now we just need to eliminate them." Lin Jiang's expression changed instantly as he realized he had just let slip something he shouldn't have. "You little brat from Great Xia, tell me about your defensive arrangements. How can one bypass your defenses to reach the volcano?" This time, Lin Jiang learned his lesson and remained silent, refusing to speak. "Captain, since this little brat is unwilling to cooperate, let us just kill him. Even if we charge in, we can still use his life to reach the volcano," one of the Fusang Dark Guards suggested. The captain sighed. "I suppose it has to come to that. I've heard that the Great Xia Spirit Guards are disciplined and willing to sacrifice themselves for the common folk. Their reputation is indeed well-deserved." As he spoke, he gestured to his subordinates to kill Lin Jiang and Lin He at that moment. Lin He's cries rang out, "Please, please let me go. I can help persuade him." He then turned to Lin Jiang, saying, "Brother, just say the word. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. After all, you're not even a full-fledged Great Xia Spirit Guard. You are just a reserve member. It doesn't matter if you haven't sworn an oath. Moreover, I am a citizen of Great Xia. I am also under the protection of the Great Xia Spirit Guards. Just consider it protecting me, you can tell them." Seeing that there might still be a chance, the captain of the Fusang Dark Guard immediately ordered his men to halt their actions. Lin Jiang, already wavering before the prospect of death, felt his resolve faltering under the weight of Lin He's cries. Finally, he chose to speak, to prevent our defenses from being discovered or someone being bribed. This time the defense around Tianyan Volcano is dynamic. We receive messages at intervals to assemble at the gathering point. If there are fewer people, the examination will be immediately terminated, and we will go on alert to search. If the numbers are complete, we will receive new defense areas and can choose our own." Lin Jiang realized that after discovering the direction in which Su Zhe and the others were heading, he had chosen a defense area in front of them for the next gathering, which was fortuitously correct. This meant that if I don't let you go, when they discover one person missing at the gathering, they will immediately launch a search. Exactly, if you want to approach the volcano without raising alarms, you absolutely cannot kill me. The captain of the Dark Guards signaled his subordinates to release Lin Jiang, realizing that he indeed could not afford to lose him. However, he added, since your defenses are entirely unpredictable and you don't know how to bypass others to reach the volcano, what use is it to keep you alive? Lin Jiang quickly replied, but I know when the gathering will occur and where the gathering point is. As soon as I receive the message, it means others will be rushing to the gathering point too. At that moment, you just need to bypass the gathering point and head straight for the volcano. The captain of the Dark Guards clapped Lin Jiang on the shoulder with delight. Good, very good. Once you receive the message, tell us where the gathering point is, and we will let you go immediately. Before Lin Jiang could express his joy, he heard the captain continue, but to prevent you from pulling any tricks, I must keep him as collateral. The captain then yanked Lin He to his side, and Lin Jiang extended his hand, ultimately relenting. Captain, since my brother and I are cooperating so well with you, could you grant me a small request? After Lin Jiang divulged everything, Lin He no longer appeared as frightened as before and even put on a flattering demeanor in front of the captain of the Fusang Dark Guards. You want to negotiate conditions even as prisoners? One of the Fusang Dark Guards was about to scold him, but the captain silenced him with a gesture, intrigued. Speak. What conditions do you want? Lin He tentatively said. I want you to help me kill someone. It's not a big shot, just an ordinary candidate from this examination. The captain immediately clapped his hands and laughed. Interesting, truly interesting. And no problem. I promise you, we will kill one candidate. What he did not say was that if the plan went smoothly, all the candidates here would have to die. Chapter 16. The final signal flare after repelling Lin Jiang, Su Zhe and his companions took a brief rest before setting off again. The spirit turtle remained in a state of slumber, yet to awaken. Although it is said that powerful beast masters do not require the assistance of their beasts and can manipulate the world with their own mental energy, for someone like Su Zhe, a low-level beast master, losing his beast meant he was no stronger than an ordinary person, posing significant danger in a place teeming with beasts. Don't worry, little turtle. Before your little king here wakes up, your safety will be my responsibility, Wang Ji assured, patting his chest. He and Su Yao flanked Su Zhe, protecting him in the middle. While Wang Ji might be somewhat unreliable, Su Yao's strength was dependable as long as they did not encounter a great Xia spirit guard like Lin Jiang, who lacked awareness. They would be fine. They continued onward for quite some time, and Tianyun volcano seemed to be just ahead, with waves of heat intensifying. However, as the saying goes, the closer you get, the farther the distance, and despite how near it appeared, they still had a considerable distance to cover. At this point, Wang Ji was drenched in sweat, appearing as if he had lost weight due to dehydration. Su Zhe even suspected that if they got any closer to the volcano, Wang Ji's fat might get squeezed out. It was not just him. Su Yao and Su Zhe were also feeling the heat. Wang Ji gasped, I say, little turtle, we've indeed noticed that the beasts grow stronger the deeper we go, and they all carry shards. But now that we have gathered quite a few shards, is there really a need to go deeper? Just like you said, we can borrow the rest from others, right? Su Zhe replied, at this point, I won't hide it from you any longer. I'm going to the volcano not only to collect shards but also for an important matter, so we must continue deeper. This matter does not concern you. I can handle the remaining path alone. Wang Ji asked, to what extent must you go? To the volcano's mouth. Are you serious? You're not planning to go swimming in the volcano, are you? Su Yao, wiping the sweat from her forehead, chimed in, your beast is currently asleep. I can't possibly leave you alone. It's just a volcano's mouth. I want to see it too. Wang Ji lamented, you two are in perfect harmony, leaving me, a single dog, out of the loop. Fine. To prevent anyone from saying I'm unfaithful, I'll join you. I refuse to believe that I can be fried to a crisp. Just then, Su Zhe's spirit turtle suddenly made a sound, slowly extending its limbs and head from its shell, stretching its body. Finally awake, Su Zhe sighed in relief at that moment. Water prison technique? This skill, originally designed to ensnare, was now employed by Su Zhe to ensnare himself and his two companions. 3 orbs of water materialized from thin air, encasing them within. The refreshing flow enveloped their bodies, not only isolating them from the temperature but also replenishing their moisture. Just as they were on the brink of suffocation, Su Zhe dispelled the water prison. Ah, what a relief! Wang Zi inhaled deeply. Su Yao's complexion improved significantly, but she soon realized her clothes were soaked, leaving her somewhat exposed. Fortunately, the ambient temperature remained high, and the moisture evaporated swiftly. The trio took a brief respite, preparing to set off once more. Suddenly, they heard fierce sounds of combat and foreign curses nearby. Their eyes widened in alarm. Something was amiss ahead. Had the Fusang shadow guards infiltrated? Not long before, Lin Jiang, who had been captured by the Fusang shadow guards, anxiously awaited news of a gathering. A few impatient shadow guards, unable to contain themselves, had threatened him multiple times. Finally, Lin Jiang sprang to his feet, a beaming smile illuminating his face as the light on his wristband flickered. A message had arrived. It was the team leader Guo Linshan summoning them for assembly. "What are you waiting for? Look quickly," Lin Jiang exclaimed, hastily checking the message. He then raised his head, stating, "The assembly point is in the East 30 area. If you wish to reach the volcano, you must head north. It will be straightforward." A shadow guard twisted Lin Jiang's wrist to inspect the message, causing him to grimace in pain. Turning to the captain, the guard reported, "The message is accurate. He has not lied." The shadow guard captain remarked, "Excellent. We shall adhere to our agreement and allow you to leave, but your brother must remain to prevent any treachery." "That's fine. After I leave, you should wait a while before setting off, ensuring everyone has nearly arrived at the assembly point. You need not instruct us on that." They then released Lin Jiang, who glanced back at his restrained brother before hastening toward the assembly point. Yet Lin He, completely unaware of the danger, continued to emphasize, "My brother is cooperating with you. You must keep your promise." Rest assured, at Tianyan Volcano, in the East 30 area, to facilitate defense, the Great Xia Spirit Guards had divided the 4 cardinal directions around Tianyan Volcano into 100 zones each. The volcano's core also contained 50 zones, totaling 550 personnel. While this seemed a modest number, the Great Xia Spirit Guards were indeed the elite among elites. The entire Eastern Third Team, including reserves, barely amassed this many in past years. The Beast Master examinations required far fewer guards, but this year, under the blatant threats from the Fusang Shadow Guards, it was an exception. Upon reaching the East 30 area, Lin Jiang was intercepted by an individual who inquired, "Lin Jiang, I believe I just heard intense fighting coming from your assigned area. What is happening?" This lofty tone might lead one to think he was already a formal spirit guard. In reality, he was a reserve member just like Lin Jiang, having only advanced to level 20 after using a thought-refining pearl, with the final oath standing between him and full status. "None of your business," Lin Jiang replied curtly, stepping into the ranks. "Humph, a mere nobody who hasn't even broken through dares to act so arrogantly. I look forward to seeing you expelled from the reserves." Once no one else arrived, the captain of the third team, Guo Linshan, began counting. 548, 549.1 person is missing. Guo Linshan's expression changed. This was a serious emergency requiring immediate action. That moment, someone shouted, "Report, Captain. Sun Hao from North 57 area suddenly fell ill just before receiving the message. So I came to report and relay a message. He'll arrive shortly." Guo Linshan sighed in relief, but also snorted, "Disorganized and undisciplined. I will teach this person a lesson later." However, he failed to notice the cold sweat forming on Lin Jiang's forehead upon hearing this. North 57 area, that was precisely the route the Fusang Shadow Guards would take to the volcano. He hoped they wouldn't encounter each other. Yet, what one fears most often comes to pass. Just as he was engulfed in unease, a signal flare erupted in the northern sky, dazzlingly bright. Chapter 17. The disparity between individuals. It was a signal flare. An emergency situation. The Great Xia Spirit Guards, whom Guo Linshan had deemed undisciplined, moved in perfect unison at that moment, their expressions resolute as they awaited Guo Linshan's orders, even the reserve members among them. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see a single person lagging behind, drenched in sweat. The reserves are to notify all students that the examination has concluded and gather at the formation's entrance. "The rest of you, follow me to North 57 area," Guo Linshan commanded. Yes, everyone moved in unison, the reserves rapidly detaching from the group to scour the examination site for students. Fortunately, they possessed a unique method to locate students, the Beast Master badge. This was one of the reasons candidates were required to wear the badge. The others followed Guo Linshan toward North 57 area. All were Beast Masters above level 20. Although they could not fly, they had mastered the technique of Beast Armor transformation, which enhanced their speed significantly as they hastened toward North 57 area. The first to arrive was naturally the strongest among them, Guo Linshan, who soared through the air and immediately spotted Sun Hao lying on the ground alongside 2 familiar figures. They were Su Yao and Wang Zi, all 3 appearing somewhat disheveled. Sun Hao's arms were empty, while Wang Zi held an already expended signal flare. Su Zhe, however, was conspicuously absent. What are you doing here? What happened? Where's Su Zhe? Linshan furrowed his brow as he checked on the fallen Sun Hao, puzzled that the three of them should not have split up. Fortunately, though Sun Hao had lost both arms and looked wretched, he was still alive. Su Yao, still somewhat shaken, explained, "We were nearby with Su Zhe when we heard fierce fighting and rushed over, only to see a group of men in black attacking this spirit guard. That moment, other great Xia spirit guards arrived, and upon hearing their account and witnessing their comrades' condition, their expressions mixed sorrow with determination. It must be those damned Fusang shadow guards. They have somehow infiltrated us." Su Yao continued. "Those men were formidable. The spirit guard was completely overwhelmed, and we hid, too afraid to make a sound. Moreover, it seemed they knew exactly where the spirit guard kept the signal flare, knocking it out of his hands before he could use it. Fortunately, they appeared rushed. After delivering a lethal blow from a distance, they turned to leave, allowing Su Zhe to step in and shield the spirit guard from the residual attack. At that point, the spirit guard was gravely injured but still managed to guide us in firing the signal flare. After that, Su Zhe pursued them alone. In truth, the scene had been far more brutal than Su Yao described. Those black-clad individuals not only accurately struck down the signal flare hidden in the spirit guard's arms, but, after failing to kill Sun Hao immediately, had decisively severed his arms to prevent any risk. They then unleashed a sustained damage skill akin to a tornado blade, intending to torture Sun Hao slowly to death before making their escape. As if pressed for time, Yu Zhe had only appeared to block the residual force as they departed. And he couldn't withstand the full brunt of the skill. He had subsequently used the light healing ability of the Void Spirit Turtle to heal Sun Hao's wounds, preserving his life. Afterward, he instructed Su Yao and Wang Zi to wait for the great Xia spirit guards to arrive while he continued toward the volcano, seemingly in pursuit of the Fusang shadow guards. Linshan tightened his brows upon hearing this, muttering, "This is madness. Even if he catches up, what can he do?" Believing Su Zhe intended to confront the Fusang shadow guards alone, he felt both admiration for his spirit and concern for his safety. However, he was unafraid of sacrifice, willing to prioritize the fallen. This boy was truly a natural-born great Xia spirit guard. Little did he know, Su Zhe was merely seeking to hasten to the volcano to hatch his egg, using the situation as a convenient excuse. He was unaware that his destination coincided with that of the Fusang shadow guards. Su Yao added, "By the way, if I'm not mistaken, one of the candidates named Lin He was captured by those black-clad men and taken along." Lin He? Linshan felt the name was somewhat familiar. Nearby, someone reminded, "Captain, there is a reserve member named Lin Jiang. He is Lin He's brother." Lin Jiang. Lin He.it seems the enemy's ability to act decisively at our assembly point, along with their pinpoint accuracy in locating our signal flare, has a reasonable explanation. Clearly, he had deduced that Lin Jiang was involved. If he had previously admired Su Zhe, now he looked down on the Lin brothers. However, stopping the Fusang shadow guard scheme was the first priority. As for Lin Jiang, he could be dealt with later through military law. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be even more significant than that between man and beast. Linshan scoffed, "Though we find ourselves at a disadvantage now. Capturing a candidate and acting in concert is a grave error on their part." Indeed, they quickly detected Lin He's badge moving rapidly, drawing closer to the volcano. Linshan also noted that Su Zhe's badge was similarly en route to the volcano. Will this boy run into trouble? Linshan increasingly admired Su Zhe, hoping he would not encounter any misfortune. Those Fusang bastards indeed sought to target the volcano. "You four, take these two children back. The rest of you, follow me." The group swiftly pursued the volcano, while those left behind were tasked with escorting Su Zhe and his companions back to the formation's entrance. Along the way, the two wore anxious expressions, glancing back frequently, concerned for Su Zhe's safety, yet knowing their own strength would only complicate matters. "Rest assured, Captain Guo has taken so many people with him. Those Fusang individuals are outnumbered, and it will be fine." "I hope so. Captain, just now a little brat helped that great Xia spirit guard block the final attack, saving his life. Why not let me go and eliminate them all? Not far from Tianyan Volcano." A Fusang shadow guard could no longer contain his curiosity. Though they had hurried away, their levels far exceeded Su Zhe's, so they were well aware of what had transpired at the moment they departed. Encountering that great Xia spirit guard was already an unexpected turn of events, delaying our progress. If everything hadn't gone smoothly afterward, I would have suspected that Brat was calculating against us, disregarding his brother's safety. Moreover, sometimes an injured individual could stall more people for longer than a dead one, so there was no need to waste time over a trivial little brat. But, Captain, that little brat actually mastered beast armor transformation at such a young age and blocked my attack. Even if it was only the residual force, it indicates his beast must be of golden grade. Such a talent is a potential threat. The captain dismissed him nonchalantly. Remember, as long as our plan succeeds, no matter how gifted he is, it means nothing. Yes, Captain. At that moment, Lin He, who had been clutched by the Shadow Guard captain, wriggled, turning back excitedly to say, "The person you just mentioned, is he tall and thin, somewhat decent-looking, and after beast armor transformation, resembles a shield?" The captain did not answer immediately but raised an eyebrow. "You can understand our language?" Lin He replied. "I have been interested in Fusang culture since childhood, so I taught myself some." The captain seemed pleased to hear this. "Good, by the way. You described him accurately. That person indeed fits your description." Lin He's expression twisted in realization. "That's him, Suze. Captain, you promised me you would help me kill him. Why did you let him go just now?" It seemed he had forgotten that his very life was still in their hands. "You dare speak to our captain like that? It was your brother who led us astray." Before he could finish, the captain raised a hand to silence him. That's not how it is. Though there was a minor hiccup, we wouldn't have done so smoothly without the brothers." He then released Lin He, saying, "I will fulfill my promise to you. But don't you think it would be more satisfying to kill him with your own hands? But he is much stronger than me." "Captain, are you saying you can help me achieve that?" Lin He realized the implication in his words, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Of course. Look here." He produced the 8-foot mirror that had previously opened the formation to send them in, directing Lin He's gaze. Streams of dazzling light surged into his eyes, gradually clouding his expression. Chapter 18. The red crystal core the Fusang Shadow Guards had seemingly also headed toward Tianyun Volcano. What were they plotting? Suze felt increasingly uneasy. He feared that only by hatching the diamond-grade monster in his possession could he find some solace. After all, this level of monster, even in its juvenile phase, possessed the strength of 30 to 40 levels, and with its bloodline rank suppression, could even challenge 50-level golden beasts. He hastened his pace toward the volcano. Just as he reached the foot of Tianyun Volcano and prepared to ascend, he suddenly heard fierce combat sounds erupting again from halfway up the mountain. What was happening now? Suze murmured. Standing at the mountain's base, he scanned the area, noticing that the Fusang Shadow Guards had once again been intercepted. This time, however, they would not find it easy to breach their defenses, as they faced a dozen elite members from the Beastmaster Association led by Yu Shenghua. "At last, we cornered you, little devils from Fusang," Yu Shenghua declared, positioned at the forefront of the intercepting forces. Their response had been swifter than that of the Great Xia Spirit Guards, as they had already been stationed on the formation's periphery. After Su Yiming sensed something was amiss with the formation, the principal of the Beastmaster University, Xiao Su, had ordered a thorough search of the area outside the formation. They had indeed discovered traces of hidden individuals, prompting an immediate gathering of all members. Just then, the request for support from within the formation had arrived, and they had opened a breach in the formation, rushing toward Tianyun Volcano based on the information received. Who would have thought to deal with us? Not only Guolinshan but also Yu Shenghua? Along with Xiao Su, the 3 top experts from Beishan have gathered here today. The Shadow Guard captain chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the formidable enemy before him, even appearing somewhat exhilarated. Why, Yu Shenghua, exhausted from his journey, gasped, "We must take the Fusang Shadow Guards, led by Captain Yano Takashi, seriously, but what of your ever-present vice-captain? Is she at home waiting to take your place? She has more pressing tasks and does not require your concern. All units, prepare to break through," Captain Yano Takashi shouted. Yano Takashi, responsible for the 5th Squad, has long been a thorn in the side of the Great Xia's Beast Master examination. He can be considered an old rival, as both sides have exchanged victories and defeats, resulting in numerous brilliant candidates being harmed. However, such skirmishes had been minor until now, as this is the first time an entire elite squad has been summoned for this purpose. The secret agents of Fusang excel in stealth, tracking, and assassination, but they are not adept at direct combat. Nevertheless, the Beastmaster Association is not a military organization like the Great Xia's Spirit Guards, and its numbers are significantly fewer, meaning they do have a chance to break through to the mountain. Yu Xinghua and his companions only need to block the Fusang agents while awaiting the arrival of the great Xia spirit guards. It is a race against time. As Yano Takashi and Yu Xinghua soared into the sky in perfect unison, those left on the ground summoned their own beasts to engage in battle. Beast masters above level 60 not only gain the ability to fly but also undergo a transformation in combat prowess. Hence, battles at this level typically take to the skies to avoid collateral damage to allies. Amidst this fierce clash, Lin He appeared as if he were a rootless weed, shouting, "Don't hit me. I'm a candidate captured by these Fusang people. Please save me." The members of the Beast Master Association, having learned through communication with the great Xia spirit guards of a candidate's abduction, deliberately avoided attacking Lin He, encouraging him to flee towards the mountain summit. Cautiously navigating through the chaos of battle, Lin He reached the rear of the Beast Master Association's ranks. Yet, feeling insufficiently secure, he continued to sprint towards the peak. The onlookers assumed he was merely frightened and found nothing unusual about his behavior. However, Su Zhe, at the foot of the mountain, observed keenly as Lin He distanced himself from the battlefield, still racing towards the summit without any signs of slowing down. This fellow, surely something is amiss. Though uncertain of Lin He's intentions, Su Zhe was determined to protect his precious egg-hatching endeavor at Tianyun Volcano from any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, the battlefield before him completely blocked the path upwards. He would have to traverse the conflict with Fusang to ascend, which would be tantamount to seeking death. Just as despair began to settle in, he heard the sound of rushing air behind him. Looking up, he saw Guo Linshan, who had hurriedly approached, sternly declaring, "You're truly here. This battlefield is no place for you. Return at once." With Guo Linshan's appearance as the squad leader, it signified that the rest of the great Xia spirit guards were not far behind. Indeed, moments later, Su Zhe heard the thunderous sound of marching footsteps. A group of them, synchronized and resolute, rushed past him, charging towards the mid-mountain battlefield, filled with lethal intent. "Fusang scum, dare to harm my comrades, and you shall pay with your lives," Guo Linshan advised. "You should leave. We will handle this." Su Zhe nodded heavily in agreement. In the air, Yu Xinghua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was on par with Yano Takashi in level, his age made prolonged combat increasingly challenging. With Guo Linshan's arrival, the odds shifted dramatically in their favor. On the ground, the Beast Master Association's once strained forces now began to overpower the Fusang agents with the reinforcement of the great Xia spirit guards. "Ha, little devils, it seems your plans are doomed to fail." Yu Xinghua laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Yano Takashi, cornered under their assault, cast a furtive glance toward the mountain peak, murmuring, "Who knows?" This glance went unnoticed by the two. At the mountain's base, Su Zhe had no intention of truly leaving. Seizing the opportunity presented by the overwhelming pressure on the Fusang agents, he sprinted rapidly towards the summit. To enhance his speed, he had the spirit turtle perched on his back, using its water jet to propel him forward. The great Xia spirit guards, aware of his significance as a candidate, did not hinder his progress. Rather, they actively cleared his path. Thus, Su Zhe reached the summit with remarkable ease. The intense heat forced him to frequently have the spirit turtle redirect its water jets to cool him down. Yet the moisture evaporated almost instantly. Upon arrival, Su Zhe spotted Lin He standing perilously close to the volcano's mouth, enduring the scorching heat. Unlike Su Zhe, who could continually cool himself, Lin He's clothing had been reduced to mere tatters, and his body was severely burned, covered in blisters and a hue akin to cooked flesh. Strangely, he seemed impervious to pain, clutching a peculiar copper mirror that emitted a red crystal-like substance towards the volcano's maw. Aware of Su Zhe's approach, he turned to face him, his visage marred and grotesque, flesh molten and exposed, with ruptured eyes likely devoid of sight. That he still lived in such a state was miraculous. Yet he recognized Su Zhe, exclaiming, "How you have come, but you will die. You all shall perish." His parched throat emitted an inhuman rasp as he released the copper mirror, which expelled a crimson crystal the size of a human head, plummeting into the blood-red lava below. Chapter 19. 8-foot mirror. Replica upon the crimson crystal's descent into the molten rock, the volcano momentarily fell silent. But in the next instant, the ground trembled violently. The lava began to roar ferociously, the tumultuous sound echoing in everyone's ears. Not only those at the mountain's base, but even Su Yao and Wang Zi, who had reached the formation's exit. felt the intense vibrations. Surely the volcano isn't about to erupt. Wang Zi exclaimed, wide-eyed at Su Yao.it shouldn't. Tianyun volcano is far from its eruption cycle. Before Su Yao could finish, they witnessed lava suddenly spewing from the volcano's mouth, and the tremors intensified. Why bad luck? It truly is erupting. The students, previously oblivious to the reason for the examination's sudden termination, were now thrown into chaos. A volcano. The volcano is erupting. Everyone, run. People clamored to escape through the narrow formation exit, shoving each other in their frantic flight. However, the sheer number of candidates and the limited exit made swift escape impossible. Complaints erupted. Why is the formation still active even after the exam's cancellation? Wasn't it meant to prevent our cheating? At the end of the line, Wang Zi and Su Yao cast anxious glances backward, yet Lin He's figure was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Su Zhe, perilously dodging lava splatters, shouted to Lin He, "What have you done?" As he approached the volcano's edge, encased in a water sphere, he gazed at the crystal being consumed by the lava. Lin He stammered, "I merely added fuel to the volcano." Su Zhe had no intention of extracting further details from his ghastly appearance. However, if his actions had merely provoked an early eruption, perhaps there was a way to avert disaster. He retrieved a diamond-grade beast egg from his system space, its 3 fiery red patterns intensifying in vibrancy due to the surrounding heat. Resembling flames entwined around the EGG. Su Zhe then held the egg above the volcano's mouth and let it drop. Yet, like a pebble cast into the sea, it disappeared without stirring a ripple. The earth continued to quake, and the lava churned violently. Lin He mocked, "Ha. At this moment, throwing an egg down there, are you planning to roast it?" Su Zhe ignored him, convinced that although it appeared ineffective now, the hatching of the diamond-grade beast egg would demand increasing heat, ultimately calming the volcano. Meanwhile, the 3 combatants in the sky, sensing the volcano's upheaval, were instantly alarmed. Yet, their reactions diverged. Yano Takashi wore a smug expression of success, while Guo Linshan and Yu Xinghua appeared gravely concerned. "There seems to be someone at the volcano's mouth. One of them is Su Zhe," Guo Linshan called, looking back at Lin He. "Before you arrived, we rescued him from the secret agents, and he seems to have made his way up the mountain." Guo Linshan glared at Yano Takashi, who was being subdued by the two, demanding, "What have you done?" Yano Takashi wiped the blood from his lip and replied, "Ha! Your country's defenses are so tight that we had to rely on your own people to approach the volcano. As for what I did, I merely helped your Tianyun volcano gain some energy, at the cost of an 80-level fire attribute, platinum-grade beast core." Yano Takashi was acutely aware that Great Xia would maintain strict vigilance to prevent them from approaching the volcano. Thus, when he activated the 8-foot mirror's power to control Lin He had already planned to use everyone as cover for Lin to complete the task, even placing the mirror on him. Guo Linshan and Yu Xinghua's expressions darkened. "An 80-level core. You truly are generous." They instinctively glanced at the volcano behind them, and Yano Takashi seized the moment to signal with a wave. The 8-foot mirror, floating near the volcano's mouth, suddenly transformed into a streak of light and swiftly landed in Yano Takashi's grasp. That moment, Lin He, who had been supported by the power of the mirror, lost his strength and let out a piercing scream before plunging into the molten lava, leaving behind nothing but a fleeting scent of charred flesh. Not good. Guo Linshan and Yu Xinghua turned to seize the returning mirror, but they were ultimately a moment too late. The 8-foot mirror fell into Yano Takashi's hands, emanating a dazzling light that repelled the two. "That's the 8-foot mirror. You actually brought the artifact that suppresses national fortune?" Guo Linshan questioned, bewildered. Even if they succeeded in disrupting the Qinglong Beast University's examination, Great Xia still had 4 other Beast Master Universities. It was impossible to cut off the new generation of Beast Masters in Great Xia. And there was also the risk of leaving the artifact behind. Was it truly worth it for Fusang? Or did they have ulterior motives? Guo Linshan had no time for contemplation, as Yano Takashi's mirror began to emit divine light. Forcing him to retreat repeatedly, he crossed his arms over his chest to shield against the light's encroachment. But soon, the beast armor on his arms melted away. Having witnessed more and lived longer, Yu Xinghua quickly remarked, "This is not the real 8-foot mirror. If it were, we would have perished long ago." "It cannot be stopped," Yano Takashi conceded. "Indeed, I cannot wield the true artifact. This is merely a replica. Yet, it suffices to deal with you." Though merely a counterfeit, it was infused with significant power from the authentic 8-foot mirror. allowing it to unleash around 50 to 60% of its might, sufficient to suppress the energy of the 80-level beast core. However, it could only utilize its power without replenishment, and after breaking the formation and suppressing the core, its effectiveness had dwindled to 30 or 40%. The complications arose from the necessity of preventing the 8-foot mirror from falling into Great Xia's hands. Yano Takashi redirected the mirror towards the ground to aid his subordinates in escaping the joint pressure from the Great Xia Spirit Guards and the Beastmaster Association. Our mission is complete. Everyone, begin the retreat. Escape as many as you can. Upon hearing the command, the Fusang agents seized the opportunity to flee the battlefield, swiftly retreating towards the mountain's base. After issuing the order, Yano Takashi began to withdraw, holding the replica 8-foot mirror while remaining on guard against Guai Linshan and Yu Xinghua. Guai Linshan chose not to pursue but instead stated, Yu Xinghua, we need your Beastmaster Association to intercept these individuals. Due to the fortified formation, they could only exit through the designated path, but the candidates had not yet fully evacuated, necessitating their safety. Yu Xinghua replied, no problem. I will ensure these youngsters come to no harm. But what about you? He referred to Guai Linshan and the Great Xia Spirit Guards below, who were awaiting his command with solemn expressions. Guai Linshan replied gravely, we must find a way to prevent the volcano's eruption. Once catalyzed by the 80-level beast core, Tianyun Volcano's eruption would endanger nearby cities, including Beishan City.as Great Xia Spirit Guards. We cannot allow this to happen. Yu Xinghua glanced up at the formation, which loomed like a vast bowl, gradually reinforcing itself, and said, you might be underestimating this fellow's ruthlessness. This formation seems designed not merely to prevent cheating during the examination. Chapter 20. The Great Xia Spirit Guards. To be the first to die, Guai Linshan now gazed at the formation, stating, if the formation set by Xiao Su truly possesses the power to stop Tianyun Volcano from erupting, I would not harbor any grievances, even if I were to perish here. However, given that even the Fusang agents had infiltrated undetected, he could not trust the formation, thus preventing the eruption was imperative. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. Guai Linshan turned to the others, announcing, we need a suicide squad. Those willing to join the Great Xia Spirit Guards, step forward. All the Great Xia Spirit Guards immediately lined up, undeterred by the term suicide squad, displaying a fearless demeanor. Excellent. I trust you all remember the oath we took at the outset. The Great Xia Spirit Guards shall be the first to die. Behind the Spirit Guards lies the countless lights of Great Xia. When danger strikes, we shall perish before all others, for the bodies of the Great Xia Spirit Guards are the final safeguard for the citizens of Great Xia. Thus, even if it requires our corpses to extinguish this volcano, we shall do so. Any flowery declarations were rendered unnecessary, for they had already sworn their oath upon becoming Great Xia Spirit Guards. He turned to face the Great Xia Spirit Guards below, raising his arm high, proclaiming, Great Xia Spirit Guards, to be the first to die. The crowd echoed loudly in response, Great Xia Spirit Guards, to be the first to die. Without hesitation, they followed in Guai Linshan's footsteps. Yu Xinghua watched their unified resolve, moved, and remarked, such determination it seems my initial rejection from the Great Xia Spirit Guards was indeed justified. He then raised his voice, but we, the Beastmaster Association, cannot be outdone. We shall make those scoundrels realize that Great Xia is not a place they can come and go as they please. With that, he led his team towards the formation's exit, pursuing the Fusang agents. Upon reaching the summit, Guai Linshan spotted Su Zhe, entirely encased in a water sphere, occasionally extending his head out for air before diving back in to evade evaporation. Despite his dire situation, Su Zhe chose not to descend, which deeply touched Guai Linshan. Child, human strength is but a feeble force against the might of nature, and you are far too fragile to halt the eruption of a volcano. Allow me to take charge. You should descend the mountain first. Su Zhe was left bewildered by these words, uncertain of their meaning. Guai Linshan, harnessing his own power, conjured a barrier that insulated them from the searing heat, allowing Su Zhe to finally extricate himself from the water sphere. Captain Guai, he said, I cannot fly if the volcano erupts. My speed will be of no use for escape. If you could prevent the eruption, then there would be no need for me to flee. Despite the system indicating that a contract would automatically bind him to the demonic beast egg upon hatching, he feared unforeseen complications. After all, this was a diamond-tier beast, and should it fall into the hands of another, his sorrow would be boundless. Thus, he refused to descend. This determination only served to increase Guo Linshan's admiration for him. If we fail to prevent the eruption, you are the one I shall regret losing the most. Over the years, Guo Linshan had participated in numerous beast taming examinations, witnessing countless candidates. Yet, Su Zhe's talent stood out, made even rarer by his patriotic disposition. Meanwhile, other members of the Great Xia Spirit Guard ascended to the mountaintop. Surrounding the volcano's crater, Guo Linshan commanded, "Now we must see if we can pacify this irate giant. Ice and water attribute beast tamers, step forward." Immediately, a group of 1 to 200 individuals emerged from the ranks. Under Guo Linshan's direction, they attempted to wield the powers of their beasts to confront the natural disaster. Yet the lava within the crater seemed almost sentient, reacting with displeasure to the cooling effects of water and ice. The surging magma repelled the icy blasts and torrents of water, retreating back into the depths of the volcano. Guo Linshan was taken aback, pondering, "How odd. What is it about this lava?" Perhaps the forces of Fusang had meddled further. Had he glanced beside him, he would have noticed Su Zhe wearing a guilty expression, for he had seen clearly that a fiery red egg within the lava was controlling the molten flow, which then receded. Was it possible for it to wield such control even before fully hatching? Su Zhe speculated that the lava's resistance stemmed from its temperature dropping, thereby affecting its hatching process. With water and ice failing to yield results, Guo Linshan called forth the earth attribute beast tamers, including himself, hoping to seal the volcano's mouth with earth. Yet their efforts proved futile, even after a brief closure. The volcano erupted with renewed vigor. Feeling the ground swell beneath him, pulsating with violent energy, Guo Linshan cursed in despair. "Damn it. Even if I have to fill the volcano with my own body, I will seal it." Meanwhile, as the Great Xia Spirit Guard contemplated how to thwart the impending eruption, Yin Yilong led the fleeing Fusang Shadow Guards to the edge of a formation. Compared to their entrance, he had lost more than half his men and now sought to breach the formation with his replica 8-span mirror. Yet, perhaps due to the diminished power of the imitation, the formation continued to function normally, thwarting his attempts. Yin Yilong scowled, cursing under his breath. With a grim expression, he led his remaining men toward the formation's exit. The 8-span mirror can no longer breach the formation. We must exit through the opening. He knew that the delay would mean that the Great Xia had likely stationed guards at the exit to prevent their escape. However, upon reaching the exit, he was met with an unexpected sight. "Old you, why are only you and these youngsters here? Where are Captain Guo and his spirit guards?" Yu Shenghua scoffed. "We have more than enough to deal with you remnants." Yin Yilong seemed to sense something, glancing back toward the volcano with a mocking smile. He wouldn't dare attempt to stop the eruption, would he? Ha! How foolish! This is the so-called might of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Hardly impressive, led by such simpletons. Yu Shenghua, incensed by his words, charged at Yin Yilong. "You faithless and soulless devils cannot comprehend this spirit. Yet it is precisely this dedication that elevates the Great Xia Spirit Guard to its preeminent status." Clad in golden beast armor, with a breastplate shaped like a roaring lion, his white hair billowed like flames, resembling a lion's mane as they clashed. Yin Yilong felt the shift in power. Why Yu Shenghua's strikes were now fierce and potent, as if he had returned to his youthful prime. "Old man, are you burning your own life force? Do you not fear for your life in this battle?" Yu Shenghua, unfazed, chuckled. "In my youth, I lamented not joining the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Today, I shall embrace the spirit of those who have fallen." Yin Yilong, struggling against Yu Shenghua's onslaught, cursed, "Madman! All of you from the Great Xia are mad." In the face of Yu Shenghua at his peak, Yin Yilong could only rely on the remaining power of his replica 8-span mirror to contend with him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the advantage in numbers allowed the Fusang Shadow Guards to press toward the formation's exit. Fortunately, most of the candidates had already retreated. From an initial 100,000, only about 5,000 remained. Su Yao and Wang Zi were among them, positioned at the rear of their group, preparing to escape last. As many fled under the threat of the Fusang Shadow Guards, they occasionally turned to observe the battle unfolding before them. Even the Beast Tamer Association and the Fusang forces are beginning to withdraw. "Why hasn't Brother Su returned yet?" Su Yao expressed her anxiety. Wang Zi reassured her not to worry. The Great Xia Spirit Guard has not returned either. Perhaps Su Zhe is with them, and Captain Guo seems to hold him in high regard. So you need not fret. Let us hope so. Among those glancing back was Lin Jiang, who was absent-mindedly organizing the candidates' retreat. Not seeing Lin He among the Fusang shadow guards, he muttered. Little he isn't with them. Has he been left behind? Or that he suspected the latter was more likely, knowing that no one would burden themselves with a liability while fleeing for their lives. Just then, as the ground quaked violently once more, chaos erupted at the formation's exit. Is it my imagination? Or is the entrance shrinking? Is it about to close? Wait, we haven't escaped yet. The news of the impending closure caused the Beast Tamer Association's elites to waver momentarily, as they were not the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Seizing the opportunity, the Fusang Shadow Guards, driven by their will to survive, unleashed remarkable strength, breaching the defenses. They soon clashed with the remaining candidates and reserve spirit guards at the formation's entrance. Su Yao and Wang Zi were no exception, being the first to confront the enemy due to their position at the rear. In a mere moment, they each found themselves hurled away, clutching their injured beasts. Fortunately, the Fusang Shadow Guards, having endured numerous battles, were now battered and exhausted. Though the candidates were no match in strength, their sheer numbers succeeded in halting their advance. The Beast Tamer Association members seized this moment to regroup, affirming their resolve. Remaining candidates, you must retreat quickly. Save as many as you can. We will handle the rest. However, as the ground shook violently, the formation's closure accelerated. The entrance dwindled to a size barely accommodating a single person, yet nearly 1,000 candidates remained inside. The exit was on the verge of sealing completely. Candidates jostled at the threshold, desperately vying for the last chance to escape. It was unclear who managed to slip through at the last moment. With the formation sealed entirely, a profound silence enveloped the area, even halting the ongoing skirmishes in the air. Yin Yilong deflected another of Yu Shenghua's strikes with his replica 8-span mirror, proclaiming, "It seems you have been abandoned. Prepare to accompany me to the grave." With his laughter, the ground trembled violently, and the volcano erupted with a resounding roar. Despairing, people clung to one another, whispering, "It's over." Outside the formation, Su Yiming rushed to the side of Xiao Su, who was preparing to seal the formation. "Principal, there are still many candidates inside, including Captain Gui's Spirit Guard and Old Yu's Beast Tamers. Is it wise to seal the formation now?" Xiao Su cast him a sidelong glance. "This formation should have been sealed long ago. I have given Gui Linshan ample time. Yet they have failed to prevent the eruption of Tianyun volcano. This formation is the last line of defense, protecting all nearby cities. If we do not seal it, what good does it do to let them out? Unless they are beast tamers of level 50 or above who can fly, they will perish before the erupting volcano." Su Yiming recognized the validity of his words, but felt powerless to alter the situation. He could only silently pray that his daughter Su Yao and his deceased friend's son Su Zhe had successfully escaped. After all, there were nearly 100,000 candidates this time, and as he maintained the formation, he was unaware if Su Zhe and Su Yao had made it out. That lad is always so astute and cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so suspicious of me since childhood. Su Yiming mused wryly. He should have sensed the danger early on and led Yao Yao to safety. That moment, near the volcano's mouth, Su Zhe unexpectedly sneezed. How strange. Can I really catch a cold in such a hot place? Before him, Gui Linshan had exhausted every method, all yielding failure. "Why, comrades, now is the time to fulfill our vow. As the Great Xia Spirit Guard, we must stand before the common folk and shield them from pain and suffering. This is the essence of becoming the first to fall." Su Zhe was still perplexed by his words when he witnessed the entire Great Xia Spirit Guard step forward toward the volcano's mouth, leaving him behind. They braved the unbearable heat, enduring the scorching lava as they channeled their purest mental energy to seal the volcano's mouth, attempting to suppress the energy within. The collective mental force of hundreds of beast tamers coalesced. Taking on a tangible form, Su Zhe vaguely perceived a translucent shield enveloping the volcano's mouth. With each step forward, the protective barrier solidified and shrank further. Yet, they steadily approached the volcano, with Gui Linshan at the forefront. Perilously close to the lava, Su Zhe yearned to warn them, but their expressions conveyed a resolute determination. Even should they fall into the magma, nothing would deter their advance. Fortunately, it seemed the volcano was truly yielding, stabilizing gradually as the turbulent magma began to calm. "Did we finally succeed?" Gui Linshan sighed. Relieved, he feared not death itself but a death without purpose. He would willingly sacrifice himself to fill the volcano's void if it meant averting disaster. But he dreaded a sacrifice that bore no fruit. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from within the volcano. sending waves of magma crashing against the mental barrier, fracturing it. Guolinshan and the Great Xia Spirit Guard pressed forward, determined to mend the breach with their bodies. However, an overwhelming force surged forth, shattering their mental barrier entirely. Not good. They were all sent sprawling, spitting blood as they collapsed to the ground. It's over. Everything is finished. We have failed. The volcano awakened, and Guolinshan, feeling the earth tremble beneath him, cast a dim gaze upward toward the radiant formation barrier. It's up to you now. You must hold. Simultaneously, the liberated volcano trembled violently, causing the ground to shake relentlessly. Both inside and outside the formation, all felt the violent quaking beneath their feet. People instinctively turned their gazes toward the volcano, fearfully anticipating the natural force that threatened their lives. Xiao Su appeared solemn, bracing himself for the impending eruption's impact on the formation. Only Su Zhe appeared calm, unperturbed by the impending eruption, which only deepened Guolinshan's admiration, leaving him to lament the boy's fate. Yin Yilong, on the other hand, eagerly anticipated the chaos about to unfold, envisioning the hell he was about to unleash. Let them all perish. The volcano visibly reached its limit, the scorching magma threatening to erupt violently, tightening everyone's throats in anxiety. At last, a fierce gust erupted from the volcano, accompanied by a deafening roar. This was the precursor to the volcanic eruption's deadly gases. Typically, the lava would follow in a torrential surge after the volcanic gases. People wore ashen expressions, fearfully awaiting their demise. Yet, to their astonishment, after a prolonged wait, the volcano seemed to gradually calm, the ground ceasing its tremors. What is happening? Is the volcano a dud? Confusion spread among the crowd, feeling as though they had been toyed with, leaving them in an empty state of relief. Yet a non-eruption was ultimately a blessing. Guolinshan stood equally perplexed, having prepared himself to meet death, ready to uphold his vow. With his resolve and fervor primed for the inevitable end, he found himself bewildered by its sudden absence. Even Yin Yilong's cruel smile froze on his face. The sensation was akin to having taken a laxative, only to find no restroom in sight, preparing to surrender to despair only to discover it was merely gas. An empty scare. He must have felt he had purchased a counterfeit remedy. Just as the crowd exhaled in relief, a blazing streak shot forth, akin to a meteor soaring skyward, striking the formation's barrier. The barrier held momentarily before being completely breached. A magnificent bird, resplendent in gold and red, its body entwined in flames and adorned with long tail feathers, unfurled its form in the sky, emitting a resounding cry. Chapter 22. I am your father. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the soaring phoenix. Outside the formation, Xiao Su, initially concerned about the breach, was captivated by the bird's majestic presence. Someone exclaimed, "Is that not a phoenix? There's a phoenix within Tianyun volcano?" But Su Yiming, with trembling hands, adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, nearly poking his eye, and exclaimed excitedly, "No, this is not a phoenix. I recall seeing this kind of mythical beast in a book at the school library, the golden feather phoenix. It is a diamond-level beast with the bloodline of the divine phoenix, comparable in strength to Lord Shaoshang's contracted beast, the Baiyun Jiaolong. However, it does appear that this is still a juvenile phoenix, which should not possess the power to break through the formation set by all our teachers." At that moment, Xiao Su sat up, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This is not surprising. Beasts imbued with divine blood, like this one, are exceedingly vulnerable when they first hatch and thus are often targeted by other entities. Consequently, they accumulate formidable power even before hatching, granting them a fleeting strength to confront formidable adversaries upon birth. This explains why the incubation period for such powerful beasts is extended. Incidentally, to provoke a volcanic eruption, those guys from Fusong have injected an 80-level beast core. Xiao Su was acutely aware that neither the mere 80-level beast core nor the volcanic power could breach the formation he had meticulously crafted. Yet, the golden feather phoenix could assimilate and unify both powers, ultimately shattering his formation. However, others caught onto the concealed implications in Xiao Su's statement. The diamond-level beast, the golden feather phoenix, was a newborn. The scarcity of beast tamers capable of forging a contract with diamond-level beasts stems from two reasons. Their formidable combat abilities make them difficult to capture, and their noble bloodlines render them reluctant to acknowledge human contracts. Presently, there are two known methods to contract a diamond-level beast. One involves bloodline advancement. It is said that Lord Shaoshang's Bai Yun Jiaolong was originally a golden-level beast, a Bai Lin Jin Wen Meng. After sustaining severe injuries in a fierce battle, the Bai Lin Jin Wen Meng awakened its ancient dragon bloodline, subsequently shedding its skin 9 times to become the Bai Yun Jiaolong. However, such opportunities are rare. Shaoshang is the only known case. Others resort to the second method, leveraging the hatching bond. This refers to the phenomenon where highly intelligent beasts regard the first creature they see upon hatching as their parent, significantly increasing the likelihood of forming a contract with a beast tamer. Naturally, this method is not guaranteed to succeed, as beasts do not possess familial concepts like humans. Many are instinctively inclined towards slaughter upon opening their eyes. Among them, avian beasts exhibit the most pronounced hatching bond, boasting the highest success rate. And now, before them was the golden feather phoenix, a freshly hatched diamond-level beast, igniting fervor in their eyes akin to Xiao Su's. Yet, they understood that with the presence of Xiao Su, Guo Linshan, Yu Shanghua, and even the formidable Yin Yilong from Fusang, they stood no chance. Meanwhile, within the gradually disintegrating formation, Yin Yilong, initially vexed by the failure of his mission, now gazed skyward with excitement. It dawned on him that it was this beast that had absorbed all the heat within the volcano, leading to the failure of his task. This beast hatched due to the core I provided. It rightfully belongs to our Fusang nation. Yu Shenghua, having concluded his own fiery existence, appeared even older than before, gasping as he said, "Humph, what nonsense! This beast emerged on our great Xia territory. It has nothing to do with your Fusang." The two of them soared into the sky in pursuit of the phoenix, while a distant flash sped toward it, faster yet at a greater distance. At that moment, Guo Linshan, who was closest to the golden feather phoenix at the volcano's mouth, remained motionless, oblivious to the unfolding events, only aware that the volcano's non-eruption was a good sign. He surmised that this fiery bird had been outsmarting him amid the lava, now lying on the ground, seething with frustration. What are these three doing? Do they intend to beat this bird? Guo Linshan was utterly perplexed as he watched them fly toward the fiery bird. It was not until Yu Shenghua passed above him, shouting, "Captain Guo, what are you dawdling for? This is a newly born diamond-level beast. We cannot let this Fusang fellow contract it," that he jolted into action, leaping up. "Damn it, a diamond-level beast? How could such a creature exist in Tianyun volcano?" Though Guo Linshan was bewildered, he took flight to pursue eye in the air, for figures transformed into streaks of light, entangled in battle, while Yu Shenghua, acutely aware of his age, deemed that even if he contracted the diamond-level beast, it would be a waste. Thus, he focused on obstructing Yin Yilong. Guo Linshan was nearest, yet his contracted beast was of the earth attribute, heavy and not adept at flying. Consequently, the one closest to the phoenix was, unexpectedly, Xiao Su, who had come from a distance, feeling the intense heat and his own racing heartbeat near the phoenix. If he succeeded in the contract, he would have the opportunity to become the third 100-level powerhouse of Great Xia. At that moment, the golden feather phoenix stretched its body freely in the air, emitting melodious cries to celebrate its birth into this world. It then regarded the excited yet seemingly kind and smiling human before it with curiosity. "Good that I am your father. Come and sign a contract with me," Xiao Su said with a warm smile, cautiously approaching. Yet, the golden feather phoenix, upon hearing his words, widened its eyes in fury, flames surging around it, and with a clear, melodious voice declared, "Bah? You think you can take advantage of me? I am your mother. Die." It lunged at Xiao Su, who was momentarily stunned, caught off guard by the peck. He was not surprised that a diamond-level beast could speak, but was taken aback that a freshly hatched beast could curse. Unbeknownst to him, newly hatched beasts typically do not curse. Their minds are like blank slates, akin to newborns. However, due to system reasons, the golden feather phoenix had formed a contract with Suze immediately upon hatching. Consequently, parts of Suze's memories and mental energy stained this blank slate like ink. The golden feather phoenix expelled a stream of searing flames, forcing Xiao Su to retreat, interrupting his thoughts. Still in its protective state from hatching, the combined power of the 80-level beast core and the volcano's force made Xiao Su hesitant to confront it directly. The phoenix then unleashed flames to repel Yin Yilong, who approached with an 8-foot mirror, intending to capture her within, as well as Guo Linshan, who was slowly coming to terms with the situation. Suddenly, the phoenix dove downward. "Not good. The golden feather phoenix wants to flee," Xiao Su shouted, pursuing it. Though he had failed to contract it using the hatching bond, he still had a chance to try again if he could catch the golden feather phoenix. However, upon landing on the volcanic peak, the phoenix did not attempt to escape. Instead, it circled around a tall, slender figure, scrutinizing him. That figure was Su Zhe. He extended his right hand toward the golden feather phoenix, palm open. The phoenix tilted its head slightly, then lowered it gently against his palm that a diamond-patterned array materialized beneath Su Zhe's feet, signifying the contract formation. The others, who had just descended, gazed incredulously at Su Zhe. He contracted a diamond-level beast? Chapter 23. Beast Calamity and Beast Tide. A surge of flames erupted from the contract formation, enveloping Su Zhe and the golden feather phoenix. Yet, these flames did not scorch Su Zhe. Instead, they imparted a warm sensation. Accompanying the flames was a tremendous force flowing through the beast contract into Su Zhe, rapidly enhancing his mental strength. Yin Yilong was the first to spring forward, exclaiming, "This is impossible. Even a freshly hatched diamond-level beast would possess a level above 50. How could his mental strength allow for a successful contract? You little brat from Great Xia, what trickery did you employ?" Yin Yilong pressed forward, but at that moment, Yu Shenghua and Guo Linshan stepped in front of Su Zhe simultaneously. "Emph, what do you intend to do? Don't forget whose territory this is," Guo Linshan scoffed. "Why, Yu Shenghua, equally defiant, added, "Little brat, I advise you not to overreach. Our quarrel is far from concluded." It dawned on Yin Yilong that he was now encircled by three equally powerful adversaries. Especially, the presence of Xiao Su behind him sent chills down his spine. Regaining his composure, Yin Yilong quietly retreated and prepared to escape. "You little brat, don't think you can run," Yu Shenghua relentlessly pursued him. However, only Yu Shenghua chased after Yin Yilong, as he had little interest in the golden feather phoenix, unlike the others. Xiao Su remained fixated on the phoenix and Su Zhe, his expression a tangle of conflict and distortion. The position of the president of the Beast Tamer University, while appearing prestigious, was in reality a mere retirement post. Xiao Su, stronger than Guo Linshan and Yu Shenghua, yet younger and with greater potential, had chosen 6 years ago to become the president of the Qinglong Beast Tamer University due to a fleeting legend, one concerning ordinary beast tamers advancing to diamond-level beasts. Yet, 6 years had passed without any discovery. Now, however, a bona fide diamond-level beast lay before him. How could he not feel tempted? Guo Linshan sensed the situation shifting slightly and decisively stepped forward to position himself between Su Zhe and Xiao Su. "President Xiao, your university has indeed recruited a promising talent this year. Now he has contracted a juvenile diamond-level beast. Shouldn't you personally oversee his training?" Guo Linshan discerned Xiao Su's lingering attachment to the diamond-level beast. Yet his words clearly favored Su Zhe. At that moment, Xiao Su regained his composure, redirecting his gaze from Su Zhe to Guo Linshan. He replied, "Captain Guo's words do not hold water. This candidate is indeed exceptional, but the examination is not yet concluded, so we cannot claim him as a student of Qinglong Beast Tamer University. Moreover, a diamond-level beast may not be advantageous for him. It is well known that diamond-level beasts have a minimum level of 50. While he seems to be below level 20, the disparity in levels poses a significant risk of mental backlash from the beast." Xiao Su's eyes narrowed dangerously. According to the regulations of the Beast Tamer Association, in such cases, they hold the authority to forcibly dissolve the contract. Furthermore, if obstruction occurs, the Great Xia Spirit Guards must assist in apprehending the individual. As the president of the Beast Tamer University, I also have the obligation to provide assistance. Captain Guo wouldn't forget that, would he? Guo Linshan's expression darkened, yet he replied, "Of course, I haven't forgotten. However, the regulations specify that intervention can only occur when it is confirmed that the individual cannot control the beast and that there is a risk of calamity. Otherwise, it merely requires close observation, which President Xiao has not overlooked, I presume." That is indeed the case. He then stood by in silence. He believed Su Zhe's mental strength to be merely a dozen levels, and generally, when a beast's level exceeds 5 levels above a tamer's, the risk of loss of control arises. A diamond-level beast far surpassed Su Zhe's level. Even if he were to succeed in the contract, he would be incapable of controlling it. Should any signs of loss of control emerge, he would step in to assist the candidate in dissolving the beast contract. Xiao Su observed the flames gradually calming, with the figures of one human and one bird beginning to emerge from the flames, stating, Captain Gua seems to think I am targeting this candidate solely for the sake of this diamond-level beast. I admit, there is indeed a degree of selfishness in my intentions, but Captain Gua should be aware that while forcibly dissolving a contract under outside interference carries significant risks, potentially leaving the individual in a state of idiocy. Should he cause a calamity due to loss of control, it would not only endanger his own life, but also pose a threat to the citizens of Beishan City. I am acting in his best interest, as well as in the interest of all citizens of Beishan City, Xiao Su declared emphatically. The so-called calamity is one of the two great disasters faced by beast tamers, alongside the beast tide. The beast tide, as its name implies, refers to the surge of beasts congregating together. When the population of beasts in a given area becomes excessive, they will launch a beast tide to assault human cities in a fight for survival space. Such small-scale beast tides occur periodically and are not particularly dangerous, often serving as a critical assessment for students at the Beast Tamer University. However, large-scale beast tides can erupt, with thousands of beasts flooding in like a deluge, posing a terrifying force capable of destroying a nation. In contrast, calamities are less terrifying than beast tides. They refer to situations where contracted beasts break free from their bindings for various reasons. Although calamities appear smaller in scale compared to beast tides, they are generally more concerning. Typically, beast tides consist of lower-level beasts, while the destructive power of a calamity depends on the level of the beast tamer. In Great Xia's history, there was once a case where a 90-level beast tamer forcibly elevated their beast to 100 levels, resulting in loss of control, leading to the immediate consumption of their tamer and widespread destruction. A rampaging 100-level beast caused significant casualties in Great Xia, which was ultimately resolved by the nation's only 100-level war god at the time. Meanwhile, Su Zhe had finally assimilated the power transmitted from the golden feather phoenix, elevating his level to 23, while his other beast, the dueling turtle, maintained synchronization in level. Nevertheless, a stark level disparity persisted between him and the golden feather phoenix. He examined the phoenix's panel, discovering she was a formidable 58 levels, species, golden feather phoenix, bloodline of the divine phoenix, bloodline, diamond level, can advance, level, 58, skills, death fire line, sun flame, phoenix fire, talent skills, phoenix fire, nirvana, 3 times, 0.3 chances for nirvana. Could this relate to her tail feathers? Su Zhe's gaze fell upon the 3 resplendent golden tail feathers of the golden feather phoenix. The phoenix sensed Su Zhe's gaze, casting a wary glance at him, then instinctively turned her tail to evade his sight. As if wary of a predator, Su Zhe quickly realized that although the golden feather phoenix had formed a contract with him due to system reasons, the significant level difference likely hindered her from becoming as close to him as the dueling turtle. The phoenix's displeasure was immediately noted by Xiao Su, who thought to himself that it was indeed the case, and he began to gather his strength in preparation. Gua Linshan, observing the situation, sighed. Su Zhe, it seems you are destined never to benefit from a diamond-level beast. Chapter 24. Gilded Wings. Just as Xiao Su prepared to make a move, Gua Linshan intervened. Wait a moment. What is it, Captain Gua? You, who fear not even death, now hesitate to violate regulations for a mere boy? Xiao Su questioned sharply. Yet Gua Linshan shook his head. That's not my intent. I believe we should wait a bit longer. It seems Su Zhe has not yet lost control over the beast. Xiao Su chuckled lightly. Ha, Captain Gua, what nonsense are you speaking, with such a level disparity between them? How could he possibly? But before Xiao Su could finish, he fell silent, his expression abruptly freezing. Before him, the magnificent golden-feathered phoenix had vanished, replaced by a pair of resplendent crimson wings edged in gold sprouting from Su Zhe's back, shimmering with vibrant colors. The transformation into a beast-controlling weapon had occurred. Could it be that he could truly exert complete control over the golden-feathered phoenix? The ability to manipulate a beast for weaponization and armorization indicated a remarkable mastery over it. At least, under normal circumstances and without external interference, he would not face a loss of control in the short term. Su Zhe unfurled his wings, and the golden-red flames danced beneath them. These gilded wings were a manifestation of the golden-feathered phoenix's weaponization, granting him the ability to fly while employing the phoenix's skills. Even when Su Zhe reached the level of a 60-level beastmaster, capable of independent flight, the gilded wings would significantly enhance his flight speed. Eager to experience the thrill of flight, he activated the wings. With each flap, brilliant golden flames erupted, not only accelerating his flight, but also serving as a means of attack, propelling him into the sky amidst excited cheers. Initially, Suze felt awkward and clumsy, flying erratically and occasionally plummeting, startling himself with each descent. However, it did not take long for him to acclimate to flying. His ability to soar was not an innate biological instinct, but rather a skill bestowed by the gilded wings. Activating the skill allowed him to take flight. Roar. Suze soared through the sky, reveling in a sense of freedom incomparable to that of an airplane or griffin ride. It was a true conquest of the heavens. Prompting him to let out a jubilant shout, as he glanced down, he spotted Guolinshan and another middle-aged man atop the mountain, gazing up at him. While he did not recognize the other man, his presence alongside Guolinshan suggested he held considerable status. Just as Suze intended to land and greet them, he found the gilded wings no longer obeying his commands, despite being right before them. They surged upward, eliciting gasps from the onlookers as he ascended even higher. The rushing air transformed Suze's expression into one of bewilderment, and he stammered, "What are you doing? Let me down," in his mental realm. A reply echoed back, "Why should I obey a weak human like you?" The voice was crisp and melodious, imbued with a sense of pride. This was due to the vast difference in their ranks. The golden-feathered phoenix, possessing the bloodline of a divine beast, bore an innate arrogance that prevented her from submitting to a lesser human. Fortunately, Xiao Su, below, remained oblivious to Suze's predicament, mistaking it for a display of newfound flying prowess. Otherwise, he would have suspected Suze was on the verge of losing control. In reality, the binding nature of their contract was far stronger than typical agreements, allowing the phoenix to cause mischief but not to spiral out of control. Observing Suze ascend even higher, Guolinshan smiled broadly, resembling the one who had contracted a diamond-tier beast. "Principal Xiao, since Suze has already achieved the weaponization of the golden-feathered phoenix, I see no need to forcibly terminate the contract." Xiao Su also looked up, his expression grim, but he took a deep breath and replied, "That is natural. However, we must remain vigilant. Once the golden-feathered phoenix loses control, none but the three of us can manage it." As the principal of the Beast Master University, he felt capable of monitoring Suze's every move. Guolinshan's expression shifted slightly as he looked at Xiao Su. "Did you not just say Suze was not a student of the Beast Master University? Why the change of heart?" Xiao Su responded, "This candidate named Suze has certainly displayed remarkable talent. There is no doubt he will gain admission to the Beast Master University. As principal, I can exercise that privilege." Was Xiao Su truly only concerned with Suze's talent? Guolinshan mused. Xiao Su did not conceal his thoughts. It is not solely that. The disparity in levels between him and his beast remains a hidden danger. Should the golden-feathered phoenix lose control, only you, I, and Yu Shenghua would be able to subdue it. Both Captain Gua and President Yu held significant positions and could not monitor the situation daily. Hence the task fell to the somewhat idle Suze. Guolinshan understood the validity of Xiao Su's words, but remained uneasy. "There is no issue with you representing the Qinglong Beast Master University in recruitment. However, I noticed that Suze's aura seems to have surpassed level 20. I believe inviting him to join the Daxia Spirit Guard should pose no problem. Of course, it is no issue, but typically students only engage in Spirit Guard internships close to graduation. The coursework in the first 2 years is quite demanding, and Suze may lack the time to accompany you on missions. That is inconsequential. As long as Suze can report once a week, President Yu and I will occasionally visit the school to see him." The two figures atop the mountain were at an impasse, with Guolinshan even invoking the equally admiring Yu Shenghua, representing two powerful factions, prompting Xiao Su to relent. Meanwhile, Suze had regained control over the gilded wings high in the sky. Yet, he no longer wished to return and greet them, as having just soared impressively in front of others, it would feel awkward to return to a greeting. That direction seemed to be the original exit of the formation, where a battle was underway with the Fuso Dark Guards. Suze thought of Su Yao and the others, hoping they had escaped. With a hint of unease, he accelerated toward that direction. His assessment was correct. Below lay the original exit of the formation. As the formation collapsed, there were no longer barriers to hinder the Fuso Dark Guards' retreat, allowing them to escape from any position. Should they manage to flee into the forest, their exceptional stealth skills would greatly enhance their chances of evasion. Yet, the Fuso Dark Guards were not celebrating their newfound freedom. Instead, they sensed an intense heat descending from above. Suze, adorned with gilded wings, at that moment, Suze remained oblivious to them, focusing instead on a familiar figure stained in blood at the back of the crowd. His form was unmistakable, clearly visible even from the sky. However, Su Zhe had no desire for levity because his best and only friend had been grievously injured in his absence. Chapter 25. A bloodbath as the formation neared its closure. The Fuso Dark Guards, driven by the will to survive, unleashed remarkable power, breaking through the defenses. They became entangled with the candidates and reserve spirit guards who had yet to retreat from the entrance. Su Yao and Wang Zi, positioned at the rear of the team, were the first to confront the enemy in a mere moment. Both were severely injured. Su Yao's once fair skin turned pale from blood loss, evoking sympathy, while Wang Zi fared worse, his body covered in crimson stains, his eyes closed and consciousness lost. Most grievous was the lifeless flame leopard cat nestled in Wang Zi's arms, which had shielded him from a fatal blow at a critical moment. The death of a beast significantly impacted its master, as the bond through their contract connected their souls. Thus, the beast's demise could gravely affect the master's spirit, potentially leading to severe consequences. However, Wang Zi had merely fainted and was not yet in a critical state, for the flame leopard cat had willingly severed their contract to minimize its master's suffering. "You've finally returned. Wang Zi and I have been waiting for you." Su Yao forced a smile as she gazed at Su Zhe, but he, airborne, suppressed his rage and replied, "Give me a moment. I will be right back." He then turned to face the Fuso Dark Guards. Sensing impending doom, they desperately attempted to flee, but flying was swifter than running. Su Zhe dove down, quickly catching up to a Fuso spirit guard. A searing line of death erupted from his wings, incinerating the guard amidst screams, turning him to ash. 1, 2, 3. The Fuso Dark Guards, who had just been relieved the formation was destroyed, now succumbed to wails as they were reduced to charred remains. There was no mercy for them. Had Su Zhe not unleashed the beast egg earlier, the eruption of the Tianyun volcano would have engulfed nearby cities, potentially reducing millions of Daxia citizens to ashes, just as they had become now. Yet, in consideration of the greater good, Su Zhe spared a few, merely incinerating their legs to prevent escape. Soon, he confronted the last of them, the strongest among them, who had been the first to recognize the danger and attempt to flee. Yet, he was ultimately dragged out from his hiding place, much like an eagle swooping down to seize a mouse concealed in a damp, shadowy burrow. Strangely, this Fuso Dark Guard did not beg for mercy. Instead, he spoke with a tone of regret. "It's you. The captain's judgment was indeed flawed. I should have taken the time to eliminate you back then." Su Zhe recognized him as the one who had injured Daxia's spirit guard Sun Hao. He had sensed Su Zhe and his companions hiding but deemed them insignificant, wasting time by letting them go. Little did he know, they would ultimately perish at Su Zhe's hands. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed himself, Su Zhe broke out in a cold sweat and retorted, "What a pity you let me live. Now, it's too late for you to seek my demise." With that, a line of death surged forth, engulfing him entirely in flames, turning him to us. Su Zhe vividly recalled the Dark Guard's demeanor while he had murdered the Daxia spirit guard, deeming him unworthy of mercy. Yet this was not the end. The true mastermind above Su Zhe was entangled in combat with Yu Sheng. Su Zhe flapped his wings, determined to ascend. Just as he was about to reach the peak, the gilded wings were once again influenced by the golden-feathered phoenix's will. Attempting to slip from his grasp, as Su Zhe was drawing upon her strength, she was amenable to incinerating weaker foes but reluctant to expend energy against a superior opponent, which would deplete her stored power. Consequently, Su Zhe was forced to halt mid-air, and he coldly warned, "You are but a child newly hatched. I shall overlook your prior disobedience. However, if you dare disrupt me again, I will not hesitate to sacrifice a diamond-tier beast to obliterate you." After a brief struggle, the golden-feathered phoenix relented, her consciousness sensing Su Zhe's resolve through their contract. Regaining control, Su Zhe, engulfed in golden flames, charged toward Yanyi, who felt an ominous premonition. Just as Yanyi had seized an opportunity to counterattack against Yu Shenghua, he sensed a chilling danger approaching from behind. He hastily summoned the remaining power of the replica 8-foot mirror to defend himself while maintaining pressure on Yu Shenghua. However, he had grossly overestimated the mirror's residual strength or underestimated Su Zhe's capabilities. The golden flames enveloping Su Zhe were a divine ability known as Phoenix Fire, derived from the mythical phoenix, capable of incinerating the remnants of the mirror's divine power. The 8-foot mirror held for only a fleeting moment before shattering into a myriad of sparkling shards, cascading downward as the golden flames swiftly engulfed Yanyi. while Yu Shenghua retreated from the searing heat, catching only glimpses of two figures battling within the flames, deterred from approaching by the intense heat. That kid, he won't be harmed, will he? At that moment, both Xiao Su and Guo Linshan flew over, with the former stating, "He will be fine. That is phoenix fire, the flame of a divine beast. Even if we joined him, we would be consumed as well then," he expressed astonishment. Such powerful phoenix fire indicates that the golden-feathered phoenix must have expended its life-preserving energy to unleash it. His mastery over the beast is astonishing. Little did they know, the phoenix had acquiesced due to the perceived threat to her life. Just then, Guo Linshan noticed a figure collapsing within the sea of flames and exclaimed, "Su Zhe, spare him. I need to extract more information." Before he could finish, Su Zhe extinguished the phoenix fire, emerging with a charred corpse in hand. "Is it too late to say this?" Su Zhe shook his head. "Not at all. I did not kill him. He poisoned himself." Amidst the inferno, Yin Yi had realized escape was impossible and bit down on a hidden poison pouch within his teeth. The nature of the poison, an unknown beast's venom, was potent enough to slay even a high-level beast master like him in an instant, leaving Su Zhe no time to intervene. After discarding Yin Ye's corpse to Yu Shenghua, Su Zhe intended to honor his promise to Su Yao and return. "Wait for me. I will be back soon." Yet, before he could fly far, he suddenly lost consciousness, plummeting downward. The golden-feathered phoenix's level far exceeded Su Zhe's. Channeling her power drained his mental energy, leading to his collapse. Guo Linshan, witnessing this, prepared to fly to his aid, only to see Su Zhe's wings transform into a brilliant streak of light, morphing into a phoenix that gently cradled him on its back, landing gracefully on the ground. However, as soon as they touched down, the golden-feathered phoenix disdainfully shook off Su Zhe. This scene raised an eyebrow from Xiao Su. It seems that the bond between Su Zhe and the golden-feathered phoenix is not as intimate as one might expect. Chapter 26. Secrets at the original formation exit. The Daxia spirit guards returning from the volcano and the teachers hurrying from outside were attending to the injured. The healing medications carried by the Daxia spirit guards proved remarkably effective, and many wood and water element beasts possessed healing abilities. However, they were powerless to alleviate Wang Zi's mental trauma from the death of his beast. Su Yiming anxiously searched among the wounded for his daughter, Su Yao. Upon locating her safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, seeing her weakened state post-injury, his heart ached. "Come, I will take you to find a teacher from the healing class to help treat you." But Su Yao refused. "Dad, wait. I promised to wait for Su Zhe to return." "Su Zhe? What is he doing?" Su Yiming realized he had not seen Su Zhe at all. He went to avenge Wang Zi by pursuing the Fuso Dark Guards. Recalling the valiant scene of Su Zhe unleashing flames upon the Fuso Dark Guards, Su Yao felt a rush of emotions, both admiration and concern, fearing the growing distance between them. Su Yiming, incredulous, responded, "He is chasing after the Fuso Dark Guards? That's utter madness. They are a force to be reckoned with, equal to the Daxia Spirit Guards. How could Su Zhe possibly?" Before Su Yiming could finish his thought, a shadow loomed overhead. He looked up to see a massive phoenix descending, clutching a small figure in its beak, gently landing before them. As soon as it touched down, it tossed the figure at Su Yao's feet. Subsequently, she transformed into a young girl of around 12 or 13 years, adorned in resplendent golden red attire, with long, jet-black hair interspersed with strands of crimson, cascading down to her ankles, leaving her bare feet exposed. She appeared exquisitely sculpted, with skin whiter than snow and delicate features reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Her head was held high, revealing a snow-white neck, akin to that of a proud white swan. In reality, she was a small phoenix, far prouder than any swan, the embodiment of the golden-feathered phoenix. Powerful mythical beasts can take on human forms, and bloodline beasts like her can do so from birth. The golden-feathered phoenix moved with somewhat awkward steps, swaying unsteadily as she approached Su Yao. This individual's final thought before losing consciousness was to return and fulfill our agreement. I have aided him in this. Remember to tell him upon waking not to threaten me so readily. My power is quite precious. Her voice carried a hint of grievance as she spoke. She then grimaced and voluntarily entered Su Zhe's beast-controlling space, retrieving the slumbering phantom turtle and casting it aside. As a proud phoenix would not dwell with a turtle, upon landing, the phantom turtle emerged from its shell. Bewildered and surveying its surroundings, Su Yiming soon understood why Su Zhe had been able to pursue the Fusang Dark Guards. It turned out that he was the one who had formed a contract with the Golden Feathered Phoenix. He wondered what Principal Xiao was currently thinking. Before Su Yiming could finish his thought, he fell silent as Xiao Su and his companions returned. "Dad, what happened to Su Zhe? He appears uninjured, yet he is unconscious," Su Yao asked, tugging at Su Yiming's sleeve with concern. Su Yiming felt a pang of the realization that his daughter was growing up, but he lowered his hand from his mouth and replied, "He is fine. It is merely a case of excessive mental energy depletion. His current level, he has already reached level 23, cough, cough. At his current level, he is insufficient to command a diamond-tier golden feathered phoenix. It is entirely normal for him to faint from expending too much mental energy. He just needs to rest for a while." Su Yao finally felt reassured. The trio that had just returned quickly busied themselves with their respective tasks, as they had left behind a mess after the disruption caused by the Fusang Dark Guards during the beast-controlling examination. Guo Linshan immediately summoned all the Daxia spirit guards to account for their numbers. They had suffered considerable losses, but it was still within an acceptable range. He began to document the names of the fallen, assuring that the state would provide adequate compensation for their families. Although the deceased could not be revived, at least those who remained would receive care. As for the injured, decisions would be made based on individual circumstances regarding potential retirement or reassignment to administrative roles. It was clear that Sun Hao would not be able to continue fighting on the front lines. Following that was the need to clean up the ranks. Even the reserve teams must adhere to the Daxia Spirit Guards discipline. However, Lin Jiang was not present in the lineup. Where is Lin Jiang? He is suspected of colluding and leaking secrets. Those who remain silent are considered accomplices, Guo Linshan admonished loudly. Immediately, someone stepped forward. "Captain, the last time I saw Lin Jiang, What happened to him? Speak quickly." He was the last to escape when the array for evacuating the examinees was about to close. This was undeniably a shameful incident. Such a cowardly individual, who feared for his life and leaked military secrets, had somehow managed to enter the Daxia Spirit Guards. Even as a reserve, this indicated a severe lapse in screening. Guo Linshan's face turned ashen. "Go retrieve him at once. Military law will be enforced." "Yes." Meanwhile, Xiao Su was discussing the future of the beast-controlling examination with several esteemed professors at the school. Cancellation was out of the question. As for postponement, due to the array's influence, the number of injured was minimal. Among the last 5,000 examinees, only a few were wounded, making a delay unnecessary. They concluded that as long as they could recruit those worthy among the injured, the remaining could continue with the examination. Ultimately, they arrived at a resolution that Xiao Su announced. "As beast tamers, we must be prepared for various unforeseen circumstances that we may face in the future. Therefore, despite the sudden disruption caused by the Fusang Dark Guards, the examination will still proceed this afternoon." Instantly, discontent rippled through the crowd, as many had been injured, leaving their chances of passing uncertain. Xiao Su added, "Moreover, to reward the courageous actions of some examinees in the face of danger, they will be exempt from the subsequent examinations, and we will directly admit them, applying the highest educational standards." He then proceeded to read a list of names, which included Su Zhe and Su Yao. As for Wang Zi, he had also regained consciousness, clutching the flame leopard cat tightly, deeply distressed. Having lost his beast, he should have been disqualified from the examination. However, Xiao Su still reserved an opportunity for him. He would be admitted directly if he could form a contract with a beast of bronze tier or higher before the end of the afternoon examination. Upon hearing this, Wang Zi's father immediately contacted beast hunters, vowing to spare no effort in helping his son find a suitable beast. It appeared that the chaos caused by the Fusang Dark Guards was finally subsiding, and the beast-controlling examination was set to return to its course. The three individuals, having resolved their issues, reconvened in the air for monitoring. Xiao Su spoke first. "The issues here seem resolved. Captain Guo and President Yu. Do you not need to return? I hear the Beast Tamer Association has encountered some problems?" Yu Shenghua replied. "Do not concern yourself with the troubles of the association, Principal Xiao. However, it seems these little devils have gone to great lengths, even resorting to detonating a high-grade crystal core to delay us.it appears their ultimate goal. Is to uncover the secrets of your Qinglong Beast Tamer University." Xiao Su sighed quietly, glancing toward the school. "Indeed. Secrets even I, as the principal, remain unaware of, and thus have no need to fret over." Guo Linshan nodded in agreement. True enough. Who would have known he had been lurking within the school all along? He then cast an odd look at Xiao Su, considering how awkward Xiao Su's position would be with him around. As the ground trembled for the first time due to the volcanic activity. The residents of Beishir City felt the unmistakable quaking beneath their feet. Those who had been discussing the outcomes of this year's beast-controlling examination scattered in a panic, shouting, "An earthquake? Everyone, run!" Amidst the chaos, those lurking in the shadows of the streets also sensed the earth's tremors and began their own actions. This was the sound of a volcanic eruption, and Captain Yinyi had successfully detained all the Daxia spirit guards. The next steps were up to them. Chapter 27. Another pseudo-artifact within the panicking crowd, several strong individuals worked to maintain order, preventing unnecessary casualties from the ensuing chaos. Even though the experts from the Beast Tamer Association, Beast Tamer University, and Daxia spirit guards had all been drawn away by their initial arrangements, Beishir City still held a significant number of formidable beings. Daxia was indeed not to be underestimated. In the shadows, a woman spoke in a low voice in Fusang dialect, "Deputy Captain Seiko, what should we do now?" Proceed according to the original plan. Captain Yinyi has taken a considerable risk to accomplish a critical step. We cannot let our efforts go to waste. She then produced a long object wrapped in cloth and handed it over. Take this point. One of her companions accepted it, questioning, "But Deputy Captain Seiko, without it, what will you do if you encounter unexpected circumstances?" The woman named Seiko responded, "Do not worry. Without those 3 old geezers around, no one in Beishir City can stop me. Moreover, without it, you would likely not be able to delay for long." All right, enough chatter. Once the volcano erupts completely, it won't be long before it affects this area. We must hurry. Yes. The group swiftly split into 2 teams. Melting into the shadows. One team consisted solely of the deputy captain, while the other boasted dozens of members. They moved quickly, disappearing into another darkened area before being detected. The Beishir City Beast Tamer Association had erected a faint protective array, stabilizing the region and halting the sway of buildings and people within. Due to Yu Shenghua's near total withdrawal of the association's powerful members, only a few attendants remained to arrange for the evacuation of personnel and the safeguarding of valuables. They worked diligently to usher the panicked crowds into the array. This tremor doesn't feel like an earthquake. It seems more akin to the eruption of Tianyun volcano. An attendant named Zhao Jin remarked as he directed citizens into the protective array. "Zhao attendant, don't scare me. Assassination volcano still in its dormant state. Our array can withstand tremors, but it cannot endure lava. I hope my instincts are mistaken." Just then, a commotion erupted within the crowd, rapidly escalating into a surge of panic as people pressed forward. The protective array of the Beast Tamer Association began to fluctuate violently, and moments later, it shattered under a fleeting flash of sword light. Zhao Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone capable of breaking through their array with a single strike must possess formidable power. He instinctively grasped a token hidden within his sleeve and called out, "What is happening?" A nearby individual struggled to squeeze through the throng, exclaiming, "Zhao attendant, someone is sabotaging our array." "Who is it?" Based on their dialogue, it appeared to be the Fusang people. Are the Fusang Dark Guards behind this? Could the disruption of the beast-controlling examination be merely a ruse? Is their true aim the Beast Tamer Association? The Beast Tamer Association housed numerous essential items for the cultivation of Daxia's beast tamers, including various grades of refining beads and bloodline beast eggs. Most belonged to the association and the spirit guards, while others were deposited by different beast tamers awaiting sale or auction. However, none of this was as crucial as the fact that the Beishir City Beast Tamer Association contained detailed information on tens of thousands of beast tamers from nearby cities. While this might not hold much value for ordinary individuals, it constituted vital confidential information that must not fall into the hands of hostile nations. Quickly contact the President and Captain Guo. It would be best to summon some Daxia spirit guards back as soon as possible. He could not guarantee whether the true target of the Fusang Dark Guards was the Beast Tamer Association or the Beast Controlling Examination. It was also possible that this was merely a distraction. Regrettably, just as they managed to establish contact, they received news that the Fusang Dark Guards had activated Tianyun volcano. Neither the Daxia spirit guards, the Beast Tamer Association, nor the teachers from the Beast Tamer University could return in the short term. In fact, should they fail to prevent the eruption, they might never come back. Since the president and the others cannot return for now, we must hold the line ourselves. Zhao Jin refrained from spreading the news of the impending volcanic eruption as the ground's tremors gradually subsided and the people managed to calm down. He wished to avoid causing further panic. Fortunately, the number of Fusang Dark Guards present was not substantial, only a few dozen. Meanwhile, they still had over 100 fighters above level 20, though none exceeding level 30. Many of their beasts leaned toward auxiliary and healing attributes. However, once word got out, more powerful individuals would arrive in the city. Although these Fusang Dark Guards were elite, they were not insurmountable. The only concern was the unknown methods they employed to breach the Beast Tamer Association's defense array, necessitating constant vigilance. Everyone, follow my lead. We only need to hold them off until reinforcements arrive. Zhao Jin charged ahead, but having spent too long in administrative roles, he found himself out of shape, and even his beast had gained weight. Thankfully, beast armor transformation was not influenced by the beast's size. Otherwise, he might have struggled to don the armor. Upon engaging, they seemed to reach an impasse with the Fusang Dark Guards. Zhao Jin himself found it hard to believe that he could hold his own in one-on-one combat. It appeared that with just 2 more individuals, they could secure a decisive victory. This realization invigorated the administrative members of the Beast Tamer Association, most of whom had been those not selected by the Daxia Spirit Guards and had subsequently joined the association. If they could defeat the Fusang Dark Guards, who were equivalent to the Daxia Spirit Guards, it would suggest they were not inferior at all. Unbeknownst to them, the Fusang Dark Guards were not utilizing their full strength. As their goal was to draw in more powerful opponents, if they truly fought seriously, the enemy might not come to their aid. As more individuals joined the fray, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The resilience of the Fusang Dark Guards was extraordinary. It seemed they could only be subdued with a concerted effort. After a while, surrounded by hundreds of opponents, the Fusang Dark Guards began to feel genuine pressure. One of them reached for the wrapped object at his back. "It's time. Go eliminate you all. These foolish Daxians." A sinister smile crept across his face as a radiant sword materialized in his hand with a flick of his wrist. With a swift horizontal sweep, he severed many weapons from the hands of the defenders, instantly forcing their beasts into their original forms and pushing the crowd back. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, questioning, could these Fusang devils have brought their divine artifact, the Amino Murakumo sword? Everyone, retreat. Yet, it was too late. Another flash of sword light swept through, leaving countless individuals with bloody gashes across their chests, blood spraying forth. Zhao Jin was among them, but fortunately, he had chosen the more conservative beast armor transformation, so his injuries were not severe. The Fusang Dark Guard expressed dissatisfaction. "TSK, not a single one dead. It seems that my earlier strike consumed considerable power from the Amino Murakumo sword. But that's fine. My next strike will finish you all." He understood that what he wielded was merely a counterfeit. The earlier strikes had drained a significant amount of energy, and now he was only posturing to buy time. However, once the deputy captain completed her task and retreated, he would unleash a final, decisive strike, leaving the Daxians with a memory they would not soon forget. A cruel smile adorned his face as he anticipated how many Daxians he could cleave in two with his full strength in that moment. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin, who had been at the forefront, made a swift retreat, dashing toward the statue of dragon tamer Xiaocheng, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. "Retreat? I hope you don't end up fleeing in terror yourself." He then placed the object he had been holding onto the statue. What a farce, this Daxian warrior. Just a mere statue. Before the words of the Fusang Dark Guard had fully left his lips, the statue suddenly erupted with dazzling light, and its eyes sprang open. Chapter 28. The last resort of the Great Xia, the annihilation of the squadron. The stone statue sprang to life, now indistinguishable from a living being. In the gentle breeze, every strand of Xiaocheng's hair swayed lightly, while the scales of the azure cloud dragon glimmered with a dazzling brilliance. The azure cloud dragon, while gliding gracefully, diminished in size and coiled around Xiaocheng, nuzzling its majestic head against his shoulder in a display of affection. Was this a manifestation of Lord Xiaocheng's divine spirit? What divine spirit? Lord Xiaocheng was still alive. This was undoubtedly his avatar. This was a contingency of the Beastmaster Association, a trump card entrusted to Zhao Jin, the most trusted aide of Yu Shanghua before his departure. As the saying goes, the older one gets, the more cunning one becomes. He would not leave himself utterly defenseless. With Xiaocheng's avatar stationed, the Beastmaster Association would remain the safest sanctuary. As the resurrected Xiaocheng surveyed the surroundings, he quickly realized why he had been awakened. He even found the words to speak. "No wonder I sense the power of a divine artifact. it turns out to be a replica of the Amatsu no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Yet, even the genuine article nearly broke in my grasp. It was a dark day for Fusang. Though Xiao Cheng had not yet attained the status of a 100-level war god, he had already become the most illustrious star of the Great Xia and a significant threat to Fusang. Thus, they meticulously orchestrated an assassination attempt against him. On that occasion, the only 100-level war god of Fusang wielded the true divine artifact, the Amatsu no Murakumo no Tsurugi, intending to ambush Xiao Cheng, who had not yet reached the 100 level. They believed this would be a guaranteed kill. However, Xiao Cheng achieved a breakthrough to the 100 level just in time, counterattacking the Fusang war god, who was said to be the reincarnation of Susanoo, and turned the skies above Fusang Island into a deluge of blood, mingling with the blood of his companion beast. He nearly shattered the Amatsu no Murakumo no Tsurugi, which had been passed down for millennia. Luckily, at the critical moment, the resonance of Fusang's 3 divine artifacts preserved it. Wounded, Xiao Cheng chose not to take foolish risks. From that day forth, Fusang's status in the world plummeted, reducing it to a vassal of the mighty nation of America on the other side of the globe. Meanwhile, Xiao Cheng became the deepest shadow in the hearts of all Fusang people washed in that rain of blood. This included the Fusang Dark Guard now wielding the replica of the Amatsu no Murakumo no Tsurugi, whose hands trembled uncontrollably. Facing this haunting shadow, one of the war gods of the Great Xia, Xiao Cheng, felt immense pressure but feigned calmness, saying, "Indeed, what I hold is a replica of the divine sword. But are you not merely an avatar as well?" Xiao Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile, appearing as vibrant as any living being. "You make a valid point. It seems this will be a fair fight. Will you strike first?" Just a mere stone statue? How arrogant. Despite this bravado, the Fusang Dark Guard launched an attack, unleashing the full force of the replica Amatsu no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Die. At that moment, a bloodthirsty, cruel smile spread across his face. The reason was simple. The sword light did not arc toward Xiao Cheng's avatar, nor did it target any of the other beasts, but instead hurtled toward the ordinary civilians sheltering within the array of the Beast Master Association. Let us see if you will save these people or pursue us. He lacked the courage to fight, merely hoping to escape while Xiao Cheng was preoccupied with rescuing the civilians. However, Xiao Cheng's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this. "Fusang people, you truly remain as despicable as ever." In an instant, the azure cloud dragon coiled around his shoulder transformed into a gleaming azure dragon halberd, casually swung to shatter the sword light. The halberd, carrying the remnants of the shattered sword light, maintained its ferocity, resembling a sharp whirlwind that ensnared the fleeing Fusang Dark Guards in the blink of an eye. They were reduced to countless fragments. Yet, Xiao Cheng did not allow their filthy blood to rain down like before. Instead, he gathered the remains and tossed them into a nearby non-recyclable waste bin as if discarding garbage. After completing this, he gazed in the direction of the Azure Dragon Beast Master University and mused aloud. "It seems they do not require my assistance. It also saves some energy for this avatar." He then returned to his original position, pondering the pose he had assumed upon awakening, but failing to recall it. Finally, he struck a pose he deemed impressive, mounted the soaring dragon, and transformed back into a stone statue. Everything unfolded too rapidly for those present to react until then, and they began to worship Xiao Cheng's statue as if venerating a deity. Meanwhile, alone, Jingzi arrived at the Azure Dragon Beast Master Academy. After confirming her location with the map in hand, she stepped into a dilapidated courtyard. Beside it was a large shed, emanating an unbearable stench of beast excrement. This was where the Azure Dragon Beast Master University housed lower-level magical beasts. Although only beast masters could access this area, the school required living beasts for various experiments and practical training. Thus, they kept some lower-level magical beasts, with those that died during dissections and battles sent to the cafeteria for meals. According to that guy, he had become familiar with every corner of the school, except for this place. "The secrets we need to uncover should be here." She searched meticulously around the courtyard, exploring every nook and cranny but yielding no results. Time was running short. She could not understand why the volcano had not erupted yet, but it should be soon. Just as Jingzi began to feel impatient, her peripheral vision caught sight of a feeding trough in the breeding shed. Typically, such troughs would accumulate grime, but the one she observed had a circle of fine cracks around the hardened dirt, as if it had frequently been lifted. Excitedly, Jingzi approached, unafraid of the filth, and began to probe the trough. Some magical beasts attempting to protect their food were swiftly dismissed by her beast. A black snake coiled around her arm. After a moment, she indeed found a depression in the trough. Pressing down forcefully, one end of the trough gradually lifted, revealing a passage below. A smile broke out on Jingzi's face, and she quickly composed herself, entering the opening. After traversing dozens of stairs, she entered a deep corridor. Hearing a rustling sound from the other end, instantly alert, she quietly approached the source of the noise, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon discovering a disheveled old man with a balding head. Sweeping the floor, the sound was merely the broom brushing against the ground. Not wanting to waste time, she stealthily maneuvered past him without raising his suspicion. Continuing down the corridor, she soon reached the end, where a circular platform unexpectedly appeared before her. However, she felt no sense of strangeness. A golden object resembling a wine goblet rested atop the platform, and upon closer inspection, she found it contained a cup of vivid red liquid, akin to fresh blood. I did it. This is the secret to how Xiao Qing's azure-scaled serpent evolved into the azure cloud dragon. The notion of bloodline revival is utter nonsense. The azure-scaled serpent possesses no dragon bloodline. It acquired dragon blood through experiments at the Azure Dragon Beast Master University, and this is true divine beast blood. Elated, she carefully lifted the golden cup along with the dragon's blood, but the moment the cup was removed from the platform, it sank heavily, causing the entire corridor to tremble and collapse. Realizing the danger, Jingzi quickly fled, unaware of what had happened to the old man who was cleaning. Perhaps he had already made his escape. Jingzi thought to herself, grateful for her speed, as the underground passage collapsed at a pace too slow to catch up with her. She sprinted to the surface just as the passage collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire breeding shed, yet it posed no threat to her safety. At that moment, she could hardly believe she had truly succeeded. Could it be this simple? The process felt almost too smooth, too dreamlike. Dream? At this thought, Jingzi froze. She glanced around, realizing she had not heard the rumbling of the volcano for some time. There was no sign of anyone coming to investigate the commotion at the Azure Dragon Beast Master University. Even the previously noisy magical beasts had fallen silent, and the foul odor had vanished. The world had become eerily still, devoid of sound or movement, as if frozen in time. In that instant, her expression turned ashen, and the golden goblet she had been tightly gripping slipped from her fingers. Fell to the ground, bouncing slightly, and the vivid red liquid spilled forth, eerily staining the entire world. Of course, in such a secretive place, why would they assign a mere filthy old man to clean? It dawned on her. Had she been dreaming all along? In the silent crimson world, no one answered her. Meanwhile, the disheveled old man, holding a wine jug in one hand and a broom in the other, gazed at the sleeping woman with a sinister smile, appearing rather lecherous. He reached toward her upper body, then seized the black snake, also asleep on her shoulder. Forcefully squeezing out its gallbladder, he gulped it down and immediately washed it down with a swig of wine, his throat bobbing as he swallowed. The magical beast, the black snake, was carelessly discarded once its gallbladder had been used to accompany the drink. The old man let out a satisfied belch and remarked, "What a lovely little girl. Such a shame. Nightmares, it's time to end her dream once and for all." As soon as he spoke, the shadow of the old man sprang into action, rising from the ground to stand before the woman. One arm transformed into a sharp, elongated spike, plunging ruthlessly into her brow. Simultaneously, the crimson world within her dream began to shatter and collapse. At that moment, Jingzi had slumped to the ground, her face ashen, and as she beheld the collapsing world, a hint of relief crossed her features. Accompanied by the violent convulsions of Jingzi's limbs in the real world, she ultimately drew her last breath. The 5th Squadron of the Fusang Dark Guards was initially established to infiltrate the Great Xia and execute terror attacks. Due to the need for discretion, they were few in number yet comprised elite members. Thus, the 5th Squadron of the Fusang Dark Guards faced total annihilation. Chapter 29. The sweet aroma UGH'my headaches. Suze groggily awoke in bed, and upon opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the familiar ceiling. It's my home. Wasn't I supposed to be at the Tianyun volcano? How did I return? Rubbing his aching temples, Suze noticed an 4 drip attached to his hand, with a bottle of glucose infusing him. Just as he lay in bed, bewildered, a charming little face slowly moved into his line of sight, meeting him in silence. The face was delicate and fair, its features perfectly crafted, resembling a masterpiece. "I'm hungry." The small face with rosy lips uttered. Suze jolted upright, startled by the appearance of such a little girl in his home. In his haste, he accidentally bumped foreheads with the little girl, causing her to recoil, clutching her forehead, tears brimming in her eyes. "Wah, you're a bad person. Not only did you threaten me to steal my power, but now you've hurt me." Rubbing his own forehead, which throbbed painfully from the collision, Suze realized what had just happened and pointed at the little girl, exclaiming, "It's you? The golden feather phoenix. Stop pretending. How could my head have your hardness?" The little girl, transformed from the golden feather phoenix, lowered her hands from her forehead, revealing no sign of injury on her alabaster skin, and a mischievous smile crossed her exquisite face. "Humph, it wasn't me who bumped into you. You ran into me. Also, don't call me by my species name. I have a name. Qing-yi, Feng Qing-yi." High-tier bloodline magical beasts possess a family-like inheritance and can pass down some memories through their bloodlines. So Suze was not surprised that the golden feather phoenix had her own name. Rubbing his forehead, he sat up and inquired, "Feng Qing-yi, how did I end up at home? How long have I been asleep?" Qing-yi tapped her chin, surveying her surroundings. "Oh, this is your home. It's so small and shabby. As for the time, a whole day has passed." A whole day? After Suze lost consciousness, he was quickly brought back home. The door was still the university's unit, so it made sense for the school to keep a spare key. Had the entrance exam at the Azure Dragon Beast Master University concluded? "Did I miss the exam?" Suze expressed his frustration. However, Qingyi had no answers, as she was, after all, just a bird, and had remained in Suze's beast space until she sensed his spirit beginning to revive and lost control of the space. "You indeed missed the exam, but you have been granted automatic admission." Su Yao's joyous voice rang from the doorway. The spare key to Suze's home had been given to Su Yao, who lived just below him, allowing her to check on his condition from time to time and help replace the glucose to prevent him from starving in his sleep. Su Yao cheerfully exclaimed, "Suze, you're awake." Right, Su Yao. What do you mean by being granted automatic admission?" Su Yao quickly recounted the events that transpired while Suze was unconscious. "Oh, you're saying I've also been automatically admitted to the Azure Dragon Beast Master University?" Suze asked with a smile. Su Yao replied, equally excited, "Exactly. And perhaps we can continue being classmates." Suze pressed further, "What about Wang Zi? Is he doing well?" Su Yao's smile suddenly faltered, and with a hint of helplessness, she replied, "Uncle Wang has tried his best. He spent a lot of money to help Wang Zi find a magical beast, but after his beast died, his spirit was too weak to attract another. In the end, he couldn't successfully form a contract with a magical beast before the entrance exam ended and lost his chance to participate." Suze sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. If it weren't for the system's assistance, he would be no different from Wang Zi now, unable to contract a magical beast and missing out on the entrance exam. Wait, the system? An idea sparked in Suze's mind. Wang Zi had indeed suffered from spiritual damage due to his beast's death, making it difficult for him to contract another. However, the magical beast eggs produced by his system would not be affected by this. As long as they could hatch, he could form a contract. Moreover, he currently possessed a golden-level magical beast egg perfectly suited for him. Suze immediately sat up, eager to find Wang Zi, but his legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. Fortunately, Su Yao was there to support him just in time. Qing-yi, witnessing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Yao frowned, unable to contain her concern. Though Suze contracted a particularly powerful magical beast, it seems he may lack training. Could this present a danger? Suze's leg weakness stemmed from his still recovering spirit. Such excessive consumption would not be restored in just one day's rest. However, Suze had a plan. He promptly instructed Su Yao to assist him in the kitchen to boil a pot of hot water, and then retrieved a beast egg the size of a human head from the refrigerator. "Brother Suze, is this a beast egg? Do you intend to give it to Wang Zi?" Indeed, freshly hatched beasts are easier to bond with, presenting Wang Zi with a remarkable opportunity. Yet, what puzzled Su Yao was why Suze had accumulated so many beast eggs recently. She had witnessed the hatching of the void spirit turtle from its egg. Moreover, why was a beast egg stored in the refrigerator, akin to ordinary chicken eggs? After all, beast eggs are exceptionally precious. Before Su Yao could finish her thoughts, she was left dumbfounded as Suze tossed the beast egg into the boiling water and casually covered the pot. "Brother Suze, what are you doing? That's a beast egg." Suze, with an indifferent expression, replied, "Yes, I know. Beast eggs are immensely beneficial for recovering mental energy, and they taste delightful when scrambled or fried rice. Unfortunately, I've been feeling dizzy all day, and the leftovers at home are 2 days old, so I can't prepare fried rice for you. We'll have to make do with boiled eggs. But rest assured, a beast egg is still a beast egg. Even boiled, it will be exceptionally delicious." Suyao was on the verge of a breakdown. Was this really what she should be concerned about? This was a beast egg, one of the most coveted treasures for beast tamers, not merely an ingredient to ponder over for culinary purposes. Half an hour later, Suze skillfully retrieved the egg, peeled it, and sliced it into 3 portions, especially since Feng Qingyi had been drooling beside him for quite some time. Even though he knew it was merely a bird, he couldn't withstand Feng Qingyi's eager gaze. As Suze and Feng Qingyi began to eat the beast egg, Feng Qingyi joyfully revealed a pair of small wings fluttering behind her. Suyao gazed at the plate before her. Even though it contained only a third of the boiled egg, she decided to take a bite. MITS Truly Fragrant Chapter 30. Transferring the beast egg after satisfying her hunger, Feng Qingyi urged Suze to open the beast taming space to return. She still had a considerable amount of energy accumulated within her, having absorbed an 80-level beast core. This energy would gradually dissipate until it completely vanished after successfully hatching and helping her through the initial period of weakness. During this time, the more she could refine, the more would remain in the beast taming space. The energy loss could be minimized to the greatest extent. Suyao, having finished the beast egg, quickly returned home, feeling a surge of energy rapidly enhancing her mental capacity, necessitating immediate meditation for digestion. Suze, being at a higher level and having consumed numerous beast eggs over recent days, was already accustomed to it. Not long after, he finished digesting the energy from the beast egg and stood up, feeling no longer weak. He took out his phone and dialed Wang Zi. "Fatty, what are you doing?" "Resolving a significant life matter." "Do not disturb." Then came a sudden outburst of noise as if he was releasing a pent-up force. On the other end, Wang Zi appeared quite despondent, squatting on the toilet, one hand bandaging his leg while the other held his phone. A nearly burnt-out cigarette dangling from his lips, Suze continued, "Let's go out for dinner tonight. I have good news to share." "What good news can there be?" Wang Zi replied gloomily, yet did not refuse. "You're right. We need to celebrate your and Sue's big day. Leave the arrangements to me. I guarantee it will be livelier than a wedding." Realizing Wang Zi had misunderstood, Suze quickly clarified, "No, she can't make it today. She just finished hatching an egg and is going back to digest it. It will just be the 2 of us at our usual spot." "You what lewd words are you saying?" "I seriously suspect that Sue, the school beauty, is enduring great hardship with you." "What is it that you want from me, shrouded in mystery?" Suze whispered. "It's a matter that will allow you to continue being a beast tamer." "Are you serious?" Wang Zi suddenly stood up from the toilet, followed by a wail that startled Suze on the other end of the line. "What's wrong? Did you scream so loudly because of a serious issue?" Wang Zi trembled. "Don't mention it. I got so excited that the cigarette fell from my mouth and landed on my dot, you know." Faced with such an awkward situation, even Suze could only remain silent. After a long moment, he finally replied, "You really know how to take care of your brother, even thinking of sharing a puff." Wang Zi. That night, Suze arrived at a barbecue restaurant beside Beisherno. One high school as promised, walking straight into a private booth where Wang Zi was already waiting. His right hand was bandaged while his left was diligently skewering and devouring food, his mouth covered in grease. "Buddy, I've been feeling down lately, affecting my appetite. Your call lifted my spirits again, so I didn't wait for you to start eating." Suze chuckled. "Is it just your appetite that's lifted? Do you trust me so easily? You know your uncle hired many people, and they couldn't help." Wang Zi looked at Suze seriously and said, "We've been brothers for so many years. We've never deceived each other, so I trust you." This made Suze feel somewhat guilty, for in a sense, the Suze who truly opened his heart to Wang Zi was no longer present. He immediately took out a basketball-sized beast egg covered in golden scales from his bag and placed it on the table. "Since you trust me, I won't hide it. This is the key to allowing you to continue being a beast tamer." Wang Zi's attention was drawn to the beast egg. He examined it and then looked at Suze, not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm. He had previously attempted to bond with a freshly hatched beast, but it had proven ineffective. Nevertheless, he appreciated Suze's good intentions and smiled in agreement. "All right, I'll take your good wishes, but the exams for this year are already over. I fear I'll have to wait until next year to join you as a junior. Suze shook his head. No need to wait. The Western White Tiger Beast Tamer University postponed their exam by a week due to encountering a high-level beast while clearing the venue. There are still a few days left. You can still make it to participate. Wangzi was taken aback. He hadn't expected Suze to consider him so thoroughly. But could he truly become a beast tamer? He looked at the beast egg Suze had brought out, feeling uncertain. Just then, Suze seemed to remember something and pulled out a knife, cutting his finger in front of Wang Zi's astonished gaze, allowing his blood to drip onto the beast egg. What are you doing? Wang Zi quickly withdrew his hand, wanting to suck on it to stop the bleeding, but after just having eaten extremely spicy barbecue, he let out another scream when he put his finger in his mouth. Suze replied, "It's nothing. This is merely the procedure for transferring the egg to you. Each beast egg produced by the system belongs to Suze, and even if others hatch it, they will automatically sign a contract with him. Only after he dissolves all relationships can others bind it through blood, allowing the subsequently hatched beast to sign a contract with someone else." Suze then sat down, eating barbecue while saying, "Remember to keep this egg alongside a substantial amount of gold when you get home. If you don't have enough, ask your uncle to buy more." Wangzi responded, "That's not an issue. My family has a vault. My dad always believes that gold is the best store of value. So most of our wealth is converted into gold stored in the vault. I'll lock it in there when I get back. A vault." Suze glanced at the beast egg on the table, knowing that its hatching conditions required absorbing a significant amount of gold. The more the better. Keeping it in the vault was undoubtedly the best method. The hope was that in Wang Guo's eyes, his son would be more important than gold. Wangzi then inquired about the price of the beast egg, as such things are generally quite expensive, and Suze's family background isn't particularly affluent. However, Suze simply said, "You can treat me to this meal, and that will suffice." Wangzi could only shake his head helplessly, revealing a smile. After finishing their barbecue, the two left with their arms around each other. Upon returning home, Wangzi immediately sought out his father for the vault key to store the golden-scaled egg. He didn't believe this egg could resolve his issues, but it symbolized his precious friendship. Once Suze and Suyao entered the Beast Tamer University, he would likely drift further away from them. After all, from then on, they would no longer inhabit the same world. Wangzi sighed as he locked the vault door, not noticing that the gold closest to the golden-scaled egg was already melting into golden liquid, being absorbed by it. Chapter 31. Golden-scaled pig. The gold within the vault continuously melted into liquid gold and flowed towards the golden-scaled egg, which absorbed it. When there was no more gold within reach, the golden-scaled egg would actively roll to a new position on the floor to continue its absorption. Thus, an entire night passed, and after countless amounts of gold were absorbed, the golden-scaled egg finally left a small gap, and the shell began to peel away. The next day, Wangzi appeared even more disheartened, causing his father, Wang Guo, to frown in concern. "What are you frowning about all day? Can't you live without becoming a beast tamer?" Wang Guo chastised. "Since you can't enter the Beast Tamer University, there's no need to attend a mediocre school like Qingbei. I'll give you some startup capital to start a business. Once you make a name for yourself in the business world, it'll be no less than being a beast tamer." Wangzi remained non-committal. In this world of beast tamers, even in business, beast tamers hold an advantage. It's rare for ordinary individuals like Wang Guo to become successful entrepreneurs. Additionally, Wangzi lacked confidence in his commercial acumen. This was Wangzi's dilemma. If he couldn't achieve anything in the path of becoming a beast tamer, he would have to return to inherit his father's wealth. Even if he lacked business sense, his family fortune wouldn't run out easily. It was quite vexing. Wang Guo then took out the vault key and said, "However, our liquid funds are running low, so we need to fetch some gold from the vault to serve as startup capital. Go help Wangzi become a beast tamer again." Wang Guo had spent a significant amount of money these past few days, hiring beast hunters to capture beasts and inviting experts to assist Wangzi in treating his mental injuries. The two made their way to the vault, and just as Wang Guo prepared to unlock the door with the key, they heard faint rustling sounds from inside. How could there be noise in the vault? "Xiaozi, did you remember to lock it when you left yesterday?" Wang Guo immediately turned to question his son, his tone tense. The vault contained a substantial portion of their family wealth. If anything happened, though they wouldn't go bankrupt, it would severely shake their foundation. Should not have locked it. Wangzi stammered, uncertain even himself. Seeing this, Wang Guo hurriedly took the key to open the door, but due to his anxiety, he fumbled several times before finally inserting it correctly, and turning it to unlock the door. As soon as the door swung open, they rushed in, only to have their faces fall instantly. The iron racks that once held the gold were in disarray, and most importantly, the gold bars had all vanished without a trace. Even with a quick glance, Wang Gui could tell that at least half of his gold was missing. "You little rascal, what on earth did you do yesterday?" Facing his father, who was about to explode with rage, Wang Zi averted his gaze, saying, "I just put a beast egg in there. By the way, where's my egg?" Just as Wang Zi was about to search the vault, he spotted a golden, round shape struggling out from beneath a fallen rack. "What is that?" Both father and son tensed up, aware that they were no longer beast tamers, and in this world teeming with beasts, it was perilous. Then they saw a half-meter tall, half-meter long, and even half-meter wide golden pig trot over to Wang Zi, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. The little pig was devoid of fur, its body covered in fine golden scales, resembling the beast egg Suze had gifted Wang Zi. "This is not a beast? The egg Suze gave me hatched overnight?" Wang Zi exclaimed. "Wait a minute, little thing. Did you cause all this chaos in my vault?" He picked up the little pig, discovering half a gold bar lodged in its mouth. The pig gazed longingly at the gold bar, drooling but not seizing it, instead being quite affectionate with Wang Zi. The moment Wang Zi touched the golden pig, a radiant contract array appeared beneath his feet. Wang Zi was momentarily stunned, then could hardly contain his excitement as he turned to his father and exclaimed, "Dad, did you see that? It's a contract array. I'm a beast tamer again. Xiaozhe didn't he deceive me? The egg he gave me is truly my hope of becoming a beast tamer." Wang Gui stared in disbelief at the scene before him, especially at the golden pig in Wang Zi's hands, so captivated that he momentarily forgot the half of their gold that had vanished from the vault. "You just said this beast was given to you by Suze?" "Yes, when he gave it to me, it was just a beast egg, and it hatched overnight." "Why? How could this be that? How could he give you such a rare and precious beast?" Seeing his father's inexplicably excited demeanor, Wang Zi asked curiously, "Dad, I've been in high school for several years and didn't he recognize this little pig?" "How do you know it?" Wang Gui, still very serious, replied, "That's because you didn't he pay attention in class. You know I'm not a beast tamer, so my understanding of beasts is limited. However, there's one beast I've always been particularly interested in. It's called the golden-scaled pig." "Are you saying this is the golden-scaled pig?" Wang Zi looked at the round creature, which seemed harmless, and asked, "Is there something special about it?" "Of course. The golden-scaled pig is extremely rare, said to feed on gold bars and drink liquid gold. Once mature, it possesses the ability to turn stone into gold and is excellent at treasure hunting and mining. It's a remarkable beast that requires significant initial investment but offers even greater returns." Wang Zi suddenly understood. No wonder so much gold was missing from the vault. It truly ate it all. But if it has such a big appetite, how can we support it with our resources? After all, it consumed half our gold in one night. How long can we sustain it? However, Wang Gui continued, that should only have been for hatching. Normally, it won't need so much. And that's not the point. The crucial aspect is the golden-scaled pig.its, a genuine golden-grade beast. Golden grade? Wang Zi was taken aback, unable to believe that Suze had gifted him a golden-grade beast for the price of a barbecue. The value of such a beast egg is immeasurable. Wang Gui sighed. "I used to think Suze was benefiting from our family's support. Now it seems entirely the opposite. We are the ones being supported." Wang Zi recalled what Suze had said the previous day and spoke up, "Dad, I heard the Western White Tiger Beast Tamer University postponed their exams. There are still a few days left until the Beast Tamer entrance exam there. I want to participate." Wang Gui finally reacted from his earlier surprise. "What, you don't want to wait another year? If you go there, you won't have many chances to come back and see your friends." Wang Zi replied firmly, "I don't want to wait that long anymore. That kid's talent is frighteningly good, and I'm afraid that after a year, I won't be able to catch up to him." Wang Gui smiled with great satisfaction. "It is commendable to have ambition. If you could also resolve to shed a few pounds, that would be even better. Your father supports you. Besides, the initial funding I prepared for you has already been consumed by your beast. So consider it as my investment. Since I began my business endeavors, I have never incurred a loss. I hope you will not disappoint me this time." Before leaving the vault, Wang Gui took out a portion of gold. After all, until the golden-scaled pig matures enough to transmute stone into gold and provide for itself, it will require gold for sustenance. If it were anyone else, even with a contract, they might struggle to afford such care. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Wangzi booked a flight for that very day, departing that night to prepare for her examination. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit corner of Beishan City, two figures were quietly scheming under the flickering light. One, speaking in halting daxia, growled softly, "Xiao Jun, your intelligence is flawed," asked the principal. "Why did you not inform us that Qinglong Beast University harbors a formidable expert?" Opposite him, under the shadowy light, Xiao Su's face flickered in and out of visibility. Chapter 32. The Dream Demon. Mr. Tianzhong, I believe your demeanor should be more courteous. We are in a collaborative relationship, not a hierarchical one. Please refrain from addressing me in a questioning tone, Xiao Su replied without reservation. The man before him was Tianzhong Kia, a prominent figure within the Fuso secret guards. Even Yano Takashi was merely a team leader, while Tianzhong Kia was his direct superior, the commander of the 4th team of the Fuso secret guards. In terms of status and strength, he was undoubtedly a step above Xiao Su. However, faced with his sudden outburst of pressure, Xiao Su exhibited no sign of panic beyond the gentle flutter of his hair. Observing this, Tianzhong Kia's anger dissipated almost instantaneously, leaving one to wonder whether his fury was genuine or merely a test of Xiao Su's composure. He swiftly donned a smile, remarking, "Xiao Jun possesses such strength yet chooses to remain hidden within a mere beast university. You must harbor grand ambitions. Unfortunately, our collaboration's failure must be something you wish to avoid. Hence I believe I am entitled to a reasonable explanation." Seeing the other party's courtesy, Xiao Su's expression softened as he replied, "I understand your suspicions that I orchestrated this trap, for a complete 5th team of the Fuso secret guards has been systematically eradicated within Daxia. Such an occurrence has not transpired in a long time. The last significant casualties in your nation occurred during the siege of Shaocheng, so I can understand your dissatisfaction." He then shifted his tone. However, the appearance of that old fellow was unforeseen. "Although I have held the position of principal for 6 years, the previous principal managed the institution for decades. Ultimately, I am merely an outsider. Otherwise, why would I need to collaborate with you to uncover the school's secrets?" Tianzhong Kia fixed his gaze upon Xiao Su's eyes, seemingly assessing the truthfulness of his words before speaking. "Are you suggesting that this expert is the former principal of Qinglong Beast University? And you were unaware of his presence?" Xiao Su affirmed, "Indeed, it could only be him. After being dismissed, the old principal vanished without a trace, unexpectedly hiding right beneath my nose. It makes sense, after all. He was the one who oversaw the project from the beginning, and it is unlikely he would simply relinquish it." Tianzhong Kia inquired, "So, if we eliminate this old codger, we can unearth the secrets of Qinglong Beast University?" Xiao Su cast a disparaging glance at him. "Old codger? It seems your intelligence work within the Fuso secret guards leaves much to be desired. Allow me to remind you, the old principal once held a formidable title in Fuso. He is known as the Dream Demon." Upon hearing this name, Tianzhong Kia's expression shifted dramatically. "The Dream Demon? Is he the very same? The master of the dragon tamer, Shaocheng?" Xiao Su, witnessing Kia's alarm, sneered disdainfully, "Indeed. Do you still believe you can easily dispose of this aged figure? Those who bear titles such as his are exceedingly rare. They are typically powerful individuals, or those who have performed remarkable deeds worthy of recognition. The title Dream Demon stems from the latter. He was once Xiao Cheng's mentor and protector. After Xiao Cheng's azure-scaled serpent advanced to become the Azure Cloud Flood Dragon, he faced numerous assassination attempts from various nations, with Fuso being the most aggressive. All these attacks were thwarted by the old principal, who had not yet acquired the title Dream Demon. He temporarily abandoned his role as principal to focus on safeguarding Shaocheng. This is precisely why the Fuso secret guards failed to uncover his identity and merely believed him to be a guardian assigned to Shaocheng. The event that earned him the title Dream Demon was a terrifying display of power. In a single night, he put 5 cities in Fuso into a deep slumber from which they could not awaken. It could be said that before Shaocheng unleashed the bloodshed upon Fuso, the Dream Demon was their most profound psychological shadow. Many resorted to propping their eyelids open with toothpicks, drawing blood, yet dared not sleep, fearing they would never see the dawn again. Shortly thereafter, his pupil, Shaocheng, cast a new layer of psychological terror upon them with his own storm of blood. Xiao Su continued, "Now you understand, right? Unless your first team leader brings at least one genuine artifact, do not even think about breaching that secret place. Moreover, should you initiate combat, the spectacle will surely be cataclysmic. By the time Shaocheng arrives, even if you claim victory, none shall escape." Tianzhongqia realized the truth in Xiao Su's words and took a deep breath. Huh, it seems this has transformed into an impossible task. However, since you invited me here at such a late hour, I presume it is not merely to discuss surrendering. Xiao Su smiled. Indeed, my intent is simply to convey that through this reconnaissance, we have come to recognize the difficulty of this path. Therefore, why not consider an alternative route? Upon hearing this, Tianzhongqia's forehead twitched slightly, realizing that even if Xiao Su was unaware of the dream demon's existence, he must have guessed. Hence, he referred to this as a reconnaissance, using the lives of everyone in Fuso Secret Guard's 5th team to chart the course. He suppressed his rising anger and inquired, an alternative route? If a simpler path existed, we would have taken it already. What do you mean? Xiao Su replied, because this is a newly emerged path. Discovered through a student named Su Zhe. Oh? I have heard of this individual. It is said he has contracted a diamond-tier beast, correct? He may very well become the next dragon tamer, and we in Fuso are already preparing to initiate an assassination plan against him. Xiao Su chuckled lightly. You are hesitant to bring forth a genuine artifact from your island, and yet you believe an old man can resolve this. I find it hard to believe your assassination plan will succeed. Tianzhongqia was about to erupt in anger when Xiao Su raised a hand to halt him, continuing, Mr. Tianzhong, do not be hasty. Please inform the higher-ups in your nation not to rush into action against Su Zhe. Tianzhongqia returned to his seat and asked, Xiao Jun, provide me with a reason to allow a significant threat to grow unchecked. Otherwise, I find it difficult not to question your allegiance. Xiao Su reclined in his chair. The golden feathered phoenix possesses the bloodline of the divine beast phoenix. Even among diamond-tier beasts, it is among the elite. Thus, should we not eliminate it before it reaches maturity? Xiao Su shook his finger. No, this means that if given the opportunity, it could activate its phoenix bloodline to the extent you require. Tianzhongqia's eyes brightened momentarily before he shook his head. No, activating a divine beast's bloodline is not as simple as you suggest. If Daxia could easily accomplish this, it would already be the most powerful nation in the world. You are correct, yet there are indeed individuals who have achieved this, are there not? They have even become the nightmares of your kind. Tianzhongqia's expression darkened. He is merely an exception. It does not signify anything. Xiao Su interrupted him once more. What I can tell you is that this young man holds an extraordinary position with the Dream Demon. Only through him can you reenact the events that transpired with Xiao Cheng. Tianzhongqia appeared deeply conflicted. After much contemplation, he stated, I will convey your words to the upper echelons, as for the outcome. Await my notification. Xiao Su shrugged. I am indifferent, but I hope you can reach a decision swiftly, because we are not the only ones with our eyes on that young man. If the golden feathered phoenix falls into the hands of certain prominent families, it will be much harder to deal with. Tianzhongqia nodded and then vanished, dissolving into shadows like snowflakes. Leaving Xiao Su alone under the dim light, he tapped his fingers gently on the table. Beneath his tapping, 2 personal files lay in the drawer, each adorned with a photograph of a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 30s. The man, wearing glasses, had an average appearance and a somewhat reserved expression. In contrast, the woman appeared much more capable, sporting short hair and a strikingly attractive visage. Both files bore a large stamp marking them as missing. Chapter 33. Enrollment at the entrance of Qinglong Beast University. A multitude of individuals gathered, burdened with an array of luggage. In addition to students, their parents beamed with suppressed smiles. The scene at the entrance of Qingbei University, however, was starkly different. Parents were reluctant to show their faces. Unwilling to lose face, Su Zhe and Su Yao were accompanied solely by each other. Su Zhe's parents were untraceable, and Su Yao's father was preoccupied with research, leaving them to embark on this journey alone. At that moment, Su Zhe stood amidst the crowd, his phone revealing a faint smile. Beside him, Su Yao elbowed him playfully. What are you smiling about? We are about to register. I was just reading a message from Wang Zi. That guy ran off to Baihu Beast University last night and will be taking the entrance exam there in a couple of days. Su Yao turned back with curiosity. Has his issue been resolved? Su Zhe replied non-committally, perhaps. Before Su Yao could inquire further, the registration officer called out her name, Su Yao. She immediately turned, raising her hand high. Teacher, I'm here. The teacher regarded her with a smile. Ah, so you are old Su's daughter? I remember holding you when you were little. It's hard to believe how much you've grown. You are quite sought after. Several teachers wish to take you as their student, but who could compete with your father? Go report to teacher Su Yiming. Su Yao replied sweetly. Okay, teacher. Beast universities differ from conventional institutions. Their teaching methods resemble the traditional master-student system. Upon enrollment, students do not attend classes in groups but rather follow a designated mentor. Since mentors are not omnipotent, the school offers numerous elective courses for students to choose from. Additionally, there are credit requirements. Each student must complete a specified number of credits each academic year. Before long, it was Suze's turn, but when he approached, the teacher frowned. Next, Suze. Your situation is rather complex, and a mentor has yet to be assigned to you. However, the principal has instructed me to direct you to his office upon registration. The principal? Suze was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the principal wished to take him as a student? The other students waiting for registration gasped upon hearing Suze's name. Is he really Suze? The one who single-handedly annihilated a team of Fuso secret guards? He is so handsome, I'm in love. What? You must be joking. That's the Fuso secret guards. How could someone like us, just becoming beast tamers, possibly take them on? You're unaware, are you? It's said that the recent upheaval at Tianyan volcano was due to the hatching of a diamond-tier beast, and that beast recognized its master as the first person it saw, Suze. My goodness, a diamond-tier beast? His luck is astounding. Who can argue with that? I'm so envious. Yet, some discordant voices emerged. It's just a stroke of luck. If I had been there, I could have contracted it too. The gap between him and the beast is so vast. There must be a high risk of losing control. Why doesn't the association forcibly dissolve his contract? Perhaps he has connections. I can tell by Captain Gui's gaze that something is off. Typically, a genius who contracts a diamond-tier beast would be kept under strict confidentiality to prevent assassination attempts. However, although few witnessed Suze's contract, only Guilinshan, Yu Shanghua, and Xiao Su were aware. Yet, in a fit of rage, he had publicly utilized the power of the beast to eliminate an entire team of Fuso secret guards, including the team leader, Yano Takashi. Subsequently, the golden-feathered phoenix transformed into human form. Those who had studied the knowledge of beast tamers in high school could easily deduce that Suze had contracted a powerful diamond-tier beast. Only such a creature could possess such formidable strength at a young age. Even attempts to conceal this fact became futile. He could only be secretly protected. In recent days, Suze's home had been inundated with workers checking water, electricity, and gas meters, yet they seemed unprofessional. Suze understood that they were actually the Daxia spirit guards sent by Guilinshan to protect him. What are you daydreaming about? Do you not know where the principal's office is? I'll take you there, Su Yao smiled, taking Suze's hand and leading him effortlessly toward the school gate. From the outside, the Beast University bore little distinction from ordinary universities, complete with libraries, activity rooms, teaching buildings, and playgrounds. However, in addition, there was a massive outdoor arena and several smaller rings. Unlike typical universities focused solely on academic courses, Beast universities primarily taught practical combat skills. The campus was expansive, and both were breathless by the time they reached the colossal statue of the Azure Dragon located at the campus center. The statue towered several stories high. Even a single scale was the size of a basketball, and each dragon whisker was as thick as an arm. Many gathered around the statue, exploring its features, likely aware that the statue before the Beast Tamer Association concealed the avatar of Xiao Cheng, the dragon tamer. They wished to discover whether this larger and more impressive statue held any secrets, and just a few days prior, even more people had congregated around it. However, their efforts yielded little. Now, only a handful still held interest. Behind the statue stood the administrative building of Qinglong Beast University, which had 18 stories, matching the statue's height. The principal's office was located on the highest, 18th floor, while Su Yao was headed to the 10th floor to find her father. After exiting the elevator on the 10th floor, Su Yao departed, leaving Suze to follow the directional signs to the principal's office. The door was unlocked, and upon lightly knocking and hearing a response from within, he gently pushed the door open. The room was spacious, furnished with a grand mahogany desk, a coffee table, a set of sofas, and a bookshelf. The walls were adorned with calligraphy, featuring quotations in a bold, flowing script that Suze could not decipher. Inside the room sat two individuals, a middle-aged man behind the desk, impeccably dressed in formal attire. Another individual was a disheveled old man clad in cleaning attire, clutching a stainless steel flask and exuding a powerful stench of alcohol, leaning back in a chair before the office desk with his legs crossed. The middle-aged man behind the desk looked at Suze with a smile and said, "Suze, you're here. Find a place to sit." Suze responded, "Ah, all right, da," and then awkwardly sat down on the sofa. He immediately recognized this middle-aged man as the one who had stood beside Linshan on the volcano that day. Due to Feng Qingyi's disruption, he hadn't had the chance to greet him. Su Zhe felt a bit anxious, hoping he hadn't left a bad first impression. That moment, Xiao Su, with a beaming smile, stepped out from behind the desk and introduced himself. I am your principal. Xiao Su, I won't keep you in suspense. I've called you here to personally introduce you to a teacher, considering your unique situation. Xiao Su then pointed to the disheveled old man beside him, who was pouring the last few drops of alcohol from his flask into his mouth. Chapter 34. Teacher. The scruffy old man tilted the flask back, draining it, and after confirming it was empty, reluctantly tucked it away. He reclined comfortably against the chair, tilting his head back, only to realize that both Xiao Su and Su Zhe were watching him. Seemed he only then grasped that Xiao Su had been referring to him, and in astonishment, he pointed at his own nose, saying, to be his teacher. Me? Principal Xiao, are you mistaken? There are so many excellent teachers in our school who are adept at educating, breeding magical beasts, or even horseback combat. I'm merely a part-time pig feeder and cleaner. How could I possibly teach someone? Absolutely not. Su Zhe shared the same sentiment. The teachers he had seen on his way here, including those responsible for enrollment at the entrance, were all dressed impeccably. Only this old man appeared dirty and seemingly intoxicated, presenting a very unreliable image. Furthermore, he had just enrolled with two powerful magical beasts, one at the gold level and the other at the diamond level. Such talent was exceedingly rare. How could Principal Xiao disregard his status and appoint such a person as his mentor? This led Su Zhe to wonder if it was perhaps because he hadn't greeted Xiao Su that day. Was he truly that petty? If that were the case, he could have at least discussed it with the old man beforehand and had him change out of his cleaning clothes and his current state. He hardly resembled a teacher. It felt as though he were being taken for a fool. Yet, Xiao Su, still smiling, remarked, Teacher Lin, she is simply being modest. By the way, your name is quite intriguing. It essentially embodies the concept of a dream. I can't believe I overlooked it before. The drunken old man nonchalantly touched his nose and said, I'm just a janitor here, so it's no surprise the principal didn't notice me. At that moment, Su Zhe cast a glance at the man named Lin Shi, feeling that his name, when paired with his current appearance, was somewhat wasted. Xiao Su then shifted the conversation, saying, You're right. Our Qinglong University of Beast Masters indeed boasts a formidable faculty. However, as you must know, aside from you and me, there are very few people in the school qualified to guide him. This statement caused Su Zhe's eyes to widen in surprise. What did this mean? Did it imply that the old man was on the same level as him? Could it be that he was a hidden master like a monk? Su Zhe mused internally. The drunken old man continued, Principal, you flatter me too much. I could never compare to you. Besides, I'll be retiring in a year. This university program lasts 4 years, and I won't be able to teach this kid. Xiao Su maintained his smile, saying, Rest assured, Teacher Lin, this child has already met the most challenging requirements for graduation upon entering. As for the cultural courses, Beast Masters don't place much emphasis on them. With some effort, he can complete them within a year, which won't delay your retirement. Beast Master University operates on a 4-year program, extendable to 6 years. Besides fulfilling basic credit requirements, students must also meet the stringent requirement of reaching level 20 as a Beast Master to graduate. Those who fail to meet the conditions within 6 years only receive a certificate of incomplete studies, which is not recognized by many official organizations related to Beast Masters, forcing them to compete for jobs with ordinary individuals. Those who graduate successfully can join official organizations for further study and advancement. The drunken old man seemed ready to say more when Xiao Su interjected, By the way, Teacher Lin, I remembered something. I have taken a keen interest in this exceptionally talented student, so I made a point to learn more about him. I discovered that his parents were also teachers here, but unfortunately, they met with an accident before I took office. Alas, I wonder if you knew them. Xiao Su sighed and continued, Poor child. Without parental support, what will he do? You must understand that it's not just outsiders who have their eyes on this diamond-level magical beast. Many of our own are also watching him. This comment startled Su Zhe. It sounded as though many people were keeping a close watch on him. It made sense. Xiao Cheng, who had contracted a diamond-level magical beast at a young age, had endured repeated assassination attempts from other nations to survive and thrive. Why should he expect to develop safely? But what did it mean to be targeted by his own people? Stealing a glance at Xiao Su, he recalled how that day, only he had harbored lingering thoughts about the golden feather phoenix. However, it couldn't he possibly refer to him. Was there someone else watching him? Lin Shi's expression finally shifted. His previous drunkenness seemed to fade momentarily as he fixed a penetrating gaze on the smiling Xiao Su. Finally, he adopted the demeanor of a drunkard again, slumping back in his chair and saying, "Since the principal isn't afraid of leading a student astray, what do I have to fear? However, if I am to be a mentor, I'll need to take on 2 jobs. A raise wouldn't be unreasonable, would it?" Xiao Su continued to smile broadly. "No problem. Your original salary will remain unchanged, and I'll add your mentor's salary." "Good, straightforward. In that case, I have no objections. Come along, kid. Let us go check in with the old man." Lin Shi swayed as he stood up from the chair, beckoning to Su Zhe, who was still deep in thought. Su Zhe was jolted from his reverie, saying, All right." He had not missed the subtext in their earlier conversation. He sensed that Lin Shi's willingness to become his mentor was closely tied to the mention of his parents. Su Zhe distinctly felt the emotional shift in Lin Shi at that moment. Did this seemingly carefree old man know something about the disappearance of his parents? The thought left Su Zhe restless. A significant reason he aimed to enter Qinglong University of Beast Masters was to uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance and hopefully reunite with them. It seemed that on the very first day of reporting, a clue had presented itself. A good omen. As he observed the swaying figure of the old man ahead, Su Zhe prepared to inquire what he knew. However, just as Lin Shi stepped out of the principal's office, he bent down, less than 2 meters from the door, and began to violently vomit. The stench of cheap alcohol filling the corridor. "I feel so much better after throwing that up. This fake liquor really hits hard. Once I get my double salary, I'll buy some good stuff," he said, leaning on Su Zhe. As the pungent smell wafted from his clothing, Su Zhe instinctively stepped back. The old man shot him an annoyed glance and said, "I'll be your master from now on. Can't you lend me a hand?" With that, he strode toward the elevator, and whether it was because he had just expelled the alcohol or had merely been pretending, his steps appeared steady. Su Zhe hurriedly followed, enduring the foul odor as they descended together in the elevator, leaving behind an irate cleaning lady cursing at the mess on the floor. Chapter 35. Did you fall into a sewage pit? After leaving the administrative building, the old man and the young man walked along the broad tree-lined path of the campus. Dappled sunlight filtered through the swaying branches, casting a warm yet silent ambience around them. Unable to withstand the awkward silence, Su Zhe broke the ice and asked, "Teacher, where are we headed?" Lin Shi, humming a tune, replied, "Where else? Of course, to my office where I feed the beast." Su Zhe, puzzled, asked, "Office? Shouldn't teachers' offices be in the administrative building?" The old man revealed a gap-toothed grin, saying, "That little shabby office. You can hardly stretch a leg in there. It can't compare to my domain." Intrigued, Su Zhe noted that despite the old man's filthy attire, even the principal seemed to hold him in high regard. Coupled with his earlier remarks, could it be that he was indeed a hidden figure with a special office in the school? This curiosity persisted until he followed Lin Shi to a remote corner of the campus, where they arrived at a breeding shed. Before even entering the shed, the stench of animal waste assaulted Su Zhe's senses, causing him to wrinkle his nose. "Teacher, is this where you work?" "Indeed. What do you think? Isn't it much larger than those offices in the administrative building?" He wasn't wrong. Not only was the shed itself spacious, but even the adjacent break room surpassed the principal's office in size. However, the issue was that in this expansive area, there were hardly any places for humans to settle. The shed was divided into over 10 fenced sections, each housing various low-level magical beasts. Most were iron-level creatures, essentially mere animals with some magical lineage. They weren't significantly stronger than ordinary animals, though their taste was reportedly enhanced. Yet Su Zhe had no interest in consuming them. Remembering what Xiao Su had mentioned earlier, he asked, "Lin Shi, do you know my parents?" Lin Shi didn't respond directly but handed Su Zhe a bucket of prepared feed, saying, The principal called me over unexpectedly, and now my feeding duties are left unfinished. If the feed clumps up, it'll be difficult to serve." Eager to obtain answers, Su Zhe immediately took the bucket from Lin Shi and said, "No problem. Leave it to me." He then carried the bucket inside, enduring the smell as he poured some into a trough. However, the creature resembling a scaled black pig only took one bite before shaking its tail and waddling away. Lin Shi exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? I've already fed that scaled pig. Can't you see its belly is already full?" His tone was urgent, yet he remained seated, dragging a lounge chair over to recline and watch Su Zhe, his gaze drifting as if lost in thought. Pausing, Suze reconsidered and poured the remaining feed into the trough of another creature that resembled a goat with 3 horns. The result was even more extreme. The creature merely sniffed at its feed before thrashing against the fence in a frenzy. What's wrong with these beasts? Suze wondered aloud, dodging the creature's attacks. Are they all this picky about food? Have they been spoiled? She pulled out a small flask and, while pouring some into his mouth, said, "That feed has bone meal from the 3-horned goat mixed in. Of course, it would go wild for it. You should feed the purple dogs nearby. They love bones." Understanding the situation, Suze grasped the 3-horned goat's behavior. He pinched his nose with one hand while using the other to scoop the feed he had just poured into the trough and placed it into the purple dog's feeding area. Watching the large purple-haired dogs devour their meal heartily, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't anticipated that merely feeding them would be so troublesome. Magical beasts were indeed more challenging to care for than ordinary animals. After all, even a domesticated pig would happily munch on pebbles if they were offered, showing no fuss over food. Leaving the shed, Suze set the feed bucket down before the break room and wiped the sweat from his brow. Only to realize he had splattered some feed onto his face, he hurriedly wiped it off. Linshi, appearing rather pleased, exclaimed, "Ha! You look just like him." Curious, Suze asked, "Like whom? Who else?" "You look just like your father." Suze felt a surge of excitement. "Teacher, you really knew my dad." "Of course. I've been here for so many years. Back when Su Lin was still a brash youth, he was assigned to me to care for magical beasts for a while." He seemed to drift into memories, smiling as he added, "Just like you, he was quite clumsy." This was the first time Suze had heard someone recount his parents' early days at work, and he involuntarily smiled. "Why did the former principal put my dad through such a trial?" Linshi paused. "Why do you think it was a trial? Having my dad take care of these low-level magical beasts, wasn't he that a challenge?" Linshi chuckled. "Perhaps it was because they valued him, just as they do you now." Yet Suze frowned, feeling that he was indeed being put through a challenge. What happened next? What happened next? "He got promoted, became a researcher at the school, met your mother, and had a child." With a sigh, he added, "It's a pity. They met with an accident at such a young age." Suze pressed on. "Do you know what the accident was? What happened back then?" Linshi stood and shook his head. "How could I know about the researcher's affairs? I'm only responsible for managing this area's breeding and sanitation. If it didn't happen right under my nose, how would I be aware?" Still unsatisfied, Suze asked, "Well, have you ever heard anyone mention anything?" Linshi walked towards the break room, saying, "No, I'm just an old man. Who would share such things with me?" He then issued a subtle dismissal. "All right, kid, today was just a check-in. You should head back. Classes start tomorrow." Feeling that Linshi might know more about the events surrounding his parents' disappearance, Suze longed to ask further questions. However, Linshi had already closed the break room door tightly, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Nonetheless, Suze was determined to extract information from this old man, even if it meant continuing to assist with the care of low-level magical beasts. His spirits were buoyed. On his very first day at school, he had discovered clues related to the past incident. However, there was a downside. When he met up with Su Yao to return home, she distanced herself from him, visibly displeased. "Suze, where did you go after we parted? Why does it smell so foul?" The odor was so overwhelming that Su Yao momentarily suspected that he had fallen into a cesspit after their separation. Chapter 36. Pecked by a bird in the early morning, Suze selected one of the bronze-colored beast eggs from several before him and dropped it into boiling water. Perhaps his recent luck had been exhausted by the previous 10 consecutive draws that yielded both golden and diamond-level beast eggs. After using up all his accumulated chances over the past few days, he found no golden eggs, nor even silver ones, only a handful of bronze beast eggs. Contemplating, he took out another egg and placed it in the pot. If others were to witness this scene, they might feel a pang of sympathy. However, for Suze, it was of little consequence, as beast eggs were the one thing he had in abundance. After all, he was like a diligent hen, laying an egg every day. Once the 2 beast eggs were boiled, Suze retrieved them and stepped outside. Residing in a unit close to the Qinglong Beast Master University, he had no need to stay on campus. Su Yao, sharing the same privileges, was waiting for him at the corner of the stairs. "You're slow." "I've been waiting for quite a while," she said, feigning a pout. "Have you eaten?" "I took some time to boil an egg for you." Suze replied, "I've already eaten, but one egg wouldn't hurt. It's just that I'm past the age of growth. Are eggs still beneficial for me?" Su Yao hesitated as she gazed at the large, pale beast egg Suze had taken out, momentarily rendered speechless. While the last time Suze had boiled a beast egg for her, it had profoundly impressed her with its healing properties. She never imagined it could also serve as breakfast. How extravagant! Without further ado, Suze handed the egg to Su Yao and peeled another one for himself after cracking it against the stair railing. What are you waiting for? Eat up. This is a good thing. It will keep you energized all day and enhance your mental acuity without the need for meditation. Looking at the two cooked beast eggs, Su Yao felt a strange numbness. It's a pity there are no more left. We'll have to try the taste of golden-level beast eggs together another day. Though this statement might lack credibility to others, Su Yao inexplicably nodded. The size of the beast egg was such that neither she nor even a hungry Suze could finish one in a single sitting. Thus, Suze summoned Feng Qingyi from the beast space and handed her the peeled egg while he shared the other with Su Yao. Feng Qingyi shot a glance at Suze but did not refuse to take the egg. The beast space of a beast master is exceptionally rich in spiritual energy, which is one reason why contracted beasts level up faster than their wild counterparts. Beasts can survive solely on this energy within the space, and Feng Qingyi typically looked down on ordinary food. However, beast eggs were a different matter. For a diamond-level beast like her, they were a rare delicacy. The abundant, pure energy within was a significant boon for newly hatched beasts, and she was astonished that her inexplicable master could produce so many. Although she was forcefully contracted by the system, her weaker position prevented her from sensing its presence, only vaguely feeling the immense binding power of the contract. Watching Feng Qingyi's satisfied expression, Suze unconsciously reached out to pet her head. After all, in his experience, pets like cats and dogs respond positively to head pats. Surely birds would be no different? However, just as his hand was about to land, Feng Qingyi's demeanor changed dramatically. She dodged his approach and transformed into her bird form. Pecking at Suze before snatching the beast egg with her talons and soaring back into the beast space, Su Yao rushed over, alarmed that Suze's right hand was bleeding from a small wound inflicted by the peck. Suze, what just happened? Did your beast suddenly attack you? Is there any danger? She asked, concerned. Being close to Suze, she understood the significant level difference between him and the golden feather phoenix, making the situation quite perilous. Although the peck had been mild, it could be a sign of a loss of control that it's nothing. She's just throwing a little tantrum. She's not going to cause any real trouble, Suze reassured her, allowing the spirit turtle to heal his injury with light magic. He knew that due to the system's constraints, Feng Qingyi could not truly lose control, but her disobedience was indeed troubling. After all, he couldn't rely on her in battle if she behaved this way. How could he improve their relationship? Suze pondered. As it stood, Feng Qingyi had only shown interest in beast eggs. Did he need to feed her all the remaining eggs? That didn't seem right. Not only was he reluctant, but if she became accustomed to this, Suze's daily egg yield might not suffice. As they walked to the school gate, Suze still hadn't devised a good plan. Suze, I'm off to find my father. See you after class. After parting ways at the school gate, they headed towards their respective mentors. In fact, apart from Suze, all the new students were heading to the administrative building. He alone was going to the breeding shed. Upon smelling the familiar pungent odor, Suze soon spotted Lin Shi lounging in a rocking chair, sipping alcohol. You finally made it. Go feed the Qinghe over there. It's been squawking since early morning, giving me a headache, he said. This time, Suze was wise. To avoid his clothes absorbing the stench from the breeding shed, he first changed into a set of old clothes he had brought with him. Then he picked up a heavy iron bucket filled with grain. If you fed them all, wouldn't they stop bothering you? He asked. Lin Shi chuckled. Haha, if I did that, you'd have nothing to do. I've realized that if I just lounge here, I can get double the salary. I should have agreed to this long agio. Suze glanced back at him, feeling a bit swayed, but quickly turned away, repeatedly convincing himself that Lin Shi was a hidden master, without a doubt. Chapter 37. Attempting to tame the Qinghe, as its name suggests, is a large blue crane-like bird, towering over a person. Its beak is a full arm's length, making it quite fearsome. Fortunately, this beast is herbivorous and relatively docile. After pouring the grain from the iron bucket into the feeding trough, most of the Qinghe ceased their squawking and approached to eat, much like domesticated chickens and ducks. However, one particularly large Qinghe flapped its wings, kicked over a nearby iron bucket, and pecked at Suze. Clang. The sound was akin to steel clashing, but it was merely the sound of its beak striking against a turtle shell-like shield that Suze had summoned just in time. The force of the impact caused the Qinghe to sway dizzily for a moment. Oh, this Qinghe dares to attack the feeder. It looks like today's meal will be special. I finally have some food to go with my drink, Lin Shi said, rising from his chair. After washing his hands at the sink, Lin Shi approached the agitated Qinghe empty-handed. Suze watched anxiously, fearing it might peck Lin Shi to pieces, especially as he reached out to touch its head. He tightened his grip on the spirit shield, ready to defend him. After all, he remembered how he had been pecked when trying to touch Feng Qingye's head. The Qinghe might not be any less fierce. To Su Ze's surprise, Lin Shi's hand successfully patted the Qinghe's head. Avoiding its long, beautiful feathers, he gently stroked its plumage. Moments later, the Qinghe closed its eyes and affectionately rubbed against Lin Shi's palm, completely transforming from its earlier aggressive demeanor into a docile creature. Teacher Lin, how did you do that? Why did it become so obedient after just a few pats? Suze asked, astonished. It's simple. These beasts aren't much different from cats and dogs. They enjoy human affection as well, a few strokes, and they're tamed. Lin Shi replied cheerfully. He gestured towards the Qinghe's neck, muttering, such a long neck. It would make for a delicious dish later. Suze pressed on with his inquiry. To be honest, I have a avian beast as well. However, when I tried to touch it today, it pecked me hard before I could even make contact. Why didn't that happen to you? Lin Shi retracted his hand and looked at Suze. Not all avian beasts react the same way, but most do. In your case, did you perhaps touch its crown feathers? Crown feathers? What are those? Suze asked, puzzled. Lin Shi, feigning a teacherly demeanor, said, since you're my student now, I'll share this unique knowledge with you. These beasts, while sharing many similarities with ordinary animals, also have their differences. They tend to be more proud. For avian beasts, there are 3 areas that should never be touched: the crown feathers, tail feathers, and flight feathers, essentially the longer, more vibrant feathers on their head, tail, and wings. Although these feathers may serve the same purpose as other feathers, avian beasts view them as treasures that must not be touched, even by their masters. Recalling his earlier attempt to touch Feng Qingye's head, where he felt the feather-like texture, Suze realized that he had been trying to touch her crown feathers. This meant that her long skirt and sleeves in her transformed state corresponded to her tail and flight feathers, which also should not be touched carelessly. Suze thought that the lesson ended there, but Lin Shi continued, simply avoiding those areas isn't enough. Remember to stroke in the direction of their feathers. If you mess up their plumage, it will anger the beast. Your hands must also be clean. Only then will they accept your touch. Suze nodded, committing this wisdom to memory. After completing a series of tasks in the breeding shed, he quietly slipped away to a secluded corner. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, having gained the trust of the Qinghe with his earlier strokes, let it out of the shed, followed by a piercing cry from the bird. Moments later, Lin Shi emerged, wiping blood from his hands. Boil some water. A beast that attacks a person cannot be spared. That is the rule, not because I'm greedy. Huh? Where is that kid? At this moment, Suze, having changed clothes, was hiding nearby, thoroughly washing his hands before summoning Feng Qingye from the beast's space. As soon as she appeared, she frowned. Where's this? Why does it smell so terrible? Then she noticed Suze's sly expression. What are you planning? Don't think that just because you're the master, I'll be afraid of you. I'll fight back if necessary. Without a word, Suze extended his right hand, attempting to tame her as Lin Shi had suggested. Feng Qingye scrutinized his hand, seemingly searching for hidden weapons or pills, but found nothing. Instead, there was a faint fragrance. This was a subtle alteration Suze had made based on Lin Shi's advice, as he believed the nobler golden feather phoenix would be more discerning. Clean hands alone wouldn't suffice, so he had rubbed some fresh flowers on his hands, washing them off to leave only a gentle scent. Amidst the breeding shed's foul odor, this hint of fragrance was especially precious. Indeed, as she inhaled the pleasant scent, Feng Qingye did not withdraw from Suze's hand. However, she remained cautious. Suze skillfully avoided her crown feathers, gently stroking her head in the direction of her plumage. Feng Qingye was momentarily taken aback. The sensation was unfamiliar yet not unwelcome. In fact, she felt a yearning, as she had never experienced parental affection or touch since hatching. Suze's gentle stroking offered her a semblance of comfort, and she unconsciously lowered her head, closing her eyes and relaxing her guard. Seeing her lowered head, revealing her smooth, pristine neck akin to a white jade pillar, Suze's curiosity was piqued. Feng Qingye appeared no different from an ordinary girl. While human females might tolerate head pats, touching the neck was another matter. However, according to Lin Shi, it seemed permissible for beasts. After all, Lin Shi had just been stroking the Qinghe's neck, contemplating how to prepare it for a meal. But Feng Qingyi was currently in human form. Would it be acceptable? Su Zhe, curious, reached out. The moment he made contact, Feng Qingyi shivered but did not pull away. The sensation was cool and incredibly smooth, akin to caressing fine, soft jade. Yet, before long, this coolness transformed into warmth. Yu Zhe looked down to find Feng Qingyi's cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening as she gazed at him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Just then, Lin Shi approached, emerging from around a corner. "Kid, come help me pluck some feathers." "Wait, who is this girl? What are you two doing here?" Chapter 38. All efforts wasted. Su Zhe quickly withdrew his hand, saying, "Teacher, let me explain." "Yes, actually." Before he could finish, Lin Shi interrupted, "No need to explain. I understand. I was young once, too. I've also wandered into the woods with several female classmates." Then, leaning in closer to Su Zhe, he added, "But someone as stunning as her is rare. You should cherish this opportunity." Just as he looked up, he realized Su Zhe was now alone. "Huh? Where did she go?" She must have left," Su Zhe replied. Lin Shi frowned as he scanned the area. How could she vanish so suddenly? Is there a hole in this breeding shed? Come on, say it as so. After circling around and finding no gaps, he scratched his head and returned. "Well, I guess that's her loss. Can't say I'm stingy." He then turned to Su Zhe. "According to school regulations, we can only keep a small portion of that Qinghe. The rest must be sent to the cafeteria. With one less person, we'll have more to eat. The Qinghe's meat is quite delicious. Come help me process it." With Su Zhe's assistance, the two ultimately ended up with only a crane leg and Lin Shi's long-desired neck, leaving the rest to be sent to the school canteen for students' additional meals. Good heavens, this neck is almost as long as mine. Let's stew it for some drinks. He skillfully took out various seasoning packets and set up a large pot in the break room to begin stewing. Judging by his actions, he had clearly done this before and was evidently a habitual offender. However, upon smelling the fragrant spices that overpowered the pungent odor in the greenhouse, Su Zhe swallowed hard and chose to indulge. Generally, duck necks are stewed for 40 minutes to an hour, but this crane neck, being longer and thicker than a duck neck, required a full 2 hours before they could fish it out of the pot. While it was still hot, they cut it into small pieces, and Lin Shi immediately seized a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, even letting out a yelp of delight despite the burn. Unwilling to spit it out, Yu Zhe also tried a piece and found the meat to be significantly more substantial compared to the ordinary stewed duck neck sold in the market, with a firmer texture and an abundance of juiciness. This meal alone made Su Zhe feel that his choice of this teacher was undoubtedly correct, especially since he had indeed learned a great deal. He even managed to use the knowledge gained to strengthen his bond with the golden feathered phoenix, which was a tremendous gain. Moreover, with Lin Shi, an elder from the Azure Dragon Beast Master University, Su Zhe could learn even more about other things he wished to know. While tearing the meat with his teeth, he asked, "Teacher, you know my parents, right? Do you know what happened back then?" Lin Shi paused, retracting his hand from the stewed neck and taking a few swigs from a nearby bottle before responding, "How would I know? Your parents were the most outstanding and youngest researchers at the school, while I was merely a livestock keeper," Su Zhe persisted. "But that day you spoke with Principal Xiao Su before he could finish." Lin Shi interrupted, "All right, stop dilly-dallying. Have you eaten enough? If so, it's time to attend class." "Class?" Su Zhe was taken aback. "Am I not already attending class with you? It's a cultural course mandated by the school. Xiao Su wants you to complete it within a year, so your schedule is quite tight. Originally, I was supposed to help you select courses yesterday, but I forgot. Don't worry. The courses I chose for you are all practical ones. Nothing boring." Su Zhe regarded him with skepticism, feeling somewhat doubtful. Lin Shi then pulled out a piece of paper with his greasy hands and said, "Here is your schedule. Let me see. Today there aren't too many classes, just 2 however. The first class starts in 10 minutes, so you need to hurry." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Su Zhe exclaimed as he snatched the paper from Lin Shi's hands and stood up hurriedly. He then realized his concerns were justified. The first course Lin Shi had chosen for him was titled Breeding and Postpartum Care of Beast Companions. However, there was no time to argue with him about it, as the classroom was located at the opposite end of the school, making it quite a challenge to reach in 10 minutes. Watching Su Zhe rush out, Lin Shi revealed a benevolent smile and murmured, "So eager. Are we? Your father loved this course the most back in the day." Suddenly, His expression turned serious. Xiao Su, I understand why you brought this child to me, but do you truly intend to involve him in this? Perhaps due to the events that had transpired earlier. As Su Zhe ran, exhausted, Feng Qingyi voluntarily emerged from her beast space. As my master, it's quite embarrassing for you to be this slow. Allow me to assist you. Su Zhe then felt a surge of power within him, his speed instantly multiplying several times. This was the first time he had not forcibly extracted Feng Qingyi's power through a contract but rather received it voluntarily due to their increased intimacy. With her assistance, Su Zhe finally arrived at the classroom just before the course began. He certainly did not want to make a poor impression by being late to the first class. As he and the birds settled into their seats, all eyes in the classroom turned to them, specifically to Feng Qingyi. Although Su Zhe's appearance was quite striking among humans, he paled in comparison to the transformed beast. Had the class bell not rung promptly, many might have approached him, unaware of the unique relationship he shared with Feng Qingyi. At the podium, a young woman with black-rimmed glasses and a curvaceous figure introduced herself, saying, "All right, class, I am your instructor for this course. You may call me Teacher Chen." Below, Feng Qingyi expressed her curiosity. Is this what a human classroom looks like? Fascinating. We beasts inherit knowledge through bloodlines and practical experience. I shall observe what human education entails. After Teacher Chen finished her introduction, she stated, "We will study the breeding of beast companions. The first step is to understand the gender of your beast companion. Please summon your beasts, and I will teach you how to distinguish their genders." As the contract array glowed, beasts were summoned one by one. Su Zhe stole a glance at Feng Qingyi, noticing her blushing face as she watched everything unfold. It was understandable. For her, a fellow beast, this scene must have been quite thrilling. However, I shouldn't need to verify Feng Qingyi's gender anymore, right? Su Zhe thought to himself, considering she had already transformed into a petite girl. His gaze met Feng Qingyi's, and she shot him a fiery glare, saying, "If you dare to treat me this way, even if you erase our contract, I will not let you off the hook." She then turned and fled back into the beast space. "Wait, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't doubt your gender, nor did I intend to strip you of your clothes." Before Su Zhe could finish his sentence, he found himself once again cut off from any communication from the other side of the contract array. Oh no, the hard-earned intimacy had gone to waste. Chapter 39. Underage birds cannot witness this before long. The teacher approached Su Zhe, and the gazes of the other students followed suit. Huh. Where did that beautiful girl beside him go? I don't know. She seems to have already left the classroom. Wait, doesn't he look somewhat familiar? Isn't he the one who supposedly contracted a diamond-grade beast? Indeed. My goodness, could I soon witness what a diamond-grade beast looks like? Their conversation reached Teacher Chun's ears. Since she was not a combat-type beast master, she had not been present on the day of the beast master entrance exam and had not witnessed the splendor of the golden-feathered phoenix herself. As she approached Su Zhe, she inquired, "This student, where is your beast? I can help you check." Even as a teacher, she had never encountered a diamond-grade beast in the history of Azure Dragon Beast Master University. There had only been one diamond-grade beast, which had earned the Dragon Master Xiao Sheng his title. That time, she had not been able to teach here, which remained a regret for her. It is known that artificial breeding and cultivation of diamond-grade beasts have always been a blank field since many individuals never even laid eyes on a diamond-grade beast in their lifetime. Now, an opportunity presented itself before her. Perhaps she would have the chance to fill this void and make her mark in history. Excited by this thought, Chen's breath became heavy, causing her ample bosom to rise and fall. Unfortunately, due to the earlier misunderstanding, Feng Qingyi had retreated into the beast space and was now sulking. Thus, Su Zhe had to settle for the next best option, summoning the ethereal turtle, which was the only beast left in his backpack after being expelled from the beast space by Feng Qingyi. He was also quite curious about the turtle's gender, as turtles are not like other animals, and he was unsure how to discern its sex. "Teacher, this is my beast. Could you please help me determine its gender?" Su Zhe presented the ethereal turtle, which had grown to the size of an A4 piece of paper, to Teacher Chun. Look, is that a diamond-grade beast? I thought I heard it was a phoenix. Why is it a turtle? It doesn't look imposing at all. Is this really a diamond-grade beast? Could it be a hoax? Teacher Chen's smile froze on her face. While the ethereal turtle was indeed quite rare, making it unrecognizable to other students, she, as a teacher, recognized it immediately and knew it was actually a golden-grade beast, not the diamond-grade beast she had anticipated. "Teacher Chen, is there something wrong with my beast?" Suze asked, noticing Teacher Chan in a daze. Chun snapped back to reality. No. It's just you must have another beast, right? A diamond-grade beast? With wide eyes, she leaned closer to inquire, her chest nearly colliding with him. Suze hurriedly dodged the oncoming mass, saying, yes. Then why don't you let it out? Suze sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. I'm sorry, teacher, but I can't summon her right now in truth. If Suze chose to forcibly summon her, Feng Qingyi would have no choice but to be pulled from the beast space through the contract. However, he was currently at a critical stage of building a good relationship with her. Having already had a minor misunderstanding, Suze was reluctant to compel her and risk diminishing their intimacy. Moreover, it wasn't a matter of great importance, as he was already well aware of Feng Qingyi's gender. Yet, from the perspective of others, it seemed to convey a different meaning. Indeed, the claim of possessing a diamond-grade beast was nothing but a boast. But I witnessed it firsthand that day thus, he could not casually use the powers of his beast, for the disparity in levels was significant, and summoning her could potentially lead to her consuming him, her master, which was why he dared not call for her. Everyone nodded in understanding, their expressions enlightened. That makes sense. I heard he was just lucky to have contracted the diamond-grade beast when it hatched nearby. So, if I had been there at that time at this thought, everyone felt a surge of envy and jealousy. Teacher Chen also speculated similarly and refrained from insisting that Suze summon his beast. After all, if it were to go out of control, she would be unable to handle it. She picked up the ethereal turtle and examined it closely, stating, "This is a male turtle. It seems to have just hatched and is not yet sexually mature. What a pity. It cannot participate in breeding experiments." While it wasn't as enticing as breeding a diamond-grade beast, it was enough to pique her interest. Seeing this, Suze pressed further, "Teacher, how did you determine its gender and whether it is sexually mature?" Chen returned to her teaching demeanor, pacing to the podium as she explained. "That's an excellent question. Students can easily discern the gender of cats and dogs, but for turtles, birds, fish, and snakes, it can be quite challenging. Thus, for the first class, I will teach you how to identify the genders of various beasts. Using your ethereal turtle as an example, there are 4 key aspects to note when distinguishing between male and female turtles. The first is to observe the tail. Female turtles have short, thin tails with their cloacal openings at the edge of the shell. Male turtles have long, thick tails with their cloacal openings outside the shell. The second is to examine the shell. Male turtles typically have longer shells, while female turtles generally have rounder shells. This distinction may arise from the fact that female turtles consume more food or can store more eggs. The third is to look at the plastron. Male turtles have concave plastrons, meaning their plastron is not flat but dips near the tail. Female turtles have flat plastrons, and some turtles raised in warmer conditions even have convex plastrons. This structure facilitates mating, as the male turtle's concave plastron fits snugly against the female's shell. As she explained, Chun drew a simple diagram on the board. It roughly looks like this. The students gasped, and Feng Qingyi, who had just poked her head out from the beast space, quickly retreated. As an underage bird, she could not bear to witness such scenes. The final point is to examine the claws of the front feet, but this applies to fully grown male turtles. Male turtles usually have longer claws, as they often engage in fights with other male turtles to defend their territory and compete for mates, which requires the use of their front claws. Suze glanced at his ethereal turtle's short, delicate claws, realizing why it was easily recognized as a newly hatched, immature beast. Afterward, Teacher Chun introduced the identification methods for snakes, birds, and other beasts. Notably, for birds, males usually have longer tail feathers, while females have shorter tails. As males need to attract the attention of potential mates, Suze recalled Feng Qingyi's bird form, reaffirming that she was not a cross-dressing male. With Chen's vivid illustrations and her animated gestures, Suze remained captivated until the end of the class. Chapter 40. Deceived. As soon as class ended, Suze hurried back to the breeding shed, seeking out Lin Shi, who was lazily sunbathing on a chair. He had just utilized the methods taught by Lin Shi to strengthen his relationship with Feng Qingyi, so when issues arose, Suze instinctively thought of him. How do I maintain a good relationship with bird-type beasts? Lin Shi lowered the fan he had been using to shield his face from the sun and repeated Suze's question. How would I know? Lin Shi had not finished his sentence when Suze interjected. Just tell me everything you know, and I'll handle all the work from now on. You can just lounge around and collect 2 salaries, though. How can I accept that? Although he said so. He straightened up in his chair. Ahem. I'm a bit thirsty. Suze quickly handed him the teapot, This one tea quenched my thirst. I want alcohol. That's the best remedy for thirst. Suze entered Lin Shi's messy room and rummaged around until he found his stainless steel flask. Lin Shi took a hearty sip and said, "Using my alcohol to curry favor with me doesn't tea count. I'll definitely bring a bottle of good wine tomorrow." "All right, it's a deal." Lin Shi finally set down the flask, lifted his head and said, "You've come to the right person. I've raised many beasts over the years and am well versed in their habits." He continued, "For example, when it comes to bird-type beasts, there are many ways to build rapport." Suze immediately perked up, eager to learn. "First, it's the petting method I taught you before. This mimics the actions of birds. They groom each other to maintain the cleanliness and softness of their feathers. You can gently stroke and comb their feathers in the direction of growth, acting as a companion to the bird, making it feel comfortable, especially when helping them groom areas they cannot reach themselves, such as their heads, necks, and cheeks." Suze nodded repeatedly, recalling how affectionate Feng Qingyi had been when he stroked her face. "What else?" "Hold on a moment, Lin." She took a sip of wine and continued. "The second point is feeding. In fact, raising a demon beast is not much different from keeping a pet. If you ensure they are well fed and cared for, your bond will strengthen. However, this bird differs from other demon beasts. You must hold its favorite food in your hand and personally feed it for the best effect." Suze recalled that Feng Qingyi had come out of the beast space each time he cooked the demon beast eggs. It seemed that the issue of preferred food was resolved. Now, the challenge lay in personally feeding her. Lastly, it is important to note that birds are very clean creatures. Therefore, you should take them for baths frequently, using the cleanest water available. After washing, you can personally dry their feathers with a towel, which is also an excellent way to strengthen your bond. Suze paused for a moment. While the first 2 points made sense, he was skeptical about the last one, and after all, Feng Qingyi mostly took on a human form, and helping her bathe in that state felt awkward. He felt a twinge of excitement at the thought. "All right, I've shared everything you asked. Now go help me with my work. After feeding those creatures, you still have classes to attend. You need to complete 4 years of study within a year, and the courses are quite intense." Suze smiled, finding the course load trivial compared to his previous world, which was far more competitive. Yes, he fed the avian demon beasts. He applied the methods Lin Shi had suggested and found them quite effective. This was not limited to a specific type of bird. The techniques worked well for all avian demon beasts. However, whether it would be effective for those in human form remained uncertain. As Suze reflected on his recent experiences, he headed to his next class, a practical combat session. The arena of the Beast Master University was vastly different from a regular college. It lacked soccer and basketball fields, replaced instead by various-sized fighting rings. He was heading to one of the smaller rings on the edge, which was already gathering a crowd of students waiting for the combat class. "Brother Suze, you're here too." Among the crowd, Su Yao, who was being pestered by those around her, immediately spotted Suze approaching and greeted him with relief. The instructor for the practical class, Zhang Jian, was a muscular man. During the first lesson, he needed to gauge everyone's combat abilities by having students pair off for sparring. However, a problem arose. No one was willing to team up with Suze. Even after the news spread that he couldn't summon a diamond-level demon beast, no one dared to approach him to verify the accuracy of that information. Only one student wanted to partner with Suze, but upon realizing they would have to fight, they declined. The instructor on the ring appeared somewhat distressed at this scene. Fortunately, the number of students turned out to be odd, leaving one extra, and Zhang Jian suggested, "Since that's the case, Suze, you can team up with me. We'll demonstrate for the others first." Suze did not refuse. Given his current level, sparring with other students felt akin to an adult bullying a child. He was also eager to ascertain the strength of the school's instructors. Just as Suze took his position on the ring, the instructor suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." He scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed, and added, "Ahem, I know of your abilities, so I hope you'll go easy on me." Typically, in a teacher-student spar, the instructor would hold back. However, Suze was clearly an anomaly. Unlike Chen Xian, who only taught theoretical classes, Zhang Jian was a combat specialist. He had witnessed Suze burn the Fuso shadow guards during the Tianyan volcano incident, and he felt a dry throat at the thought. He certainly did not believe he could withstand the same kind of fire. "Rest assured, instructor, I won't go too hard," Suze replied confidently, knowing it was not a life-or-death battle and that he wouldn't force Feng Qingyi's power, as it would take a significant toll on his mental strength. With a flash of golden light, the illusory spirit turtle appeared on the ring. Zhang Jian sighed in relief and summoned his own beast, a silver-level black leopard, which transformed into a pair of black gauntlets. As he swung his arms, the air filled with the sound of rushing winds. "Be careful," he warned before launching a punch. The illusory spirit shield barely managed to block the blow, and Su Zhe noticed the fleeting, unexpected grin on Zhang Jian's face, realizing he had been deceived. The instructor was genuinely trying to fight. Chapter 41. A twisted plot. Who are you? Su Zhe grunted as he struggled to defend against Zhang Jian's relentless attacks. Each strike aimed directly at his vital points, clearly beyond the scope of a typical spar. Su Zhe suspected the odd number of students was intentional, orchestrated to set him up against Zhang Jian. He couldn't recall offending any instructors at the Beast Master University. Those he had crossed paths with had mostly turned to ashes at the Tianyan volcano. Are you also one of the Fuso shadow guards? I can't believe they infiltrated the school, Su Zhe probed, but Zhang Jian merely gritted his teeth, unleashing sharp gusts of wind with his gauntlets without answering. The other students quickly recognized the unusual intensity of the battle. When Su Zhe called out Zhang Jian's affiliation, Su Yao leaped forward to assist, only to be halted by a thin protective barrier surrounding the ringed, as an instructor. Zhang Jian had the authority to activate these barriers, meant to prevent disruptions during combat assessments. Though not particularly sturdy, it was enough to keep students at bay. Hang in there, Su Zhe. I'll get help, Su Yao exclaimed, rushing towards the administrative building to find other instructors. Hearing her words, Zhang Jian intensified his attacks, yet he still could not break through Su Zhe's defenses. This stubborn shell, why is it so tough? He was running out of time. Once the other instructors arrived, Su Zhe would be doomed. Zhang Jian didn't intend to kill Su Zhe but aimed to severely injure him, stripping away his right to wield a diamond-level beast. When he first heard that Su Zhe couldn't summon such a beast, Zhang Jian felt relieved, believing his task might be achievable. Yet, the world saw Su Zhe as merely fortunate, bonded with a diamond-level beast, unaware of his own impressive strength, now at level 23, a remarkable feat for his age. Even Zhang Jian, nearing 40, barely surpassed level 30, and his black leopard was merely a bronze-level beast. Faced with the defensive prowess of the illusory spirit shield, he found himself at an impasse. However, Su Zhe was not without his own struggles. Zhang Jian's punches were fierce and penetrating, causing blood to trickle from Su Zhe's mouth as they pierced through his shield. The wind from the strikes sliced at his body, and he hesitated, contemplating whether to forcibly borrow Feng Qingyi's power as he had done in the past. Yet, such an action would further strain their relationship, potentially leading to complications in future battles if she refused to obey. For now, he could endure with the illusory spirit shield, waiting for reinforcements. But the experience of passively taking hits was indeed unpleasant. Just as he was struggling to hold on, a flicker of flame appeared around him, wrapping around his right hand. Along with the flames came a warm surge of power, infusing him as my master. To be beaten and bleed by such a weak human is utterly disgraceful. I shall lend you a portion of my power. Teach him a lesson. A smile crept onto Su Zhe's lips as he realized his previous efforts to cultivate goodwill had borne fruit. He tightened his grip, and the phoenix fire erupted, enveloping his fist entirely. Now, it was his turn to strike. Withdrawing the illusory spirit shield, he abandoned defense. Zhang Jian smirked, thinking Su Zhe could no longer withstand his onslaught. Just as he prepared to press the advantage, he saw a flaming fist hurtling toward him. Let us see whose fist is stronger. Zhang Jian quickly crossed his arms in defense, but Su Zhe's punch landed with tremendous force, sending him hurtling across the ring. The black leopard, transformed into gauntlets, absorbed most of the impact, reverting to its original form, collapsing on the ground, engulfed in unquenchable phoenix flames, emitting a mouth-watering scent. Zhang Jian was sent flying, crashing against the barrier surrounding the ring. The barrier held for only a moment before shattering, and Zhang Jian was flung out, narrowly missing Su Yao, who had just arrived with Su Yiming in tow. Su Yiming glanced at his disfigured former colleague and then at Su Yao, who had warned of Su Zhe's perilous situation. His expression seemed to question, who was truly in danger? He approached and checked Zhang Jian's breath, relieved to find he was still alive. He could not afford to die. The infiltration of the Qinglong Beast Master University required investigation. Meanwhile, Su Zhe was quickly escorted to the infirmary. His injuries were not severe, consisting mainly of superficial wounds and minor internal damage. However, while receiving treatment, he heard some distressing news. Zhang Jian is dead. Su Zhe looked at Su Yao, who had just delivered the news. Confusion etched on his face. He had restrained his punch, never intending to kill. He wanted to uncover the identity of those targeting him for future precautions. But now, Zhang Jian was dead. Yes, his injuries seemed serious, but not life-threatening. However, while tending to his wounds, he suddenly woke and took a surgical knife to himself. Suicide. Su Zhe felt a headache coming on. Such decisiveness and self-harm indicated a trained assassin from an organized group. The Fuso Shadow Guards, or perhaps another organization. Regardless of the affiliation, Su Zhe understood he was now being targeted. Simultaneously, in the principal's office, Xiao Su sat behind his desk, addressing a shadowed figure beside him. "Is this your response?" A voice emerged from the shadows, indistinguishable in gender. "This crude assassination attempt was not orchestrated by us. It appears someone else acted first. I warned you that the boy is not only on your radar, but others are also watching him. You must act swiftly. Rest assured, Captain Tianzhong has communicated the news to the higher-ups. You will receive a response shortly. Let us hope so." Just as Xiao Su finished speaking, a clamor erupted outside. "My student was attacked on campus. Principal Xiao, your management is lacking." The shadowed voice was interrupted, transforming into an ordinary shadow. Outside the office, a cleaning lady shot a furious glare at the elderly man who had previously caused a ruckus. Noticing the dirty footprints he left on the freshly mopped floor, forcing her to clean it again. Chapter 42. Bodyguard Lin. She sat across from the desk, glaring at Xiao Su. "Explain this to me. Xiao, how is it that someone dares to assassinate my student so brazenly within the school? What power has such a long reach that it extends here?" The redwood desk shook as he slammed his hand down, and Xiao Su winced at the sound. "Lin, please, Su Zhe is fine. Besides, I cannot control every hand that reaches into our space." "Humph. Have you uncovered their identity? Is it not just a bunch of Fuso's lackeys?" Lin, she scoffed. "This time, it's genuinely not them." Xiao Su retrieved a stack of documents from his drawer and placed them on the table. Lin, she took the files and began to peruse them. Continuing, "I expedited the review of Zhang Jian's entire record after the incident, detailing his life from birth until his recent death. It essentially rules out any contact with the Fuso Shadow Guards. In truth, he had already suspected the incident was unrelated to the Fuso Shadow Guards. His earlier questions were merely to test the waters, as for the true instigator behind Zhang Jian's actions." Lin, she slammed the folder onto the desk. "The Jiang family. So, it was you?" The Jiang family, one of the four great families of the imperial capital, had only been connected to Zhang Jian through his reliance on their support as an orphan. The fact that they would send someone so closely tied to them to eliminate Su Zhe illustrated their audacity. "Are you sure of this?" Lin, she asked, his tone serious. "Of course, I have no evidence. Zhang Jian didn't divulge anything before he took his life, however." Xiao Su continued, "His bank account recently received a substantial deposit. That could be explained. Zhang Jian had been supported by the Jiang family since childhood. Perhaps someone took him under their wing and sent him money." Lin, she's anger flared. "But to act against Su Zhe right after receiving funds is unreasonable. The Jiang family a family that simply seeks to curry favor." Xiao Su shrugged helplessly. "What can we do? Their connections are formidable, but that's exactly why they desire genuine power of their own. Their attack on Su Zhe was likely aimed at crippling him or causing the Jinyu Phoenix to go out of control, thus providing the Jiang family with an excuse." "Humph. The Jiang family thinks they can possess a diamond-level beast? As long as I'm here, they can forget about it. Everyone has their backing. As the only emerging family among the four great clans, the Jiang family lacked the deep foundations and status of the others. Yet, they managed to maintain their position due to their close relationship with the renowned level 100 war god of the Daxia Empire. Because of this, even the other three families had to regard the Jiang family with caution. After all, that individual was notorious for being unrestrained and reckless. However, while others feared the Jiang family, Lin Shi remained unfazed, as the level 100 war god was his student. "You may not be worried, but Su Zhe might be." Xiao Su began, but Lin Shi interrupted. "He is also my student now. He is that boy's junior. If his junior is in trouble, I don't believe he would stand idly by. Moreover, I can handle ordinary threats. That is good, that is good." Xiao Su nodded in agreement. "Now that we know who is behind this, I should take my leave." As Lin, she pushed open the principal's office door. The cleaning lady stood at the entrance, broom in hand, ensuring he wouldn't cause more mess before she left with her bucket and mop. Lin, she glanced at the lady's retreating figure before turning back to Xiao Su and shaking his head as he departed. Meanwhile, freshly bandaged from the infirmary, Su Zhe encountered an unexpected visitor. "Captain Gua, what brings you here?" Suze appeared somewhat taken aback as he inquired. He had not anticipated that news of his injury would reach the other party so swiftly, evidently indicating that there were insiders within the Beast Master University associated with the Great Xia Spirit Guard. I heard you were ambushed, so I came specifically to check on you, Guo Linshan remarked, scrutinizing Suze from head to toe to ensure he was unharmed. I asked the captain of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, responsible for the safety of the entire Beishir city. His visit under the circumstances where Suze was not in life-threatening danger clearly indicated his high regard for Suze. Subsequently, Guo Linshan expressed his displeasure, stating, "It is unacceptable that the teachers at the school have been infiltrated. How can Principal Xiao Su allow this? He assured me that you would be completely safe at the school," he continued. "Since your strength has already reached the standards for joining the team, you might as well stop wasting your time on these trivial matters and join the Great Xia Spirit Guard with me, where your safety is guaranteed." However, Suze shook his head decisively, rejecting the offer. "No, Captain Guo, I still have much to learn. I prefer to wait until after graduation to consider joining the Spirit Guard." He had not forgotten that his initial goal was to investigate the disappearance of his parents at the Qinglong Beast Master University. Now that he had finally encountered the elderly Lin Shi, who seemed to possess knowledge of the events that transpired, Suze was unwilling to give up at this juncture. Moreover, he had indeed learned a great deal from Lin Shi. Seeing Suze's resolute attitude, Guo Linshan did not press further, stating, "Very well, but I must ensure your safety. Sun Hao, come in." At that moment, a one-armed man entered the room. Suze recognized him as a member of the Great Xia Spirit Guard who had been attacked by the Fusang Dark Guard at Mount Tianyun, and whom Suze had saved at a tea that time. Both of his arms had been severed, and now his left arm was heavily bandaged and suspended around his neck, the visible portion of his arm covered in numerous scars. "Suze, my brother, it's good to see you. You are my savior. Without you, I would have perished." Sun Hao stepped forward with warmth. Guo Linshan explained, "Sun Hao's arms were severely injured, and we have done our utmost to treat him. But one arm ultimately suffered nerve damage. Normally, he should have retired, but he refused, so I thought it best to place him by your side to ensure your safety, a way to repay his debt of gratitude. I know you have contracted a diamond-level beast of considerable strength, but he possesses extensive experience and can help you identify hidden dangers. Moreover, his salary, accommodation, and meals will still be provided by the Great Xia Spirit Guard, so you need not worry about that." With the conversation reaching this point, Suze felt it inappropriate to refuse further. Guo Linshan soon left in a hurry to attend to official business, leaving Sun Hao to guard Suze's side. The two exchanged glances, feeling a moment of awkwardness, especially when Su Yao arrived. Fortunately, Sun Hao offered Suze a reassuring look, indicating his understanding, before stepping out of the room. He did not leave entirely, as Suze's keen senses could detect that he remained close by for protection. At least the atmosphere was no longer so tense. Was that just now Sun Hao? "Why is the Great Xia Spirit Guard here?" Su Yao inquired, glancing towards the door. Suze replied, "He is now my bodyguard and will be around us often." Su Yao frowned, pondering the implications. "Does that mean he will see everything I do with brother Suze from now on?" Blushing, she shook her head, chastising herself. "What am I thinking? It's still early." Su Yao assisted Suze in getting off the medical bi. In truth, his injuries were not severe, and he could walk unassisted. However, he did not refuse Su Yao's help, as being close to such a lovely girl was quite pleasant. Due to the previous incident, their classes for the day had concluded early, and Suze even received a perfect score, exempting him from further practical lessons. Upon returning to the building, Sun Hao emerged once more from the shadows. Suze couldn't help but remind him, "Brother Sun, I've arrived home." Sun Hao nodded, saying, "I know. From today onward, we are neighbors. Why are you still standing there? Let us go upstairs." He then ascended the stairs ahead of them, prompting Suze and Su Yao to exchange glances before following. Soon, they arrived at the same floor, stopping in front of the door next to Suze's. "I will be living next to you from now on. If anything happens, just call my name, and I will be there in no time." Sun Hao assured. Suze could only nod helplessly as he watched Sun Hao struggle to open the door with his injured arm before entering. Returning to his own home, Suze felt a sense of unease knowing someone was watching over him. Even if it was for his protection. "Well, I might as well take a shower," he decided. Having accumulated an unpleasant odor from the teacher and lost a considerable amount of blood, he felt uncomfortable all over. Carefully avoiding his injuries, he washed himself thoroughly with hot water. While he was rinsing his hair with his eyes closed, he failed to notice a brilliant flash outside the bathroom. When he emerged wearing only his underwear, towel in hand, he was surprised to see Feng Qingyi, who had been surveying the surroundings, turn to look at him. Yuzhe froze momentarily before hastily draping the towel over himself, not wanting to be misunderstood again. "How did you come out of the beast space?" he stammered. "Let me clarify, this was not intentional. I had no idea you were here." Contrary to Su Zhe's expectations, Feng Qingyi, who would blush at the mention of animal reproduction, merely scoffed at him. "What are you hiding for? What is so special about a naked body?" Su Zhe was bewildered, unable to understand the thought processes of a beast. "Forget it? Why are you here?" he inquired. Feng Qingyi replied, "You summoned me from such a filthy place today. I feel dirty and want to take a shower too." Shower. Su Zhe suddenly recalled Lin Shi mentioning that helping avian beasts bathe could foster a good relationship. Instantly intrigued, he asked, "No problem. Would you like me to help you?" Feng Qingyi eyed him warily, prompting Su Zhe to clarify, "You misunderstand. I meant you could transform into your phoenix form, and I would assist in cleaning your feathers." However, upon hearing Su Zhe suggest she revert to her original form, Feng Qingyi became even more suspicious. "Human, you wish to see my beautiful true form? You have ulterior motives." At that moment, Su Zhe finally understood. Despite Feng Qingyi appearing as a human girl, she was still fundamentally a bird. Viewing herself and others through the lens of avian logic led her to believe her true form was more alluring than her transformed state. Nevertheless, as she had only recently hatched, her awareness in this regard was still immature, and he could gradually guide her in time. Ultimately, after Su Zhe adjusted the water temperature and filled a bathtub, Feng Qingyi leaped in, dressed in her red dress. Though she appeared as a beautiful human girl, she splashed about like a bird in the water. Su Zhe found the sight quite amusing. The only regret was that her red dress, likely made from feathers, was water-resistant, so it did not cling to her body when wet, which left Su Zhe feeling somewhat disappointed. Leaving Feng Qingyi to play in the water, Su Zhe stepped out and shut the bathroom door behind him. Hearing the door close, Feng Qingyi turned around, recalling how she had seen him undress earlier. "Do humans always remove their feathers when they bathe? Doesn't he that get dirty?" After pondering, she snapped her fingers, and her red dress instantly vanished, leaving her porcelain skin bathing in the water. The sensation of her skin meeting the water felt reminiscent of returning to the shell from which she had hatched. Providing her immense comfort, and no longer splashing about, she submerged herself calmly like a true human. Su Zhe, surprised by the sudden silence from the bathroom, glanced back but found the closed door obstructing his view. After contemplating, he decided not to enter but rather to wait outside. Feng Qingyi enjoyed her bath for quite a while, only emerging when the water had completely cooled. However, once out of the tub and without her feathers, she looked at the droplets cascading down her body, feeling momentarily at a loss. Her first instinct was to use fire to dry herself, but recalling how Su Zhe had wiped himself down with a towel, she thought, "Since I've already learned to remove my feathers and bathe like a human, why not go all the way?" Mimicking him, she grabbed the towel Su Zhe had prepared and began drying her smooth skin. The rough texture of the towel against her skin was surprising, yet not unpleasant. After thoroughly drying herself, she followed Su Zhe's example and draped the towel over her body before stepping out. The oversized towel felt like a bathrobe on her petite form, fortunately preventing Su Zhe from seeing more than he should. Why did you come out like that?" Su Zhe stammered, taken aback by the scene before him. Feng Qingyi responded, "Weren't you just like this? We're not the same. I'm a male, you should pull the towel up a bit." Feng Qingyi complied but ended up lifting it too high. Su Zhe had to instruct her to lower it a little more. "This is troublesome. Just forget it," she exclaimed, tossing the towel aside. Su Zhe quickly covered his eyes, exclaiming that it was inappropriate to look. But through his fingers, he caught a glimpse of Feng Qingyi transforming back into her red dress the moment the towel hit the ground. "Feathers are more comfortable," Su Zhe sighed in relief, lowering his hands. Noticing her still damp hair, he recalled Lin Shi's teachings. He picked up the discarded towel and stepped forward, taking a lock of her hair in hand. "Human, what are you doing?" Feng Qingyi recalled the earlier instance of being petted, which had left her feeling vulnerable. Yet, she did not resist as Su Zhe began to dry her wet hair. Observing her blushing and calming demeanor, Su Zhe smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment as Su Zhe gazed in astonishment at the sleeping figure of the red-dressed girl nestled in his arms. He was surprised that Feng Qingyi had succumbed to slumber under his gentle reassurance. It made sense, considering that although she appeared as a 13 or 14-year-old girl, she was but a fledgling, Having hatched not long ago in human terms, she might be likened to an infant. Thus, the grooming techniques he learned from Lin Shi for adult birds to assist young ones were effective in lulling her into a peaceful sleep. Carefully extricating himself from her grasp, he found Feng Qingyi sprawled across most of the bed, leaving him with only a small space to curl up and sleep. The next morning, as Su Zhe awoke, he felt as if he were bound tightly by ropes. Opening his eyes, he discovered Feng Qingyi clinging to him like an octopus, her limbs wrapped around him securely. After a considerable effort, he finally freed himself from her embrace. Noting that her red dress was quite disheveled from their tussle, after washing up quietly, he took the opportunity to use his gacha chance for the day while brushing his teeth. Fortune smiled upon him with a silver-level beast egg. After stowing it away, he retrieved a bronze-level beast egg from the system. However, after much deliberation, he decided to seize the moment and also take out the freshly drawn silver-level beast egg. He tossed both eggs into a large pot of boiling water, which he had specifically purchased for cooking beast eggs, as a single egg was nearly the size of a human head. Therefore, a sufficiently large pot was necessary to cook multiple eggs at once. Su Zhe had attempted to create dishes using beast eggs before, but adding extra seasonings only detracted from their natural flavor. Ultimately, he found that the simplest preparation, boiling the eggs, yielded the most delicious results. After approximately half an hour, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Despite not waking from the commotion, Feng Qingyi seemed to be drawn by the enticing scent, sitting up in bed with her eyes wide open. "It smells so good," she murmured, following the fragrance to the kitchen, where she spotted the boiled beast egg, now devoid of its shell. Just as she was about to dive in, Su Zhe grabbed her arm, instructing, "First wash up." Though Su Zhe was uncertain whether birds needed to brush their teeth, he felt it was necessary to set human standards for Feng Qingyi since she was currently in human form. Additionally, he wanted to gauge her level of obedience. To his delight, although Feng Qingyi stared longingly at the steaming beast egg, she allowed herself to be led to the washroom, where she clumsily followed his guidance on brushing her teeth and washing her face. In that moment, Su Zhe experienced an unexpected sense of parental responsibility. After a somewhat impatient wash, Feng Qingyi's demeanor transformed into one of joy upon tasting the boiled beast egg. This reaction reminded him of a child being delighted by tasty treats. Su Zhe also indulged in his slightly smaller bronze-level beast egg, feeling as though he were a parent saving the best for his child. After satisfying their appetites, Feng Qingyi did not retreat to the beast space as she usually did but instead followed Su Zhe out the door. Just as he opened the door, Sun Hao simultaneously opened his own, and upon seeing Feng Qingyi behind Su Zhe, his eyes widened and his demeanor became tense. "Who is this little girl? Why is she at Su Zhe's house? I distinctly did not sense a second person entering last night. Could she have been hiding here all along?" He had been severely injured and unconscious, thus had not encountered Feng Qingyi's human form and was unaware of her identity. Feng Qingyi sensed Sun Hao's scrutiny and stared back with her large, doe-like eyes. In that moment, Sun Hao felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, causing him to involuntarily step back and collide with the door. His remaining right hand instinctively moved toward his waist, preparing to contact the Great Xia Spirit Guard. At this juncture, Su Zhe swiftly grasped Feng Qingyi's hand, halting her. "It's a misunderstanding. We are all on the same side. I apologize, brother Sun. Are you all right?" Sun Hao did not lower his guard immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Su Zhe and Feng Qingyi closely, noticing that they had indeed restrained their auras and posed no threat before he relaxed his stance. "Could she be another bodyguard assigned like me? From the Beast Master Association or the Beast Master University?" Yet, considering the impressive display of strength she had just exhibited, comparable to Captain Guo, he doubted she had been dispatched by either of those factions. Moreover, it seemed she shared a close bond with Su Zhe, prompting Sun Hao's curiosity to pique. Due to the rarity of diamond-tier beasts, ordinary people may never encounter them in their lifetime, and few are aware that they can take on human forms. Even Beast Taming University believes such knowledge to be unnecessary, hence it is not taught. Consequently, Sun Hao did not realize that Feng Qingyi was the widely rumored diamond-tier beast contracted by Su Zhe. Su Zhe, concerned that emphasizing Feng Qingyi's identity as a beast might create a rift, chose not to introduce her to Sun Hao, merely assuring him that she would not harm him and would, in fact, protect him. When they descended the stairs, Su Yao was already waiting for them at the turn. Upon seeing Feng Qingyi, she was initially taken aback, for Feng had always displayed an air of pride and aloofness towards humans. Nevertheless, she greeted her with a smile, to which Feng Qingyi responded reluctantly at Su Zhe's urging. This left Sun Hao, who was observing, utterly astonished. He had anticipated a scene of rivalry, yet it appeared Su Yao was not the least bit jealous. Rather, she seemed genuinely happy for Su Zhe, admiring his prowess. Sun Hao silently commended Su Zhe's impressive skills. Su Yao, however, did not harbor feelings of jealousy. Why would she worry about a bird competing for her affections? Instead, she felt relieved that Su Zhe had managed to tame the golden feather phoenix, which had previously posed a potential threat, capable of spiraling out of control and endangering Su Zhe at any moment. However, shortly after they set off for school, Su Yao sensed something amiss. She noticed that not only was Feng Qingyi following closely behind Su Zhe, but she was also playfully soliciting head pats from him. This raised alarm bells in Su Yao's mind. After all, despite being a bird, Feng Qingyi now appeared human. The drastic shift in her demeanor within just a night left Su Yao questioning. What method did you employ to tame this bird? Were you using a stick to train her? As they approached the school, Sun Hao, who had been following them, turned ahead in another direction. He had not left, but given that they were on the grounds of the Beast Taming University, and as a member of the Disya Spirit Guard, it was inappropriate for him to appear openly, so he opted to protect them from the shadows. Feng Qingyi continued to follow until they neared the breeding area, where the pungent odors prompted her to retreat to the beast's space after receiving another head pat from Su Zhe. Su Yao, with a complex expression, couldn't he help but inquire, Su Zhe, how did you manage to make the golden feather phoenix so obedient overnight? Su Zhe pondered for a moment before replying, I didn't do much. I just helped her take a bath. Su Yao's eyes widened in shock. Su Zhe hurriedly clarified, don't misunderstand. She washed herself, I merely helped her dry off. Drying off? Su Yao's astonishment remained unabated. Don't think too much of it. It was just her hair. Yes, only her hair. Su Yao managed to calm down slightly, yet her tone was tinged with jealousy as she remarked, Su Zhe, you've never helped me dry my hair. With a sigh of relief, Su Zhe casually responded, there's still a chance. Next time we can take a bath together. Su Yao's eyes widened again, and her cheeks flushed as she dashed away. Notably, she did not reject Su Zhe's proposal. Su Zhe shook his head in exasperation as he entered the breeding shed. Lin Shi lay in the rocking chair, waiting for Su Zhe to assist him with his work. Just as Su Zhe changed his clothes and prepared to feed the animals, Lin Shi, sipping on some liquor, halted him. Wait a moment. As your teacher, I haven't given you your initiation gift yet. Let me rectify that. He tossed a small, dark object towards Suzy. Su Zhe hurriedly set down the feed bucket and caught it, discovering it to be a thumb-sized, black, gelatinous figurine. That moment, it seemed as though a tiny shadow emerged from the figurine and vanished without a trace. Su Zhe blinked, feeling as if he had merely imagined it. Teacher, I'm not a child anymore. Lin Shi scoffed, Humph, I can only give you this. Whether you want it or not is up to you. Of course, I want it. Su Zhe reluctantly attached the small figurine to his keychain, finding it a perfect fit. Lin Shi took another sip of his drink, not paying attention to where Su Zhe placed the figurine, but rather observing his shadow. Su Zhe's shadow rippled like water, and a small tentacle extended from it, as if greeting Lin Shi. When Su Zhe followed Lin Shi's gaze, his shadow appeared normal again, devoid of any peculiarities. All right, you've received your initiation gift. Why are you still standing there? Get to work. To uncover news about his parents, Su Zhe resumed feeding the animals. After a busy morning, he approached the drowsy Lin Shi basking in the warm sunlight. Teacher, tell me about my parents. He had just checked the day's schedule, and since he no longer needed to attend combat classes, he had ample free time. Thus, Lin Shi could no longer use the previous day's tactics to dismiss him. Lin Shi glanced at Su Zhe, who was unwavering in his determination. Just as he seemed about to speak, Sun Hao entered. He greeted Lin Shi, acknowledging the older man's status, before hastily approaching Su Zhe. Su Zhe, if you're finished here, I need you to come with me to the Disya Spirit Guard headquarters in Beishan City. What's going on? If it's not important, I'd prefer to wait. Su Zhe replied reluctantly. Sun Hao persisted, the captain just issued an urgent communication, so it must be significant. Su Zhe cast a helpless glance at Lin Shi, who shrugged, indicating that he was not involved, and ultimately chose to acquiesce. Fine, I'll go with you. After all, Lin Shi won't be leaving anytime soon, and he appears to be in good health as long as he is willing to share whatever he knows. It doesn't matter whether it's sooner or later. However, it's curious that Guo Linshan, responsible for the safety of Beishan City and surrounding areas, suddenly requests to see me. I wonder what the urgent matter could be. Shortly after Su Zhe departed, Lin Shi, who had been lounging in his chair, raised an eyebrow, sensing something unusual, and a wonder what called someone away. It seems they've arrived. There are quite a few of them. Though they appear to be nothing more than a bunch of miscreants, I'm eager to see what they intend to do. At this moment, at the entrance of the Qinglong Beast Taming University, Xiao Su stood with a broad smile, welcoming a group of people. Leading the entourage was a middle-aged man with a goat-like beard, who walked with an air of arrogance. Two other middle-aged individuals flanked him closely, indicating their equal status, with the bearded man taking the lead. Xiao Su approached and asked, "Principal Zhang Chun, what brings you here today?" Zhang Chun, the bearded man, returned the greeting and replied with a smirk. "I've heard that your university has recently contracted a diamond-tier beast, a rising star in the field, so I came to witness it for myself. I must remind Principal Xiao not to let so-called talent cloud your judgment. For ordinary families, contracting a diamond-tier beast at this age is often a matter of luck. Should an incident occur leading to a loss of control, I believe Principal Xiao wouldn't want such a disaster to occur on the campus under your supervision. Would you? If such a situation were to arise, it would reflect poorly on your responsibility. Thus, our mission today is to assess whether this individual possesses the ability to control a diamond-tier beast. We cannot allow the precious gem to tarnish, nor can we indulge in dangers as you have." Zhang Chen's demeanor was that of a superior inspecting the work of subordinates. Xiao Su nodded repeatedly. "What you say is correct, Principal Zhang. By the way, may I ask who these two gentlemen are?" Though he maintained a courteous demeanor, he subtly highlighted Zhang Chen's position by adding the word vice to his title. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Chen's expression visibly darkened. Though he was merely the vice principal of the Imperial City Beast Taming University, his institution held a higher rank than the other 4 universities named after the 4 sacred beasts, granting him a status equivalent to that of Xiao Su. Nonetheless, no one enjoys being referred to as vice. He coldly introduced, "To my right is Vice President Chun Zhe of the Imperial City Beastmaster Association, and to my left is Captain Zhang Tianlong of the Disya Spirit Guard's 4th team." Xiao Su nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. Vice President Chen Zhe, Captain Zhang Tianlong, and Vice Principal Zhang Chun. I have brewed tea in my office. If you have matters to discuss, we can do so there." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 men turned simultaneously icy. "Humph, there's no need for tea. Where is that boy Su Zhe?" Zhang Chen huffed. Xiao Su maintained his smile. "Unfortunately, he is not at school right now." "Perhaps you could have some tea while waiting?" Zhang Chen scoffed. "He is not at school? It's class time, and he just happens to be absent? Principal Xiao, are you hiding him from us? If you're deliberately obstructing our mission..." Xiao Su hastily waved his hands. "How could that be? Vice Principal Zhang, you're overthinking. I assure you I will do my utmost to assist you in completing your task, so we can all resolve this matter amicably." However, just a little while ago, Captain Guo Linshan of the Disya Spirit Guard called Su Zhe away for something important. It is not that I am hiding him. Seeing that Xiao Su's expression did not betray deception, the trio turned their attention to Zhang Tianlong, the youngest among them, as the vice captain of the Disya Spirit Guard. It was now his turn to demand the boy's presence. Aware of the gazes upon him, the youthful and audacious Zhang Tianlong chuckled dismissively. "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just that old guy Guo Linshan, who has only managed to become the team leader of the Eastern Corps at his age. Don't worry, I'll personally lead the way." He wouldn't dare refuse to hand him over. Despite being fellow team leaders, Zhang Tianlong's position was elevated due to the elite nature of the Imperial City Corps. Thus, under equal conditions, his rank was inherently higher than those of other teams. "Since you're so confident, I'll rest easy," Zhang Chen replied. The 3 of them belonged to the Zhang family, one of the 4 prominent families in the Imperial City, while Chen Zhe had aligned himself with their influence. Consequently, despite their seemingly equal status, Chen Zhe was, in fact, the lowest in rank. Zhang Tianlong, being younger and recognized as a rising talent, held significant power. Zhang Chen, though senior in age, was a marginal figure within his family and thus had to curry favor with the younger Zhang Tianlong. This hierarchy was evident in their respective positions. As an outsider, Chen Zhe was relegated to a minor role within the Beastmaster Association. In contrast, Zhang Chun was comfortably situated at the Imperial City Beast Taming University, a lucrative yet stagnant position, whereas Zhang Tianlong had secured a role within the core forces of the Disya Spirit Guard, a position of genuine authority. "Are you really not going to stay for some tea?" Xiao Su called out as the 3 prepared to leave. Zhang Chun turned back with an icy glare. The tea is for you to drink, Principal Xiao. After all, if we determine that Su Zhe's contract poses a significant risk, your responsibility will not be trivial. Consider it a way to calm your nerves. As they departed, the trio subtly shifted their positions, with Jiang Tianlong now taking the lead, the other two trailing half a step behind. Watching their retreating figures, Xiao Su's expression grew increasingly stern. Guo Linshan must have known they would come to seek out Su Zhe. What remained uncertain was whether he was aware of the extent of their preparations. The Jiang family's influence was indeed extending further. With that thought, he turned and returned to his office. Su Zhe's matters were not his concern. After all, Guo Linshan valued him highly and would undoubtedly do everything in his power to protect him. Even if Guo Linshan and Yu Shanghua could not hold their ground, there was still Lin Shi. The old man had a notoriously bad temper and possessed a backing that rivaled the Jiang family's strength. If the Jiang family attempted to act forcefully, they would likely find little success. As Xiao Su pondered these matters and approached his office door, he noticed it, which he had left securely shut, now ajar slightly, and a smile played on his lips. Upon entering, he found the diligent cleaning lady responsible for the top floor's sanitation standing inside. Upon seeing Xiao Su, she immediately performed a deep, formal bow that a black space expanded around her, swiftly enveloping the entire office. Xiao Su did not react with hostility, for he sensed no intent to kill. The black space merely severed the office from external perception. Within this realm, she transformed from a cleaning lady into a radiant young woman dressed in traditional kimono. She bowed once more and said, "Xiao Jun, although we have communicated in secret several times, and given your intelligence, you should have already deduced my identity. Yet, this is our first meeting in our true forms. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Miko Shichijo, the aide to Captain Tanaka." Xiao Su returned the bow and replied, "Miss Shichijo, you flatter me. Your stealth techniques are exceptional. I merely had my suspicions but could not confirm. I had no idea your beauty was so striking. It seems a waste for one so lovely to engage in menial labor." Miko Shichijo smiled. "Everything is for His Majesty the Emperor." Noting that she had no intention of continuing idle chatter, Xiao Su got straight to the point. "Well then, since you've chosen to reveal your identity, does that mean you have made a decision? Please be aware that others have already begun to act more swiftly than you. The Jiang family, one of the four great families of the imperial city, has already approached Su Zhe." Miko Shichijo's expression instantly turned serious. "I came for that very reason. The higher-ups in our nation have conferred and ultimately decided to heed your advice, opting to seek a breakthrough through this young man. If he can truly activate the bloodline of the Golden Feather Phoenix, we won't need to risk probing into unknown territories." Xiao Su smiled. "I'm glad you've come to this conclusion. Trust me, that boy will undoubtedly amaze you." Miko Shichijo nodded non-committally and inquired, "So our task now is to protect him from any detrimental actions taken by the Jiang family? In order to fulfill this mission, we have mobilized all forces infiltrating the Dixia territory. Provided that our superior does not intervene, we can easily shield him from the Jiang family." However, Xiao Su shook his head. "No, not only should you refrain from assisting him, but you must also continue with your assassination plan. Just be careful not to actually kill him." Chapter 47. Joining the team under Sun Hao's guidance, Su Zhe arrived at the headquarters of the Great Xia Spirit Guard in Beishan City. Its location was not within the city, but stationed outside in a place reminiscent of a military camp. As the two approached, Su Zhe felt several piercing gazes fixated on him, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. It was only after Sun Hao revealed his identity that the sensation dissipated. Given that this was the territory of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, the defenses were quite strict. Now that it's settled, let's head to the captain, Sun Hao said, leading the way. Following closely behind Sun Hao, Su Zhe's eyes darted around, as if searching for something. The buildings here were quite orderly and rectangular, with pure white walls that bore little decoration save for the occasional footprint. Some of the more important buildings had guards at their entrances, their eyes fixed intently on the comings and goings of people. When Su Zhe dared to look a moment too long, he was met with a glare that made him quickly avert his gaze, lowering his head in humility. Before long, Sun Hao brought him to the office of Guo Linshan, where he halted, as Su Zhe was distracted. He nearly collided with Sun Hao's back. Sun Hao knocked on the door, and upon hearing Guo Linshan's response, he stepped aside to allow Su Zhe to enter first. "Little brother Su, you've arrived. Please take a seat." Guo Linshan greeted with a beaming smile, his enthusiasm making Su Zhe feel somewhat uneasy. He then prepared to close the door and leave. for Guo Linshan intended to speak with Su Zhe alone. However, Guo Linshan called him back. Wait a moment. Don't rush off. I need you to gather everyone who is free and have them assemble in the hall. Sun Hao, somewhat surprised, replied, Bring them all over? Captain, weren't you planning to discuss important matters with little brother Su alone? It's not anything critical. You all have gone through this before. Just bring them over, Guo Linshan assured. Understood. Sun Hao nodded, having guessed Guo Linshan's intentions for summoning Su Zhe. After Sun Hao departed, Su Zhe couldn't contain his curiosity. Captain Guo, did you call me here for something urgent? Guo Linshan nodded with a smile. Indeed, but it's not urgent. It's a good thing. He reached under the desk and produced a finely crafted badge and a set of lightweight uniforms. This is that Su Zhe seemed to grasp the purpose of Guo Linshan's invitation. Correct. My application to the higher-ups has been approved. If you agree, you can immediately join the third team of the Eastern Corps of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Though he would only be an ordinary member for now, Guo Linshan believed that Su Zhe's capabilities would not be confined to such a role. I am getting older, and if I do not break through soon, I will have to retire. But you are different. With your talent, you will surely ascend to the core leadership of the Great Xia Spirit Guard in the future. Guo Linshan's eyes sparkled with vision, as if he could already see that scene. Currently, the Great Xia Spirit Guard, while still resolute in its mission, was increasingly embroiled in power struggles among the higher-ups. With members of the four great families occupying numerous positions, forming cliques and vying for dominance. There was an urgent need for someone pure and selfless like Su Zhe to invigorate the stagnant upper echelons and awaken their original intent. Su Zhe hesitated. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Guo, but you know I am just a freshman at Beast Tamers University, and graduation is still far off. I fear I may not be able to join the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Guo Linshan shook his head. In fact, there are no educational requirements to join the Great Xia Spirit Guard. One only needs to have a beast level above 20 and pass a rigorous mental examination. I have personally verified that you meet these criteria. The misunderstanding arose because the graduation requirement of Beast Tamers University is also a beast level of 20, leading most to seek employment only after completing their studies. However, every year, several outstanding students manage to join the Great Xia Spirit Guard even before graduating. They are not assigned any tasks until they finish their studies, and during this time, they receive full benefits. Thus, even as a freshman, it would simply mean holding a nominal position in the Great Xia Spirit Guard for a few more years. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe's eyes brightened. If he did not have to do anything and merely received remuneration, why not? It would be akin to the old man Lin Shi, visiting daily and directing him while pocketing double pay. Yet, he still harbored some doubts about how Guo Linshan could be so certain of his character. After all, they had scarcely interacted. However, he held a favorable impression of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, which willingly faced danger to protect Tianyun volcano, so joining was not out of the question. Su Zhe accepted the badge, emblazoned with the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, and the uniform from Guo Linshan's hands. Seeing this, Guo Linshan beamed. Excellent, now, we just need one final step. After the oath, you will officially be a member of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Not a reserve member, but a full-fledged one. He appeared quite excited about Su Zhe's acceptance and swiftly opened the office door, striding ahead while Su Zhe followed closely behind, clutching the uniform. Before long, they arrived in a spacious red hall, where Su Zhe was already slightly out of breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The hall was already populated with several individuals, all summoned by Sun Hao. Many of them appeared familiar to Su Zhe, having crossed paths during their time at Tianyun volcano. He even spotted Yu Shenghua, who did not belong to the Great Xia Spirit Guard, standing nearby. Leaving Su Zhe puzzled about Guo Linshan's intent in inviting him, was it merely to witness the proceedings? As Guo Linshan entered, the previously bustling hall fell silent. With satisfaction, he announced, I believe you all know why everyone has gathered here today. It is time for the oath of enlistment that you all once experienced. Previously, dozens of qualifying reserve members would take their oaths together in this hall, but today, only one person would recite this honorable vow. Without further ado, Guo Linshan summoned Su Zhe to the stage. Before him, a flag slowly rose, depicting a simple line drawing of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow guarding a multitude of stars behind it. These star patterns symbolized every ordinary family in Great Xia, while the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow represented the Spirit Guard and the Great Xia Empire itself, a guardian beast. This flag embodied the core ideals of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, with the most crucial line of the oath. With the oath in hand, Su Zhe read aloud slowly and resolutely. I vow, as a member of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, to honor the fallen and to defend the countless lights of home behind me. Chapter 48. Uninvited guests. As Suze solemnly finished reciting the entire oath, he officially joined the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Guolinshan approached with a smile, greeting Yu Shenghua, who had been waiting nearby. Before they could exchange words, someone rushed in. Captain, Captain, there's someone coming outside. Guolinshan's expression soured. Who? How can outsiders just waltz into the Great Xia Spirit Guard's headquarters? But, Captain, the one leading them is also from the Great Xia Spirit Guard. And it seems he is a team leader. A team leader? Guolinshan frowned. He had indeed received word that the Zhang family had sent someone to pressure Xiao Su, the principal of Qinglong Beast Tamer University. They had also summoned assistance from both the Great Xia Spirit Guard and the Beast Tamer Association. That was why he had called Suze to the Great Xia Spirit Guard. To expedite his oath. Only with that could he rightfully protect Suze. After all, as the core military force of the Xia Nation, any incidents must be handled internally, avoiding external interference as much as possible. Just like Lin Jiang before, who, despite not having completed the oath and being merely a reserve member, was still brought before a military court, likely to spend the remainder of his life imprisoned. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he had also invited Yu Shenghua to help ensure Suze's safety. Let them in, Guolinshan said solemnly. As a fellow team leader, he could not deny entry to the other party. Outside the camp, Zhang Tianlong and his two companions, initially intending to stride directly in, had their progress halted and their expressions darkened. They exerted mental pressure on the guards of the Great Xia Spirit Guard stationed at the entrance. Just as one of them was about to buckle under the strain, Guolinshan's command finally came through, allowing the three to pass. Humph, a mere guard obstructing our path. Zhang Tianlong scoffed as he walked past, his mental energy unabashedly flowing forth. Once all three had passed, the guard at the entrance felt blood seeping from the corners of his mouth and nose. Nevertheless, he merely wiped it away with his sleeve and continued his duty. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Tianlong approached Guolinshan and caught sight of Suze behind him. Although there was still a distance between them, Zhang Tianlong had memorized Suze's appearance beforehand, thus identifying him with a cold smirk. Captain Gua. What an impressive display. It seems even colleagues must be denied entry to see you. Guolinshan replied, expressionless. This is not my home but the Great Xia Spirit Guard's camp, so we must maintain stricter security. After all, one cannot rule out the possibility that a disguised assassin from the Fusang might infiltrate to gather intelligence. Zhang Tianlong's forehead twitched in frustration, casting aside all decorum as he bellowed. Guolinshan, what is your purpose in harboring a student from the Beast Tamer University whose contract with his beast is unstable within the Great Xia Spirit Guard? Are you not afraid of a calamity occurring in your own camp? Guolinshan, unfazed by Zhang Tianlong's outburst, coldly retorted. What are you talking about? I am unaware of any such thing. Just as Zhang Tianlong was about to continue his tirade, Zhang Qian interjected, Captain Gua, Suze is still a student and does not fall under your jurisdiction. You should hand him over. Guolinshan regarded him coolly. And you are? Zhang Qian, vice principal of the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University. He stammered slightly at the end, having been irked by the earlier address and now needing to introduce himself, acknowledging that he was not the principal. Guolinshan noted the hesitation and deliberately elongated his tone. So you are merely a vice principal. Zhang Qian felt a surge of indignation. How could the people of Beishan City be so insufferable? Clearly, once outside the capital, one encounters the wretchedness of rural folk. Taking a deep breath, he continued. While I am indeed just the vice principal of the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University, the 5 Beast Tamer Universities are interconnected, and I can also oversee students from other schools. Captain Gua, please hand him over, Guolinshan chuckled. What you are implying is that Suze has no ties to the Great Xia Spirit Guard, and I should not meddle, correct? However, unfortunately for you, he has just completed his oath and is now an official member of my 3rd team in the Eastern Corps. Why should I not be involved? Zhang Tianlong questioned. This is impossible. He is merely a freshman who just enrolled. How could he possibly join the Great Xia Spirit Guard? You must be lying. In response to the skepticism, Guolinshan simply tossed a document before them. It clearly stated the approval for Suze's entry into the Great Xia Spirit Guard, sanctioned by the higher-ups with an official seal that left no room for doubt. However, they were not willing to concede easily. Zhang Tianlong declared, since you are unaware of what trickery was used to allow him into the Great Xia Spirit Guard, this works to our advantage. According to the regulations within the Great Xia Spirit Guard, Any member who poses a potential risk of losing control must be restrained, and if necessary, their contract must be forcibly terminated, with their beasts confiscated. I am not mistaken, am I, Captain Gua? If you wish to adhere to the rules, you should hand him over so we can terminate his contract and reclaim the beast, and everything will be settled. Yet Gua Linshan shook his head. That regulation does exist, but it is explicitly stated that such measures are only taken for those confirmed to be at risk of losing control. Su Zhe does not pose any such risk. He is fully capable of controlling his beast, a fact personally verified by President Yu Shenghua of the Beast Tamer Association. At this moment, Yu Shenghua stepped forward to nod in affirmation of Gua Linshan's statement. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianlong and his companions merely smirked. Do you truly believe we will accept that? A disparity of 5 levels in mental rank compared to the beast presents a risk of losing control. That boy is at least 20 to 30 levels below a diamond level beast. You claim there is no risk? That is simply the truth. Do you think I would lie to you, old man? Yu Shenghua snapped, his appearance considerably frilier after the battle against Yin Yilong. Yet somehow he had found a small resurgence of vitality at a crucial moment. Now, though he looked older, his spirit remained vibrant. Humph, talk is cheap. Seeing is believing. We also have the vice president of the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer Association here. Chunzhe, it's your turn. Chapter 49. Testing. Chunzhe approached with trepidation. Despite being the oldest, he held the lowest position. He had initially thought this visit would be a mere formality and not involve him directly. Yet now he found himself thrust into the spotlight. Chunzhe, so it is you. What, do you distrust me? Yu Shenghua remarked, clearly recognizing him. Chunzhe smiled affably. Senior you jest. Of course, your words are credible. However, we have come with a mission and need to verify matters personally. I hope you will not make this difficult for us. Yu Shenghua let out a cold humph but felt unable to retaliate against Chunzhe's cheerful demeanor. He exchanged a glance with Gua Linshan, and they both nodded in agreement. Finally, Gua Linshan said, Very well. Since you insist on testing, we shall comply. However, as my subordinate faces such suspicion, it reflects a lack of trust in both me and Elder Yu. Therefore, once Su Zhe successfully passes the test, you must leave obediently and provide compensation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was about to object when Zhang Tianlong interjected. No problem. Compensation is no issue. Take as much as you desire. At this moment, any further opposition would be a blow to Zhang Tianlong's pride. So he could only sigh in resignation. Zhang Tianlong was not foolish, adding, However, if you truly fail in your duties, you will not only face disciplinary action but also lose the right to command that diamond-level beast. I demand it be surrendered, in essence. This meant handing it over to the Jiang family. Gua Linshan did not respond immediately but called Su Zhe over, believing that the beast was Su Zhe's personal property and should not be used as a wager. Having overheard their conversation, Su Zhe approached Gua Linshan and merely nodded in agreement. As Su Zhe stepped forward, Zhang Tianlong revealed a sinister smile. So you are the fortunate lad, huh? But let me tell you, mere luck will not suffice. You must also possess strength. He was indeed quite pleased, for among the younger generation of the Jiang family, there were undoubtedly those more gifted than he. Unfortunately, none of them currently possessed an available slot for a beast companion. However, he was on the verge of a breakthrough, and once achieved, he would have enough mental strength to form a new beast companion slot. Thus, should this diamond-grade beast fall into the hands of the Jiang family, it was highly likely it would become his companion. Facing his provocation, Su Zhe scrutinized him and remarked, I must admit my luck is rather exceptional. Yet, some individuals, so full of themselves, may ultimately discover they possess neither luck nor strength. Now that is truly lamentable. Zhang Tianlong recognized Su Zhe's subtle mockery aimed at him and was preparing to retaliate. But upon noticing Gua Linshan and Yu Shenghua standing beside Su Zhe like sentinels, he swallowed his anger. Particularly, Yu Shenghua, though advanced in years, had become the strongest among them following another breakthrough. Whether you have luck or not will be determined once you pass the test. At Zhang Tianlong's silent cue, Chunzhe stepped forward to commence the intimacy test with Su Zhe's beast companion. The first and most fundamental test was to summon the beast. If one could not even summon their companion, then all else was meaningless. Chunzhe smiled and said, According to the information we have gathered, Su Zhe is incapable of controlling a diamond-grade beast, and even when ambushed by our agents, he did not dare to summon it. As anticipated, Su Zhe showed no intention of opening the beast's space to summon his companion. Instead, he waved his hand to the side. This left the others perplexed. And just as they were about to intervene and dissuade Su Zhe from further futile struggles, a fiery red figure darted in like the wind from afar, landing gracefully in Su Zhe's embrace. Guo Linshan's nerves tensed instantly, and the summoning array began to glow beneath his feet. He initially thought the unfamiliar figure was an intruder, but Su Zhe gestured for him to remain calm. The fiery figure was none other than Feng Qingyi. She no longer hid within the beast space all day but now wandered around in human form beside Su Zhe, exploring various novelties and occasionally returning to him for affection. Even the military camp of the Great Xia Spirit Guard could not deter her, which was why Su Zhe had been scanning the area upon entering, seeking her out. Had she not made her presence known, she likely would have gone unnoticed. Why apologies, Captain Guo? Her curiosity is quite insatiable. I couldn't prevent her from roaming the camp, Su Zhe explained. As the deputy captain of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, Guo Linshan had seen many things in his time. Thus, he quickly deduced that the strikingly beautiful girl before him was indeed not human. He tempered his hostility and retracted the summoning array. Yet, some remained unconvinced. Zhang Tianlong, with a sullen expression, remarked, "Who does this little girl think she is, daring to impersonate a shape-shifting beast?" Before Su Zhe could respond, Feng Qingyi had already taken action, sending her trailing red skirts morphing into fiery feathers toward Zhang Tianlong. The searing heat compelled him to retreat, yet the fiery feathers clung to him like a relentless pest. Forced to summon his beast companion, a pure white Pegasus with wings, he utilized its power to ultimately deflect Feng Qingyi's fiery feathers. This confirmed her identity to him, intensifying the fervor in his gaze. Such formidable power, yet still merely a juvenile beast. Was this truly the might of a diamond-grade beast? However, observing the closeness between Feng Qingyi and Su Zhe caused him to furrow his brow. The information obtained through Zhang Jian had proven erroneous. Not only could Su Zhe summon a diamond-grade beast without backlash, but their relationship was also remarkably intimate. The three exchanged glances, sensing the complexity of the situation. Qian Zhe continued, "Such immense power undoubtedly confirms it is indeed a diamond-grade beast. However, merely summoning it is insufficient. We must witness your ability to wield its power." Before he could finish, Feng Qingyi, after receiving a gentle pat on the head from Su Zhe, obediently transformed into a blaze of flames that fell behind him, becoming a pair of wings. Would this suffice as utilizing the power of a beast companion? Su Zhe inquired, gently lifting off the ground to gaze down upon the three. Chapter 50. The Zhang family. The three fell silent, for the ability to manifest a beast companion as an extension of oneself indicated a high level of mastery and eliminated the risk of losing control. Zhang Tianlong, unwilling to accept defeat, muttered, "Impossible. This cannot be. How could anyone of such disparate levels command the power of a proud diamond-grade beast?" Guo Linshan cast him a sidelong glance, his tone laced with resignation. "Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean others cannot. Remember, there are far more prodigies in this world than you may realize." His words were, in fact, a self-deprecating reflection, as Zhang Tianlong, despite his youth, held a rank equivalent to him in the Great Xia Spirit Guard, indicating his talents surpassed Guo Linshan's. Zhang Tianlong could still ascend higher, while Guo Linshan felt his own journey had reached its conclusion. Yet, to Zhang Tianlong's ears, it sounded like a jab at his arrogance. He glared at Su Zhe, hovering in the air, and coldly scoffed, "Humph. Very well. You have passed the test. Let us depart." "Wait." Guo Linshan halted the departing group. "What of the compensation we discussed? You aren't planning to renege, are you?" Suppressing his fury, Zhang Tianlong replied, "Prepare a written list of what you desire and send it to us. We shall be staying at the Zhang family hotel in the city center." With that, he stormed off, feeling a profound humiliation he could hardly endure. The other two closely followed, only slowing their pace once they had distanced themselves from the Great Xia Spirit Guard's encampment. "Tianlong, what do we do now? We have failed the mission, and if we return to the imperial capital, the old man will die." This thought, Zhang Chun couldn't help but shudder. The old man he referred to was none other than the most senior ancestor of the Zhang family. Upon hearing Zhang Chen mention the elder, Zhang Tianlong was reluctantly pulled from his anger. The task given by the family was merely to bring back the diamond-grade beast. There were no restrictions on how to do so. Since our previous attempts have proven fruitless, perhaps we should explore alternative methods. The three nodded in agreement with this proposal, though they had yet to determine the specifics of their approach, opting to return and rest for now. As one of the four great families of the imperial capital, The Jiang family's influence and reach extended far beyond the confines of the city. They also had interest in Beishur City, including the luxurious hotel where they were currently staying. On the way back, Jiang Qin instructed the others to return first while he headed in another direction. Not long after, the scene before him starkly contrasted with that of his companions. One side displayed the opulence of a luxury hotel in the city center, while the other revealed a dilapidated old district. The tangled wires and stray cats and dogs rummaging through trash cans painted a vivid picture of the environment. Soon enough, he arrived at a decrepit old house, and peering through the rusted gate, he spotted a plain-looking woman in simple clothing washing vegetables. Her expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, moving with a mechanical precision. Nearby, a child sat on the ground, wailing for his father, yet the woman showed no inclination to comfort him. As she turned after finishing her task, she noticed the elderly Jiang Qin standing behind her. With a tentative tone, she asked, "Hello, sir, may I inquire who you are?" Jiang Qin smiled and replied, "Oh, I suppose I am a relative of your husband, Zhang Jian." Indeed, this humble abode belonged to Zhang Jian. It was hard to fathom that a beast tamer of considerable rank and a professor at the Beast Tamer University could reside in such a place. Moreover, upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, the woman's expression shifted from neutrality to one of fear. She feigned calmness, saying, Why have you come here? Zhang Jian is no longer with us, and we lack the means to provide gifts for our elders." Indeed, their residence was a result of Zhang Jian's annual obligation to present gifts to his so-called family. The Jiang family, being one of the four great houses, had expectations that necessitated lavish offerings. Although the salary of a university professor was substantial, it paled in comparison to what was required by these families. Yet, Zhang Jian felt compelled to comply, for without the Jiang family, he would have perished long ago, let alone become a beast tamer and hold a position at the university. Thus, this debt of gratitude was one he was bound to repay throughout his life, as demanded by the Jiang family. Jiang Qin reassured her, "Do not worry. I am not here to collect gifts. On the contrary, I have come to assist you. Zhang Jian is gone, and you, a widow, must be finding it exceedingly difficult to survive. In this world, ordinary people like you could easily be devoured by beasts at any moment." With that, Jiang Qin suddenly bent down and scooped up the still sobbing child, perhaps sensing the oppressive aura emanating from him. The child fell silent. "I will take this child away, much like I once nurtured Zhang Jian. He will receive the best education and become a respected beast tamer, ultimately securing a good job for himself. How does that sound? Is it not wonderful?" However, the woman's expression shifted to one of panic as she attempted to snatch her child back. "No, we do not need this. We are fine as we are. Please, I beg you, put him down." Despite her desperate cries, Jiang Qin showed no intention of relinquishing the child. Instead, he continued, "Rest assured, we will leave you with a sum of money. After all, the Jiang family is known for its philanthropy." In a sudden outburst, the woman became hysterical, crushed under Jiang Qin's oppressive aura, yet she clung desperately to his clothing. "Let him go. You promised. You told Zhang Jian that if he complied with your requests, you would spare us and the child." Jiang Qin finally ceased to mask his true intentions, his expression darkening as he replied, "Indeed, we did promise him, but what has come of it? He failed to complete the task, and the information he uncovered was false. Consequently, all prior agreements are rendered void." At this, the woman could no longer contain her tears, weeping, "I implore you, do not take my child. Do not subject him to the same fate as his father." Yet she was powerless to halt Jiang Qin's advance as he kicked her arms away, watching helplessly as her child was carried out the door. Chapter 51. The list after departing from the Zhang household. Jiang Qin carried Zhang Jian's child on his shoulder back to the luxury hotel in the city center. The young child, forcibly separated from his mother, had long since lost his voice to tears. His cries irritated Jiang Qin, and under the strain, the child fainted. Upon leaving the old district, Jiang Qin took several deep breaths of fresh air, for the stench of that place was unbearable, oppressive, damp, and reeking of rotting refuse. Were it not for the mission, such sights had no place in his world. With this thought, he tightened his grip on the child's hand, applying a bit more pressure. Bruises formed on the child's arm from his grip, and even in unconsciousness, he winced from the pain. "I hope you do not turn out to be as useless as your father. Had I known he was so inept, the family should never have wasted resources on his training." Upon reaching his hotel room, he found Zhang Tianlong and Chen Zhe frowning over a note. Both looked up in unison at Jiang Chen and the child he had brought back, their expressions revealing no surprise. Clearly aware of Jiang Chen's actions, Jiang Tianlong frowned. "You're back. Did I wonder what those old geezers in the family are thinking? Raising the children of outsiders? They are utterly useless and waste the family's resources." Hearing this, Chunzhe appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Although he was not an orphan like Zhang Jian, he too had benefited from the Jiang family's support to achieve his current standing. Realizing this, Jiang Chun quickly intervened, cautioning Jiang Tianlong, "Young Master Tianlong, we cannot speak so lightly. Our Jiang family is still young, and our foundation pales in comparison to the other 3 families that have followed the great Xia royal lineage since the establishment of the nation. It is precisely for this reason that our ancestor permitted outsiders to join the Jiang family, to attract talent, as our ancestor said. Even if they do not share the Jiang surname, they are still family." Moreover, that esteemed individual emerged from such a background, proving the effectiveness of our ancestors' methods. Mentioning that esteemed individual, even the arrogant Jiang Tianlong displayed a hint of reverence. Yet he retorted, "That esteemed individual is indeed powerful. It is hard to fathom he came from humble beginnings. However, he is merely an exception. With his talent, he would be a figure of prominence anywhere. He cannot serve as a representative." Jiang Chun concurred, "Young Master Tianlong is correct, but according to our ancestor, those who receive support from the Jiang family are all considered Jiang family members. There is no need for you to harbor such disdain towards them." As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at Chunzhe. Noticing Jiang Tianlong's gaze following his, Jiang Tianlong swiftly recognized his earlier faux pas and fell silent. Chunzhe, in turn, cast a grateful glance at Jiang Chun. "Very well, let us speak of something else. Young Master Tianlong and President Chen, what were you examining just now?" At this, Jiang Tianlong's anger flared once more. That old fool Guo Linshan actually sent over the item list. Jiang Chun could only smile wryly at this news. "Young Master Tianlong, this is something we promised, and if we were to backtrack, it would certainly diminish the Jiang family's prestige. I am well aware of that." Jiang Tianlong huffed, "I never intended to backtrack, but that old rascal Guo Linshan has taken this opportunity to demand exorbitant prices." Jiang Chen approached and picked up the crumpled note that Jiang Tianlong had slammed onto the table, curious about what could have provoked such anger. 50 military-grade mental-enhancing beads. "Well, the quantity is a bit excessive, but it is somewhat acceptable. 1 golden-grade beast egg. Does Guo Linshan intend to contract another beast?" Jiang Chen pondered, noting that the old fellow's potential should have already been maxed out. Upon reading the third item, he instantly understood Jiang Tianlong's rage and Guo Linshan's demand for a new golden-grade beast egg, a crystal core from a level 70 or above Earth-type beast. This old rascal is not only demanding an outrageous amount, but is also quite ambitious. Jiang Tianlong seethed. Indeed, this old man's beast is also a golden-grade Earth-type. He must be inspired by Yu Shenghua's breakthrough, hoping to assist his beast in overcoming its bloodline shackles. By harnessing the power of a beast's breakthrough, Guo Linshan stood a significant chance of ascending himself. Although the upper limit for golden-grade beasts was level 70, only a select few could truly reach that pinnacle. Throughout their growth, beasts often suffered losses to their bloodlines and potential due to various circumstances, resulting in them becoming trapped at a particular level for life. This was the bloodline constraint. At such times, external forces were needed to help beasts replenish their bloodline deficiencies and break through their limitations. Clearly, Guo Linshan harbored such intentions. Although he had previously submitted a request for a crystal core to the higher-ups of the Daxia Spirit Guard, he remained in a state of anticipation for a response. After all, the upper echelons of the Daxia Spirit Guard, which governed the entire nation, tended to allocate resources preferentially toward those young individuals of higher rank and greater talent. A squad leader like him was scarcely of significance, and his age further compounded the disadvantage. Rather than pinning his hopes on the upper management's approval of his application, he thought it might be more prudent to attempt extorting the Jiang family, as a level 70 demon beast crystal core would hardly be a substantial loss for a prominent family. Although Guo Linshan was not particularly convinced he would succeed, he included the crystal core in his demands merely as a shot in the dark. With the inclusion of this level 70 demon beast crystal core, the 2 items that initially seemed excessive were rendered somewhat less outrageous. However, what he did not anticipate was Jiang Chen's astonishment upon reviewing the list, which was followed by a brief contemplation before he addressed Jiang Tianlong. "Young Master Tianlong, I believe we can acquiesce to his demands." Jiang Tianlong looked at him with a hint of surprise, remarking, "While capitulating would tarnish our Jiang family's dignity, Allowing ourselves to be extorted would cast us in a light of weakness. Surely, Principal Jiang Qin, you understand this. Therefore, I am curious about your sudden decisiveness. With a sly grin, Jiang Chen replied, Young Master Tianlong, one must sometimes take risks to reap rewards. Are you not incensed by Guo Linshan's blatant humiliation of you today? Recalling Guo Linshan's snide remarks, Zhang Tianlong felt his previously subdued anger resurface. Of course I am angry, but that was on his territory. You possess a means to exact revenge for me? Jiang Chen leaned in closer and whispered in Zhang Tianlong's ear. Not only can we avenge your grievances, but we may also inadvertently fulfill our family's objectives. He then proceeded to elaborate on his scheme. Although Chen Zhe had remained a silent observer throughout, the two did not conceal their plans from him. Listening to their machinations, Chen Zhe felt a chill run down his spine, his hand trembling around his teacup. Was this what it meant to belong to an influential family? They seemed utterly indifferent to the lives of ordinary people. Gazing at Jiang Tianlong clad in the uniform of the Daxia Spirit Guard, he recalled the oath he had taken upon his induction, and he could not help but feel a profound irony. Chapter 52. The Madwoman. The following day, Su Zhe looked with astonishment at the golden gacha egg in his hand. After so many days, he had finally received a shipment. Although he had acquired a diamond-level demon beast, he found himself regarding the golden-level demon beasts with a measure of disdain. Nevertheless, to the average person, this was still a rare high-tier demon beast, a treasure hard to come by. Even Guo Linshan, a squad leader within the Daxia Spirit Guard, possessed only a single golden-level demon beast, while his other initial beast was a measly bronze-level creature, long stagnating at the 30-level cap, thus rarely called upon in battle. Yet now, Su Zhe was torn over whether to cook the egg to feed birds, not merely to foster goodwill with Feng Qingyi. He had discerned early on that demon beast eggs, rich in energy, held effects for demon beasts akin to that of a spirit-consolidating pearl for beast tamers. During these past days, Feng Qingyi had consumed numerous demon beast eggs in conjunction with her continuous absorption of the power from the level 80 crystal core, elevating her level to 60, which in turn boosted Su Zhe's own mental prowess by several levels. Presently, his two demon beasts stood at 60 levels for the golden feather phoenix and 25 levels for the ethereal turtle, with Su Zhe's mental level matching that of the latter. If Feng Qingyi were to consume this golden-level demon beast egg, it was likely she would ascend at least another level, allowing both Su Zhe and the ethereal turtle to benefit from the upgrade. Yet, ultimately, he could not bring himself to do so, returning the golden egg to the system's space and opting for a bronze-level demon beast egg instead. The indulgence of consuming a golden-level demon beast egg felt too extravagant. There was no rush for upgrades. After breakfast, Su Zhe, along with his companions, made their way to school as per usual. However, just as they were about to enter the premises, a disheveled madwoman charged at Su Zhe from the side, lunging towards him. Sun Hao reacted swiftly, shielding Su Zhe with his body and restraining the woman with his remaining arm. Ignoring the pain in her arm, the woman gazed at Su Zhe with desperate eyes. You are Su Zhe, aren't you? I've seen your photo from my husband. Please, I beg you to help me. Su Zhe scrutinized her closely, confirming he did not recognize her, and curiously inquired, Who are you, and why does your husband have my photo? The woman's gaze faltered as she stammered. Who I am is unimportant. My husband is Zhangjian. Zhangjian? Su Zhe recalled that he was the beast taming university instructor who had attempted to assassinate him a few days prior. Sun Hao also recognized the name, tightening his grip on the woman's arm. Had it not been for the absence of the unique mental fluctuations characteristic of beast tamers emanating from her, he might have summoned his own beast in response. However, Su Zhe sensed that the woman did not harbor intentions similar to her husband. Rather, she seemed to be pleading for his assistance. Brother Sun Hao, please let her go. You're gripping her arm so tightly it looks like it might break, Su Zhe urged. Sun Hao hesitated, reluctant to release her immediately. Su Zhe continued. Surely you can tell she is a beast tamer. Besides, my beast is right here beside me. What could she possibly do to me? Sun Hao glanced at Feng Qingyi, now aware that this exquisite young girl was indeed the manifestation of a diamond-level demon beast. With her present, it was unlikely that an ordinary person could harm Su Zhe, and thus he released his hold. As soon as Sun Hao's grip loosened, the woman scrambled to Su Zhe's feet, pleading, Please, help me, save my child. She was not a beast tamer, merely aware that the Jiang family, who controlled her husband, was formidable, yet she remained oblivious to the extent of their power. The reason she sought out Su Zhe was that she believed Since the Jiang family had repeatedly targeted him, he must possess the means to resist their influence. Confused, Su Zhe helped her to her feet before gently encouraging her to explain. The woman divulged all she knew, albeit her account was somewhat disjointed. Nevertheless, Su Zhe grasped the overarching narrative. The Jiang family. So they are the ones who have been targeting me all along. I had assumed it was the Fusang people. Yet it turns out the first to strike were my own. Sun Hao also recognized the gravity of the situation, offering Su Zhe an explanation. Although the Jiang family is a relatively new family, they wield considerable power, effectively transforming the original 3 prominent families of the imperial capital into 4. However, as a beast-taming family, their primary concern is not the extent of their industries or annual profits, but rather the number of high-ranking beast tamers they possess. In this regard, the Jiang family has always lagged behind the other established families, particularly in terms of top-tier combat strength. I suspect this is why they have set their sights on you. As top-tier combat strength generally refers to powerful diamond-level demon beast tamers, Su Zhe recalled the 3 individuals from the imperial capital who had attempted to provoke him the day before. 2 of them bore the Jiang surname, indicating that the Jiang family had not relinquished their intentions. Furthermore, based on Zhang Jian's wife's description, it was likely that the individual who had taken her child was none other than the vice principal, Jiang Chen. Unwilling to remain passive, Su Zhe proposed. Since we have the sister-in-law to testify that the Jiang family intends to harm me, can we not report them? If we do, they would have to reconsider their plans against me. Sun Hao shook his head, cautioning, do not be overly optimistic. The evidence is insufficient. Mere hearsay is not enough. Otherwise, Jiang Chun would not have merely taken the child without silencing her. They feel untouchable. Moreover, disputes among beast tamers are typically resolved by the Daxia Spirit Guard, particularly when it involves the Jiang family, necessitating intervention from higher authorities. Dio, you know how many members of the Jiang family occupy positions among the upper echelons? It would merely turn into a case of someone from the lower court suing the magistrate. Surely we can retrieve the child, Su Zhe insisted, frustration evident in his voice. Sun Hao shook his head once more. The Jiang family does not simply sponsor orphans for education. They adopt them as foster sons, thereby making Zhang Jian's child, in a sense, a Jiang family member. Despairing, Su Zhe scratched his head. Realizing he had no recourse, he instructed Su Yao to assist the woeful woman into the school for some rest. Since her child had been taken the previous day, she had not slept a wink, and was ultimately taken to the rest area managed by Lin Shi, who oversaw the breeding zone. Good disciple. Are you here to help me find a partner? Such thoughtfulness. Though a bit dirty, at least she is young. Quite nice. Lin Shi chuckled mischievously while sipping wine. Su Zhe retorted, Teacher, you should consider your age. Do you still possess the ability? He dismissed the jest. No more jokes. Let her rest here. I will seek out the principal. After all, Zhang Jian had once been a teacher at the Qinglong Beast Taming University, and Principal Xiao Su should be inclined to advocate for a former subordinate. Moreover, the Jiang family, if they were not foolish, would likely refrain from antagonizing a principal of a beast taming university merely over an ordinary child. Chapter 53. Searching for the child. After Su Zhe departed, the exhausted woman found it impossible to sleep. Struggling against her fatigue, she attempted to rise from the bed, but her weary body nearly toppled her back down. Observing this, Lin Shi swiftly returned her to a lying position, saying, I say, young lady, your body cannot withstand such strain. Please rest well. However, the woman shook her head, insisting on getting up. Lin Shi, with no other options, sighed and gently tapped her forehead. The woman suddenly froze, her eyes gradually losing focus before finally closing. Her arms fell limp, and she collapsed backward into slumber. Lin Shi withdrew his hand, stating calmly, Your spirit has reached its limit. Rest assured and sleep. As Lin Shi turned to leave, he was taken aback to see the woman writhing on the bed. He raised his hand, and his shadow detached from the ground, resembling a flattened black figure that floated toward her. It extended a shadowy hand, akin to elongated fingers, and grasped at the air before extracting wisps of murky, purplish-black images from her. These were then consumed by the shadow through its hollow mouth. The shadow's face, akin to black paper cutouts, displayed a look of satisfaction before returning to Lin Shi's feet. Meanwhile, the woman ceased her struggles and fell into a deep sleep. Nightmare Lord, a platinum-level mental-type demon beast, possessed the ability to manipulate dreams and illusions, feeding on human dreams. Both extreme nightmares and delightful dreams were its preferred sustenance. Clearly, the woman's dream belonged to the latter, which accounted for the creature's rapturous state. Lin Shi also closed his eyes, joining his demon beast in digesting the remnants of this nightmare. After some time, he opened his eyes, gazing into the distance, his typically languid expression now tinged with a trace of malice. The Jiang family thought their reckless behavior will lead to their downfall. Meanwhile, Suze had arrived at the top floor of the administrative building, but he was unable to meet with Principal Xiao Su as he had hoped. He casually stopped a cleaning lady nearby, asking, "Excuse me, do you know why the principal is not in his office?" The cleaning lady paused, resting her mop on the ground and wiping the sweat from her brow. "I know. The principal has been absent all week. If you wish to see him, you'll have to come back next week." "Wait, where has the principal gone?" Suze pressed further. "I'm just a janitor." "How would I know? I only heard he went to the imperial capital, and won't he be back for at least a week," she replied, resuming her cleaning. "Lift your feet, please. I haven't finished mopping yet, and I don't want to dirty the floor again." With no other option, Suze eventually found Su Yiming, who was in class, and learned that Principal Xiao Su had been summoned to a meeting at the imperial capital Beast Taming University. Not just him, but other principals from several beast taming universities had also been invited to participate in this so-called academic exchange, primarily to finalize the details for this year's 5-university competition, including the timing, location, and rewards, as Suze pondered. Even if Principal Xiao Su is unavailable now, with Captain Gua and Elder Yu present, they should be capable of persuading them to return the child. He first visited the Beast Tamer Association, only to find that Yu Shenghua was also absent, reportedly called to host an auction held by the Beast Tamer Association in a neighboring city. With no alternative, he sought out Gua Linshan once more, as he now counted himself as a member of the Daxia Spirit Guard. Upon arriving at the camp entrance, Suze felt a passing gaze sweep over him, unlike the previous time when he had been scrutinized intently. Following his memory, he approached Gua Linshan's office. If he too was absent, he would truly have no recourse left. Fortunately, just before reaching the office, he spotted Gua Linshan emerging with a broad smile on his face. "Young brother Su, what brings you here? I was just about to seek you out." Curious about the source of Gua Linshan's apparent joy, Suze inquired, "Captain Gua, what has you in such high spirits?" "Haha, unexpected fortune has befallen me. How could I not be joyful? Did you stumble upon treasure or win the lottery?" "Haha, neither. I extorted someone," Gua Linshan beamed, unable to conceal his delight. "Do you remember the deal that Jiang family brat agreed to yesterday? I had merely intended to test the waters, yet within a day, they actually delivered the goods." At this point, he could not help but marvel. You see, there was one item I had been requesting from the military headquarters for days without a response, and they prepared it overnight. TSK, this is the power of a prominent family. As if recalling something, he thrust a tightly sealed military green iron box into Suze's hands. "This is your share, 50 military-grade spirit consolidating pearls. Ordinarily, all that I extorted would rightfully belong to you. But there is one item I truly require. So I, though somewhat embarrassed, have kept it for myself. As for the golden-level demon beast egg, that was added by Elder Yu himself. He seems to wish to use it as the centerpiece for the upcoming auction, but he appears to be absent at the moment." Suze accepted the iron box without pretense, saying, "Captain Gua, you flatter me. These spirit-consolidating pearls are sufficient for me." After handing over the items, Gua Linshan asked, "By the way, young brother Su, what brings you to seek me today?" Suze hurriedly recounted the events involving the Zhang family. Upon hearing his account, Gua Linshan's expression shifted to one of indignation, his beard bristling. "I suspected the Zhang family was involved, but I never imagined them to be so brazen. What difference is there between this and kidnapping for human trafficking? Come, we must confront those scoundrels." With that, he effortlessly lifted Suze into the air, propelling them toward the city center. Initially startled, Suze soon began to absorb the mechanics behind Gua Linshan's flight. This method differed significantly from riding a beast or utilizing flying beast armor. It felt as though he had been entirely liberated from the constraints of gravity, relying solely on his own strength to accelerate through the air. This realization led Suze to deduce that, with the explosive potential of the gilded wings, he might surpass Gua Linshan's flight speed in the short term. However, if the flight extended over time, he would undoubtedly be overtaken, for the energy expenditure of his brute force flight would far exceed that of his companion. Before long, they arrived at the Jiang family's hotel. Chapter 54. Reclaiming the child. As soon as they landed, Gua Linshan led Suze into the hotel. The hotel exudes grandeur, its interior adorned in resplendent luxury. The doorman, with a tone of deference, persistently attempts to halt their progress. He musters his courage and says, "Gentlemen, please wait a moment. This is a members-only hotel. If you are looking for someone, I can assist you in notifying them. However, if you continue further, I may encounter difficulties." The doorman's expression is one of despair. Aware that these two have seemingly descended from the heavens, figures he cannot afford to offend, yet he dares not defy the stringent rules set forth by the Jiang family. Just then, a familiar voice echoes down from the stairs, scolding, "What is happening down there? It's a mess." The doorman immediately responds with trepidation, "I apologize, Lord Jiangchen. These two beast masters insist on entering. I truly cannot stop them. Oh? Who dares to intrude upon the Jiang family's domain?" Jiang Chun descends the staircase and spots Guo Linshan and Su Zhe blocking the entrance. "Ah, it is Captain Guo. What brings you here? Are you still unsatisfied after receiving so much?" Jiang Chun frowns. Guo Linshan snorts and retorts, "I am not here for that matter. Heard that your Jiang family orchestrated the ambush against brother Su Zhe, and now you forcibly took his child away?" Understanding Guo's intent, Jiang Chun shakes his head. "Captain Guo, while meals may be consumed indiscriminately, words must not be spoken lightly. It is true that Zhang Jian is a child raised by our Jiang family, but everyone knows we are a charitable family, adopting many children each year. However, the paths they choose are their own, and we cannot be held accountable for their misdeeds. Doing so would surely sadden our ancestors who cherish philanthropy." Guo Linshan interjects, "Enough of this nonsense. Zhang Jian's wife can attest to the fact that you forcibly took his child. Are you not bold enough to allow me to conduct a search?" Jiang Chen explains that madwoman's words are hardly credible. As for the child, yes, I did take him. Zhang Jian is a foster son of our family, and thus his child is also one of us. The elder wishes to see his grandson. What is wrong with me bringing him back? Furthermore, given Zhang's current financial situation, I doubt he can provide for the child's upbringing. It is better for him to be raised by the Jiang family. If she is unwilling, we can return him. Guo Linshan knows that mere words cannot sway the Jiang family, but since Jiang Chun has agreed to return the child, he refrains from further argument. "Please wait here, Captain Guo, to avoid causing inconvenience to our hotel staff." Jiang Chun then turns and ascends the stairs once more. At the corner of the staircase, Zhang Tianlong and Chun Zhe await. Chun Zhe cradles the sleeping child of Zhang Jian. Ever since Jiang Chun seized him, the child has remained in a deep slumber, a result of Zhang Tianlong's mental attack to quell the child's cries. Not a drop of water has passed his lips, leaving his lips parched and cracked. As Jiang Chun takes the child from Chen Zhe, Zhang Tianlong grasps his hand. Are we truly to heed his commands? When have we, the Jiang family, suffered such indignities? Jiang Chun reassures him. Young Master Tianlong, patience is a virtue. Let him revel in his triumph for now. After all, his time is limited. Reluctantly, Zhang Tianlong releases his grip, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Soon, Jiang Chen descends with the child, casually tossing him to Guo Linshan. "Catch. If anything goes awry, I bear no responsibility." Guo Linshan catches the child, only to find him unresponsive. He quickly checks for breath, alive, yet seemingly unconscious. Gently, he uses his mental energy to rouse the child from his stupor. Upon awakening, the child, with cracked lips, whispers, "Water, I want water." Guo Linshan urgently calls, "Water. Someone bring this child some water." However, Jiang Chen remains unmoving, and without his command, the doorman dares not accede. It is Su Zhe who summons the spirit turtle, creating a small stream of pure water to quench the child's thirst. The child gulps hungrily, choking as he drinks too quickly. "Slow down, child. What is your name?" "Zhang Zian," he replies softly. "Such a lovely name. Let us return to your grandfather. I will take you to your mother." "Okay." Zhang Zian responds quietly. Despite his tender age, he possesses an acute sense of perception, sensing that this seemingly fierce old man is not malevolent but rather here to assist him. The brother who provided him with water appears to be a handsome and noble figure. In contrast, the kindly old man from yesterday seems far less trustworthy. Guo Linshan's countenance is indeed stern, even somewhat fearsome, as such demeanor is necessary to maintain order among the spirited members of the spirit guard. Yet, he now speaks gently, making Su Zhe feel quite uncomfortable. "Come, climb onto my back, I shall take you home." Zhang Zian obediently climbs onto Guo Linshan's back, who then ascends into the air. soaring towards the Qinglong Beast Master University where Zhang Ziyan's mother awaits. Meanwhile, Su Zhe is left in a state of confusion. Are you just going to leave me here after bringing me? If you love children so much, why not have one of your own? I believe, Captain Gua, your stamina is certainly formidable. After silently mocking this absurdity, Su Zhe suddenly feels an unsettling gaze upon him, reminding him that the Jiang family has not forgotten about his beast. He quickly calls out mentally, and in an instant, Feng Qingyi appears at his side, clutching a handful of fried silkworms, truly a bird at heart. The funds for her purchases came from Su Zhe himself, akin to providing pocket money to a child. Quick, catch up to that old man, Su Zhe urges Feng Qingyi. Nodding eagerly, she devours the silkworms in one gulp. Observing Guolinshan's posture, she wraps her arms around Su Zhe's waist, unfurling her fiery wings to take flight. She had intended to carry him, but such a position restricted her wings, forcing her to adopt a different stance. Su Zhe quickly adapts to this mode of flight. Though it lacks the speed of the gilded wings of a beast tool, the experience is far more comfortable, allowing him to rest his head against her soft feathers. Chapter 55. The Trap Within Qinglong Beast Master University. Zhang Jin's wife embraces her child, weeping uncontrollably. Having regained some strength after a brief rest, she tidies her disheveled appearance, fearing to frighten her child. Thank you all, she bows deeply, cradling her child while producing a few crumpled bills from her pocket. This is all my husband left for us, if you don't mind. Guolinshan promptly pushes her hand back. What are you saying? The spirit guard exists to serve the common people of the Great Xia. The woman looks at Su Zhe, tears brimming in her eyes, and suddenly kneels. Little brother, we have wronged you and my husband treated you poorly, yet you harbor no grudge. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Su Zhe quickly helps her to her feet, shaking his head. This is merely a matter of principle. The source of my troubles lies with the Jiang family, not with you. As the woman rises, she hears her child crying out for food, having eaten nothing since the previous day. Su Zhe had only provided water, leaving the child famished. The mother, sensing her child's distress, apologizes to the crowd and begins to head home. Don't worry, my dear. Once we're home, I'll cook something delicious for you. How about braised pork today? Okay. Zhang Ziyan nods eagerly, clutching his mother's hand. Su Zhe notices Guolinshan watching the child as he walks away, recalling how fondly he interacted with him earlier. It seems he has a soft spot for children, yet Su Zhe has never heard of him having any of his own. Feigning nonchalance, Su Zhe suggests, that child is quite obedient, comforting his mother despite the ordeal. It would be a pity for him to grow up without a father. Why not take him as a godson? Guolinshan pauses, but does not respond immediately. There will be opportunities in the future. Well then, little brother Su Zhe, I must return. The team needs my presence. With that, he takes flight towards the city outskirts. Su Zhe gazes up enviously at Guolinshan's effortless flight, wondering when he might attain such freedom. Upon returning home, Su Zhe sits cross-legged on his bed, retrieving the iron box given to him by Guolinshan. He opens the latch to reveal neatly arranged essence beads inside. Picking one up, he notes its remarkable purity, devoid of any impurities, truly a premium essence bead. Even among military-grade ones, it appears to be of excellent quality. Let me verify. He closes his eyes, absorbing the power within the bead. The energy refines his mental strength, each thread passing through the bead becoming more solid and pure. After exhausting the power of one bead, he feels on the verge of another breakthrough. These high-quality essence beads not only expedite the enhancement of mental strength, but also eliminate the need to meditate to purge impurities. When Su Zhe finally opens his eyes, it is well into the night. Just as he reaches for another bead to continue his ascent, he notices Feng Qingyi gazing longingly at the iron box in his hand. Do you know how to use this? Feng Qingyi nods affirmatively. Su Zhe permits her to take one, only to see her swallow it whole, much like a bird consuming a glass bead. Wait, that's not how it's done. Just as he attempts to intervene, he senses a surge of energy from their bond. Feng Qingyi truly begins to refine the power of the essence bead, albeit through her own primal and instinctual method. Remarkably, her rate of absorption surpasses his. Given that the beast pact is bidirectional, any enhancement on either side benefits the other. Thus, Su Zhe places the iron box between them, allowing either to take a bead once they finish refining the previous one. This way, they can cultivate together, accelerating their progress significantly compared to Su Zhe working alone. Regrettably, the spirit turtle cannot transform or communicate its intelligence. Otherwise, Suze's training speed would further increase. As dawn breaks. Suze has successfully ascended to level 26 after refining just 2 essence beads. While Feng Qingyi has consumed 7 or 8. However, due to her high level, she still shows no signs of breakthrough despite her consumption. Fortunately, ample essence beads remain, ensuring that assisting Feng Qingyi to break through presents no challenge. Suze decides to take 2 days off, intending to refine all the essence beads without delay. After all, with the Jiang family keeping a close watch on him, the pressure has intensified. Moreover, with the absence of the 3 major powerhouses of Beishan City, including Shaosu and Yushunghua, Suze finds their reasons for absence suspiciously convenient. Thus, he resolves to strengthen himself as much as possible. Self-preservation is paramount. Meanwhile, within the Great Xia Spirit Guard camp, in a hidden chamber known only to the captain, Guo Linshan sits in meditation. Beside him is a diminutive armored rock rhino. Between them rests a large, round, yellowish crystal core, radiating earthy energy that the armored rock rhino absorbs. This is the level 70 Earth-type beast core he requested from the Jiang family. Initially, Guo Linshan doubted the Jiang family would fulfill his request. Yet to his surprise, it arrived overnight. The highest level among them, Jiang Chun, only stands at level 67, while Jiang Tianlong possesses a rare platinum beast, making him the most formidable. Yet, they have effortlessly procured a level 70 beast core, demonstrating the Jiang family's formidable power. Guo Linshan, at level 68, is on par with his beast, yet the armored rock rhino has suffered numerous injuries on the battlefield, preventing it from reaching its full potential. Guo Linshan requires the beast core to mend its bloodline deficiencies and achieve the pinnacle of level 70. The difference of 2 levels is inconsequential. Risks typically arise only when the gap exceeds 5 levels. Once this stagnation is broken, Guo Linshan believes he too can ascend to level 70 within his lifetime. His aspirations are bright, and indeed the armored rock rhino absorbs the energy from the crystal core. Successfully breaking through to level 69, the barrier that has plagued them both for so long has finally shattered, bringing a glimmer of joy to Guo Linshan's face. However, he fails to notice the faint crimson hue mingling with the earthy energy being absorbed, slowly creeping into the armored rock rhino's eyes. Chapter 56. The Beast Calamity. 2 days swiftly pass, during which Suze and Feng Qingyi exhaust all 50 military-grade essence beads. Such extravagance would be seen as lavish by outsiders. Yet this indulgence has allowed Feng Qingyi to not only surpass the threshold of level 60, but to firmly establish herself at level 62. Suze, with a lower level, experiences an even more dramatic enhancement, reaching the brink of level 30. However, akin to the development of drug resistance, essence beads cannot be used indefinitely. Suze distinctly senses that the last 10 beads yield diminishing returns, with the final bead offering no more effect than a mere candy. Well, that seems reasonable. Otherwise, wouldn't those prominent families easily produce level 100 powerhouses? It is noteworthy that these 50 essence beads were casually provided by just 2 or 3 individuals from the Jiang family, signifying that 50 beads are hardly a significant quantity. I haven't tea eaten in 2 days. I'm starving. Time to boil an egg, Suze remarks, rubbing his stomach. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyi's eyes light up. Don't worry, I'll prepare you one too, Suze chuckles, realizing he has been consuming eggs rather excessively lately. Even the chicken he raised for 2.5 years is struggling to keep up with his appetite. Now, only a single bronze-level beast egg remains in his inventory. Fortunately, he has yet to use up his chances for the gacha draw over the past 3 days, perfect timing to procure some fresh eggs. Entering the system space, Suze begins his single draws. The first draw yields a standard bronze egg, prompting Suze to smirk dismissively. The second draw flashes with white light, revealing a silver beast egg. For most, obtaining a silver-level beast egg would be sufficient to secure a comfortable life and even gain entry into the Great Xia Spirit Guard. However, to Suze, it merely signifies a superior taste compared to the bronze egg. In the third draw, a radiant white light emerged once again. Suze shook his head in despondency, having never truly expected to obtain anything significant from a single draw. Yet, he soon sensed an anomaly. Although it was the same white light, this time it appeared even more brilliant and dazzling. Then, he witnessed a capsule toy roll down and collide with the silver-grade beast egg before him. The contrast was stark, and it became apparent that these 2 eggs were indeed different. Suze took the egg from the system and scrutinized it closely. Platinum? Is this a platinum-grade beast egg? He immediately became excited and checked the details. Indeed, it was true. The hatching conditions for the platinum egg required a supergravity environment, with greater gravity resulting in stronger beasts upon hatching. Although Suze was uncertain where such an environment could be found, the allure of a platinum-grade beast egg was irresistible. Feng Qingyi leaned over, eyeing the beast egg in Suze's hands with salivation. "Shall we eat this egg today?" Suze, alarmed by her eagerness, quickly stowed the egg back into the system, prompting Feng Qingyi to lunge forward but miss. "Stop. We can't eat this egg. It's far too precious. Let us consume something else instead." He then retrieved a silver egg and a bronze egg, offering the silver egg to Feng Qingyi while he contented himself with the bronze one. Though she pouted in discontent, she did not press further. Before long, the two eggs were boiled to perfection. While still delicious, Feng Qingyi couldn't shake the feeling that the silver egg was not as delectable as before, perhaps influenced by the recent encounter with the platinum egg. Observing Feng Qingyi devour the boiled egg, an absurd thought crossed Suze's mind. Since Feng Qingyi's diamond egg and other beast eggs originated from the system, did that mean the egg they were currently eating could be considered a sibling? The thought amused him, drawing a curious glance from Feng Qingyi. Although the notion was utterly nonsensical, it sparked a question in Suze's mind. Where, indeed, did the beast eggs in the system come from? Or rather, where did the system itself originate? He couldn't quite fathom it, feeling that it was not something easily explained by the mere presence of a unique advantage granted to a transmigrator. Not long after Suze had eaten his fill, he keenly heard a commotion outside. Furrowing his brow, he stepped out with Feng Qingyi, only to find it strange that Sun Hao, who usually accompanied him, was nowhere to be seen. His door remained silent. Was he not home? Had he left, believing there was no danger with Suze staying in for the past few days? Suze shook his head, deeming it unlikely. Perhaps he was preoccupied with something more significant. Upon reaching downstairs, he was met with chaos. People were rushing frantically from one side of the city to the other, occasionally lamenting, "Just a few days ago, there was an earthquake, and now there's a high-level beast calamity. What is happening in Beishan City? Stop complaining and run. If you wait any longer, it will be too late. The Daxia spirit guards cannot contain it." Beast calamity? It dawned on Suze that the direction in which the crowd was fleeing led toward the encampment of the Daxia spirit guards. Logically, that should be the safest place. What could possibly be amiss? Even Captain Guo couldn't handle the beast calamity. Could it be that a platinum-grade beast above level 70 had gone berserk? Surely, there weren't such high-level beasts or beast masters in Beishan City. A sense of unease gripped Suze as he swam against the tide of people, moving toward the source of the disturbance. The crowd thickened, and it became increasingly difficult to progress. For every 2 steps forward, he was pushed 3 steps back. Just as he was about to call out to Feng Qingyi to help him fly over, he spotted a familiar figure in the throng. "Brother Sun? What are you doing here? What happened at the encampment?" Upon seeing him, Sun Hao looked relieved and replied, "Just in time. I was about to find you. Come, we need your help." Suze noted the urgency in his voice, but the two were still unable to push through the crowd. So, Feng Qingyi transformed her form into gilded wings, allowing Suze to lift Sun Hao by his one arm, and together they soared toward the encampment. On the way, Suze inquired about the situation. Sun Hao succinctly explained, "Captain Guo's beast lost control, causing a calamity. The Daxia spirit guards have suffered heavy casualties." Chapter 57. The circumstances lost control? How could this happen? Suze was taken aback. When he had last seen Captain Guo, everything seemed fine. How could his beast suddenly go berserk? Sun Hao responded, "I'm not sure either. I heard from other team members that after the captain returned, he said he would enter seclusion for a few days. Yet here we are, on the 3rd day, and suddenly, chaos ensued. The captain bore the brunt of it and sustained severe injuries. We other team members also suffered significant losses while trying to contain the rampaging beast." Sun Hao's voice carried a note of sorrow. He then steeled himself, saying, "The captain's beast is incredibly strong. We simply cannot restrain it. With Principal Xiao Su and President Yu Shenghua absent, I thought of you and knew your diamond-grade beast might be the only hope." Suze nodded in agreement, having intended to assist regardless. With Feng Qingyi's wings at full speed, they soon arrived at the scene where a colossal rampaging beast was wreaking havoc, a massive armored rock rhinoceros. Resembling a giant rhinoceros clad in heavy stone armor, hurled rocks it controlled from the earth at the remaining Daxia spirit guards, who grit their teeth, using their bodies to deflect the projectiles and protect the fleeing civilians behind them. However, the encampment had been reduced to ruins, With numerous daxia spirit guards lying among the debris, their fates uncertain, to the forefront of the chaos stood Captain Guo, bloodied and clad in a somewhat crude bronze beast armor. Though deprived of the support of his strongest beast, he still stood resolute at the forefront. His armor belonged to his first beast, a bronze-grade creature. His talent had not been particularly remarkable. He barely passed the Beast Master examination and took 5 years to break through to level 20 before graduating from Beast Master University. Afterward, he joined the daxia spirit guards, earning numerous merits and eventually being rewarded with a golden-grade beast, the armored rock rhinoceros now before him. The bronze-grade beast had been resting in Guo's beast space since reaching its bloodline limit of level 30, but now it had to fight again. Due to its low level, Guo chose to enhance the beast's power by utilizing the beast armor, amplifying its strength with his own mental energy. However, the level difference was simply too vast. After blocking a massive boulder hurled toward the crowd, Guo spat out blood, his breath faltering. Seeing this, Su Zhe did not rush into battle but instead landed with Sun Hao, rescuing Captain Guo from the fray. After all, he was intimately familiar with his own beast's abilities and weaknesses. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory. Captain Guo, what on earth happened? Su Zhe inquired after placing Guo in a safe location. Captain Guo did not respond immediately but wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Su Zhe with surprise. What are you doing here? It's dangerous. You should leave. Su Zhe shook his head resolutely. Captain Guo, don't forget I am also part of the daxia spirit guards now. I took an oath to protect the innocent, so I cannot leave. Besides, who else can stop this chaos? By the time the daxia spirit guards from other cities arrive, it will be too late. Guo paused for a moment, then could only shake his head in appreciation, grumbling. You've only just joined the daxia spirit guards, yet you have such resolve. That Jiang Tianlong, despite being a team leader, still prioritizes his own interests over the lives of the people. Su Zhe immediately suspected that this incident was related to the Jiang family, but he remained puzzled. Captain Guo, how did Jiang Tianlong manage to cause your beast to lose control? Guo sighed and explained his plan to acquire a beast core from the Jiang family to help his beast break through. Everything had been going smoothly until something went awry. Within the beast cores he received, a subtle malevolence lurked. Over the past 2 days, the armored rock rhinoceros had continuously absorbed the power from the core, and its mind became eroded by this malevolence. Ultimately, this trace of malevolence completely tainted the rhinoceros's intellect, transforming it into a savage beast that broke free from the beast contract, resulting in the calamity. As Guo spoke, his heart ached as he looked at the rampaging armored rock rhinoceros. For over decades, it had long ceased to be merely a beast in his eyes. It was his companion, his best friend. Yet now, his best friend had descended into madness, nearly taking his life. The true culprit behind it all was the Jiang family. Su Zhe felt a jolt of alarm. The refining beads he had been processing these past few days were also from the Jiang family. Although he had meticulously inspected them before refining, confirming their purity, he now worried whether the beads might also harbor hidden dangers. Noticing Su Zhe's anxious demeanor, Guo understood his concerns and reassured him. The core was too large, and its energy more complex, so I failed to detect the malevolence concealed within. However, the refining beads are different. They are smaller, and their power is purer, making it difficult to tamper with them. Guo expressed his frustration. This time, they are targeting me. Yet, Su Zhe was not entirely convinced by Guo's perspective. The fact that both Xiao Su and Yu Shenghua had been dispatched at this critical moment only deepened his suspicion that it was not mere coincidence. The Jiang family appeared to be targeting Guo, but they were also forcing him to a CTI. In truth, the Jiang family could have easily tampered with the refining beads. They simply deemed it unnecessary, believing that Guo would distribute them among the daxia spirit guards and unaware that he had entrusted them all to Su Zhe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to go through such convolutions. Su Zhe scanned the surroundings. Although he did not detect anything unusual, his instincts warned him that Jiang family members must be lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Nevertheless, he had no time to ponder. As the daxia spirit guards were nearing their breaking point against the armored rock rhinoceros's onslaught, and the ordinary citizens behind them had yet to evacuate safely you think to scheme against me? I shall see who ultimately suffers the consequences. You will regret not having tampered with the refining beads. Chapter 58. Attack Specialization. Phoenix Feather Fire Fan. After learning from Guar about the armored rock rhinoceros's unique skills and weaknesses, Su Zhe stepped forward, signaling the remaining daxia spirit guards to withdraw. Most of them bore injuries, many suffering broken bones from the relentless rock impacts. This sight only deepened Gua's guilt. Had it not been for him, there wouldn't have been such heavy casualties. Once this is over, I shall personally present myself to the military tribunal. Tio atoned for my mistakes. Sun Hao, standing nearby, urged, Captain, this is not your fault. It is all the Zhang family's doing. If you leave, who will lead us? Gua managed a bitter smile. You needn't worry about that. The military headquarters will send someone to replace me. Besides, I no longer possess the qualifications to remain as team leader. Having lost the armored rock rhinoceros, even with his high-level mental power, he was now merely a level 30 beast master, unfit to lead the Daxia spirit guards. As the last of the guards retreated, the armored rock rhinoceros prepared to charge forward once more, but a wave of heat enveloped it, forming a colossal shadow that completely obscured eyes. Yuzhe had released Feng Qingyi from her beast transformation. Her gilded wings transformed into a massive phoenix, now larger than when it had first hatched from the Tianyun volcano, taking on the form of a mature phoenix. Feng Qingyi chose to battle the armored rock rhinoceros in her true form, as her human shape would hinder her strength. Although the armored rock rhinoceros had gone berserk after absorbing the beast core, its level had legitimately risen to 70, surpassing Feng Qingyi's level of 63 by a full 7 levels. Even with her significant bloodline advantage, she could not afford to be complacent. Feng Qingyi also sensed a troubling reality. High-tier bloodline beasts could often defeat lower-tier bloodline beasts of higher levels due to the strict hierarchy within beast bloodlines. High-tier bloodlines exerted absolute dominance over lower-tier bloodlines, making it challenging for them to unleash their full potential. However, the rampaging armored rock rhinoceros seemed unfazed, displaying no signs of being affected by bloodline suppression, which meant it could fully wield its strength as a level 70 beast. Fortunately, this did not spell complete doom for Feng Qingyi, as the beast's refusal to evade her attacks and its singular style of offense made it relatively easy to anticipate. A scorching line of death erupted from the sharp beak of the golden-feathered phoenix and struck the massive form of the armored rock rhinoceros. It did not dodge, but instead lowered its head to absorb the damage. Had it been any other person or beast, Su Zhe would have expected the aroma of roasted meat to waft through the air. Yet this time, nothing of the sort occurred, not even a cry of anguish from the armored rock rhinoceros. Once the line of death dissipated, it became clear that the armored rock rhinoceros had vanished, leaving behind only a massive stone that had melted into magma. However, the molten stone began to stir. It slowly raised its head, revealing its distinctive horn. This was indeed the armored rock rhinoceros, and the melted substance was merely the thick layer of rock armor it had worn. The beast suddenly shook violently, much like a pet shaking off water after a bath. Expelling the lava from its body, Yuzhe swiftly commanded his other beast, the illusory spirit turtle, to transform into a shield and protect himself, while erecting a series of water walls in front of him. As the lava penetrated the layers of water barriers, it transformed into a black basalt rock that crashed against the illusory spirit shield, forcing Su Zhe to stagger backward despite his efforts to brace himself. The remaining Daxia spirit guards also retreated to evade the area of effect attack, with the armored rock rhinoceros now bereft of its rocky armor, revealing its comparatively vulnerable form. Su Zhe observed as the yellowish light emanating from its horn indicated that new armor was beginning to form around its body. Suddenly, a thick stream of scorching flames erupted from beneath the armored rock rhinoceros, propelling even its substantial body off the ground. This was precisely the capability Su Zhe had learned from Gua concerning the armored rock rhinoceros. Its rock armor boasted remarkable defensive power, making it exceedingly difficult for both fire and ice to penetrate and deliver direct damage. Moreover, once its armor was damaged, it could regenerate new stone armor by drawing energy from the earth upon contact, making it a formidable opponent. Yet, the armored rock rhinoceros was not without its weaknesses. In fact, aside from its astonishing defense, it possessed numerous vulnerabilities. The creature's offensive power and speed were significantly inferior to those of other demon beasts, rendering it a slow-moving target during combat. However, once armored under the control of a beast master, its sluggishness was alleviated, bestowing considerable defensive capabilities upon the beast master. Yet, Su Zhe had no time to engage in a prolonged battle with the armored rock rhinoceros. He needed to eliminate it swiftly before it could inflict greater damage. Thus, Gua Linshan proposed a solution. First, to destroy the rock armor, then to force the creature off the ground to interrupt the reformation of its armor, and finally to seize the opportunity to finish it off in one fell swoop. The plan appeared simple, but execution demanded precision and timeliness. Now, Feng Qingyi had completed the first 2 steps and was left with the final move, to take advantage of the armored rock rhinoceros's momentary vulnerability while it was airborne and deliver a decisive blow. This required Feng Qingyi to unleash her utmost power, as a beastmaster. Her strongest force was not derived from her own physical form, but from the weaponization of her beast. The golden feather phoenix transformed into a weapon, attack specialization. This time, unlike before when she manifested gilded wings, she transformed into a blazing red feather fan, the Phoenix Feather Flame Fan. With the Phoenix Feather Flame Fan in hand, Su Zhe directed all his mental energy into the fan, unleashing it upon the descending armored rock rhinoceros. Phoenix Fire! A ball of fiery golden red flame surged forth from the fan, accompanied by a wave of scorching wind that lifted the creature back into the air just before it could touch the ground, igniting everything in its path. The fiery golden red flames encountered no resistance against the rhinoceros's tough hide, igniting it as easily as dry straw. The creature let out a heart-wrenching wail that resonated painfully with Guo Linshan from afar. But there was no alternative. The beast responsible for the calamity had to be exterminated without exception. Moments later, Guo Linshan's complexion turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He sensed his beast's demise, and he suffered backlash as a consequence. It was over. Everything was over at that moment. Su Zhe, having forcibly utilized the Phoenix Feather Flame Fan's weaponization beyond his limits, felt his mental energy deplete entirely, succumbing to a dizzying fatigue as he collapsed onto the ground. Suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the ruins of the Great Xia Spirit Guard camp. Chapter 59. The mist thickened until it engulfed the entire battlefield where Su Zhe had fought the armored rock rhinoceros. Strangely, the fog remained confined to that area, not spilling into other regions. Something was amiss. Guo Linshan remarked gravely, Su Zhe may be in danger. We must venture in together to investigate. With that, he took the lead, guiding the remaining operational members of the Great Xia Spirit Guard into the mist. Once inside, the mist was so dense that they could no longer see one another. The air was heavy with moisture, creating a suffocating sensation akin to being submerged underwater. The group endured this discomfort as they fumbled through the fog, seeking the location where Su Zhe had been. However, moments later, when their breathing suddenly eased and their surroundings became clear, they found themselves back at their starting point. This was no ordinary mist. It was the deceptive fog produced by a mirage beast. Guo Linshan grit his teeth and glared at the expanding mist. Although he had lost his beast, his level 68 mental energy remained, allowing him to navigate the fog. The mirage beast capable of producing such mist must be at least level 65. The Jiang family scoundrels still aim for Su Zhe's diamond-level beast. Do they? Guo Linshan refrained from recklessly plunging into the mist. Instead, he took to the skies, utilizing the flight abilities that come with being a beast master of level 60 or above, made possible by his formidable mental energy. As he ascended to nearly 1,000 meters, the mist began to thin. Continuing to rise, he eventually soared above the fog and altered his course toward its center, relying on his memory to pinpoint Su Zhe's location. After repeated confirmations, he dove straight into the mist. Guo Linshan suppressed all his senses, preventing himself from being misled by the fog, and plummeted rapidly until he struck the ground. Meanwhile, at the heart of the mist, Su Zhe was enveloped in a searing flame that cleared a radius of several dozen meters. The moment the mist appeared, he had taken countermeasures, but he was still a moment too late, getting struck by a beam concealed within the fog. Oddly, this beam caused him no harm, but he found himself unable to revert Feng Qingyi's beast weaponization. Simultaneously, he heard footsteps approaching from the mist. Growing closer, before long, figures emerged into view. It was Jiang Tianlong. Jiang Chen was by his side, a massive shell hovering above them, exuding mist as it opened wide, while a pearl the size of a fist lay upon the soft flesh inside. Don't struggle. No one will come to your aid. Within the mist produced by my mirage beast, no one can locate you. After all, you have now joined the Great Xia Spirit Guard, and we wouldn't want anyone witnessing our actions against you, Jiang Chen declared smugly. His mirage beast, a creature of golden bloodline, often faced underestimation due to the perceived ineffectiveness of its mist. Yet this time, the opportunity had finally arrived for him to shine. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of something slicing through the air reached them. With a resounding thud, Guo Linshan landed heavily on the ground, feeling sore all over as he unsealed his senses. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the pale face of Jiang Qian and the frowning Jiang Tianlong nearby. Yuzhe, too, was mercilessly mocking. Who just claimed that no one could find me? How swiftly they've been proven wrong. Guo Linshan instantly grasped the situation, retreating to stand beside Su Zhe in preparation for combat. Jiang Tianlong, Jiang Qian, it was indeed your doing. You used the tampered beast crystal core to ensnare me, merely to lure little brother Su Zhe into your trap. I shall not allow you to succeed. Jiang Tianlong sneered, Old fool, your beast has just been slain. What do you possess to contend against us? We initially utilized the mist of the mirage beast to remain unseen, thus avoiding the need to silence you. But since you have come seeking your demise, do not blame me. The Aurora unicorn in his hand transformed into a magnificent silver spear, its tip shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the light of Su Zhe's flames. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, lacking any combat prowess, took refuge behind the mirage beast, continuously generating mist. Seeing this, Guo Linshan stepped back and whispered to Su Zhe, Can you still fight? Su Zhe offered a wry smile. The mental energy consumption of the Phoenix Feather Flame Fan is immense. I depleted all my energy when I just used it. Then why not revert to your original form? And let the Golden Feather Phoenix take over. At least that would ensure your survival. Moreover, her flames seem to counter the mist, so escaping with you should not pose an issue. Before Su Zhe could respond, Jiang Tianlong's voice interrupted from ahead. Ha! Don't struggle. You are ensnared by the light spirit lock of my Aurora unicorn. Your beast is now bound in this state. Although the bloodline level of the Golden Feather Phoenix surpassed that of the Aurora unicorn, their levels were not far apart, allowing the light spirit lock to hold for a limited time. However, it was sufficient. With a low-level beast master like Su Zhe dragging him down, the weaponized Phoenix Feather Flame Fan could not unleash its full force. Once Su Zhe's mental energy was entirely expended, he would be at their mercy. Unexpectedly, Guo Linshan's sudden appearance was a complication. He seized Su Zhe's hand, clutching the Phoenix Feather Flame Fan, declaring, Just as I have lost my beast, I will lend you my mental energy. Together we shall fight our way out. Jiang Tianlong, standing several dozen meters away, halted. Generally, only the Beastmaster could wield a weapon that had undergone beast weaponization. Others could indeed channel their mental energy to activate it. However, without the protection of a contract, they would be subject to indiscriminate backlash. Just like now, should Guo Linshan infuse his mental energy into the Phoenix Feather Flame Fan, he would ignite himself in the process. Reduced to a mere shell, Jiang Tianlong had no desire to engage in a reckless battle. His life was far too precious. Yet, inaction was not an option either, so he stood at a distance, gripping his spear, gathering energy as a brilliant light began to coalesce at its tip. He intended to force Su Zhe and Guo Linshan to reveal their trump cards for survival. Guo Linshan was ready to risk everything for a desperate gambit when Su Zhe suddenly withdrew his hand. In Guo Linshan's astonished gaze, Su Zhe produced a glimmering golden beast egg, stating, Indeed, my mental energy is depleted, but it can be replenished. He then cracked the eggshell and tilted his head to consume its contents. Chapter 60. A lavish battle. What did you just eat? Guo Linshan inquired as he felt Su Zhe's previously drained mental energy rejuvenate. Nothing much, just a golden-level beast egg. The presence of golden-level beasts was familiar to everyone present, as they had all formed contracts with them. However, treating one as a mere meal was an entirely different matter. Even Jiang Tianlong and Jiang Chun, hailing from the Jiang family, had never witnessed such extravagance. Only some cultivated black iron and bronze-level beasts found their way to the dining table. Silver and golden-level beasts could not be farmed on a large scale, while platinum and diamond-level beasts were rare treasures. Thus, it was astonishing for anyone to produce a golden-level beast egg to consume mid-battle. Su Zhe smirked, realizing that the beast egg he had initially hesitated to eat had ultimately met its fate. This was his first time consuming such a high-level beast egg, yet the raw taste paled in comparison to a cooked delicacy. The slimy texture of the egg liquid made him feel nauseated as it slid across his palate, and he had to summon great effort to swallow it down. Noting Guo Linshan's puzzled expression, he queried, You didn't know that beast eggs can rapidly replenish a beastmaster's mental energy? Both Guo Linshan and even Jiang Tianlong and Jiang Chun shook their heads in disbelief. Well, now you do, Su Zhe said. Glancing at Jiang Tianlong not far away, he felt a surge of energy erupting from within, instantly replenishing his mental energy and continuing to flow forth in that moment. He felt as if he had consumed an abundance of invigorating elixirs. His face flushed, and he felt a pressing need to unleash his pent-up energy. With his mental energy restored, Suze could once again wield the Phoenix Feather Flame Fan, its potency now greater than before. Jiang Tianlong's confidence wavered, realizing he might not withstand the next strike. However, he maintained a facade of arrogance, sneering, "What does it matter if you've regained your energy through external means? I shall see how many times you can swing that fan." Without granting Suze a chance to respond, he thrust the spear forward, unleashing a brilliant beam of light aimed directly at him. Suze, undeterred, infused his mental energy into the fan once more, summoning the phoenix fire anew, incinerating everything before him until it collided with Jiang Tianlong's attack, resulting in a stalemate as the flames gradually dissipated. Jiang Tianlong's assault was neutralized. He glanced at Suze, only to find him still brimming with mental energy, his complexion rosy, entirely unlike the exhaustion he had exhibited after a single strike earlier. The golden-level beast egg remained within him, continuously releasing energy as it had yet to be fully absorbed. "Damn it, I will keep attacking until your precious food's power is exhausted." The two engaged in a fierce duel, Suze deftly countering Jiang Tianlong's strikes while preventing him from closing the distance. Suze understood that while he now possessed the offensive capabilities to threaten Jiang Tianlong, he had entirely sacrificed his defense. If the enemy got close, it would be over. Jiang Tianlong recognized this weakness and, despite suffering some injuries, pressed on, willing to endure non-lethal wounds to close the gap. However, the accumulating injuries weighed heavily upon him, and he remained just short of success. Jiang Tianlong grew anxious, knowing that the effect of the light spirit lock would soon expire. Once Suze regained the golden feather phoenix's form, he would become truly formidable. At a critical moment, Suze suddenly faltered, bowing his head in apparent disarray. Jiang Tianlong's heart soared with hope. Indeed, the golden egg could not sustain Suze's vitality indefinitely. His mental energy had once again been depleted. "This time, I will see how you respond." To ensure a swift resolution, Jiang Tianlong decided against charging from a distance. Instead, he closed in, thrusting his spear directly at Suze, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Guo Linshan, ever vigilant of Jiang Chun, found himself unable to assist Suze in time. "Die!" Jiang Tianlong's face twisted into a cruel grin as he prepared to strike. Yet, just as Suze seemed lost, he abruptly lifted his head, revealing a radiant smile. Jiang Tianlong's expression shifted as he noticed that Suze's previously empty hand now cradled two perfectly round beast eggs, having consumed them completely. Another beast egg. How is this possible? Jiang Tianlong could not fathom how Suze could continuously produce 3 fist-sized beast eggs. The figure clad in a black bodysuit suddenly sprang forth from Jiang Chen's shadow, wielding a black dagger aimed at Suze's throat. In that critical moment, just a hair's breadth from making contact, a fiery line erupted from the beak of a golden feathered phoenix soaring overhead, forcing the assailant back. The black-clad figure deftly rolled across the ground several times before vanishing into a patch of shadow, as if he were a stream of black liquid. Yet, the flames from Feng Qingyi pursued relentlessly, igniting the shadowy figure with a searing fire, causing his anguished cries to echo from every corner. This method of concealment. He is one of the Fusang's shadow assassins. Suze's brow twitched, having witnessed such stealth techniques employed by the Fusang assassins during the Tianyun volcano incident. It was unclear how they managed to imbue their beasts with the rare shadow attribute, granting them the ability to hide within shadows. This was precisely why the Fusang assassins excelled in assassination. Jiang Chun, I never imagined you would align yourself with the Fusang assassins. This is tantamount to treason. Guo Linshan glared at Jiang Chen, his anger palpable, far surpassing his ire when he himself had been ensnared by the Jiang family. The thought of a prominent clan like the Jiang family colluding with Fusang was a devastating blow to the great Xia kingdom. Jiang Chen fervently shook his head. "No, that's not the case. I did scheme against you, but I truly have no ties to the Fusang." "Then how could he hide within your shadow?" Guo Linshan pressed. The Fusang assassins could not infiltrate another's shadow without prior contact, indicating that Jiang Chen must have recently been in close proximity to them. Moreover, it was implausible that Jiang Chen, a living person, would be unaware of someone slipping into his shadow. Jiang Chun racked his brain, recalling everyone he had interacted with over the past few days. when suddenly a realization struck him. Last night, Chunze invited me for drinks. My tolerance is usually decent, but I became inebriated after just a few glasses. I thought the drinks were simply too strong. When I awoke this morning, Chunze had vanished, and even young Master Tianlong and I presumed he had fled to avoid the repercussions of scheming against the great Xia's spirit guard captain. As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Guo Linshan, relieved to find him not in a fury. Meanwhile, from beneath a nearby tree's shade, another figure emerged from the shadows. The flames that had once engulfed him had been extinguished, leaving his clothing charred to nothing, revealing numerous burn wounds across his body. His black mask had also been burned away, unveiling a somewhat aged face. Chunze, it truly is you. The Jiang family has treated you well. Yet you have chosen to ally with Fusang, Jiang Chen accused, pointing an accusatory finger at him. However, Chunze merely transformed the failed assassination dagger into a suit of black armor, replacing his burned attire, and responded slowly, "You are mistaken. I did not ally with Fusang. I have always been one of them." As everyone's attention was drawn to Chunze, another figure emerged from Jiang Chen's shadow, this time opting to attack Jiang Chen instead of Su Zhe. Although Jiang Chen appeared furious, he was keenly observing the changes in his own shadow. The mist from the Shinchao beast had yet to dissipate, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. His shadow served as the only conduit. Who could say how many people Chunze had managed to slip into his shadow while he was intoxicated? Thus, when the attack was launched towards Jiang Chen, the Shinchao beast appeared above him, its hard shell absorbing the blow. Simultaneously, a luminous pearl hidden within the shell radiated its light upon Jiang Chen, rendering his shadow nearly imperceptible. The Fusang assassins, reliant on shadows for concealment, were left with no choice but to escape one by one from Jiang Chen's shadow. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of figures emerged, encircling them, half of their bodies concealed within various shadows while the other half remained exposed. This allowed them to make swift decisions on whether to attack or evade, shifting their positions seamlessly. Their shadow techniques were far superior to those of the fifth squad that Su Zhe had previously encountered. Among them, at least 3, including Chunze, emanated a presence comparable to the golden feathered phoenix. Though Chunze had suffered some burns, his combat prowess remained intact. In contrast, even if Su Zhe and Jiang Chen set aside their differences, they could muster only 2 combatants of equal standing. As Jiang Chen assessed the power dynamics, Chunze spoke, "Jiang Chen, we have mobilized 3 squad leaders. Given your current circumstances, you stand no chance against us. However, our target is solely Su Zhe. We cannot allow another Xiao Cheng to arise in the Great Xia. Therefore, this matter does not concern you. Once you dispel the Shinchao mist, you may leave." Guo Linshan turned to Jiang Chen, noticing his struggle, as if he were tempted by the offer. Yet, the mist thickened rather than dissipated, engulfing the surrounding Fusang assassins. Indeed, it was an enticing proposal, but I have my limits. For the sake of the Jiang family, he had schemed against many, including Guo Linshan in this instance. However, he would never reconcile with the Fusang assassins, as his son had once been a prodigy, even more brilliant than the current Jiang Tianlong, and had garnered the favor of their ancestors. Just as he was about to receive the finest training, he fell victim to the schemes of the Fusang assassins. What a pity! Chunze's voice echoed from within the mist, growing increasingly hollow. Suddenly, he surged forward from beneath the feet of several individuals, prompting the other Fusang assassins to launch their assault. Most aimed at their target, Su Zhe, while the remainder targeted Jiang Chen's Shinchao beast. They would not permit the mist to continue enveloping the battlefield. Although it posed no immediate threat, its potential consequences remained uncertain. Feng Qingyi single-handedly intercepted Chunze and a squad leader, while Jiang Chun held off another. Su Zhe, wielding the Void Spirit Shield, barely managed to fend off the remaining assault alongside Guo Linshan. It appeared to be an even match, yet Su Zhe's gaze drifted anxiously towards the battle of Feng Qingyi and the other two, just moments ago. While using the Phoenix Feather Fire Fan, he had relied heavily on Feng Qingyi's strength. Now, exhausted from the exertion, he wondered how long they could withstand opponents of equal caliber. Indeed, it wasn't long before Feng Qingyi found herself in dire straits. Determined, Su Zhe decided to gamble everything, abandoning the safer strategy of allowing Feng Qingyi to fight alone, and chose once again to invoke Beast Weapon Transformation. Chapter 62. Intimidation and Betrayal. Feeling the fluctuations of the contract, Feng Qingyi was bewildered. Having just suffered a setback, why would Su Zhe compel her to transform? Was he suggesting they fly away? Without question, she complied with Su Zhe's command. Yet, to her astonishment, he activated the Phoenix Feather Fire Fan for an offensive specialization. After repelling the lesser assassins, Su Zhe proactively advanced towards Chen Zhe and the Fusang squad leader. If he could eliminate one unexpectedly, he could methodically wear down the other, much like he had with Jiang Tianlong. The remaining platinum egg was safely tucked away. Should his all-out assault prove effective, he would immediately engage in a tug-of-war with the other. However, to his surprise, Chen Zhe and the squad leader exchanged a knowing glance, and without hesitation, the latter charged into Su Zhe's attack, allowing the raging flames to engulf him, seizing the blow while gripping Su Zhe's hand tightly. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhe lunged forward with his dagger aimed at Su Zhe. Feeling the threat of death, Su Zhe experienced a strange sensation. Why did it seem that the blade was not directed at his neck, but rather aimed at his chest? Was it possible that the flames had obscured the assailant's vision? While that was plausible, Su Zhe felt it was absurd. Just as the blade was about to slice through his skin, tendrils emerged from his shadow, extending outward to touch all the Fusang assassins, rendering them momentarily dazed. Even the squad leader who had endured the flames fell silent, his movements frozen. Not only them, but all the enemies appeared to be in a deep slumber, standing still and unmoving. Following this, the tendrils retracted back into Su Zhe's shadow. Guo Linshan cast a glance at Su Zhe, intrigued. Meanwhile, Lin Shi remained in the Qinglong Beast Master University, lounging in a rocking chair under the sun. Though his eyes were closed, he was monitoring everything through the Nightmare Lord avatar implanted in Su Zhe's shadow. Fully aware of the numerous dangers Su Zhe had faced, he had not moved an inch. His unwavering gaze remained fixed on a feeding trough in the breeding shed, beneath which lay a hidden passage. This was why he could not leave the school grounds. It seemed the Fusang assassins had not been reprimanded in a long while. It was time to contact that Xiaocheng fellow to apply some pressure. They could not continue to operate under his nose as if nothing had happened. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qian severely injured the Fusang squad leader he had ensnared. However, the Shenqiao beast lacked sufficient offensive power to deliver a fatal blow. Su Zhe, uncertain of the reasons behind his actions, decisively broke free from his restraints, creating distance between them. This movement jolted the squad leader back to awareness. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings, only for the searing pain of his burns to resurge, leading him to scream, "Wake up! It's the Dream Demon! The Dream Demon is here!" With his assistance, the other two regained consciousness. Chen Zhe glanced at his dagger, noting it was devoid of blood, his expression one of confusion in his mind. He should have successfully injured Su Zhe. The other, equally bewildered, distanced himself, perplexed by the severe wound he had sustained. Yet, the lower-ranked Fusang assassins remained ensnared in slumber, perhaps never to awaken. "What is happening?" Chen Zhe asked, his face grimmed. "It's the Dream Demon. It has to be him. I'm certain of it." He recalled a time when he had sought vengeance against Xiaocheng, the Dream Demon, plunging 3 cities into silence overnight, with only a handful surviving. I am one of the survivors. The sensation is unmistakable. It's the power of the Dream Demon. We just entered a dream. At this revelation, he spiraled into madness. No, wait, perhaps I'm still dreaming. I never awoke, or maybe that perhaps I've been dreaming since then. There are no survivors. Witnessing his descent into insanity, Chen Zhe exchanged a glance with the other squad leader, the meaning clear. This man had lost his mind. Only the two of them remained. They had indeed heard tales of the Dream Demon, capable of plunging individuals into dreams from which they could not awaken. Yet, they did not feel as if they were currently dreaming. The pain from their wounds was far too real, suggesting that it was pain which had roused them. Though the insanity of one squad leader left only two capable of continuing the fight, Su Zhe had exhausted much of the power within the Phoenix Feather Fire Fan. Jiang Qin's beast offered little offensive capability, leaving them with a chance to win. Confident, they launched their assault and indeed, as they had surmised, Su Zhe and his companions were on the verge of collapse. Even the flames of the golden feathered phoenix had lost their warmth, rendering them negligible. Their fears concerning the Dream Demon had not materialized into a second assault, seemingly bound by some limitation. A fortunate turn of events for them. All they needed to do was severely injure Su Zhe and retreat. A directive from above, injure, but do not kill. Although the reasons remained unclear, execution was paramount. Unfortunately, Chen Zhe, Having crawled his way up to this position as an undercover agent, now faced exposure. Oh, not worry. Once we return to Fusang, you will surely be rewarded. Your status will only rise above that of your position in the Great Xia, said the other squad leader. Chenzhe nodded in agreement. Everything was progressing favorably. Meanwhile, Su Zhe and Guo Linshan observed with bewilderment as Chenzhe and the other Fusang assassins fell into a deep slumber, some even snoring softly. Not a single one awoke. Just moments ago, it had all been a dream. What was happening? Su Zhe gazed at his shadow, a hint of fear creeping in. This power was exceedingly strange and terrifying, lurking within his shadow. While it had aided them, Su Zhe felt an unsettling disquiet within. Guo Linshan remarked, to my knowledge, this ability to induce dreams can only be wielded by the former principal of the Qinglong Beast Master University. He resigned 6 years ago after an incident, passing the position to Xiao Xu.as for the old principal. He has not been seen outside since Su Zhe suddenly thought of his unreliable, alcoholic teacher. Inquiring, has no one seen him on campus? Guo Linshan shook his head. The old principal is quite mysterious. It is said that he would awaken from a meeting in the conference room, and that would be the end of it. No one has ever seen his true form, he added. Perhaps the Beastmaster Xiao Cheng has seen him, as he was Xiao Qing's teacher and protector. With no answers forthcoming, Su Zhe could not ascertain whether it was indeed Lin Shi, nor could he discern the latter's intentions. He could only shake his head. Yet, for now, thanks to this unexpected assistance, the battle had become exceedingly manageable. Just as they prepared to strike down the 3 men to prevent any from awakening, Jiang Tianlong, who had been left unattended in a stupor, made a sudden move. He summoned every ounce of his mental energy to unleash a soul-piercing shriek, causing the eyes of the 3 Fusang assassins to flutter open. Chapter 63. Madness awakened by Jiang Tianlong's mental assault. Chen Zhe and his companions stirred from their stupor, and Jiang Chen and Feng Qingyi seized the final opportunity to attack. However, they were ultimately a step behind. Chen Zhe had already regained his senses, pushing the nearest individual away. The Fusang squad leader, taken by surprise, was instantly engulfed by a tempest of searing flames, reduced to nothing more than char in mere moments, his lack of beast armor offering no protection. Yet, Chen Zhe remained unscathed, leaving the situation precarious. 2 high-level combatants still stood against them. Chen Zhe, shaken, surveyed his surroundings, struggling to discern whether he was still ensnared in a dream. He exchanged a glance with the remaining squad leader, recognizing the same fear reflected in his eyes. It became evident that they had both experienced the same nightmare. The other now appeared completely unhinged, muttering incessantly, "What did I tell you? I was right. It's all a dream. Who can guarantee we are not dreaming even now? Dreams, at their core, are not the realm of reality. They are riddled with illogicalities. Just moments ago, he bore the marks of burns yet felt no pain. The dreamscape dulled their minds, rendering the dreamer oblivious to the absurdities within. However, the pain from his wounds was undeniably real. It must belong to reality, or so he hoped. This time, reality must be accurate. The pain of his wounds could not be feigned. Chen Zhe spoke, his voice lacking conviction. He subtly stepped back, seeking refuge behind another individual. Had it not been for Jiang Tianlong awakening them, he might have fallen prey to a swift demise in slumber. The notion of dying unguarded within a dream was utterly intolerable. He now grasped the terror of that dream demon and understood why the higher-ups of Fusang regarded it with such trepidation. Unbeknownst to him, however, Lin Shi's power bestowed upon Su Zhe had already depleted when so many entered the dream simultaneously. Now, they were merely vigilant of the air, with one madman dead and another driven insane. Only he remained, while the adversary boasted Jiang Qian and Jin Yufengyao, both of equal strength. It seemed today's mission was doomed to failure. Yet, what alarmed Chen Zhe was that, in his solitary state, retreat would now be an arduous challenge. The mists of the mirage beast surrounded them. Even the shadow escape technique of the dark guards would falter within the fog, as they had relied on Jiang Qin's shadow to gain entry. It appeared he was fated to meet his end here. He never anticipated that his first mission after revealing his identity would culminate in failure. I owe an apology to His Majesty. Meanwhile, Su Zhe and the others remained unaware that their opponent had a madman stripped of combat prowess, still believing they faced 2 formidable forces. It was Jiang Tianlong's recent actions that had led them to miss their opportunity. Guo Linshan turned to reprimand Jiang Tianlong, who was struggling to rise from the ground. "Jiang Tianlong, do you understand what you are doing? his bloodied face twisted into a manic grin. What am I doing? Why, I'm dealing with you, Jiang Qin, witnessing this, loudly urged. Young Master Tianlong, stand down. These fellows are the dark guards of Fusang. Aiding them is of no benefit to the Jiang family. Moreover, if they manage to seize the diamond-grade beast, the consequences would be catastrophic. Jiang Tianlong cast him a disdainful glance, nonchalantly replying, the Jiang family? My current thoughts are beyond their concern. I simply want him dead. Jiang Tianlong glared at Su Zhe, a genius of the Jiang family, a favored son. Yet he had been bested by a low-born commoner. He could not endure this humiliation. Even more unbearable was the realization that his prized Aurora unicorn had been rendered incapacitated in the recent battle by Su Zhe. The downfall of his beast meant the end of his journey as a beastmaster. He would be relegated to the status of a marginalized figure, like Jiang Chun, groveling for favor from others until his days came to an end. Thus, Jiang Tianlong's goal was no longer to seize the beast for the Jiang family or for himself. It was solely to kill Su Zhe, regardless of the alliances he had to forge. He forcefully commanded his already injured beast, distancing himself step by step from Su Zhe and his companions, creating a pincer formation with Qian Zhe. He then called out, Old Qian, let us collaborate. Though you have lost one, with me, it is still 3 against 2. They stand no chance. I only need to slay this brat. The rest shall belong to you. Qian Zhe paused momentarily, contemplating his predicament of lacking support for a retreat, only to find Jiang Tianlong had delivered himself to him. It was as if slumber had brought a pillow. He nodded eagerly. Good, you hold off that Feng Yao, while we deal with that old Jiang Chun. Once we defeat him, we will come to assist you. Although the Jin Yu Feng Yao posed a greater challenge compared to Jiang Chun, this very difficulty allowed Qian Zhe and his companion to swiftly eliminate Jiang Chun and then aid Jiang Tianlong. Thus, Jiang Tianlong acquiesced without suspicion. The battle reignited, and indeed, as Qian Zhe had predicted, Jiang Tianlong, sustaining his injuries, actively confronted Su Zhe and the Jin Yu Feng Yao. He bellowed, Brat, you relied on external forces to defeat me. That is not true victory. Come again if you dare. Su Zhe, disinterested, tossed the platinum egg in his hand to Feng Qingyi, who snatched it with her massive claws. You've always wanted this platinum egg. Haven to you? Now take it, consume it to regain your strength. After we deal with this fellow, we shall assist Jiang Chen, for he cannot withstand a 2-on-1 for long. Jiang Tianlong's brow twitched. He had just been bested by Su Zhe using such a ruse, and now he was to witness it again with his beast? Yet, Feng Qingyi tossed the egg back, her sharp beak issuing a clear, youthful voice tinged with anger. I need not rely on external forces. You think you can bully my master by locking me down? Very well. I shall defeat you without assistance, so you may concede in good faith. Flames erupted from Feng Qingyi as she engaged in battle with Jiang Tianlong. Though she was expending considerable energy, Jiang Tianlong was also grievously injured, giving her the upper hand, albeit not swiftly enough to secure victory. The pressing question remained. How long could Jiang Chun endure under their assault? Once he was defeated, it would be too late for the three to converge upon Feng Qingyi. Just as Su Zhe prepared to halt Feng Qingyi's reckless actions, he observed Jiang Qin's situation was not as dire as he had anticipated. Only Qian Zhe was engaged in combat with him. The other combatant remained stationary, muttering to himself, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Had he not yet awakened? Was he in a state of somnambulism? Su Zhe was perplexed, while Jiang Tianlong erupted in frustration. Qian Zhe, what are you doing? We agreed to swiftly deal with Jiang Chun to assist me. Qian Zhe did not respond. He was intent on extracting the pearl from within the shell of the mirage beast during his confrontation with Jiang Chun. As the saying goes, in a snake's den, there must be a detoxifying herb. The best tool to dispel the mirage beast's mist was the pearl within its shell. Once he obtained it, Qian Zhe could escape into the shadows. Jiang Qin, realizing this, finally grasped the situation. Qian Zhe, you deceived young Master Tianlong. That Fusang Dark Guard is no longer a combatant for some unknown reason. So you believe there was no chance of victory and never intended to fight to the bitter end. You planned from the beginning to seize my pearl and flee. His voice rang loudly, and Jiang Tianlong, struggling against Feng Qingyi's flames, heard every word. You dare to deceive me? He roared with all his might. Yet, leveraging his combat experience, Qian Zhe successfully pried open the shell of the mirage beast, clutching the pearl within. Just as he prepared to retrieve it, The previously forgotten mad captain of the Fusang Dark Guard muttered to himself, "Dreams, all dreams. This is a dream that has ensnared me for over a decade. I must shatter it." Suddenly, the armor formed from his beast surged with brilliant light, a terrifying power poised to erupt. Madman. Are you planning to self-destruct? Chapter 64. Self-destruction. Madman. Are you truly going to self-destruct? Chen Zhe abandoned the pearl he was on the verge of obtaining and rushed forward, desperate to prevent him. Yet, the man was resolute in his desire for death, intent on breaking free from this illusory dream. He raved, "Suicide? No, one does not die in a dream. I merely wish to awaken." Simultaneously, the armor of his beast began to crack, accompanied by pained cries, the terrible power on the brink of explosion. It was the lament of the beast, bound by contract and forced to self-destruct, voicing its unwillingness through anguished cries. Not every beast master could command their beast to self-destruct. Their contracts lacked the authority to compel the beast to forfeit its life. Only those with an intimacy level above 90, who had earned their beast's trust, would be willing to offer their soul imprint, fully submitting. Upon receiving the soul imprint, the master would gain absolute control over the beast, akin to the contract Su Zhe forged with his system. Achieving a soul imprint ensured mutual understanding between master and beast, significantly enhancing both cultivation speed and combat prowess. Consequently, many beast masters endeavored to please their beasts to obtain the soul imprint, while a few resorted to coercive tactics, though such cases were rare. Most often, possessing a soul imprint signified the beast's complete trust in its master, which is why they would emit such sorrowful cries when ordered to self-destruct. The act of self-destruction occurs in an instant. Chen Zhe realized he was a moment too late to prevent the man's reckless actions. He ceased to lament his failure to seize the pearl and dove into the mist, hoping to distance himself from the area as much as possible. The self-destruction of a beast primarily entails detonating its crystalline core, unleashing the immense power it had amassed throughout its life. The explosion from a level 65 beast could rival the full power strike of a level 70 beastmaster, compelling Chen Zhe to evade. Jiang Qin, realizing time was running out to escape the blast zone, swiftly opened the shell of the mirage beast, pulling Guolinshan inside with him. As the shell sealed tight, the mirage beast became impenetrable. However, the presence of the pearl kept the interior exceptionally bright. The attacking power of the mirage beast was notably weak, but aside from spreading mist, it possessed another ability. Its shell was remarkably tough. A naturally occurring mirage beast could withstand the predation of level 70 to 80 beasts due to its sturdy shell. Thus it should withstand the self-destruction of a level 60-plus beast without issue. "You drag me in here. What of Su Zhe?" Guolinshan questioned sharply. Jiang Qin, displeased, retorted, "I'm saving you. You should be grateful. He is far too distant to save you. But with a diamond-grade beast nearby, there should be no problem." Jiang Qin was uncertain. Although diamond-grade beasts were powerful, they were still in their juvenile phase. Whether they could endure the self-destruction of a level 60-plus beast remained unknown. Guolinshan scoffed. "Saving me? If not for your schemes, how would we find ourselves in this predicament? You have the audacity to claim you are saving me." Jiang Qin was left speechless by the retort. Meanwhile, Chen Zhe, having ventured into the mist, was predictably lost within its depths. After only a few steps, he found himself back at the site of the earlier battle, his complexion pale as the explosions commenced. Chen Zhe hastily positioned his beast before him, seeking to absorb the damage. Oftentimes, the substantial size of a beast offered better defensive capabilities than its transformed armor. Nevertheless, Chen Zhe was still forcefully thrown back by the shockwave of the explosion. His beast was utterly torn to shreds, inflicting a severe blow to his mental fortitude. Yet, at least his life was spared. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, another explosion struck, more powerful than the last, and he found himself devoid of any means to resist. Inside the mirage beast, the shell successfully withstood the force of the self-destruction, the tremendous shockwave merely causing the mirage beast to tumble several times. Jiang Qin and Guolinshan, sheltered within, were left disoriented by the upheaval. Jiang Qin was preparing to command the mirage beast to release them when it unexpectedly disobeyed. Just as he pondered this anomaly, a far more powerful explosion hurled the mirage beast from its position. The successive explosions had marred the once impenetrable shell with cracks, but thankfully, it held firm. "What is happening? Why is there a second self-detonation?" Guolinshan shouted, anxiety gnawing at him. Even if they had evaded the first blast, what could they do about the second, far more potent explosion? Once it was deemed safe to emerge, the Mirage Beast obediently released the Toot. The once proud camp of the Great Xia Spirit Guards was now reduced to rubble. The surrounding mist had been banished by the violent explosions, and the remaining spirit guards cautiously approached, shaken by the magnitude of the recent detonations. Guolinshan hurried towards Su Zhe's location, relieved to find him seemingly unscathed. Though his clothing was tattered, stained with blood, he was intact, missing neither limb nor life. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Guolinshan approached, only to notice Su Zhe's demeanor was exceedingly unsettling. He sat despondently upon the ground, his face marred with blood and tears, clutching a shimmering golden-red feather. "Where is the Jin Yu Fengniao?" Zhang Chen, having arrived, inquired. Yet, Su Zhe merely cast a vacant glance his way, offering no response. Chapter 65. The Crimson Egg. Guolinshan, observing the golden-red feather in Su Zhe's grasp, seemed to comprehend what had transpired, opting for silence. However, Zhang Chen, surveying the area, anxiously asked, "Su Zhe, where is our young master Tianlong?" As the saying goes, the living seek the living, and the dead seek the dead. Given the explosions they had just endured, it was improbable that the gravely injured Jiang Tianlong had survived. However, without a body, Zhang Chen would struggle to explain his absence to his father. Su Zhe lifted his gaze towards him, stating coolly, "He is here, scattered everywhere." "What do you mean?" Zhang Chen's brows furrowed as he queried, sensing an ominous revelation. Indeed, Su Zhe clutched the feather tightly, trembling as he rose. "He self-destructed to kill me. Regrettably, I remain alive, and he has left not even a remnant." At the moment the Fusang Dark Guard self-destructed, Su Zhe had swiftly noticed the anomaly, intending for Feng Qingyi to carry him away into the sky, as far from the explosion as possible. However, Jiang Tianlong had detained them, opting for a self-detonation amidst his manic laughter. Just as the explosion was about to engulf Su Zhe, Feng Qingyi enveloped him with her wings. Yet, the ensuing dual explosions severely injured her Mirage Beast, particularly the close-range detonation from Jiang Tianlong. His Aurora Unicorn, a rare platinum-grade beast, unleashed a force stronger than its counterparts at the same level upon self-detonation. Feng Qingyi succumbed to the blast, her wings shattered, allowing Su Zhe to shield himself with the spirit shield against further harm. Hearing news of Jiang Tianlong's demise, Zhang Chen's expression darkened. Young Master Tianlong is a highly esteemed young genius favored by our Jiang family's ancestors. His death here will not go unanswered. Su Zhe cast a cold glance his way. "That is of no concern to me. He brought this upon himself, yet now, bereft of a diamond-grade beast, will the Jiang family still be inclined to pursue me with the same fervor as before?" Although Zhang Chen had suspected this possibility upon seeing the feather in Su Zhe's hand, hearing it confirmed from Su Zhe's lips solidified his belief that the Jin Yu Fengniao had indeed perished. Zhang Chen accepted this grim reality. Given the magnitude of the explosions, if Su Zhe had survived, it was clear that the golden-feathered beast had sacrificed itself to protect him. As for the remains, high-level beasts rarely left behind corpses. Their pride forbade their bodies from being appropriated by humans, leading them to obliterate their forms in their final moments. Only in situations of overwhelming dominance could one preserve the corpse of a high-level beast. Thus, the cores and materials from advanced beasts were exceedingly precious. Even Guolinshan, as the captain of the Great Xia Spirit Guards, faced immense challenges in procuring a core from a level 70 beast. The Fusang Dark Guards had expended an 80-level beast core to ignite the Tianyun volcano, a truly extravagant investment, as the formidable Daxia Spirit Guards gradually surrounded him, and with Su Zhe and Guolinshan casting their unfriendly gazes upon him, Zhang Chen felt a sense of foreboding rising within. He was acutely aware that the current predicament stemmed from the strategy he had devised. Although he remained the only high-level beast master above level 60, the recent explosion had left his Shinto beast severely injured, and his own mental energy was considerably depleted. Being encircled by so many Daxia Spirit Guards, the outcome was uncertain. Seizing the moment before they closed in, he swiftly ascended into the sky and fled. Guolinshan spat in frustration at Zhang Chen's retreating figure. Just then, Sun Hao and the others finally arrived after the fog dispersed, and upon witnessing the camp reduced to mere ashes, they could not help but inquire, "Captain, Brother Su Zhe, what on earth just happened? Why was there such a tremendous explosion?" Guolinshan sighed heavily. This is yet another mischief of the Jiang family, and those scoundrels from Fusong have also seized the opportunity to meddle. However, this matter has escalated beyond your capacity to intervene. I shall personally report to the military headquarters and, in the process, offer my apologies and resign from my position as brigade leader. Upon hearing this, the other team members hurriedly gathered around, eager to dissuade Guolinshan from his decision. Captain, this has nothing to do with you. Indeed, it is the Jiang family's misdeeds. You are blameless, Captain. We don't need anyone else as our leader. We only follow you. To these words, Guolinshan's eyes widened in anger. Nonsense. How can you utter such things? Are the Daxia spirit guards of Beishan my private army? Regardless of who takes the helm, as long as their decisions benefit the people, you must obey and adhere to them. Do you understand? Understood, the group replied reluctantly in hushed tones. Guolinshan, seeing their lack of enthusiasm, bellowed, "Speak louder. Do you all hear me?" They quickly straightened up and responded in unison, "Understood, Captain." "Excellent." Guolinshan nodded in satisfaction and then patted Suze on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Suze, I truly owe you my gratitude this time." Suze shook his head in response. "There's no need to thank me. If they hadn't conspired against me, you and the others wouldn't have been dragged into this." Guolinshan frowned in discontent. "What do you mean by that?" "Don't forget the oath you took when joining the Daxia Spirit Guards. My mission is to protect all of you, no matter the circumstances. If they wish to harm you, they must first go through me." With that, he pulled Sun Hao close and whispered a few words in his ear. Sun Hao initially looked puzzled, but after listening, he gazed at Suze with a mix of astonishment and pity. Guolinshan patted Suze once more, then pushed Sun Hao forward, saying, "All right, the camp is completely destroyed. There are many matters to attend to now. Sun Hao, please escort Brother Suze back." "Yes, Captain." Together, Suze and Sun Hao departed from the ruins, the atmosphere along the way feeling rather somber. Suze understood their sentiments. If he had bound himself to a diamond-grade beast only to lose it unexpectedly, he would likely be in a far worse state than Suze was now. Sun Hao shook his head and, upon looking up, realized Suze had already taken several steps ahead and seemed to be heading in the wrong direction. "Brother Suze, you're going the wrong way." "Home is this way." Suze shook his head. "I don't wish to go home just yet. I've taken several days off recently, so I want to visit the school first." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, revealing a fist-sized, round object that resembled a fiery red egg. Chapter 66. Underground space. Ultimately, Suze decided to return home briefly. His clothes were in tatters, and going to school in such a state would surely lead to being mistaken for a delinquent. Making the headlines of the school newspaper, the title was already in his mind. Shock? The school's notorious figure is in such a state. Therefore, he returned home to change clothes and take a shower before heading to school. While bathing, he repeatedly washed the fist-sized red egg, yet it yielded no useful information. Suze had not lied to Jiang Chun. To save him, Feng Qingyi had indeed sustained a fatal injury, but in her final moments, she had activated her ultimate skill, Nirvana. After shedding a golden red feather, she transformed into this fist-sized egg. This egg, both in appearance and size, differed vastly from the beast egg Suze had received from the system. Most critically, because it was not a product of the system, the hatching conditions did not appear in Suze's view. He firmly believed that if he could hatch this egg, Feng Qingyi would successfully resurrect through Nirvana. However, the question remained, how could he bring it to hatch? It appeared he would need to seek help at school. After changing clothes, Suze hurried toward the Beast Master University. Standing outside the door, Sun Hao shook his head in disbelief. What a strange fellow. After battling for so long, sustaining injuries, and losing his strongest beast, instead of going home to recuperate, he rushes to school first? Is there truly such a love for learning in this world? Could this be the difference between a scholar and a slacker like me? Sun Hao sighed. It seems the old saying holds true. Scholars are indeed forced to excel. Just then, the teacher of the beast breeding class, Chen Xian, who had missed the class due to the city's turmoil, happened to pass by in a hurry. Having been a genuine academic achiever during her student days, she immediately countered, "You are mistaken. Not all scholars are forced to excel. I was a product of Caesarean." Sun Hao? The school was bustling with noise. The earlier monster disaster had left the students feeling uneasy, and many ordinary citizens had rushed in to seek refuge. The subsequent 2 loud explosions sent them into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. As Suze entered the school gates, he navigated through the panicked crowd, making his way toward the breeding shed where Lin Shi resided. When Jiang Tianlong detonated himself, even though Feng Qingyi had absorbed the majority of the damage, the residual force was still too much for the spirit turtle, barely above level 30, to withstand in that critical moment. Su Zhe's shadow underwent another transformation. This time, instead of morphing into tentacles, it directly materialized into a thin, black humanoid figure, resembling a piece of black paper yet far more resilient. The black figure shielded against the full force of Jiang Tianlong's explosion. Although its form stretched like an inflated balloon under the shockwave, it remained intact. It was only after confirming Su Zhe's safety that the severely injured Feng Qingyi unleashed her skill, igniting a golden flame that consumed her entirely, leaving only the egg behind. The black figure then uttered, to hatch her again, "Come find me," before completely vanishing, not returning to Su Zhe's shadow. Yu Zhe recognized that voice. It belonged to his teacher, the old drunkard Lin Shi. Hence, he felt compelled to rush to school at the first opportunity. Upon entering the breeding shed, Lin Shi was lounging in his usual rocking chair, sipping on wine, seemingly indifferent to the happenings outside. "Teacher, you." Su Zhe began, but Lin Shi interrupted. "You brat, you finally returned. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me? Get to work. These creatures have been starving for 3 days because of your absence. Also, check if any are on the brink of collapse. If so, drag them out, and we'll have a feast today." Su Zhe, seeing Lin Shi's demeanor, refrained from questioning him and patiently completed the feeding tasks. By a stroke of luck, he discovered a triangle sheep that was on the verge of starvation. Though still alive, it lacked the strength to eat. Lin Shi was overjoyed, exclaiming that they would have roasted lamb legs today. He promptly took care of the triangle sheep that Su Zhe felt could still be saved. After finishing the accumulated work of 3 days, Su Zhe finally had a moment to catch his breath and asked, "Teacher, it was you who left a method in my shadow, right? I hope you can tell me how to aid Feng Qingyi in her nirvana." This time, Lin Shi did not evade the question but smiled. "Feng Qingyi, oh, that's the little bird's name? You're in quite a hurry. Could it be you have some ulterior motives? That bird is still far from maturity." Su Zhe quickly shook his head in denial. While Feng Qingyi's humanoid form was indeed stunningly beautiful, as her master, Su Zhe was well aware of her bird-like traits. Thus, he found himself more inclined towards the equally beautiful human, Su Yao. Primarily, Su Yao had a youthful figure, while Feng Qingyi resembled a lowly, which did not quite meet Su Zhe's standards. Realizing that Lin Shi had diverted the topic with a single remark, Su Zhe hastily pressed on, "Teacher, you still haven't answered my question." Lin Shi sighed, rising from his rocking chair. All right. What is fated cannot be avoided. Follow me." Su Zhe followed Lin Shi into the breeding shed, kicking aside several black-scaled pigs that had buried their heads in the trough, licking it clean of remnants. "Get out, you gluttons! After the lamb legs, next you'll be eating pig trotters." Su Zhe watched in confusion, uncertain why Lin Shi had brought him here. Then he saw Lin Shi bend down, feeling around until he pressed a button. The trough slowly moved aside, revealing a black passage beneath. Lin Shi proudly declared, "Surprised, aren't you? This place wasn't always like this. After it was abandoned, I made some modifications. Though it looked a bit shabby, it was hard to suspect anything here, allowing him to live in peace for several years. Not long ago, a little mouse had accidentally wandered in, but it was no concern. Come on, let us head down together." Su Zhe felt a jolt of shock and had an inkling. Not only was he about to resolve Feng Qingyi's nirvana issue, but he might also uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance. This place was undoubtedly the site of the original incident. Following Lin Shi down the passage, Su Zhe found no secret mechanisms or traps, merely an ordinary underground tunnel. After all, this had once been a passageway for researchers. What happens if it were riddled with traps? Moreover, Lin Shi, guarding the entrance, was the best assurance. Soon, they reached the end of the tunnel. Before him lay a vast underground space. This area was massive, spanning 2 or 3 football fields, entirely hollowed out. Upon exiting the tunnel, at the far end of the underground space stood a colossal black earthen wall. Embedded within it was the skeletal frame of a golden dragon. Chapter 67. The fire seed's several floodlights illuminated the space, revealing various intricate instruments, all now inactive and covered in dust. This was the hidden secret of the Qinglong Beast Master University. Was this where my parents conducted their research? Su Zhe turned back to Lin Shi, seeking confirmation. Lin Shi did not respond but trembled as he stepped forward, brushing off the dust from the dormant machines. Since that day, I haven't been here in a long time. The most I did was catch the occasional little mouse that wandered in. He approached the earthen wall, gazing at the massive dragon skeleton embedded within it. That moment, one could truly grasp the meaning of enormity. An adult stood before it, dwarfed by even a single claw. Suze followed close behind, awestruck by the dragon's bones. However, as he looked up, he noticed something unusual about the skeleton. It was not merely embedded in the soil. Half of its body was trapped within this world, decaying into bones, while the other half was concealed in a dark void. Upon closer inspection, one could almost glimpse the flesh on the other side of that darkness. Lin Shi, noticing Suze's observations, remarked, "You've seen it too. This dragon's corpse isn't entirely in our world. Its lower half resides in another realm. Its power should be immense, far surpassing any known beasts. We refer to it as a divine beast." Initially, it was not merely a skeleton. We had also obtained a piece of flesh and used every means at our disposal to extract a small amount of divine beast's blood. Those Fusang scoundrels went to great lengths last time to obtain the divine beast's blood for some ulterior motive. Lin Shi chuckled, but their calculations were off. The blood we acquired was long since consumed in our experiments. Suze had more questions, but was halted by Lin Shi, who said, "Save your questions for later. Do you still wish to hatch that egg?" Suze had no choice but to suppress his curiosity, feeling that he was closing in on the truth regarding his parents' disappearance. Lin Shi led him toward one of the many machines, stating, "The egg you hold is a product of the nirvana process of the golden feather phoenix. Nirvana is a unique skill of phoenix bloodline beasts. It is said that pure-blooded phoenixes can resurrect from fire almost instantaneously after death and may even become stronger. However, they are divine beasts on par with dragons, and such creatures have never appeared in our world. What exists are your golden feather phoenixes, which possess a trace of phoenix blood. Their nirvana process, therefore, has significant drawbacks. They cannot resurrect immediately, but instead revert to an egg that requires hatching. The conditions for hatching the egg become increasingly stringent, but if successful, it could attain strength akin to that of a true phoenix, and its bloodline would be purified." Suze held the egg in his hands, saying, "When she previously hatched, it was in the magma of Tianyun volcano, and the Fusang Shadow Guards even added an 80-level beast core. If the conditions are to be even more stringent," realization dawned on Suze, and he gasped. This meant he would need to prepare at least a 90-level beast core. Such a high-level beast core could likely only be obtained by a 100-level war god. Thus, he could only hope that Lin Shi would have a solution. Suze now confirmed Lin Shi's identity as the mysterious former headmaster of Qinglong Beast Master University, a figure rarely seen yet whose formidable strength was universally acknowledged. Lin Shi guided Suze to a machine resembling a furnace, dusting off the thick layer of dust atop it. He opened the furnace door and peered inside, saying, "Good. After all these years, the fire hasn't gone out. You're in luck. Quickly, toss that egg in." Suze approached to look, and the furnace did not contain the roaring flames he had envisioned, exceeding the temperature of magma. Instead, there was only a flicker of flame, restrained by an unseen force, swaying gently in the air, smaller than a candle's flame. Yet it radiated a pure golden hue. Suze expressed his skepticism. Can such a small flame truly provide more energy than the lava of a volcano or an 80-level beast core? Observing Suze's disbelief, Lin Shi scoffed. "What does a volcano matter? Do you even know what this flame is? This is a dragon flame seed obtained from the mouth of that dragon. Even after countless years of its demise, it continues to burn. We don't know how many methods we devised just to extract it and place it in that furnace," he proudly declared. "Regardless of the material, anything thrown inside will be incinerated in an instant." Then he awkwardly added, "However, due to its excessively high temperature and rapid combustion, we could barely control it, turning what we hoped would be a furnace into merely a trash bin for our laboratory." Suze's expression darkened. It was evident that the research team Lin Shi brought was equally unreliable. Nonetheless, he no longer doubted the flame's intensity and cautiously placed the egg into the furnace. To his astonishment, it rolled toward the flames as if it possessed a life of its own, floating in the center alongside the fire. The flame carefully enveloped the egg, initiating the hatching process. Lin Shi observed and remarked, "Indeed, my guess was correct. The diamond-grade phoenix egg can withstand the burning of a flame seed that has been consuming for decades. This is the first time I've seen something endure dragon fire." Suze straightened up, realizing that Lin Shi too was uncertain whether the flame's temperature was too high. If that were the case, he nearly turned Feng Qingyi into a roasted egg. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he inquired, "Teacher, how long will this hatching take?" Lin Shi shrugged. "How would I know? This is your beast. There's no one else here, so just wait." With that, he attempted to leave. Yuza hurriedly stepped in front of Lin Shi, blocking his path. "Teacher, if I'm not mistaken, this is where my parents conducted their research, right? Since you've brought me to such a secretive place, is there still a need to conceal the past from me?" Lin Shi regarded Su Zhe's determined expression and finally sighed. "All right, it's time to reveal the truth." Chapter 68. The truth. Lin Shi fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts on where to begin. After considerable contemplation, he stated, "In the academic realm of beast tamers, there have always been varying opinions regarding the origin of demon beasts. Archaeological findings show that almost all animals, including humans, have fossils that trace their evolutionary processes. Yet, no matter how many years we excavate, we have never found any traces of demon beasts in their evolutionary path. It's hard not to suspect that demon beasts do not belong to our world. They originate from another realm. As for why they appear in our world, perhaps it's invasion, perhaps it's accidental, or maybe it's due to a collision between the two realms. About 40 to 50 years ago, we discovered the corpse of this dragon." Lin Shi seemed lost in memory as he reminisced. "While we marveled at its magnificence and strength, we also confirmed the existence of another world through its peculiar state, a world of demon beasts." Taking a moment to regain his composure, he continued, "We recruited many young researchers to study the dragon corpse, and among the first batch of researchers was myself. Through our studies, we achieved many results. Some have been implemented, while others have been shelved due to various challenges, such as that furnace ultimately used for burning garbage." Lin Shi sighed and added, "However, it wasn't long before we realized that these results were entirely related to the dragon corpse itself, failing to touch upon the world behind it, what we truly wish to understand. After exhausting the value of the half-dragon corpse, our research stagnated. All projects fell into limbo, and one by one, people began to leave, leaving only a few behind in what was once a bustling laboratory. At this point, Lin Shi turned to look at Su Zhe, causing an inexplicable unease to rise within him, knowing that the next revelation would concern his parents. Sure enough, Lin Shi, gazing at Su Zhe, fell into reminiscence. "Among these individuals were your parents, Su Lin and Jin Ling." He pointed to a black void in the dragon corpse, where one half remained in this world while the other half was left in the original realm, saying that was their research direction. And then, Su Zhe could not restrain himself from asking. Then they confirmed that the presence of this dragon corpse here was no coincidence, but rather a deliberate act. The powerful beings of the demon beast world used their own formidable bodies as anchor points to fixate the two worlds that should have merely brushed past each other. Su Zhe questioned, "Why would they do such a thing?" Lin Shi snorted, "Why? Of course, it's for invasion. The moment the first demon beast appeared in this world, these anchor points must have already existed." "These?" Su Zhe inquired. "Indeed, there are multiple anchor points. Just within the Great Xia territory, several have already been discovered. The anchor points have drawn the two worlds closer together, allowing increasingly powerful demon beasts to emerge. The rise of formidable demon beasts in recent years only verifies this point. One day, when the two worlds are sufficiently close and spatial passages permit the descent of divine beasts, it will spell disaster for humanity." Lin Shi sighed and looked at Su Zhe. "When they uncovered this chilling truth, you had just been born, not wanting you to live in a world dominated by demon beasts, where humanity becomes their food and slaves. Su Lin and his wife resolved to do everything possible to alter the future. Thus, they meticulously calculated and validated their theories, ultimately preparing to attempt the destruction of the dragon corpse and sever the anchor points 6 years ago. If successful, they could gradually dismantle all known anchor points. Unfortunately, they ultimately failed, resulting in spatial turbulence that swept them both away, leaving them missing." Looking up, Su Zhe noticed a deep scar at the juncture between the two worlds in the dragon's bones. Penetrating deeply into the bone, it was surely the mark left by his parents. From Lin Shi's account, this laboratory had once mobilized the nation's entire might for research, yet even so, they could only grind away bone powder from the dragon bones bit by bit. Su Lin and his wife, relying solely on their calculations and strength, had managed to sever half of the dragon's bones in one swift blow. One could only imagine the effort and devotion they poured in, all to secure a brighter future for their son. Suddenly, Su Zhe felt a coolness on his face. Upon touching it, he discovered 2 streams of tears cascading down. Simultaneously, he sensed a subtle transformation within his soul, as if it had completed a profound merging. The souls of the 2 worlds finally harmonized into one. Su Zhe could hardly fathom that his parents in this world had gone missing for such reasons. They were heroes, he murmured. Indeed, they were, Lin, she replied. However, regrettably, this news must not reach the outside world. Should the general populace learn of it, decades from now, a legion of invincible demon beasts may reign over the world, preying upon humanity at will. What do you think would happen? Su Zhe fell silent. Lin, she continued, thus, we concealed all information, including your parents' research findings and intentions. We also hid the true cause of their tragic fate from the young Yu. Finally, Su Zhe understood why Su Yiming had deemed the matter significant, which is why he could not reveal it to him. This secret must be safeguarded. The fewer people who knew, the less likely it would be disclosed. But why are you willing to tell me now? Su Zhe inquired. Lin, she replied, puzzled, haven't you been persistently pestering me with questions? Besides, I've observed that you're not the type to blabber. With that, Lin, she maneuvered around Su Zhe. Intending to leave, Su Zhe pressed on. Is there a possibility that my parents did not die but rather went to the Beast Taming World? Lin, she paused momentarily before responding. Perhaps, but that is hardly a favorable wish. If humans were to enter the demon beast world, it could lead to a grim fate. With that, he completely departed, leaving Su Zhe alone to await the hatching of Feng Qingyi once more. Chapter 69. Undercurrents. Leaving Su Zhe alone in the subterranean space, Lin, she returned to his recliner, sipping wine while once again observing the entrance to the underground. After divulging everything to Su Zhe, he appeared more relaxed than usual. After taking a swig of wine, he suddenly recalled something and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Shortly after, the call connected, and upon hearing the greeting from the other end, he launched straight into it. Cut the small talk. Things have been quite turbulent over in Fusang, and they've made 2 moves right under my nose. What are you doing? Meditating, Lin, she snapped. You're already at max level. What is there to meditate on? The person on the other end was about to reply when Lin, she interrupted. Go give Fusang a wake-up call. I know you can't act recklessly, but a little intimidation will suffice. Have you forgotten the shadow we left them all those years ago? This time, we must deliver a significant blow. After outlining everything, Lin, she hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Xiao Su and Yu Shenghua, who had been sent away earlier, returned after completing their respective tasks, coincidentally meeting halfway. They surveyed the scene below, witnessing the devastation of the Great Xia Spirit Guard camp, which had been utterly leveled, leaving behind a gaping crater several kilometers wide, a sight that was both shocking and disheartening. Exchanging a serious glance, they flew towards their designated areas. As Xiao Su approached the Qinglong Beast Tamer University, an abrupt change in his expression prompted him to veer toward a massive tree's shade. As the shadow quickly shifted, he was swiftly engulfed by the tree's shadow. Inside the shadow, Shirching Maisie, a dark operative from Fusang, had been waiting for quite some time. With a displeased expression, Xiao Su remarked, your audacity has grown bolder. Coming to see me so openly, don't forget there's a former principal at the school. He has dealt with you many times. Do you really believe he won TC through your little tricks? Bowing apologetically, Shirching Maisie replied, I apologize, Xiaojun, we never intended this, but the situation is urgent, and we had no choice. What is so urgent? Xiao Su asked, frowning. In a hurry, Shirching Maisie recounted the recent events in detail. To Xiao Su's surprise, after listening, he nodded and said, Isn't this quite well done? Whereas the issue? Shirching Maisie insisted, Xiaojun, the golden feather phoenix has died. This indicates that this path is no longer viable. We must revert to our original plan to obtain divine blood. Xiao Su raised a hand to interrupt her, saying, regardless of whether the so-called divine beast blood still exists, or if it has all been used on Xiao Qing's by Yun Jiaolong. Regarding Su Zhe's golden feather phoenix, do you Fusang possess too little understanding of demon beasts? Shirching Maisie inquired, puzzled. I don't understand. I hope Xiaojun can enlighten me. She bowed deeply once more. Xiao Su explained, perhaps you and Fusang are unaware of the legendary divine beast phoenix from Xia country. The phoenix is said to undergo rebirth through fire, which means that this type of demon beast does not perish easily. The golden feather phoenix, possessing the phoenix bloodline, is no different. Moreover, this is advantageous for you. A reborn phoenix becomes stronger than before, with a more refined bloodline power. Continuing, Xiao Su elaborated, I instructed you to inflict severe injuries to prevent you from being too reckless and accidentally killing Suze. As the golden feather phoenix could be obliterated due to the contract effects, losing even the chance for rebirth. Upon hearing this, Shirching Maisie sighed in relief. Bowing again, she said, Xiao Jun, the reason for my reckless visit is that my identity cannot be hidden much longer. This operation has mobilized nearly all the forces hidden within Great Xia for many years, and it is bound to have attracted the attention of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. It won't be long before the remaining individuals are unearthed. What follows will be a grand escape, with the number of survivors depending solely on their luck. I don't know when we'll meet again. It's likely our plans will be stalled for a while. However, Xiao Su smiled, saying, that may not necessarily be the case. Although I was deliberately sent away by the Jiang family, I managed to secure some good news while discussing the Beast Tamer Grand competition with the principals of several other universities. As long as we cultivate Suze to become the champion of the competition, we can reap the rewards. Upon hearing this, Shirching Maisie's eyes widened with excitement. After discussing some details with Xiao Su, she left satisfied. If she lingered any longer, she might never set foot on Fusang soil again. Once Shirching Maisie departed, Xiao Su resumed his hurried demeanor and returned to the Beast Tamer University. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, basking in the sun in a corner of the campus, had just hung up the phone and smiled at the sight of Xiao Su flying back. Simultaneously, Jiang Qin rushed back to the Jiang family in the imperial capital at lightning speed. It didn't take him long to find the family's revered elder, who was tending to the flowers and plants. No one knew his exact age, but it was clear that everyone in the Jiang family was his descendant. With snow-white hair, the elder hunched over, watering the flourishing plants, which thrived under his care. Behind him, a group of children recited the three-character classic, bobbing their heads in unison. Elder Jiang Qian stepped forward, ready to speak, but was halted by the elder's raised hand. Wait a moment, let them finish reciting first. Jiang Qian withdrew his extended foot and patiently waited. Many of the children were unfamiliar to him. Although they wore clean clothes, their faces appeared dirted, starkly contrasting with the pampered children of the Jiang family. It seemed these were orphans taken in by the elder out of kindness. Diligence brings rewards, while play brings no benefit. Beware of this. Strive earnestly. After the final lines were recited, the children eagerly raised their hands, reaching out. The elder, having finished watering, straightened up, cheerfully producing candies from his pocket to distribute to the children, who immediately erupted in joyful cheers. Children have such vitality. Unlike me, I'm getting old and weary, the elder of the Jiang family lamented. At that moment, Jiang Chun flattered him. Elder, you look youthful and sprightly. It's hard to believe you're aging at all. His words rang true. Despite the elder's head of white hair, his face bore no wrinkles, and he appeared to be the handsome countenance of a man in his 20s or 30s. The elder clapped Jiang Qian on the shoulder, laughing. Ha ha, well said, my boy now. What brings you here? He waved his hand, signaling for the others to take the children away. Jiang Chun spoke with a hint of unease. Ancestor, Jiang Tianlong has died at in Chapter 70. The elder of the Jiang family furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before seemingly awakening to realization. Ah, I remember now. Wasn't he the child of Jiang Lu's family? Jiang Qin nodded. Indeed, brother Jiang Lu is his grandfather, and young Master Tianlong is the only son of Jiang Lu's younger son, Jiang Sheng. The elder appeared pleased that his memory had not faltered and continued. You are his elder from the previous generation. There is no need to address him as young master. How did he meet his demise? What exactly transpired? Jiang Qin hesitated. Ancestor, do you truly not recall? It was you who instructed me to accompany Tianlong to Beishan City to retrieve the diamond-grade demon beasts. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression changed, as if he had completely forgotten the matter. It wasn't until Jiang Qian recounted the entire incident that he began to recollect. Well, you handled that quite well, but Tianlong was too impulsive. Who would have guessed that the external family we painstakingly nurtured would be affiliated with the Fuso Shadow Guards? It seems we must investigate the backgrounds of these orphans we have taken in to prevent such occurrences from happening again. Jiang Qian nodded in agreement and then inquired, by the way, Ancestor, since the Jin Yu Fengyao is dead, should we no longer concern ourselves with this young man? The elder shook his head with a smile. Little Chun, I just praised your intelligence, and now you suddenly seem foolish. Although the Jin Yu Fengyao is not a phoenix, it still carries the phoenix's bloodline. It is not so easily perished. Jiang Qian asked, So, Ancestor, do you mean to say that it has undergone a rebirth? Indeed, that is the most probable scenario. Then, ancestor, should we not organize new personnel to continue our pursuit? The elder shook his head. No need. From what you just described, it is evident that this young man, like the dragon tamer Xiao Sheng, has already caught the attention of that dream demon. Initially, Fuso mobilized national resources to thwart Xiao Sheng's growth, yet they failed. Although our Zhang family is currently thriving, we cannot compare to the might of an entire nation. Sending you to confront the dream demon would be akin to seeking death. It would be wiser to observe and await an opportunity to see if we can exploit any vulnerabilities among the Fuso shadow guards. They have schemed against our Zhang family this time. We must find a way to turn the tables. Zhang Chun nodded repeatedly, but his expression grew solemn as he said, Ancestor, Tianlong is the most outstanding genius from Brother Jianglu's lineage. He surely will not accept the ambiguous death of his own grandson. Should we not intervene? The elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Jianglu, aside from Tianlong, there are indeed no other remarkable talents in that lineage. What a pity for Tianlong had hoped that once we acquired the diamond-grade demon beasts, we could assist Tianlong in forming a contract and nurture a true 100-level warrior belonging to our Zhang family. But that now seems but a distant dream. As he spoke, he tended to a lush shrub. If he seeks vengeance, let him do so. It will also allow us to gauge just how formidable the aged dream demon remains after all these years. Though the elder spoke lightly, Jiang Qian could not help but shiver. Though the elder, the current Zhang family, despite its strength, resembled that shrub, with too many branches having become burdensome and in need of pruning. This time it was Zhang Lu. Would it be his turn next? While Jiang Qian was lost in thought, the elder finished his work and moved to a nearby rattan chair to rest. Seeing this, Jiang Chun quietly retreated. The rattan used for the chair was surprisingly still alive, extending from the ground to support the elder, drawing unseen crimson energy from the earth, which the elder absorbed. His appearance seemed to grow younger, creating an eerie juxtaposition with his withered white hair. Xu Zhe had remained in the underground space for 3 days. Just as he began to doubt whether that tiny flame could indeed aid Feng Qingyi in her rebirth, a faint soul communication transmitted through their bond. Master, are you there? Xu Zhe hurried to the furnace, gazing at the small egg floating in the flames. I'm here. The eggshell had developed fine cracks, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Xu Zhe feared that an accident might hinder her hatching. Yet, Feng Qingyi's voice came through, infused with comfort. Master, where did you find this flame? It feels so wonderful. Xu Zhe was taken aback. Wonderful? Well, as long as you're happy. When will you successfully undergo rebirth? Feng Qingyi's cheerful voice replied, As for the rebirth, I could end it at any moment. However, this opportunity is too precious. The power within this flame is bountiful. I can not only absorb it to upgrade but also purify my bloodline during the rebirth. We demon beasts remain malleable while in our eggs, making it the perfect time to enhance ourselves. If I conclude the rebirth now, the subsequent absorption won't yield the same effect. Therefore, I have decided to extend my rebirth period to maximize the absorption of this flame. If I succeed, I can enter maturity as soon as I hatch. She expressed her excitement. The maturity phase of diamond-grade demon beasts corresponds to a level above 75. Compared to before her rebirth, this would be a leap of over 10 levels. It is worth noting that the higher the level, the more challenging it is to improve. Achieving a 10-level breakthrough is virtually impossible for high-level demon beasts. Thus, Feng Qingyi would save several years or even decades in growth time. Consequently, Xu Zhe refrained from urging her further, simply asking, how much longer do you think it will take? Feng Qingyi contemplated for a moment, at least a month, and possibly up to 6 months. 6 months, Xu Zhe frowned. The enemies he faced were no longer those that could be managed by the Void Spirit Turtle. Although he publicly claimed that his diamond-grade demon beast had perished to deter many from probing him, some remained persistent in their inquiries. Therefore, for safety's sake, he required a stronger demon beast. Xu Zhe retrieved the platinum egg that needed to hatch under high gravity. It was his hope. After days of enhancing his mental power, he had gained another contract slot. He just needed to find a suitable high-gravity location. Before that, Xu Zhe decided to enter the system space. He had accumulated 3 chances at the gacha machine and planned to use them for a stroke of luck. What if he obtained another diamond egg? After all, he now had an additional contract slot. Quality should be prioritized. As the gacha machine spun, the first 2 attempts yielded bronze and silver-grade demon beast eggs, as expected. However, on the 3rd attempt, a familiar dazzling white light burst forth. Another platinum grade. Though not the ideal diamond grade, it was still commendable. If an ordinary person heard this, they would surely be infuriated. How could one be dissatisfied with a platinum-grade beast? Suze gazed at the new platinum egg, his thoughts shifting regarding the one in his hand. Chapter 71. Unexpected good news. Should I eat it? Or is that too extravagant? Suddenly, an image of a person appeared in Suze's mind. Captain Gua had been of considerable assistance to him on multiple occasions. Given the current situation, perhaps he should gift him this egg? Among the few experts in Beishan City, apart from Xiao Su, whose attitude towards him remained ambiguous, the other two were notably friendly. Now, since Guo Linshan had lost his demon beast due to his entanglement with him, it seemed only right to lend him a hand. Thus, the decision was made. After concluding his thoughts, Suze exited the underground space. The sun, absent for 3 days, felt blinding, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. Lin Shi remained in her usual languid state, unperturbed as she observed his emergence from below. What happened? Did that little bird successfully undergo rebirth? Suze nodded, sort of, but she wishes to continue utilizing the flame to enhance herself. So she hasn't chosen to hatch yet. Suze did not conceal the truth, for the underground space, including the flame, was under Lin Shi's watch. If Feng Qingyi intended to use it for her upgrade, it was only proper to inform Lin Shi. She nodded, not obstructing him. Then why are you out now? There are many who wish to test the rumor of your demon beast's death. Could it be that you remembered to help this old man with his work? Your little girlfriend has been helping you with your tasks these past few days. Little girlfriend? Suze mused briefly, deducing that he was referring to Su Yao. Indeed, that was the case. Suze had been absent for many days, and the rampant rumors about him had caused Su Yao considerable worry. Ultimately, under Su Yiming's subtle hints, she reached out to Lin Shi, persistently inquiring about Suze's situation. Only after learning that he was fine did she breathe a sigh of relief, and as compensation, she took on all the responsibilities in the breeding area. Soon, she would be coming over to help. Suze intended to reassure Su Yao before seeking out Guo Linshan, but Lin Shi, swaying in her chair, interjected, by the way, since you're out, why not drop by to visit Guo Linshan? Captain Guo? What happened? Suze asked. Lin Shi replied, he has resigned, effective today. He is no longer the captain of the Beishan City Daxia Spirit Guard. Suze's eyes widened. Why? Was it because the military headquarters blamed him for this incident? That shouldn't be the case. This was entirely Zhang family's fault, Lin Shi explained. Although the Eastern military dispatched investigators who confirmed that this incident had nothing to do with Guo Linshan, they were unable to hold the Zhang family accountable. Ultimately, they shifted the blame entirely onto the Fuso Shadow Guards. However, Guo Linshan's age is indeed a factor, and with the loss of his strongest demon beast, he is no longer deemed fit to serve as a captain. Given his age and abilities, he was already nearing the retirement threshold set by Daxia Spirit Guard. This is precisely why he was so eager to find a demon beast's crystal core. Suze could no longer wait for Su Yao and promptly made his way towards the direction of his memories. Lacking Feng Qingyi's assistance, his pace slowed considerably. Fortunately, having traversed this route numerous times, he had memorized it well before long. He arrived at the new camp, situated slightly east of the old camp's ruins. In just a few days, they had constructed a fully functional camp at a military pace, though some more elaborate facilities were still under construction. This time, he encountered no one observing him, which he found peculiar. However, once he entered the camp, everything made sense. Everyone had gathered to bid farewell to Guo Linshan. Despite his advanced age, he appeared noticeably older, wearing a crisp military uniform adorned with medals. The Daxia Spirit Guard. These were the soldiers of this world. Suze's presence was immediately noted by Guo Linshan, who waved him over, prompting the crowd to part and create a path. What brings you here? I heard from that old senior that you were in seclusion. During these days, Guo Linshan had located the Beast Tamer University and met Lin Shi. Coupled with the earlier incident where the Fuso Shadow Guards collectively fell into a deep slumber in his presence, he easily deduced Lin Shi's identity. Knowing that Suze was under Lin Shi's protection allowed him to retire with peace of mind. Guo Linshan, like a mentor to Suze, affectionately ruffled his hair. He was genuinely pleased with Suze, especially in the absence of his own children. Suze felt a slight stir of emotion at the gesture. Noticing Suze's reaction, Guo Linshan chuckled. What are you frowning about? Let me share some good news with you. Right now, only we in the Spirit Guard know this in the entire Daxia. Suze lifted his head, genuinely puzzled about what news could possibly bring him joy in such circumstances. Until Guo Linshan announced, the Fuso side's feudation has erupted. Unlike the last Tianyun volcano, which was a dud, There were no casualties this time. I hear their losses were severe, and even several of their Shadow Guard squads were devastated. Haha, how satisfying. When they plotted against the Tianyun volcano, we were all at a loss. Now they too have their day. This news indeed dispelled the clouds of worry hanging over Su Zhe's heart. For the people of Daxia, there was no news more exhilarating than seeing Fuso suffer setbacks. However, while Feudation was notably more active than Tianyun volcano, it shouldn't have reached the point of eruption just yet. Could it be? Su Zhe glanced at Guo Linshan, who was wearing a broad smile as he leaned closer and whispered, "Having plotted against us so many times, do they truly believe the Daxia Spirit Guard is defenseless?" This operation was led by Lord Xiaoshang, and our Eastern military orchestrated a revenge mission aimed at igniting Feudation, with no ulterior motives. Ah, what a pity I was embroiled in this matter. Otherwise, I might have had a hand in it. Su Zhe lifted his gaze in astonishment, realizing that even a 100-level warrior had taken action. It seemed merely igniting Feudation was insufficient. However, what he didn't know was that Xiaoshang had not directly intervened. Instead, he merely soared above the entire Fuso archipelago on the Baiyun Jiaolong, creating a wave of unease among the islanders. Their emperor and the high-ranking members of the Fuso Shadow Guards had even mobilized all 3 divine artifacts, preparing for an impending confrontation. With all attention diverted toward Xiaoshang, the Daxia Spirit Guard seized the opportunity to at the moment of Feudation's eruption. Xiaoshang casually remarked, "Ah, a leisurely stroll after a meal truly aids digestion. All right, Baiyun, let us head back." He then departed without a backward glance. Yet, for a long while after Xiaoshang's departure, the Fuso people remained on edge, wary of a possible counterattack. It was only after confirming that Xiaoshang would not return that they began to address the volcanic eruption, resulting in significant casualties. After all, the sacrificial spirit of the Daxia Spirit Guard was something they could never emulate. Chapter 72. A dismal place. Guo Linshan expressed his delight. "I never expected to hear such good news right before my retirement. Truly worthwhile." He then waved his hand. "Everyone, do not see me off any longer. All gatherings must come to an end." The crowd lamented, "Captain, I am no longer your captain. Soon, a new captain will arrive." He then cast a worried glance at Su Zhe, whispering, "From the internal news I received, it appears that someone from the Jiang family is quite keen on my position, evidently with designs on you. I have done my utmost to obstruct this, but the outcome remains uncertain. You must be cautious." Upon hearing this, Su Zhe nodded. This was indeed Guo Linshan's greatest concern, yet thinking of Su Zhe's mentor offered him some solace. The crowd accompanied Guo Linshan to the camp's entrance, and just as they were about to leave, Guo Linshan bellowed, "What are you doing? Do not forget your identities and responsibilities. Since you all just recognized me as your captain, I shall issue my final command. Return to your posts immediately." "Indeed," the crowd responded loudly. Only Su Zhe remained behind Guo Linshan. "Don't forget, although I have joined the Daxia Spirit Guard, you explicitly stated that I need not execute any orders or tasks before graduation." Guo Linshan chose not to respond further. The two made their way to a secluded area, at which point Guo Linshan turned back and said, "You're following me so closely for no reason. You must have something to say. Speak up." He had deliberately led them to an isolated spot to ascertain Su Zhe's true intentions. With a mysterious expression, Su Zhe pulled an egg from his pocket. Guo Linshan had witnessed this technique of Su Zhe's in a previous battle, and he was still astonished. How could Su Zhe conceal an egg the size of a human head within such thin clothing? Could he possess an exceedingly rare spatial-type beast? Before Guo Linshan could fully comprehend, Su Zhe had thrust the egg into his hands. "Captain Guo, no, I should now call you Guolao. This is a farewell gift for you. Please accept it." Unlike Wang Zi, Guo Linshan had previously encountered golden-grade beast eggs. Thus, upon handling it, he immediately sensed that this egg's grade surpassed that of the golden level. Could it be a platinum-grade beast egg? No, this farewell gift is too precious. You have just lost your beast, and this will serve you well." Guo Linshan shook his head repeatedly, attempting to return the egg to Su Zhe. However, Su Zhe jumped back, refusing to accept it. "Guolao, just keep it. There's no need to worry about me. I have something better. Better." Guo Linshan gazed at him in confusion, wondering if he had indeed retained his diamond-grade beast. A jolt of surprise coursed through him, yet he refrained from probing further, aware that Su Zhe must not reveal anything about his capabilities until he was sufficiently powerful. Nonetheless, he continued to decline. "This beast egg would be a waste for me. The death of my armored rock rhinoceros has severely weakened my mental energy, and I cannot form a contract with any other beast. Not even a newly hatched one. Therefore, even if you do not wish to form a contract, you could exchange this egg for cultivation resources to enhance your strength against the Jiang family's troubles. Suze shook his head and insisted, Guolao, I cannot adequately explain this to you, but my beast egg is unlike others. If you meet its hatching conditions, you can successfully form a contract upon its hatching. Oh? Guolinshan regarded Suze with skepticism, having never heard of such a thing in his many years of life. However, if it were true, he recognized this as a significant secret, one that indicated Suze's trust in him. Thus, he ceased his doubts as Suze continued to persuade him. You just mentioned that I am currently being targeted by the formidable Jiang family. As an orphan with no support, you are my only ally. Therefore, giving you this egg is not just a favor for you but also for myself. I will await your return, stronger than before, to assist me. With Suze articulating his case so compellingly, Guolinshan could hardly refuse. After successfully transferring the beast egg through a blood ritual, Suze suddenly recalled, Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Guolao, the hatching conditions for this egg are quite stringent. It requires a high-gravity environment to hatch. The stronger the gravity, the more powerful the beast will emerge. However, I cannot find such a place. Yet Guolinshan responded with ease, If that's all, then it will hardly pose a challenge for me. Do not forget that my armored rock rhinoceros was a rock element beast, and controlling gravity is a significant trait of rock-type beasts in my youth. I trained in a location that meets your requirements. Upon hearing this, Suze smiled and nodded. He knew he had not sought the wrong person. Keeping this egg would leave him uncertain about its fate. Selling it might lead to it falling into the hands of the Jiang family, becoming a source of trouble. Then, Guolao, I await your good news, Guolinshan nodded, straightening his hunched back. This represented an opportunity for him. A platinum-grade beast would propel his beast-mastering career forward significantly, far more beneficial than a beast crystal core. After parting ways, Suze returned to the Beast Master University. Suyao had already arrived on time. Seeing her in the work clothes he had brought, feeding beasts in a pungent area, Suze dashed forward. Brother Suze? You really have returned. Teacher Lin, she told me I only needed to work for a few days. He wasn't lying to me, Suyao exclaimed with a smile. Suze grabbed the feed bucket from her hands and said, Don't listen to that drunkard. Initially, upon learning Lin Shi's true identity, Suze had respected him for a few days, believing his current disheveled state was merely a facade. However, as he learned more, he discovered Lin Shi's true unreliable nature, and given the connection to his parents' disappearance, his respect diminished. After swiftly calming the ravenous beasts, Suze briefly reassured Suyao about recent events to alleviate her worries. However, regarding Feng Qingyi, he consistently claimed her death, which indeed spared him much trouble. Upon hearing Suze confirm this, Suyao's eyes filled with deep sorrow. Though Feng Qingyi was a beast, she had taken on a human form and had spent several days with her, leading Suyao to regard her as a sister. After comforting Suyao, Suze instructed her to wait for him. He then approached Lin Shi, who appeared to be resting with his eyes closed yet was subtly observing them. Teacher, have you seen enough? Lin Shi smirked. It's dull. Your parents must have gone through everything that was to happen by the time they were your age. Lin Shi was not only the supervisor of Suze's parents during their research, but also their teacher during their student years. Thus, his words held some weight. Clearing his throat, Suze indicated his disinterest in hearing gossip about his parents. He then continued, Teacher, I need your assistance with something. What is it? Suze produced the recently obtained platinum egg and said, Please help me take it to the Shadow Realm. Chapter 73. The Shadow Realm. The hatching conditions for the platinum egg. It requires a hatching environment devoid of light. The darker the place, the stronger the dark entity that will emerge. This was the second platinum-grade beast egg Suze had drawn. While he had no leads on the previous egg requiring a high-gravity environment, he indeed had some ideas for this one needing a lightless space. This was why he chose to give the first egg to Guolinshan, retaining this one for himself. A lightless space? Are you referring to the Shadow Realm? What do you intend to do there? Lin Shi inquired with amusement. Precisely, Suze confirmed. He sought Lin Shi because his nightmare lord resided in the Shadow Realm, the most suitable location for dark environments. The Shadow Realm differed from the Beast World. It was not an entirely separate realm but rather a part of the world, its dark side, akin to the world's shadow. Shadows of all objects serve as portals into the Shadow Realm. Dark-type beasts can enter through shadows to conceal themselves. a tactic frequently employed by the Fuso Dark Guard. Lin Shi's Nightmare Lord possessed both dark and psychic attributes, enabling him to manifest a portion of himself within Su Zhe's shadow for protection. Dark-type beasts were relatively scarce, and it was said that the Fuso Dark Guard had formed a deal with the Shadow Realm to acquire enough dark-type beasts. However, apart from Lin Shi, Su Zhe had only encountered one other individual possessing a dark-type beast. Thus, if he wished to incubate the Platinum Egg in the Shadow Realm, he must request Lin Shi's assistance. In response to Lin Shi's question, Su Zhe displayed the Platinum Egg and replied, "I need to enhance my strength." Lin Shi regarded him with some surprise, but chose not to delve deeper. Instead, he stood from his recliner and swayed slightly, saying, "Come, follow me inside." Su Zhe hastily followed him, while Su Yao attempted to join but was stopped by Su Zhe, who said, "I'm fine. It'll only take a moment. Please wait outside." Her current strength was too weak, making it inconvenient for her to get involved in Su Zhe's affairs. It was better for her to know as little as possible. "All right," Su Yao reluctantly halted her steps. Su Zhe, feeling apologetic, gently ruffled her hair. Once inside, Lin Shi wasted no words. His shadow suddenly came to life, wrapping around their feet. This was another advantage of dark-type beasts. They could enhance their strength within the Shadow Realm without needing to enter the Beast Master's space, significantly reducing the time required for a Beast Master to summon their beasts. As Lin Shi's shadow expanded beneath them, the solid ground beneath them transformed into a watery surface, causing them to plunge downward. The moment the sensation of weightlessness hit, Su Zhe had yet to scream before his feet touched the ground, landing safely. "Phew, have we arrived? This is the Shadow Realm?" Looking around, Su Zhe noted that the surroundings were indeed dimmer compared to the real world. Above, a dull sun cast a chilling light, making the Shadow Realm not entirely dark. Various plants grew in the Shadow Realm, yet their branches resembled withered trees, twisted and deformed. Occasionally, a large vertical eye would open in the tree trunks, staring intently at passers-by, both eerie and terrifying. Turning to Lin Shi, Su Zhe saw that he remained unfazed. It was likely he had entered the Shadow Realm countless times before. Beside him, the Nightmare Lord finally revealed its true form within the Shadow Realm. Contrary to Su Zhe's expectation of a grotesque creature covered in tentacles, it appeared as a human that bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Shi, albeit much darker. Like Lin Shi's shadow. "What's so surprising?" Lin Shi said, instructing Su Zhe, "Your diamond-grade beast can transform into human form upon birth. The Nightmare, while a platinum-grade beast, can also take human shape, which is entirely normal. It simply chose to adopt my appearance, as I am the closest to it. The bloodline of platinum-grade beasts is only one tier below diamond-grade, so it is not unusual for them to communicate with humans upon birth. However, to transform, they must reach full maturity, indicating that the Nightmare Lord is at the pinnacle of platinum grade, level 90. Lin Shi is likely a level 90 Beast Master. As the principal of the Qinglong Beast Master University, he was once the strongest in Beishan City. Now, the likes of Xiao Su, Guo Linshan, and Yu Shenghua seem to pale in comparison to Lin Shi. What are you still dawdling for? The Shadow Realm has brought you here. Act quickly, Lin Shi urged from the side. Humans cannot remain in the Shadow Realm for extended periods, as he was not one of those dark guards whose bodies and minds had been eroded by shadows. Yet Su Zhe hesitated, saying, "Teacher Lin Shi, does the Shadow Realm not possess even a sliver of light?" He pointed at the sky. "That sun, though dim, undeniably brings some light to the Shadow Realm. It is not the dark environment I seek for hatching." Lin Shi laughed at this. "You are gravely mistaken. Have you heard of the concept of extremes leading to opposites? The Shadow Realm, being the richest in dark elements, gave rise to that sun. But conversely, it does not symbolize light. Rather, it represents the purest form of darkness." Su Zhe nodded at his words, though he remained uncertain if this met the hatching conditions for the platinum egg. Lin Shi then stated, "If you are seeking the darkest place, I know of a location, a fragment that fell from the Shadow Sun of the Shadow Realm. Since it has detached from the Shadow Sun, it does not adhere to the principle of extremes leading to opposites, becoming pure darkness." Upon hearing this, Su Zhe quickly nodded, and Lin Shi instructed his Nightmare Lord, who closely resembled him, to lead the way. The location Lin Shi spoke of was not far off. Soon, Su Zhe beheld what Lin Shi referred to as the ultimate darkness. It was a massive dark meteorite, towering 6 stories high, consuming all surrounding light. Beyond darkness, there were scarcely words to describe it. Yet within this profound darkness, numerous flat humanoid shapes with extending tentacles moved in and out, resembling diligent bees gathering nectar. Upon closer inspection, the longest two tentacles indeed appeared to grasp colorful or murky halos like bees clutching pollen. Suze glanced back at the Nightmare Lord. This feature mirrored that of the nightmare that had once hidden in his shadow. As expected, the typically taciturn Nightmare Lord spoke. "This is my dwelling. They are also nightmares. They are my children." Chapter 74. The system reveals its flaw. The Nightmare Lord is not merely a representation of his species, but also signifies his status. He is the king of the nightmare race within the Shadow Realm. Ordinary nightmares are typically silver-grade beasts, with a few reaching gold grade, distinguishable by their size. He, having achieved platinum grade, is the most exceptional entity among nightmares, thus known as the Nightmare Lord. Upon the Nightmare Lord's return, the other nightmares approached, bowing in respect. Their bloodlines and levels were insufficient for speech, yet they respectfully presented the finest and most dreadful dreams they had collected to their lord. They cared not for the distinction between good dreams and nightmares. Rather, it was the intensity and authenticity of human emotions embedded within dreams that intrigued them the most. The rest was merely a matter of taste. Regarding Lin Shi, the Nightmare Lord's contractor, the nightmares exhibited the same respect, though they were somewhat indifferent towards Suze. He did not mind. Suze found it curious that as a human beast master, the Nightmare Lord could manage a clan. Seemingly perceiving Suze's confusion, Lin Shi explained, "This is another advantage of dark-type beasts compared to others. Typically, beasts can only reside in their master's space post-contract. However, dark-type beasts can remain in the Shadow Realm, allowing them to maintain their forces from before the contract." He continued, "For standard beasts, one reason they willingly contract with human beast masters is the beneficial environment that aids in their level advancement within the beast master's space. However, dark-type beasts are different. They achieve the fastest growth solely within the Shadow Realm, making it challenging for them to be tamed. I initially signed an equal contract with the Nightmare due to certain fortuitous events, but I could not do the same for its kin. Otherwise, I could have helped the Daxia Spirit Guard cultivate a team with stealth capabilities rivaling those of the Fuso Dark Guard." The Nightmare added, "Master, I respect the choices of my kin." Lin Shi reassured him, "Do not worry. I do not blame you. I am merely curious about how those Fuso Dark Guards managed to achieve this." Over the years, he had attempted to locate the Fuso Dark Guards within the Shadow Realm but had found no trace. Though there was some connection between the realms, such as all being illuminated by a shadow sun, each shadow-created realm also had insurmountable boundaries. Therefore, unless by chance they hid together with other Fuson shadows in a single shadow, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lin Shi to encounter them within the Shadow Realm. After their casual conversation, Suze obtained the consent of the nightmares to place the beast egg within their abode. Specifically in a fragment of the Dark Sun, the pure dark attribute of the Dark Sun provided a comfortable residence for the dual attribute nightmares, even enhancing their rate of advancement significantly. As such, they typically would not allow other beings to approach. However, considering Suze was a guest brought by their lord and the egg posed minimal consumption of the Dark Sun's power, the nightmares thought it prudent to assist Suze in transporting the platinum egg to the heart of the Dark Sun. After all, such a pure dark attribute could prove overwhelming for a human's physique. Only the Nightmare Lord, who bore a resemblance to Lin Shi, gazed thoughtfully at the egg, sensing a familiar aura emanating from it, as though it were linked to a being of equal rank, one of the lords of the Shadow Realm and a unique platinum beast of dual attributes. The Nightmare Lord was not inferior to diamond-level beasts, save for the inability to surpass level 90. He remained unaffected by bloodline suppression and, under equal conditions, a diamond-level beast would struggle to defeat him. Yet, the diamond-level beasts could breach the level 90 threshold, and the difference in power at that level was akin to night and day, especially beyond level 95, where each level up was said to be a transformative experience, exponentially increasing one's strength. Thus, despite the egg being merely a platinum one, its capacity to evoke a sense of threat in the Nightmare Lord indicated that it possessed power rivaling diamond beasts prior to level 90. A feat seldom achieved by ordinary platinum beasts. Where, indeed, had Suze procured such a beast egg? The Nightmare Lord pondered, sharing a silent connection with Lin Shi. Not long after the platinum egg was placed within the fragment of the Dark Sun, Suze felt as if it had shrunk, a notion that seemed increasingly tangible. Moments later, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This seemed not to be an illusion. The Nightmare Lord noticed this too and hastily instructed the other nightmares to evacuate. "All subjects, exit the Dark Sun at once." A throng of shadowy tendrils surged forth, instantly enveloping the surroundings. They even remembered to bring out their stored delicacies, surreal dreams flitting before Su Zhe's eyes. He observed that one golden-level nightmare had hoarded delightful dreams, notably those imbued with romance and action. Quite an unusual taste, perhaps the reason for its ascendance to a golden nightmare. Su Zhe couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Yet soon after, he sensed many hostile auras locking onto him. Glancing around at the shadowy figures fixated on him, he awkwardly scratched his head, unsure how such a ruckus had been stirred by this hatching. The previous time he had hatched a diamond-level egg, it merely caused a minor volcanic eruption. As time elapsed, the fragment of the dark sun dwindled by more than a third. Many nightmares wore faces of despair. The space, once spacious, now forced them into cramped quarters. Had it not been for the Lord's deterrence, they might have already clashed with Su Zhe. To their dismay, the fragment continued to shrink. Just as its size approached half, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the silent shadow realm, signaling the end. The nightmares exchanged relieved glances. While their living space had diminished significantly, nightmares could transform into entities as thin as shadows, allowing them to stack together and still find refuge. Suddenly, a jubilant yet piercing howl rang out. A silhouette of a grand and formidable wolf emerged from the fragment of the dark sun, howling ecstatically towards the celestial dark sun before lowering its head to gnaw at the remnants of the fragment. The nightmares could hardly contain their frustration. If this continued, their home would be utterly destroyed. Just as they prepared to confront the newly hatched beast, they were halted by their lord. The Nightmare Lord, observing Su Zhe's equally gleeful expression, remarked with confusion, "That is the Shadow Moon Wolf King, one of the mightiest lord-level beasts of the Shadow Realm. It is said that the old Wolf King was attacked recently. Before his demise, he condensed his bloodline into a beast egg, yet his enemies failed to discover it. Why is it here now?" The Nightmare Lord's question left Su Zhe momentarily stunned. Had he stumbled upon a flaw in the system? System, what is going on? Are the eggs I draw each day actually brought from elsewhere by you? Su Zhe inquired within the system's space. Yet, the system offered no response. Given his reliance on the system, he dared not press further, choosing instead to harbor this doubt for now. With Su Zhe's silence, Linshi and the Nightmare Lord ceased their inquiries. The shadows within the dark sun continued their relentless consumption, causing the nightmares to grow increasingly anxious, yet they dared not approach due to their lord's presence. Helplessly witnessing the diminishing fragments, soon, the remnants shrank to 1/5 of their original size, and the wolf shadow finally paused, letting out a resounding belch. This only exacerbated the nightmares' agitation. They leaped about restlessly until the Nightmare Lord commanded them to return. The nightmares surged back, only to find the remnants of the dark sun in disarray. The remnants were not merely consumed, they were destroyed. With the remaining fragments scattered, resettlement was impossible. The Nightmare Lord spoke. "There is no need for such despondency. We can simply relocate. We nightmares are dual attribute beasts, and while the dark sun offers the purest dark attribute, prolonged exposure may lead to imbalances that could be detrimental." Thus, he had long contemplated moving the nightmares, and today presented the perfect opportunity. Although the other nightmares remained reluctant, they acknowledged the truth in their lord's words. The dominance of dark attributes over spiritual attributes made it challenging for them to enter human dreams for sustenance. In the face of hunger, a less than ideal living environment paled in comparison. After feasting, the newly hatched Shadow Moon Wolf King emerged from the dark sun, though it had only recently hatched, perhaps due to absorbing ample energy during the process. It had bypassed the vulnerable juvenile stage and entered its growth phase. "Is this the Shadow Moon Wolf King? Truly a magnificent beast of your caliber," Linshi exclaimed, savoring his drink. The Nightmare Lord beside him shared the sentiment. Intrigued. Originally an ordinary nightmare, he had broken free from constraints through Linshi's contract and refined his bloodline due to certain opportunities, thus attaining his current lord-level prowess. Consequently, he had never engaged in combat with other lords of the Shadow Realm. Gaining knowledge primarily from his subjects, he couldn't help but observe the Shadow Moon Wolf King closely, though the latter was still relatively weak compared to him. Only Su Zhe, amidst their praises, looked at the confidently striding Shadow Moon Wolf King with a perplexed expression. Magnificent? Wasn't this merely a larger version of a Siberian husky? Indeed, the so-called Wolf King appeared to Su Zhe as nothing more than a husky, a purebred with blue eyes. Coupled with its recent destruction of the Nightmare's home, it was unequivocally a husky. The husky waddled over, its belly full, and gazed at Suze with apparent intelligence, asking, "Are you my master?" Burp so weak. Familiar with the disdain of high-level beasts, Suze covered his face, unable to bear the sight. The husky's face, as it approached, only seemed more intelligent the closer it got. If he took this creature out, would it not simply be a fool to its adversaries? He sighed and inspected the Shadow Moon Wolf King's profile. Species: Shadow Moon Wolf King. Bloodline: Platinum, upgradable, level 46. Skills: Shadow Stealth, Moon Howl, Shadow Prison, Shadow Piercing. Special skill: Moon Devour, level 46. This husky's level is surprisingly high. Suze marveled at the data. Typically, platinum beasts hatched at levels 20 to 30, with only exceptional conditions yielding levels above 30. Yet, this husky-like Shadow Moon Wolf King had reached level 46 upon hatching, leaving Suze astounded. Upon examining its special skill, Moon Devour, he understood the reason. Moon Devour not only allowed it to absorb enemies during combat, but also enabled the Shadow Moon Wolf King to devour energy for rapid leveling. It had just used this skill to consume a significant portion of the Dark Sun fragment, reducing it to 1/5. However, the skill bore a drawback. Once saturated, it would enter an extended cooldown period, during which it could not attain the normal leveling speed of a beast. Thus, in a sense, utilizing Moon Devour for leveling meant borrowing time from the future for swift advancement, designed to allow the Shadow Moon Wolf King to respond to unforeseen dangers with an immediate boost in level. Currently, Suze required precisely that kind of timely combat power, making the husky's face appear somewhat more endearing. Overall, the use of Moon Devour still offered a faster leveling pace than typical beasts. As for the husky's rebellious nature akin to Feng Qingyi's, Suze, having gained experience, promptly gave its head a firm rub. He continued until the creature panted, wagging its tail and flipping over to expose its belly. Suze triumphantly declared, "Ha! While I may lack experience in raising birds, I certainly possess ample knowledge in raising dogs." Once he withdrew his hand, the Shadow Moon Wolf King reluctantly rolled back over and protested. "I am a noble and free wolf, not a dog." Observing its vigorously wagging tail, Suze found its argument unconvincing. "All right, since your beast egg has hatched, let us depart from the Shadow Realm. This place is not suitable for ordinary humans." Linshi spoke up beside them. Suze nodded in agreement. Linshi's words were directed at him. Though Linshi, being of a high level, was unaffected by the encroaching dark elements of the Shadow Realm, Suze felt increasingly uncomfortable. He replied, understood, and prepared to leave, believing the Shadow Moon Wolf King would be well cared for by the nightmares. However, the Shadow Moon Wolf King trailed behind him, pleading, "Master, please don't leave me. I feel as though that group of nightmares wants to devour me. It's far too dangerous. Moreover, my bloodline memory warns me that enemies are pursuing me in the Shadow Realm. Staying here is unsafe. After all, using Moon Devour renders my training ineffective, so it would be better to accompany you to the real world for safety." Finding the reasoning sound, Suze agreed and summoned the wolf into his beast space. With Feng Qingyi absent, no one occupied his beast space. Linshi then guided him back through the way they had come, as if passing through a veil of darkness. Upon reopening his eyes, they found themselves back in the real world, right where they had started. After returning them, the Nightmare Lord melted back into the shadows, returning to the Shadow Realm. However, Linshi could summon him back for battle at any time. Just as Suze steadied himself, eager to greet Su Yao, he noticed an unusual commotion in the breeding area, a place typically avoided by all. Su Yao, the outside world claims he has been rendered useless. You should forget about him. Chapter 76. Has he always been this brave? The Shadow Realm, being part of the real world, mirrored its flow of time. Thus, the duration Suze spent in the Shadow Realm equated to the time Su Yao spent in reality. Shortly after Suze and Linshi's departure, a group approached, pinching their noses. These were Su Yao's admirers, yet Su Yao's attitude towards Suze was apparent to all. When Suze's reputation soared, everyone was aware of his diamond-level beast. Soon after, he had decisively defeated a school teacher, extinguishing any lingering hopes among these admirers. Not long after, rumors of Suze's diamond-level beast's demise began to circulate. As the tales grew increasingly outlandish, the most outrageous claimed that even Suze himself had been rendered useless due to the backlash of his contract. Initially, many remained skeptical, but as the gossip gained momentum and Suze failed to appear, they gradually convinced themselves of the truth. Unbeknownst to them, Suze had been focused on aiding Feng Qingyi in completing her rebirth, entirely oblivious to the external turmoil. Even if he had known, he would not have cared, for he had orchestrated the spread of those very rumors through Guo Linshan. Those present, aside from the great Xia spirit guards, had mostly perished. Had Guo Linshan enforced silence, few would have known the truth. Yet, Suze had requested Guo Linshan to disseminate the information regarding his loss of a diamond-level beast as widely as possible. The more who knew, the better. This strategy would deter much of the clandestine scrutiny directed toward him, but of course, this would only quell the majority, not all. Individuals like the Jiang family's elder and Xiao Su, well-versed in various affairs, would undoubtedly deduce the truth. While this tactic diverted the attention of significant figures, it emboldened minor players, much like Su Yao's admirers. Su Yao, this breeding area is filthy. How can you work here? Surely, you aren't assisting that useless Suze, are you? He has been rendered incapable and is unworthy of your efforts. Indeed, how dare that old geezer order you around? Do you want us to teach him a lesson? Smash! Before their words could finish, Su Yao slammed the iron bucket she held onto the ground, her cold voice laced with fury as she retorted, "Who told you that Suze is useless? Step forward. I shall render you useless first." Suze, just stepping out of the room, was taken aback by Su Yao's fierce tone. It was the first time he had heard her so filled with rage. Yet, knowing her anger was for his sake warmed his heart. Lin Shi, standing beside him, patted Suze's shoulder and remarked, "Kid, your little girlfriend has quite the temper. It seems you have a challenging road ahead." Suze retorted playfully, "Did you hear that? Those classmates outside want to give you that old geezer a lesson. What do you say? Shall we go teach them a lesson? Heh, I have a disciple here. I need not lift a finger. Go on. Let them know our might." He added, "By the way, when you take action, don't forget to accidentally involve those beasts nearby. I could use an extra meal today with that." He shoved Suze forward. Upon seeing Suze's sudden appearance, the previously boastful group collectively retreated a step before feigning calmness. Su Yao paused for a moment, then blushed and approached Suze. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Suze, when did you arrive? Did you hear everything?" Suze nodded, looking at Su Yao with appreciation for standing up for him. However, Su Yao now yearned to find a crevice to hide herself in. Why, of all times, had she been overheard? Her genteel image had been shattered by a single exclamation of "Mother." This captivating visage not only ensnared Suze but also captivated her numerous suitors. Yet, upon reflecting that this display was not for her own sake, she felt a surge of indignation. "Suze, I hear your beast has encountered issues?" The leader, a rather portly fellow named Zhu He, inquired tentatively. Suze, unreservedly, nodded and replied, "Indeed. I fell victim to the machinations of the Fuso Dark Guards, and my beast perished. Surely, you are not unaware." Upon hearing Suze's admission, the group exchanged glances, their confidence swelling. Zhu He was the first to speak up. "Suze, since you recognize your current state as that of a cripple, cease your pursuit of Su Yao. You are unworthy." Just as Su Yao prepared to defend Suze, she was pulled behind Zhu He, who glared with disdain and retorted, "Unworthy? Who then is worthy? You?" To everyone's astonishment, Zhu He, lacking self-awareness, nodded. "Well, certainly more so than you." Suze, infuriated yet amused, pointed at the unsuspecting black-scaled pig, which was happily indulging in its meal, and exclaimed, "Worthy? I believe you are more suited to mate with that creature." The corpulent man, already sensitive about being compared to a pig, was instantly enraged. "Cripple, this is your own doing," he shouted, summoning his beast, a short and stout canine-like creature. Without even mastering the transformation of his beast, he charged at Suze, beast in tow. Not to be outdone, Suze summoned his spirit turtle and commanded, "Water gun, fire!" A powerful stream of water surged forth, propelling both man and beast away, landing them a good 10 meters away, directly into the feeding trough of the black-scaled pig. The pig, still enjoying its meal, licked Zhu He's face, causing him to scream and faint. Observing the remaining, trembling individuals, Suze inquired, "Has he always been this brave? Though I have lost a beast, I still outclass him by over 10 levels. How dare he attack?" The others wore expressions of dismay, their faces a picture of despair. Rumors circulated that Suze's beast had perished and that he himself had become incapacitated. Yet, the truth was a tangled web of half-truths. "Well, if you don't want to witness him being left behind for mating purposes, you should escort him away," Suze waved dismissively, turning to retreat indoors. The remaining individuals sighed in relief, rushing to assist Juhi, but found him too heavy to move. Fearing a delay might allow Suze to return and discipline them further, they hastily slapped Juhi several times, rousing him from his stupor. Groggily, he clutched his swollen face and shouted, "You just wait. My brother will avenge me." Upon hearing this, Suze chuckled, sensing the situation was far from simple. Chapter 77. Beast Master Tournament. Juhi's abilities, even among the first-year students at Beast Master University, were hardly remarkable. Despite the rumors of his beast's demise and his diminished strength, it seemed excessive to treat him with such disdain. Thus, from the outset, Suze suspected someone was instigating Juhi, and now it appeared to be the brother he mentioned. "What sort of person is Juhi's brother?" Suze queried, curiosity piqued. To his surprise, Suyao nodded, indicating she knew. "You've never attended a proper class, so you wouldn't know. His brother, Juji, is also a prominent figure at the university, having been the top of his class 3 years ago, and of course, he was still outshone by later arrivals like you." Suze understood. Individuals of his age who contracted diamond-grade beasts were rare. The only one known for annihilating an entire team of Fuso Dark Guards while under public scrutiny was himself. Such a claim would likely remain unmatched. The Zhu family, did I recall, one of the 4 great families bears that name. Could he be a member? The attention from the Zhang family had already been burdensome. Now, with the Zhu family involved, even Lin Shi would find it challenging to contend with such pressure. Lin Shi emerged from the room, declaring, "Indeed, he is a member of the Zhu family, but you need not worry too much. He belongs to the Zhu family of Beishir City." "Beishir also has a Zhu family?" Suze inquired, bemused. "Indeed," Lin Shi explained, "unlike the Jiang family, which is a rising house with shallow roots, the other 3 families have existed for hundreds to thousands of years, branching out and proliferating countless descendants. Among them are likely some talented individuals who have formed their own families. They may consider themselves branches of the imperial Zhu family, but whether the Zhu family acknowledges them is another matter. Unless a truly exceptional talent arises," Suze nodded. Considering humanity's reproductive rate and the distressing polygamy tradition from centuries past, it was likely that a significant portion of the population could claim kinship with these prominent families. It would be impossible to recognize them all. Relieved that the imperial Zhu family was not targeting him, his curiosity remained. If he was admitted 3 years ago, he should be in his 4th year now. Why hasn't he graduated? Suyao shook her head. "As far as I know, he could defeat the school's instructors in combat during his 3rd year. The instructors at Beast Master University began at level 30, and he had reached this level a year ago. Why hadn't he graduated? Logically, there should be little left for him to learn." Frowning, Suze could not fathom it. Lin Shi, swaying as he approached, reclined in a rocking chair and said, "His abilities have indeed met graduation requirements, but he does not wish to miss the Beast Master Tournament, held once every 10 years. The Beast Master Tournament? Suze recalled hearing this term before. Xiao Su had left Beishir City to discuss matters pertaining to it. Providing the Jiang family with an opportunity to strike, it seemed they had not intentionally recalled Xiao Su but had seized the chance for their own ends. "What is this tournament?" Suze inquired, intrigued. Lin Shi sipped his drink, content, and replied, "The Beast Master Tournament is essentially an opportunity for young Beast Masters to showcase their prowess. Held every decade, the finest students from 5 Beast Master universities gather to compete, with the ultimate victor receiving generous rewards." What sort of rewards could warrant such significance? Suze's eyes sparkled with interest. Lin Shi explained, "Each session's rewards differ. The previous one offered 3 platinum-grade beast eggs." "Is that all?" Suze shook his head. Somewhat disappointed, it seemed his luck with obtaining rare items had increased alongside his level, as he had already acquired 2 platinum eggs. 3 eggs of that caliber hardly impressed him. Sensing Suze's waning interest, Lin Shi added, "However, based on the timing, this year's reward should mirror that of 60 years ago. A phoenix fruit." Phoenix fruit? Suze was aware of the phoenix tree, known for its association with the mythical bird, yet it was merely an ordinary street tree. However, given its status as the ultimate prize for the tournament, this fruit must be extraordinary. Just as he was about to inquire further, Lin Shi continued, "It's not particularly special. It merely possesses the ability to purify bloodlines and reportedly has a chance to assist beasts in breaking through their limitations, even affecting diamond-grade beasts." Suze understood, intrigued. The ability to break through limitations could mean transforming a platinum beast, originally capped at 90 levels, into a diamond beast with a 100-level ceiling. His diamond beast had attracted the Jiang family's attention, and they would surely covet this phoenix fruit. Moreover, he had learned that among diamond beasts, there existed subdivisions of upper, middle, and lower tiers based on the quality and concentration of their divine beast bloodlines. His golden feather phoenix belonged to the upper echelon due to its lineage from the top-tier divine phoenix, capable of ascending to level 100. Similarly, Shaoshang's azure cloud dragon, sharing a lineage from a top-tier dragon, could easily reach the same level. Yet for ordinary diamond beasts, surpassing level 95 posed a significant challenge. Thus, the phoenix fruit would indeed be beneficial, even for diamond-grade beasts. Zhu Ji's reluctance to graduate stemmed from his desire to secure such a rare resource. However, why had he fixated on Su Zhe? Was it a lack of confidence in his own strength, believing it more prudent to seize a diamond-grade beast than compete for the phoenix fruit? This reasoning seemed flawed, as it presupposed the existence of a diamond-grade beast on Su Zhe's part. Yet, confident in his own abilities, Su Zhe saw no reason to fear the tournament. While Su Zhe pondered Zhu Ji's motives, the sound of high heels echoed as the only instructor he had attended class with, Chen Xian, appeared before him. She waved. Su Zhe, Principal Xiao asked me to fetch you. Chapter 78. 5 individuals. Su Zhe recalled Chen Xian vividly. Despite having only attended her class once, her vigorous teaching style left a lasting impression. Principal Xiao, what does he want with me? He asked, puzzled. Chen Xian replied, I'm not sure. I happened to pass by the office when he asked me to relay a message. Not only did he call for you, but the top students from the higher years are also present. These individuals have already met graduation requirements and are superior to me, yet they refuse to leave. Suddenly, she realized that Su Zhe, though newly enrolled, belonged to this group and ceased her complaints. Oh? Su Zhe raised an eyebrow. The presence of high-achieving upperclassmen likely included Zhu Zhi.it, seemed Principal Xiao might be selecting participants for the upcoming Beastmaster tournament. Su Zhe, a mere first year, was being singled out, indicating that Zhu Ji had sought to gauge his strength and whether he posed a threat in the tournament. In truth, Su Zhe held little interest in this showcase of young talent. The adage "the nail that sticks out gets hammered down" resonated with him. If he shone too brightly, he might face relentless assassination attempts thereafter. Nevertheless, the alluring rewards mentioned by Lin Shi compelled him to participate. Within the underground space, he had learned of his parents' mysterious disappearance and the impending calamity threatening their world. Given the presence of divine beasts, the number in the beast realm was likely considerable. Meanwhile, humanity lacked equivalent strength, leaving Su Zhe feeling vulnerable. With Feng Qingyi's bloodline already exceptional among diamond beasts, further enhancement through the dragon flame seed could elevate her prowess even more, if coupled with the phoenix fruit. Could it rival a pureblood phoenix? Only through the acquisition of divine beasts could Su Zhe secure protection against future invasions from the beast realm. As for whether the system could yield a divine beast egg, Su Zhe had no doubts. The gacha machine held eggs rarer than diamond grade, each possessing unique hues, and he suspected those might be divine beast eggs. However, the odds of obtaining them were exceedingly low, and he disliked leaving his fate entirely to chance. Thus, Su Zhe did not hesitate to accompany Chen Xian to see Principal Xiao. To his surprise, Su Yao insisted on tagging along. Assuming Zhu Ji would not dare act against him in the presence of the principal, Su Zhe made no objections. Following behind them, Su Yao alternated her gaze between Chen Xian's ample figure and her own, sighing in dismay. She, too, had been a standout among her peers, yet she felt utterly outmatched by the mature woman. Did such proportions truly need to exist in this world? During their walk, Chen Xian posed numerous questions to Su Zhe. Su Zhe, there are rumors circulating that your diamond-grade beast has perished. Is that true? Chen Xian spoke with trepidation, clearly hoping the rumors were unfounded. Helping a diamond-grade beast breed was her aspiration, and Su Zhe was her sole connection to one. Unfortunately, Su Zhe confirmed the truth, nodding. He had not lied. Feng Qingyi had indeed perished, yet she was now reborn. Chen Xian sighed in disappointment, feeling deflated. She began a casual conversation with Su Zhe. I heard from the principal that your father is the researcher Su Lin? Yes. Do you know my father, Teacher Chen? Su Zhe inquired, intrigued. Chen Xian appeared to be only 6 or 7 years older than him, so it was unlikely she was a classmate or colleague of his father's. Chen Xian replied, I wouldn't say I know him personally, but I am familiar with researcher Su Lin's work. My academic focus is on the breeding and origins of beasts, and I have read your father's papers, which clearly articulate his insights on the origins of beasts in academia. It is widely accepted that beasts are not native species of this world, and discussions have arisen about whether their arrival was due to invasion, misadventure, or world collision. He pointed out that these 3 points are not mutually exclusive. The collision between the human world and the beast realm provided an opportunity for beasts to enter our realm. Some initiated invasions, leading to the surge of malicious beasts seeking to conquer humanity, resulting in what we call a beast tide. Others were merely lost. The first batch of beasts entering the human realm likely fell into this category. Not all were malevolent, and they sought to coexist with humanity, thus birthing the concept of beast masters. His arguments were detailed and reasonable, and everyone awaited his second paper to provide supporting evidence for these claims. However, it never materialized, as he met with an unfortunate incident. Chun Xian sighed, expressing her regret. Yuzhe understood that following this, his parents had dedicated themselves entirely to researching how to dismantle the anchor points. Forsaking their previous academic pursuits, as their conversation unfolded, the trio unconsciously arrived at the administrative building. Watching the two engaging cheerfully while she struggled to interject, Su Yao felt a renewed sense of defeat. Upon entering the administrative building, only Su Zhe was summoned to the principal's office on the top floor. Su Yao continued with Chan Xian to the classroom office, casting unfriendly glances at the pair. Once inside his father's office, Su Zhe turned to his father, Su Yiming, and exclaimed, "Dad, what was Su Lin uncle's research focus? Teach me quickly." "Huh. Why the sudden interest? I've never seen you so invested in my research." On the other side, Su Zhe arrived at the principal's office, knocked on the door, and entered. As Chen Xian had said, aside from the principal Xiao Su, there were 5 young individuals in their early 20s gathered around, enjoying the kung fu tea brewed by Xiao Su. "Now that everyone is here," Xiao Su exclaimed, rising to his feet upon seeing Su Zhe. "This is Su Zhe, the candidate I mentioned to you. However, apart from the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University, the other 4 universities only have 5 slots for participants. It seems we have an extra person now, so who will withdraw?" A hint of malice flickered in Xiao Su's smile. Before anyone could respond, one of the 5, a slightly plump young man, slammed his teacup down on the table and declared loudly, "Principal Xiao, how can a freshman like him compete with us in the Beastmaster competition?" Su Zhe scrutinized the speaker, who bore a striking resemblance to the earlier mentioned Zhu He. He was likely Zhu He's older brother, Zhu Ji. After surveying the other 5 individuals, Su Zhe understood the urgency behind Zhu Ji's probing. This individual, once dubbed a prodigy by Su Yao 3 years prior, turned out to be the weakest among the 5. This implied that should Su Zhe join, Zhu Ji would be eliminated and miss the opportunity to compete. The situation was quite straightforward. Although Zhu Ji was the top student of his senior year, Beastmaster University permitted a 2-year graduation deferment. For individuals of similar talent, a year or 2 could create a significant gap. Among the 5, 3 were 6th-year students who had delayed their graduation by 2 years specifically to participate in this competition. 1 was a 5th-year student who had delayed by a year, leaving Zhu Ji as the only one on a typical 4-year path. Nevertheless, his accomplishments indicated considerable talent. Given another 2 years, he might have emerged as the strongest among them. After all, not everyone had a system to aid them, and contracting a diamond-level beast could significantly shorten years of arduous training. Unfortunately for Zhu Ji, the Beastmaster competition was this year, leaving him no time to catch up, which explained his aversion to Su Zhe's sudden emergence. "Principal Xiao, the competition reflects the strength of each Beastmaster University, representing our institution's dignity," Zhu Ji remarked, casting a hostile glance at Su Zhe. "Do you really think a freshman can uphold the school's honor?" As Zhu Ji challenged Su Zhe, Xiao Su interjected, defending Su Zhe. "Let's not be hasty. Although Su Zhe is new, I believe you have all heard of his prowess. He has contracted a diamond-level beast and single-handedly dealt with an entire squad of Fuso's covert operatives, not to mention recently uncovering numerous hidden agents in the Great Xia." The room fell silent for a moment before Zhu Ji grit his teeth and countered, "Principal, you must have heard the rumors. Everyone is saying his diamond-level beast has perished. Without it, how can he compete?" Xiao Su turned to Su Zhe, stating, "Those are merely external rumors. Su Zhe has never confirmed such claims. I trust him." However, Zhu Ji's retort was interrupted by Su Zhe, who had been quietly observing. "Regarding that, Principal Xiao, you may be disappointed. I indeed lost my diamond-level beast, but only temporarily." Xiao Su paused, taken aback, then shook his head with a sigh. "Is that so? What a pity." Zhu Ji's expression brightened instantly. He had sent his younger brother to provoke Su Yao, hoping to extract useful information about Su Zhe. When that yielded nothing, he realized he had to rely on his own insights. Principal, you heard him admit he has no diamond-level beast. Without that power, what can a freshman like him do against us? Before Xiao Su could respond, Suze slowly remarked, while I may have lost my diamond-level beast, dealing with someone of your caliber, I doubt I will require it. What did you say? Zhu Ji fumed, though he refrained from acting out in the principal's office. Xiao Su interjected, this matter can be resolved easily. Let us settle it based on strength. You can spar on the school's arena. The victor joins and the other is eliminated. Isn't that quite simple? He looked at the two, seeking their agreement. Suze shrugged, saying, I have no objections. Zhu Ji, cautious yet eager to participate in the competition, nodded in agreement. After all, those selected for the Beastmaster competition represented the elite of the younger generation of Great Xia. Though the rewards primarily consisted of numerous precious items, including high-level beast cores and silver or gold-grade beast eggs, for families like the Zhu family, securing even a participation award was a windfall. The group departed the administrative building and found an empty arena in the sports complex. The other four followed, eager to witness the clash between Suze and Zhu Ji. Along the way, Zhu Ji encountered his younger brother, Zhu He, who had changed clothes but still bore the marks of a recent altercation. What brings you here? Zhu Ji inquired. Brother, I finally found you. Look at what Suze did to me. Zhu He lamented. All these injuries were inflicted by Suze? Zhu Ji asked, seething. Yes. Not only did he hurt my face, but he also kicked my backside. He didn't just hit my backside. He slapped my face. Zhu He cried, tears streaming down his face. In truth, Suze had merely pushed him into a trough with a water cannon, and the bruises on his face were the work of his own followers attempting to wake him up. Just then, Zhu He's followers tugged at his sleeve from behind. Wiping his runny nose, he turned to them, asking, What is it? They pointed at Zhu Ji, whispering, Look, he's right behind your brother. Zhu He turned and saw Suze waving at him from a short distance, causing him to stumble back in fright. Be brother. He's here too? Zhu Ji shook his head at his terrified brother. It's fine. I'll compete against him and avenge you. He leaned in closer, whispering, Tell me everything about how he defeated you and what beast he used. Zhu He immediately relayed all the information he had to his brother. After hearing it, Zhu Ji sighed with relief. A golden-level tortoise beast? Level 20-something? No wonder he could defeat you. But that's still not enough. Armed with the intel from his brother, Zhu Ji felt confident heading into the upcoming duel. Soon, they stood at opposite ends of the arena, with Xiao Su acting as the temporary referee, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Look, the principal is officiating, someone exclaimed. Who is on the arena? They must have considerable influence. I recognize them. One is Zhu Ji, the top senior, and the other is rumored to be the strongest freshman, Suze, who contracted a diamond-level beast. Suze? Is that really him? Didn't they say his diamond-level beast perished? How dare he challenge a senior? As the audience buzzed with speculation, Zhu Ji addressed Suze. I won't go easy on you just because you're a junior. You turn my brother into this state, and I will repay you in kind. Suze nodded in response. Rest assured, I will ensure you and your brother are treated equally. With a scoff, Zhu Ji prepared for battle. At Xiao Su's command, both summoned their beasts. Zhu Ji's golden summoning circle opened, revealing his golden-level beast. In contrast, radiant white light appeared behind Suze. That a silver-level beast? Zhu Ji thought, realizing that the rumors about Suze's diamond-level beast were indeed true. But he couldn't fathom why Suze would summon a silver-level beast instead of his golden-level one. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd spoke up. That light is far more dazzling than silver. That is a platinum-level beast. The speaker was Kwang Yi, an average-height but handsome young man, recognized as the strongest among the 5 participants before Suze's arrival. The brilliance of the platinum summoning circle indeed resembled that of silver, making it difficult for those unfamiliar with it to differentiate. His immediate recognition suggested he had encountered or even possessed a platinum-level beast himself. Are you certain it's a platinum-level beast? Inquired Li Hong, the second strongest of the group, a lean and tall man. Kwang Yi nodded. I'm sure. This is definitely not silver. The only woman among them, Lu Yi, who was voluptuous and youthful, chimed in. Wasn't this kid from a humble background an orphan? How does he have access to such high-level beasts? First diamond, now platinum? The fourth member, a burly man named Jiang Jianbin, expressed concern. It seems Zhu Ji is about to be eliminated, and our rankings will be reshuffled. The audience grew increasingly attentive, eager to see if their own standings were at risk. Although Zhu was unaware that Su Zhe had summoned a platinum-level beast, he had intel regarding Su Zhe's golden-level spirit tortoise. Thus, he summoned his two beasts, the silver-level jade scale serpent, clad in jade armor, and the golden-level thunder leopard, adorned with purple lightning claws. Zhu was in peak form, capable of battling even level 40 beast masters, with few teachers at his school able to match his prowess. To be defeated by me in this state would be worth it. However, Su Zhe merely summoned a silver-level large dog and ceased his actions. The dog's expression, rather foolish, prompted Zhu to taunt, Su Zhe. Is this your way of belittling me? I am a 37-level beastmaster with a 37-level golden beast and a 35-level silver beast. You treat this seriously? Su Zhe cast a puzzled glance at Zhu, realizing that he was not the only one who perceived the Shadow Moon Wolf King as merely a dog. He replied, Who told you this is a silver-level beast? The Shadow Moon is indeed a bona fide platinum-level beast. Gasps erupted in the crowd. Is he joking? Does he think high-level beasts are as common as cabbages? He's just lucky to have contracted a freshly hatched diamond-level beast. Now he claims to have a platinum-level beast? I don't believe it. Neither do I. This must be psychological warfare. Brother, avenge me and knock him down. Zhu also found it hard to believe, but soon he would have no choice but to accept the reality. The Shadow Moon, referred to as a large dog, showed no mercy. You are the dog. Your whole family is a bunch of dogs. In an instant, Zhu's shadow came to life, binding him, while the Shadow Moon Wolf King pounced, sending him crashing off the arena. The audience remained in shock, realizing that beasts could indeed speak. They had heard that beasts could communicate and even transform upon reaching a certain level, with those of higher bloodlines requiring lower levels for such abilities. Wait, did you say transformation? Does that mean the tales in the Beast Eargirl evaluation guide are true? Heh, you'd better be able to defeat a transformed beast first or risk everything falling apart. Meanwhile, Zhu rushed to Zhu's side. Helping him up, Zhu, having fallen face first, now bore a rather comical expression. Seeing his brother's state offered Zhu some solace, realizing that perhaps his own situation wasn't so dire after all with Zhu's defeat. Su Zhe emerged victorious, and as Xiao Su announced the outcome, the crowd was left feeling as though they had witnessed something momentous yet fleeting. The match had concluded far too swiftly. Even those nearby couldn't help but grumble. How could Zhu be so ineffective? Couldn't he hold out a bit longer? What could we glean from this? Kuang sighed. Could you defeat Zhu so easily and quickly? Among the three, Lu Yi and Jiang Jianbin exchanged glances and shook their heads. That simply means he is stronger than you. Thus, Su Zhe took Zhu's place, forming a new group of 5 competitors. The competition was set to commence in the latter half of the year, allowing a bit more time for potential challengers to emerge. Aside from advising Su Zhe to intensify his training and strive for a commendable performance, Xiao Su had little else to add. Su Zhe casually agreed and returned to the breeding area. To his surprise, he found a familiar face among the newcomers, Sun Hao of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Since their camp had been destroyed, Su Zhe had been hiding in the underground space with Feng Qingyi during her rebirth. Sun Hao, unable to locate Su Zhe for his bodyguard duties, had returned to assist in rebuilding. After the chaotic farewell to Guolinshan, it had been a while since Su Zhe had seen him alone. Sun Hao's expression was grim as he approached Su Zhe. What's wrong, brother Sun? Do you need something? Su Zhe asked, noticing his demeanor. Sun Hao nodded. Yes, the new captain has arrived, and he wants you to return with me, as a member of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Su Zhe was obliged to heed the captain's orders. No problem, but your expression suggests this new captain might not be pleasant, Su Zhe inquired. Sun Hao grimaced, struggling to voice his thoughts. That's right, the new captain is from the Jiang family, and he is Jiang Tianlong's father. Jiang Tianlong's father? Just what we need, first the son, and now the father. Let us hope we don't have to deal with the grandfather next. Su Zhe couldn't help but scoff. Sun Hao continued. Indeed, his name is Jiang Shang. Originally, he was supposed to be with the Imperial Corps, but somehow he managed to transfer himself to the Eastern Corps, taking over Captain Guo's position. To be honest, Su Zhe was not particularly surprised that a member of the Jiang family would assume this role. After all, before leaving, Guolinshan had mentioned that someone from the Jiang family was using connections to vie for the vacant position of subcaptain. Although Guolinshan had exerted all his efforts to prevent this, he likely could not match the influence of these prominent families. However, Su Zhe was somewhat taken aback that Jiang Tianlong's father personally took on this position, as such a move was undeniably blatant. What does he want from me? Suze inquired. Sun Hao shook his head, replying, I don't know, but it certainly cannot be good. He has brought a team of spirit guards with him, and upon his arrival, he ordered the destruction of Captain Gua's former office. Furthermore, he removed all the squad leaders from their positions, promoting his own confidence instead. He has also doubled the daily training load and tasks, leaving everyone so exhausted that they can hardly stand. Now everyone is suffering in silence. He then spat disdainfully, saying, How dare those fellows call themselves the Great Xia Spirit Guards? Just thinking about their sycophantic demeanor makes me nauseous. They are merely Zhang's private army. It seems Captain Gua was right. The Imperial Corps, once the largest and strongest of the Great Xia Spirit Guards, has indeed deteriorated. Suze frowned, realizing that the other party had brought an entire team with him. Clearly, Jiang Sheng had no intention of concealing his true motives. He was there to avenge his son, not just targeting Suze but all of the Great Xia Spirit Guards in Beishan City. Sun Hao continued, Suze, little brother, this fellow is definitely not here for a friendly chat. I'm worried he might send his confidants after you, catching you off guard. That's why I came personally. Stay at the school and act as if I never came. He won't dare to directly confront you there. Remaining at the school was indeed the safest option, especially with Lin Shi there to protect him. However, Lin Shi couldn't leave the school easily as she had to guard the Dragon Corp's anchor point in the underground space, which complicated matters. Suze asked, If I don't go, what will you do? Jiang Sheng won't let you off easily if the message doesn't reach him, right? Sun Hao shrugged nonchalantly, If it comes to that, I'll just resign from the Great Xia Spirit Guards and go find Captain Gua. After all, he is quite lonely at home since retiring. You might be disappointed. Captain Gua is not at home right now, Suze casually remarked. Huh? Where could he be? Sun Hao asked, but Suze did not answer. He was pondering whether if he remained hidden, Jiang Sheng would continue to target those left behind by Captain Gua, who had bled and sweated to protect ordinary citizens. They had once fought to protect him, so Suze could not abandon them. He was unwilling to evade. Brother Sun Hao, there's no need for concern. I wish to meet this new captain, Suze declared decisively. What? But? Sun Hao was about to voice his objections when he was interrupted. Brother Sun Hao? There's no need to be anxious. I have my means of protecting myself. I want to be reckless. If Feng Qingyi could absorb the dragon flame seed and complete her rebirth at this time, Suze would have nothing to worry about. A level 75 diamond-grade monster could easily escape even from an 80-level beastmaster. Moreover, the sub-captains of the Great Xia Spirit Guards were all between levels 60 and 70, and Jiang Sheng would be no exception. The issue was that she would need several more months, and Suze could not wait that long. Thus, he entered the room alone, where Lin Shi was already waiting for him. Kid, I can't guarantee your safety. After all, the Jiang family has many experts, Lin Shi stated bluntly. What is the upper limit of the Nightmare Avatar's ability? As long as they are below level 70. I can put them to sleep instantly. For those below level 75, it requires some time to hypnotize them. Above 75, the Nightmare Avatar will be powerless. Suze nodded, as this was merely an avatar. It should be sufficient. Can the Nightmare Lord's avatar enter my shadow again, just like last time? Lin Shi took a sip of wine and replied, The Nightmare Lord's avatar has never left your shadow. It merely exhausted its power. When entering the Shadow Realm, I helped it restore its strength. Suze then felt relieved, thanked her, and returned outside. Su Yao had somehow arrived here, seemingly having learned everything from Sun Hao, and looked at him with deep concern. Suze patted her hand to reassure her and said, All right, Brother Sun Hao, let us set off. But Su Yao tugged at his sleeve, saying, Can't you not go? It's too dangerous. Suze sighed and replied, Jiang Sheng is here for revenge for his son. He certainly won't let this go easily. Even if I don't go now, I can't stay at the school forever. It's better to go see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Seeing Su Yao still worried, Suze suddenly had an idea and looked into her eyes earnestly, saying, If you're concerned, why not go to the Beastmaster Association and ask President Yu Shenghua for help? He has a good relationship with Captain Gua and has always looked out for me. He is also very powerful. With him around, my safety would be assured. Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately released her grip on Suze's hand and instructed, Then you must wait for me. Don't get into a conflict with that guy before President Yu arrives. Don't worry, Suze nodded. Su Yao then turned and hurried towards the Beastmaster Association as quickly as possible. All right, Brother Sun Hao, let us go. Aren't we waiting for President Yu? Suze shook his head, saying, Last time the Jiang family plotted against me. They managed to drive away Principal Xiao and President Yu. This time, it's unlikely to be any different. He feared Jiang Sheng worried that Su Yao would follow him, so he sent her away. Although he now had the Nightmare Avatar as a life-saving card, Su Yao's strength was too weak. She couldn't withstand even the aftershocks of an attack, and a moment's negligence could lead to an accident, which Su Zhe would not allow. However, this time he was mistaken. The previous time they managed to drive away Xiao Su and Yu Shenghua was due to the Jiang family's interference, but this time, because the old ancestor of the Jiang family did not give the order, it was entirely Jiang Tianlong's grandfather Jiang Lu's retaliatory action. Being able to spend money to replace Gui Linshan was already their limit. They could not reach out to interfere with the Beastmaster Association. Therefore, Yu Shenghua was indeed still within the association but was busy with urgent matters, leaving Su Yao anxiously waiting in the reception room. At this moment, Su Zhe had arrived at the entrance of the new camp. Chapter 82. Is the old man already here? As soon as he reached the entrance, Su Zhe sensed the gaze of someone watching him. However, unlike the merely scrutinizing looks from before, this time the gaze he felt was filled with aggression and hostility. It seemed Sun Hao was indeed right. Not just the squad leaders but every position of significance had been replaced with Jiang Sheng's people. Those hidden in the shadows did not reveal themselves to stop Su Zhe but watched him enter the camp. Only after his figure disappeared did they emerge from their concealed positions and close the camp's gate. Unbeknownst to Su Zhe, everything happening behind him was beyond his awareness. He merely looked at the great Xia spirit guards who were exhausted and collapsed on the ground, some even bleeding from wounds sustained in previous battles. What? Is this all you can do? This is just the beginning of the training. A lanky individual, resembling a monkey, boasted from the side. Judging by the star insignia on his shoulder, he was one of the new squad leaders appointed by Jiang Sheng. Damn it, didn't you hear me? Get moving. He made a move to kick a spirit guard whose leg wound had reopened and who was writhing in pain on the ground, but Su Zhe, unable to tolerate it any longer, intervened and pushed the lanky man to the ground. With that pathetic appearance of yours, who are you to train others? First, get your own third leg to stand up properly. Ouch, who the hell are you? How dare you lay a hand on me? I'm a squad leader now. The duty of the Great Xia Spirit Guards is to obey orders. Dio, you want to be kicked out of the Spirit Guards? As the lanky man spoke, those lounging around watching others train all gathered around. They were all Jiang Sheng's people, intent on tormenting the others. Seeing Su Zhe and Sun Hao surrounded, the others who could no longer endure it stepped forward to stand behind them. Damn it, I'm done training. These guys just sit around and increase our training load. From morning until now, I haven't even had a sip of water and have run dozens of kilometers. I can't even squeeze out a drop of urine now. That's right, I'm not training anymore. We're going to find Captain Gua. He deserves to be our captain. What are these guys even worth? Exactly. Just as the crowd was in a frenzy, a powerful pressure suddenly descended from the sky, nearly suffocating everyone, yet those opposite seemed perfectly fine, even watching them leisurely. Oh, did you just say you don't want to continue? As Great Xia Spirit Guards, to utter such words, can I take that to mean you wish to rebel? All Great Xia Spirit Guards are entitled and obligated to eliminate traitors on the spot. A deep voice emanated from within the camp, and the crowd immediately revealed their killing intent in response to the command. Moreover, the fact that you were trained by such individuals suggests that old Gua is not clean either. Perhaps he colluded with the Fuso secret guards to jointly kill my son. A middle-aged man with a hooked nose, a bald head, and a robust physique finally stepped through the crowd. He was Jiang Tianlong's father, Jiang Sheng, and also the captain of the Great Xia Spirit Guards. Indeed, Captain. These fellows wanted to be lazy and I merely reprimanded them. And they think of rebelling. Such people must not be spared. The lanky man quickly scrambled to his feet, ingratiating himself. He knew Jiang Sheng's intention was to avenge his son, but since these individuals were all Great Xia Spirit Guards, he couldn't act recklessly. They needed to concoct charges. They aimed to provoke action. The crowd was suppressed by Jiang Sheng's pressure and struggled to defend themselves, but only Su Zhe stepped forward, looking at this sinister man and stating, Captain Jiang Sheng. Everyone merely complained a bit due to the excessive training load. To say they wish to rebel is merely labeling them unjustly. Jiang Sheng looked at Su Zhe with a twisted smile, saying, Oh, you must be Su Zhe? I didn't expect you to actually dare to come. Good, very good. I remember you are also a part of the Great Xia Spirit Guards. So since you don't wish to rebel, you shall train alongside them, and the training load will continue to double. He grinned maliciously at Suze. Before Suze could speak, Sun Hao interjected, little brother Suze was specially recruited into the Great Xia Spirit Guards by Captain Guo. Captain Guo personally stated that he would not need to participate in any training or tasks before graduating. Jiang Sheng suddenly glared at him with his murky eyes, interrupting, Captain Guo. Guo Linshan is no longer your captain. I am in charge here. What exception of recruitment is that? Does he treat the Great Xia Spirit Guards as his personal domain? Everyone is either to train obediently or get out of the Great Xia Spirit Guards. The lanky man immediately chimed in, yes, I wondered why this kid was so audacious to defy authority. Turns out he is a privileged recruit. Too bad. Your connections have retired now. Hearing these words from them felt particularly ironic to Suze. However, he did not wish to comply with their desires to leave the Great Xia Spirit Guards. He admired the ideals of this army and respected the oath he had taken upon joining. It was precisely for this reason that Suze felt such disgust towards the people before him. Their actions were a disgrace to the Great Xia Spirit Guards. Not willing to leave and unwilling to train. Your attitude makes it difficult for me to handle. It seems I need to discipline you properly. Jiang Sheng sneered maliciously, as a massive black snake began to materialize behind him, that moment of tension. Suze had already decided to have the nightmare avatar hypnotize them all and swiftly eliminate them, leaving no evidence behind. After that, he could simply wait for Jiang Tianlong's grandfather to come seeking revenge for his son and grandson. But just then, a familiar boisterous voice echoed from the air, Jiang Sheng, I dare you to make a move. Following that, the silver-haired Yu Shenghua descended from the sky, landing squarely between the two factions, separating them. President Yu? I didn't realize you were at the association, and Su Yao, why are you here too? Just having President Yu here would have sufficed, Suze said, pleased to see them, as it was indeed a pleasant surprise. Su Yao approached Suze, complaining, after I found President Yu, he immediately brought me here. Didn't he promise me he wouldn't act until I arrived? Why is he so impulsive? We almost didn't make it. Suze scratched his head awkwardly. He truly hadn't anticipated that Yu Shenghua was still in the city. Was the Jiang family this careless in their actions this time? However, this was a good thing. With Yu Shenghua present, Jiang Sheng would have to think twice before taking action. From the earlier pressure, Suze could sense that, perhaps due to lacking talent, Jiang Sheng's strength was not particularly formidable, even weaker than his son Jiang Tianlong. Not to mention, since Yu Shenghua had faced the Fuso secret guards at Tianyan Volcano and burned his life to break through, he had experienced a surge in power despite being in his twilight years. Reaching level 70 as a beastmaster, to continue leveling up, he needed to contract higher-level beasts. Yet, Yu Shenghua recognized his limits and saw no need to waste the nation's high-level beast resources. Since Jiang Sheng was not a match for Yu Shenghua, he could not afford to be arrogant. After all, in the end, it all came down to strength, as expected. Jiang Sheng, as Suze had anticipated, reined in his aura and looked at Yu Shenghua, saying, President Yu, this is an internal matter of the Great Xia Spirit Guards and has nothing to do with your Beastmaster Association. You have no authority here. Yu Shenghua laughed heartily and replied, haha, don't try to grandstand and save face. Everyone knows you're here for revenge. Little Guo specifically asked me to look after Suze before he left, and I can't go back on my word. Upon seeing this, Jiang Sheng no longer played along, his smile turning sinister as he declared, good, very good. Now there's an extra person to accompany my son to the grave. Yu Shenghua, do you really think you're strong enough that I can't do anything about you? Ultimately, they were all just frogs in a well from a remote area, unaware of the depth of the family background. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure, clad in an ordinary Great Xia Spirit Guard's uniform and with a hood pulled low, stepped forward from behind him. As he lifted his hood, a shock of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles became visible. Jiang Sheng was relying on nothing more than a frail old man with white hair. He bowed respectfully to him, retreating while saying, Father, it is the son who is useless. It seems I must ultimately depend on your intervention. Humph! The old man snorted coldly and then silently summoned his beast. With a flash of platinum light, a terrifying aura enveloped the scene. Chapter 83. Reinforcements. Is it truly the case that the young must rely on the old? Is the plot truly this cliché? Suze lamented weakly as he gazed at the elderly figure with a head full of white hair. Meanwhile, Yu Shenghua, who had been so confident just moments ago, turned pale upon seeing the old man. Zhang Lu, I never expected you, as the fourth in command of the Jiang family, would come here. Is there truly no one else in the Jiang family? Zhang Lu scoffed. Whether the Jiang family has capable individuals is no concern of yours. My favorite grandson died here under mysterious circumstances. If I hadn't acted just now, perhaps even my younger son would have met the same fate. Do you think I could just sit idly by? Shouldn't I intervene? With Zhang Lu's furious roar, a pure white tiger emerged from the summoning array, towering behind him. The tiger stood 3 or 4 stories high, its sharp fangs measuring half a person's length, and it sported a pair of wings on its back. With a thunderous roar, the immense pressure rendered everyone breathless. How formidable! Even Su Zhe found himself bowing his head. He turned to Yu Shenghua and asked, President Yu, what do you think? Can we handle this? Yu Shenghua shook his head. This old man is incredibly powerful. Both his beast taming level and bloodline far surpass mine. Victory is impossible. I will do my utmost to hold him off. You must flee as far as you can. Su Zhe gritted his teeth. Flee? How far could he run? Without Feng Qingyi, he could only rely on his 2 legs, while Zhang Lu could obviously fly. Before he could even take a few steps, he would likely be caught and dealt with in a single blow. Why Yu Shenghua's fear of Zhang Lu indicated that his level surely exceeded 70. It remained uncertain if it surpassed 75, and whether Lin Shi's nightmarish avatar could still be of AIDIT was a gamble to take. Lowering his voice, Su Zhe leaned closer to Yu Shenghua and said, President Yu, I doubt I can escape. It would be better to stay and assist you. Let us confront him together. Confront? How will you do that? Unless your golden feather phoenix is truly alive. In that case, you must flee. It cannot fall into the hands of the Jiang family. Yu Shenghua replied in a low voice. Su Zhe shook his head. The golden feather phoenix is indeed gone. I currently possess only a platinum-level beast of over 40 levels. Then how can you assist me? Staying here will only hinder my escape. Do not dither. Leave quickly. The sooner you escape, the sooner I can retreat, thus increasing our chances of survival. Yu Shenghua exclaimed, his urgency evident. Su Zhe continued to explain, President Yu, while I may not be of much help, my shadow can assist. There is a powerful being, yes, a powerful being has left a life-saving measure within my shadow. If we can delay for a while, it can hypnotize the enemy. Since Lin Shi had become a mere staff member at the Beast Taming University after that incident, he likely wished to keep his identity concealed, which is why Su Zhe did not speak it outright. Once he falls asleep, we can easily deal with him. Su Zhe discreetly made a gesture. For him, Zhang Lu's arrival was fortuitous. It allowed him to resolve everything in one go and eliminate future threats. Yu Shenghua glanced at Su Zhe and then nodded. If the powerful being you speak of is indeed who I think it is, then there is no issue. I will trust you this once. Observing the two whispering, Zhang Lu remained unperturbed, watching them with apparent indifference, seemingly unconcerned that they might devise a strategy against him. Have you finished your farewells? Once you are done, I shall strike. Zhang Lu did not employ any beast taming techniques. He merely pointed forward, and the winged white tiger lunged toward them. Yu Shenghua summoned the furious flame lion, transforming it into a beast armor that enveloped him as he charged forward. The aftermath of their battle was beyond what anyone else could withstand, prompting the crowd to retreat swiftly as the heavy dust settled. The two combatants' situation became evident. Yu Shenghua had managed to withstand the tiger's assault, bracing himself against its massive paws. At first glance, it appeared they were evenly matched. Yet Su Zhe, standing closer, quickly discerned that Yu Shenghua's beast armor was utterly shattered at the hands. His hands were bloodied and mangled, bones protruding from the flesh, while the white tiger wore a distinctly human-like expression of mockery, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. With each step Zhang Lu took forward, Yu Shenghua's expression twisted in pain, his form sinking slightly. Just as the two engaged in combat, Su Zhe, under the curious gaze of Su Yao, implored his shadow, Nightmare, please lend a hand. This time, we cannot remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative. Indeed, his shadow responded, manifesting dark tendrils that emerged hesitantly. Nightmare, if you do not assist, I will surely perish. As a mere avatar, it lacked complete intellect, retaining only simple commands, such as protecting Su Zhe's life. Thus, when Su Zhe uttered that he would certainly die, it was immediately activated. Su Zhe was overjoyed and began directing the Nightmare avatar to stealthily infiltrate Zhang Lu's shadow for an attack. Everything proceeded smoothly, to the point that Su Zhe could hardly believe it. The nightmare had successfully concealed itself within Jiang Lu's shadow, gently probing him with its tendrils in an attempt to induce hypnosis. This time, the tendrils, usually so effective, did not immediately plunge Jiang Lu into a disorienting dream as they had previously. However, Su Zhe understood that this was due to Jiang Lu's elevated level, requiring more time. "President Yu, please endure for a bit longer," Su Zhe silently urged. Meanwhile, the White Tiger, although capable of swiftly defeating Yu Shenghua, opted to torment him instead, gradually pushing half of Yu Shenghua's body into the earth while his hands became utterly unrecognizable. "Why hasn't it succeeded?" Su Zhe grew anxious. At that moment, Jiang Lu spoke. "All right, White Tiger. Once you've had your fun, finish them off." He then glanced at the anxiously waiting Su Zhe with a smile. "By the way, young man, it seems you intended to use that against me, didn't you?" In a swift motion, Jiang Lu grasped one of the nightmare avatar's tendrils, yanking a shadowy figure from it. "You thought to use this against me? How unfortunate. If its true form had come, I would indeed have been caught off guard, but merely an avatar. You must be underestimating me." With a violent tug, he tore the nightmare apart. In that moment, Su Zhe felt a surge of despair. Jiang Lu's beast taming level was certainly at least 80. Even if Feng Qingyi were to undergo a timely rebirth, it would likely be futile, unless the teacher could arrive. Just as the nightmare avatar was destroyed, Lin Shi abruptly stood from his reclined position. This young man truly has encountered a master." He then hesitated, glancing toward the entrance of the subterranean space. He had guarded this place for so many years not to fend off foreign forces like the Fusang Dark Guards. They were hardly a threat worth his vigilance. What he truly feared lay on the other side of the dragon corpse. Just a brief absence should be fine, right? Ultimately, Lin Shi resolved to leave the Beast Taming University once more for the sake of his student. After many years, in an instant, he traversed halfway and witnessed the commotion of the battle not far ahead. Yet, he halted in his tracks. "You little rascal, since you've returned, I shall grant you an opportunity to save your junior disciple." He promptly turned back to fly away. "Yes, teacher." From the air, a light, carefree voice echoed. Chapter 84. A brawny man, Jiang Lu reveled in the despair etched on Su Zhe's face, relishing the thought of his beloved grandson being driven to self-destruction. A decision made in dire circumstances. He intended for Su Zhe to experience the same feeling. "Well then, take this despair and go apologize to my grandson in the underworld." Wait. Just as Jiang Lu prepared to strike, he was interrupted. If it had been an ordinary person, he would not have bothered. But this was his son, Jiang Sheng. With a satisfied expression, Jiang Sheng looked at Su Zhe and declared, "Father, leave him to me. I will personally avenge Tianlong." "Very well." Jiang Lu nodded. Though Jiang Tian was his favorite grandson, Jiang Sheng, being his own son, was more suited to seek vengeance. "Then it is entrusted to you." Yu Shenghua, upon hearing this, prepared to resist further but was abruptly struck down into the earth by the White Tiger. Behind Jiang Sheng, a black serpent coiled around his body, transforming into a syringe-like firearm affixed to his left arm. Simultaneously, a faint serpentine shadow ensnared Su Zhe, rendering him unable to escape. "Kid, I will not allow you to die swiftly. I will inject toxins into your body, slowly corroding your insides, allowing you to feel the agony of your organs melting before you perish in excruciating pain." He raised the venomous short gun, poised to strike Su Zhe. Just then, a green dragon spear descended from the sky, shattering the short gun in Jiang Sheng's grasp. His beast reverted to its original form, writhing in agony beneath the spear. Corrosive blood gushed forth, but it was swiftly absorbed by the green dragon spear. Jiang Lu's expression shifted drastically, and he hurriedly shielded his son. The speed of the green dragon spear had been so astonishing that he barely registered it. Had it struck Jiang Lu instead of Jiang Sheng, he would not have escaped unscathed. Such formidable power, coupled with that weapon, left Jiang Lu with only one name in mind: Dragon Tamer Shao Cheng. Why is he here? Wasn't he cooperating with the Eastern Legion to detonate Futu Mountain? With Fusang sustaining such significant losses, how could he have returned so easily? In truth, they not only dared not hinder Shao Cheng, but they also wished to host a fireworks display in celebration once he departed. Unfortunately, the eruption of Futu Mountain had resulted in numerous civilian casualties, forcing them to feign grief in front of various media outlets, bowing and apologizing, unable to openly express their delight. After the green dragon spear, A figure clad in white, Xiao Cheng, gracefully descended from the sky. The spear transformed into a diminutive yet fierce emerald dragon. Coiling around Xiao Cheng, the black serpent was released, slithering back to Jiang Shang's side, albeit considerably weakened after losing a significant amount of blood to the spear. The emerald dragon, still vigilant, glared at the winged white tiger below, letting out a dragon's roar that sent it fleeing in fear. Yu Shenghua, now entirely buried in the earth, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. There's actually a person beneath that tiger. Seeing this, Xiao Cheng casually waved a hand, rescuing Yu Shenghua from the ground. Subsequently, a green light enveloped him, instantly healing his injuries. Not only were the broken bones in his hands reattached, returning to their original position, but even the life force he had burned in battle felt somewhat restored. Father, what should we do? With Xiao Cheng here, we have no hope of avenging ourselves today. We might even end up sacrificing ourselves, Jiang Shang uttered nervously, glancing at the figure in white above. What are you panicking for? Zhang Lu chided. He then whispered a reminder, just remember, that kid Su Zhe is ultimately a member of your ranks in the Daxia Spirit Guards. You were merely teaching him a lesson. Even Xiao Cheng cannot interfere. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shang swallowed hard and replied, We are merely conducting normal training. Is there any issue with Lord Xiao Cheng? Not at all, Xiao Cheng descended and said, I am merely here as the honorary commander of the Daxia Spirit Guards Eastern Legion, bearing a message, Su Zhe, he called out as he landed. Here. Su Zhe quickly jogged to Xiao Cheng's side, feeling a surge of confidence with this support. Very well, have you grown this much? Su Zhe was momentarily stunned. The implication of this statement was that he recognized him, even from his childhood. Before he could process this, Xiao Cheng continued with utmost seriousness. I am here to convey the orders from the Daxia Spirit Guards Eastern Legion headquarters. Given that Su Zhe has repeatedly thwarted the plans of the Fusang Dark Guards, killing numerous operatives and exposing many hidden threats, despite his short tenure, he has achieved remarkable feats and is hereby promoted to the captain of the 13th Division of the Daxia Spirit Guards Eastern Legion. Su Zhe was momentarily taken aback and then filled with joy. He had long been troubled by Jiang Shang's promotion to his superior, which meant he could employ various methods against him. Even if they failed this time due to Xiao Cheng's appearance, there was no telling what tactics Jiang Shang might use next. He was unwilling to be forced out of the Daxia Spirit Guards. Now, being promoted to captain meant he was on equal footing with Jiang Shang, and he no longer had to heed his commands. Jiang Shang furrowed his brow and said, Lord Xiao Cheng, I do not wish to question you, but there are only 4 legions and 12 divisions in the Eastern Legion. Where does this 13th division come from? Xiao Cheng chuckled. Well, now there is one. Due to the consecutive assaults by the Fusang Dark Guards on Beishan City, the headquarters has decided to establish an additional division there. Su Zhe will serve as the captain, and as for the members, you may select from the existing Daxia Spirit Guards. Su Zhe's smile widened. He needn't even choose. He could simply integrate all the previous members of the Daxia Spirit Guards into his division. Jiang Shang's expression darkened even further, but that was not the end. Su Zhe pointed at a thin man in front of him and declared, Him, I want him too. The man immediately trembled in fear, clinging to Jiang Shang's leg, and Master, if they take me, I will surely be tortured. I don't want that. Jiang Shang, already in a foul mood, kicked him away, saying, You disgraceful fool, if you want him, take him. Don't dirty my eyes here. Ha ha, did you hear that? Come here. Sun Hao swiftly pulled him over. The thin man was soon surrounded by a group of burly men, all of whom wore mischievous grins. You want us to train you? Don't worry. We will certainly give you a good training session. Help me? No, please. Chapter 85. Mutual restraint. Thanks to Xiao Cheng's appearance, Su Zhe finally navigated through this crisis unscathed, bringing along the other Daxia Spirit Guards. They returned to the site of the previously destroyed camp, having opted to relocate due to the hassle of clearing the area. In hindsight, the original location had its merits, as it was filled with memories. Most importantly, they now had assistance in clearing the debris. What are you standing around for? Why aren't you moving these stones yet? If this area isn't cleared by today, you won't be allowed to eat, Sun Hao threatened, wielding a whip in his single arm, striking the AI in front of him. 7 or 8 individuals were sorrowfully clearing debris. Among them was the thin monkey. With Xiao Shang's backing behind him, Su Zhe unhesitatingly summoned the most arrogant individuals to him, and Jiang Lu and Jiang Sheng dared not refuse. They had now completely descended into the role of laborers, helping the guards of the 13 teams vent their frustrations. However, their satisfaction did not equate to Su Zhe's contentment with the outcome. He approached the still-present Xiao Shang, who was resting on a branch of a giant tree. As the camp remained a mere ruin, the Bai Yun Jiaolong was not by his side. Instead, a beautiful girl clad in a green dress, with a pair of small dragon horns atop her head, stood in her place. Su Zhe recognized her as the transformation of Bai Yun Jiaolong. Astonished to find that the fearsome creature was also a female, like Feng Qingyi little junior brother. "Did you come to find me for something?" Xiao Xing asked with a smile as Su Zhe approached. His striking appearance, complemented by his fondness for white clothing, added an air of elegance. It was hard to imagine that such a person could be an indelible shadow in the hearts of the Fusang people. Su Zhe voiced his first perplexity. "Xiao Shang, senior brother, I know you are also a student of Master Lin Shi, hence you refer to me as junior brother. But what did that earlier statement mean? Have you seen me as a child?" Xiao Shang nodded. "Not only did I see you, but I also changed your diapers. It was quite smelly." He waved his hand in front of his nose, then looked at Su Zhe with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I wonder what scale that little sparrow I once saw has grown into now." Su Zhe's face flushed with embarrassment, fearful that disclosing too much would frighten him. Xiao Shang continued, "Back then, both your parents and I were students of Old Master Lin. They were my junior brother and sister." He frowned. "So when I heard that Old Master Lin had taken you as a student, I was puzzled for quite some time about whether to call you junior brother or nephew. Now I realize it's simple. If the teacher considers you a student, then you are my junior brother." "You all studied under Old Master Lin?" Su Zhe exclaimed in surprise. "That's entirely different styles." Xiao Sheng explained. "Indeed, at that time, I focused on learning Old Master Lin's combat techniques, while they pursued his research knowledge. My talent was rather mediocre. The teacher even considered giving up on me at one point. In comparison, your parents were exceptionally gifted in the realm of research. Ultimately, with their assistance, Bai Yun was able to successfully absorb dragon blood and evolve into a Jiaolong." He chuckled lightly. "If it weren't for your parents' help, that old man would never have succeeded before, wasting plenty of divine beast blood in the process." Realizing he might have disrespected his teacher, he cleared his throat. As the most prominent war god of Daxia, he represented the face of Diaxia. Su Zhe pretended not to hear. The transformed girl, Bai Yun Jiaolong, stepped forward, scrutinizing Su Zhe, and gently touched his forehead with her dragon horn. "Bai Yun expresses her gratitude in the way of her kind," Xiao Sheng explained. "Without your parents' assistance, she would have perished long ago." Xiao Sheng sighed. "We feel quite guilty towards you as well." After Bai Yun evolved into a diamond-level beast, the teacher had to suspend all research at the academy to personally ensure my safety. Because of this, he failed to notice the research your parents were conducting. By the time everything occurred, it was already too late. Su Zhe was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. The decisions made could not be altered. Even if Lin Shi had alerted them to the dangers and tried to prevent them, Su Zhe believed his parents would have made the same choices. "Given your expression, Old Master Lin must have informed you about the events that transpired. Do you have any further questions for me?" Xiao Sheng inquired. Su Zhe nodded. "Indeed, senior brother. Why did you let those individuals go? Shouldn't we eradicate the threat completely?" He gestured as if cutting his throat, prompting Xiao Sheng to applaud. "Good lad. Fierce enough. I like it." In Su Zhe's eyes, Xiao Sheng, who had instilled fear across Fusang, should not be a hesitant or soft-hearted individual. He understood that as long as Jiang Lu and Jiang Sheng were alive, they posed a continuous threat to Su Zhe, unless they could be protected at all times. However, as one of Daxia's only two level 100 war gods, Xiao Sheng had many responsibilities and could not manage that. Responding to Su Zhe's inquiry, Xiao Sheng sighed. "I initially intended to eliminate them decisively, but regrettably, someone was watching me from a distance. That individual is unpredictable, and if I dared to strike against Jiang's kin in front of him, it would surely lead to a deadly confrontation. Even if I could kill Jiang Lu and the others before he acted, he could just as easily kill you before I could intervene. So I couldn't make a move." Su Zhe was taken aback. The only person who could make Xiao Sheng act with such caution in Daxia was the other, lesser-known level 100 war god. Unlike Xiao Sheng, this individual rarely made appearances and had quietly reached level 100 without drawing attention. Thus, when he finally emerged, it would be too late for Fusang to take action. This war god was known for two key traits: his patriotic spirit and the immense pressure he bore alone against formidable foes before Xiao Sheng. His close relationship with the Jiang family had also transformed the original triad of prominent families into a quartet. With him present, it was indeed unwise to act against the Jiang family. Bai Yun nodded in agreement, pouting, exactly. He seems normal most of the time, but once he starts fighting, he turns into a madman. I don't want to face that long, thick stick of his. Clearly, she had suffered under that stick before. Xiao Shang continued, you needn't worry. When I'm unable to assist, he won't be able to find the opportunity to target you either. Moreover, besides completing my task and visiting the teacher, I need to replenish the energy of the sculpture avatar that has been drained by the Beast Master Association in Beishan. I will place a mark on you. Should danger arise, the avatar will be activated to protect you. Xu Zhe felt relieved. He had not witnessed the power of the activated sculpture but had heard accounts from others. Its ability to effortlessly defeat a pseudo-artifact was said to possess at least level 80 strength, sufficient to deal with Jianglu, unless the Jiang family resorted to unsporting tactics involving their ancestors. As Xu Zhe was about to say more, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. The tremor was subtle and quickly dissipated. Initially thinking it was a figment of his imagination, he turned to see Xiao Shang's serious expression. Beside him, Bai Yun grew increasingly agitated, as if influenced by something. Senior brother Xiao Shang, what is happening? Xu Zhe inquired. If my senses are correct, we may be facing a serious problem. Stay here. I'll investigate with that. He took flight, and Bai Yun nestled into his arms, transforming into a streak of pale green light as they sped away, leaving Xu Zhe bewildered, watching their departing figures, that direction is towards the Beast Master University. Chapter 86. An anchor's disturbance. What could be happening at the school to make Xiao Shang so anxious? Unless the anchor point is in trouble. This terrifying conjecture startled Xu Zhe. If the anchor point malfunctioned, it could lead to an invasion from the beast world, involving combat on the divine beast level. Although Xu Zhe had the aid of a system, he had yet to grow strong enough to face such a crisis. No, it might not necessarily be the case. There are multiple anchor points, and even if one beneath the school were to falter, it would not immediately result in an invasion from the beast world. He decided to see what was going on. Even if it were true, he would need to awaken Feng Qingyi to survive. Xu Zhe followed Xiao Shang's lead towards the school. Just as he set off, Xiao Shang had already adeptly opened the entrance to the hidden passage and slipped inside. Though the tremors had subsided, he remained highly alert, with Bai Yun transformed into a Qinglong spear in his grasp. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, chuckling bitterly as a layer of green light enveloped him. Where the light passed, all darkness and shadows were dispelled, forcing a black figure into view. Teacher, at a time like this, please don't play games with me. Lin Shi emerged from the shadows, sipping wine. TSK, you've grown stronger. The teacher can no longer tease you as before. Seeing that Lin Shi appeared unharmed eased Xiao Shang's tension. Lin Shi smiled at his prized student, but as he took a step forward, he suddenly gasped, as if pulled by a wound. He then spat out the wine in his mouth, which was bright red and mixed with blood. Xiao Shang, alarmed, hurried forward to support Lin Shi, noticing the bloodstains on his chest. Teacher, Bai Yun and I just sensed his presence. What happened? Lin Shi took a moment to steady himself before swallowing the blood-tinged wine. What else could it be? He has risen from the dead. Fortunately, I only left for a moment, preventing him from gaining a foothold. Lin Shi, supported by Xiao Shang, made his way back to the underground space. He had just been there, battling a dragon corpse against the wall. To be precise, it was merely a piece of a corpse. This was why he had to remain there, as a dragon whose body had already turned to bones had yet to die. Just as he intended to assist Xu Zhe after his brief absence, that piece of dragon flesh suddenly spread from another world, attempting to adhere to the empty skeleton in this realm, seeking to restore it. No one knew if the completed dragon would truly resurrect or what consequences might ensue. Upon returning in time, Lin Shi had sensed the anomaly and immediately sought to intervene. However, most of his nightmare's abilities were on a mental level, ineffective against a thoughtless piece of flesh. He could only rely on brute strength to suppress it, yet when the flesh sensed resistance, it transformed into a small, vivid red dragon to attack Lin Xit. Was in this clash that Lin Shi sustained injuries. Fortunately, Feng Qingyi, who was undergoing nirvana nearby, intervened. Although her power was insufficient, she managed to manipulate a strand of dragon flame from the furnace, repelling the flesh dragon. To their surprise, it was intimidated by her fire, prompting Feng Qingyi and Lin Shi to press their advantage and completely subdue it. However, they ultimately failed to destroy it, allowing the flesh to retreat with the skeleton back into the beast world, thereby shortening the distance between the two realms. This perplexed Lin Shi the most. If the dragon corpse had risen and no longer wished to act as an anchor point, its loosening should have increased the distance between the two worlds. Instead, the opposite occurred. He could not fathom it. The individuals who studied anchor points most deeply were Su Zhe's parents. Since most of their research materials had been destroyed in the past, he had no way of knowing what this all meant. After recounting everything, Lin Shi opened his palm, revealing a restless drop of golden blood. The sole benefit of this incident is that I obtained a drop of divine beast blood from the flesh. What do you think? Should I give it to your Bai Yun Jiaolong? Lin Shi asked. Ordinary beasts could not withstand the power of divine beast blood, but Bai Yun Jiaolong had succeeded before, allowing her to evolve into a diamond-level beast. However, Xiao Sheng shook his head. No need. Dragon blood no longer holds value for Bai Yun. We've reached our limits. A single drop of dragon blood won't solve anything. He pondered before suggesting, how about let that fellow use this drop of blood as a token of allegiance? Lin Shi shook his head. Just this one drop is far from sufficient. Since you don't need it, I'll give it to my savior. Had it not been for her, I might have perished. He then flicked the drop of dragon blood into the furnace where Feng Qingyi was undergoing nirvana. She rejoiced, but this also extended her already nearing completion of nirvana. She closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber once more. Before losing consciousness, it seemed she heard Lin Shi murmur, "She is," but the rest was lost as she completely succumbed. Soon, Su Zhe arrived at the Beast Master University, panting from running but still pressing on towards the breeding area, scanning the surroundings and finding no one. He opened the hidden passage and ventured in. Su Zhe did not dwell on the matter for long. After nodding, he departed from the underground space. Once his figure had completely vanished, Xiao Cheng turned to the nearby fire pit where Feng Qingyi was undergoing her nirvana and addressed Lin Shi. "Master, the master of that little phoenix is actually our junior brother. We have already incurred enough debts to him. You mustn't put him in peril again." Lin Shi sighed in response. "I understand your concerns. In fact, I have been keeping an eye on this young man over the years. Not long ago, he merely possessed remarkable spiritual talents but struggled to form a contract with a beast. I refrained from intervening, believing he could live a tranquil life as an ordinary person, which I thought was sufficient. However, it is astonishing that shortly thereafter, he began to acquire an abundance of high-level beast eggs, so numerous that he could even gift them. Beyond the diamond-grade phoenix currently in nirvana, he presented a platinum-grade beast egg to the retired Guolinshan and recently hatched a platinum-grade Shadow Realm Lord beast before my eyes." Xiao Cheng's mouth fell agape. For him, these beasts were trivial, as his collection was far richer. The issue was that he was one of the 2 level 100 war gods in the Great Xia, allowing him access to such high-level beasts. Yet, Su Zhe was merely a first-year student without any family backing. If one were to argue, he and his teacher were likely his greatest support. The fact that they had not provided any assistance rendered the origins of these high-level beasts rather suspicious. "It seems our junior brother has his own opportunities," Xiao Cheng remarked. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. "Perhaps we should have anticipated this. He managed to return alive from that ordeal, and even without his memories, he must have transformed in some way." He gazed upwards at the dark rift in space. This chasm, dividing 2 worlds, could not be withstood by anything. Only the hardened dragon corpse remained, preventing it from closing. Yet, one person had once traversed this black hole, Su Zhe. The incident caused by the Su Lin couple's experiment had led to great upheaval. Lin Shi and Xiao Cheng rushed to the scene only to find chaos. A slowly closing spatial rift, and a child expelled from the void. They could not comprehend why the Su Lin couple had chosen to keep Su Zhe so close during such a perilous experiment. They were equally baffled by how Su Zhe had returned unscathed from a black hole that even a level 100 war god could not traverse. Sadly, Su Zhe lost his memories of that time, leaving the details of what transpired a mystery. Their attempts to inquire or use mental powers to delve into Su Zhe's memories yielded nothing but excruciating pain for him, and they were compelled to abandon their efforts. Recalling the past, Lin Shi sighed, "Our time is exceedingly limited. Even if we manage to seize our goal, we will still need time for training, thus we must hasten our pace." Currently, Su Zhe and his beasts present the most fitting choice. So there is no turning back. He then adopted a resolute demeanor, stating, however, "I swear on my life that I will ensure his safety." Xiao Cheng sighed, nodding helplessly. "Teacher, you need not say that. I will fully cooperate with you. Let us ensure that no one is harmed." Lin Shi merely smiled faintly. Despite having become one of the war gods of Great Xia, this child remained so innocent. There is no such thing as gaining trust without a cost. Besides, he was nearing the end of his journey. It would be better to burn brightly in the final moments of his life. The two then departed the underground space, leaving behind the reborn Feng Qingyi, the slowly rotating spatial rift, and the half-buried dragon skeleton that had once again fallen into silence. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the deep scar left by the Su Lin couple on the dragon skeleton was not situated in the realm of humanity, nor had it been resurrected and dragged into the beast world as they had speculated. Instead, it lay perfectly in the middle, at the very place where the spatial rift incessantly spun and sought closure. If the dragon skeleton were intact, it could indeed withstand the rift's slicing. However, not that fissure was slowly but resolutely widening under the sharp forces of space. The dragon skeleton seemed on the verge of being cleaved in two, allowing the spatial rift to close. Chapter 88. The statue Xiao Cheng, still feeling unsettled after leaving, arrived at the entrance of the Beast Tamer Association, gazing at the statue of himself. The statue depicted him from his days as a student in Beishan, appearing more youthful and somewhat naive than he did now. The area around the statue was bustling with people, for the Beast Tamer Association was one of the liveliest places in every city. Yet, amidst the throng, not a single person noticed Xiao Cheng's presence. This was a subtle trick he employed to avoid being overwhelmed by the crowd's enthusiasm. Having been born and raised in Beishan, he was particularly well-liked here, which led to the creation of this statue in his honor. The stone sculpture was crafted from a special material designed to preserve power for an extended period, harboring a fragment of his essence. Xiao Cheng approached the statue, caressing it and feeling the diminished power within. He began the process of restoration, only stopping when the statue reached its maximum capacity. However, after taking a step back, he shook his head in dissatisfaction and reached for his waist. There, he wore a belt adorned with a gem the size of an egg. As he grasped the gem, it sparkled, and he produced a large beast core. This was not merely a gem but a rare core from a space-type beast. Even Xiao Cheng had only acquired this single level 60 core, which he fashioned into a belt that could open a personal space of several square meters. He had just retrieved the beast core from that very space. The statue's endurance was ultimately a bit lacking. The powerful cores in his collection were not suitable for it, but this level 90 core was just right. He proceeded to merge the core into the statue. Instantly, the statue erupted in radiant light, which gradually subsided after a brief moment. Xiao Cheng's subtle technique allowed him to diminish his presence, rendering him unnoticed by others. However, it could not conceal the enormous statue, which quickly attracted a crowd around it. "What is happening? Quick, come see." Lord Xiao Cheng's statue is glowing, especially at the top. It was dazzlingly bright. Could it be that Lord Xiao Cheng is manifesting again? Nonsense. Lord Xiao Cheng is alive and well. What manifestation are you talking about? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Many recalled the recent event when the statue revived and effortlessly defeated a dark guard wielding a divine sword, tossing him into a garbage bin. Yet, that revival was prompted by danger, activated by a token. Now, there seemed to be no immediate threat. Had the statue sensed something? The crowd glanced around cautiously, but finding nothing, they began to relax. Just then, the statue finished absorbing the core, its aura receding, and the brilliance faded away. The crowd finally felt at ease, but still approached the statue reverently as if to pay homage before dispersing to handle their own affairs. Meanwhile, Xiao Cheng, the instigator, had already slipped away before the crowd gathered. "Junior brother, this is all I can do for you. As long as that old monster from the Jiang family does not intervene, this statue will protect you, at least until I or Master can come to your rescue." Not only had Xiao Cheng enhanced the statue from top to bottom, but he had also modified certain settings. Now, beyond the token-activated mechanism, the statue could activate to protect Su Zhe in moments of life-threatening danger. However, the statue had its limitations. If Su Zhe found himself too far from it when danger arose, it might not sense him in time. Even if it could respond, it would take time to reach him. Though it could fly, as a statue, its speed was limited. Therefore, it was best if Su Zhe encountered danger within Beishan or nearby cities, as the statue would be able to respond promptly, while anything beyond that range would pose difficulties. These details needed to be conveyed to Su Zhe before he departed Beishan to attend to his own matters. On the other side, the agitated Jiang father and son received news about the unusual happenings surrounding the statue at the Beast Tamer Association. After all, they were part of a team responsible for the safety of Beishan. Since most people were still unaware of the existence of Su Zhe's 13th team, They were among the first to learn of events occurring in the city. Xiaoqing's statue is acting strange? He is right here in Beishan. What significance does a statue's change hold? Jiang Sheng dismissed the news with indifference. He was currently infuriated by Xiaoqing's interruption of his revenge plans and had no desire to hear anything related to him. However, Jiang Lu seized his hand and scrutinized the news closely. Father, there's no need to look further. It's all useless information. Before Jiang Sheng could finish, Jiang Lu shot him a fierce glare. Useless? Do you not realize what this signifies? Only Xiaoqing himself could cause such an alteration in the statue. He must have performed some trick to ensure it can protect Su Zhe. After all, he could not remain in Beishan indefinitely and would have to leave soon. Unlike me, I have only a few years left to live. If it means avenging Tianlong, I can spend all my remaining years here, Jiang Lu declared fiercely. However, he added with some reluctance, but even if he is gone, that statue remains to obstruct us. What shall we do, father? If it's just a statue, can you handle it? Jiang Lu shook his head. Even if it's merely a statue, it is likely not something I can easily deal with. Yet, it is still an inanimate object. If we think carefully, there must be a way, as Jiang Lu pondered. Jiang Sheng remarked, if only he could help us fend off Xiaoqing. Did he not promise to prevent others from killing people from the Jiang family? Why does he not intervene regarding Tianlong? Jiang Lu scoffed, you are mistaken. He is not a member of the Jiang family. His promise is not to allow others to kill Jiang family members in his presence. However, to actively assist us in seeking vengeance is out of the question. After all, our Jiang family does not hold any favor in his eyes, he continued. But there is a way. As long as we can lure Su Zhe away, further away the better, the statue will not have time to react, and it will be manageable. The only challenge was finding a compelling reason to entice him to willingly distance himself from Beishan. Chapter 89. Combat methods. With the diligent efforts of several dedicated individuals, the reconstruction of the 13th Team's camp progressed remarkably well. Xiaoqing had been gone for several days, and perhaps due to the recent peculiarities surrounding the statue, the Jiang family had not stirred up any trouble, much to Su Zhe's relief. However, Jiang Sheng's spirit guards had grown so silent that they neglected both minor and major occurrences in the city, nearly causing unrest. Fortunately, word of Su Zhe's 13th team had spread, and a plethora of accumulated documents flooded into the rudimentary tents erected amidst the ruins. Su Zhe was bewildered by the contents, feeling overwhelmed. After all, whether before or after his traversal, he was merely a student with little social experience, unaccustomed to such matters. Thankfully, the other members of the Great Xia Spirit Guards were seasoned veterans. Captain Su, matters such as the invasion by Fusong are rare events, usually occurring only once every few years, and this year is an exception. Typically, we deal with trivial disputes between beast tamers, like when one tamer's beast forces another's to breed during their mating season, or when two tamers agree to breed their beasts but end up with only one beast, leading to a dispute over ownership. Most of the issues were mundane. Occasionally, there would be unruly beast tamers, and that was when they needed to intervene with force. Regarding martial prowess, after forming a contract with the Shadow Moon Wolf King, Su Zhe had reached the 30-level mark in spiritual power. The Shadow Moon Wolf King was a level 45 Lord Beast, comparable in strength to diamond beasts of the same level. However, since diamond beasts typically hatch at levels above 50, it remained uncertain if he could truly surpass them. Nonetheless, Su Zhe was still the strongest in the 13th team, and even relying solely on his strength, he could maintain his position as captain. Brother Sun, since you are so knowledgeable in handling these matters, I will leave everything to you. I truly cannot manage this. If I were to force my way through, it would likely lead to a farce. Sun Hao chuckled, Captain Su, I used to enjoy hearing you call me brother, but now that you are our captain, I cannot bear that title. Seeing that Sun Hao was not joking, Su Zhe nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders increase. Sun Hao took the various documents from Su Zhe's hands. I will find a few former colleagues who were responsible for paperwork. We will take care of all this. Captain Su, you can focus on your own matters. We remember Elder Gui's orders. You need not involve yourself in the tedious tasks of the Great Xia Spirit Guards until your graduation. Moreover, we have heard that the decade-long Beast Tamer tournament will soon commence. Given Captain Su's talents, you are sure to secure a spot in the competition, so take this time to prepare well. The Beast Tamer tournament is a significant event. Even if you do not win, simply qualifying will bring you fame and rewards. The brothers are looking forward to basking in your glory, Sun Hao said cheerfully. Others chimed in, absolutely. With the captain's talents, I am certain he can win the Beast Tamer tournament. When that time comes, the captain must share some benefits with us. Sure, no problem. Suze replied enthusiastically. He was primarily interested in the Champion S prize, the Phoenix Fruit, and was indeed aiming for victory. However, he felt somewhat guilty about being a mere figurehead, so he said to Sun Hao, "Brother Sun, while I truly know little about other matters, I am adept at fighting. If we encounter anyone dangerous, just leave it to me." Sun Hao nodded. "Rest assured, Captain. I will remember that." Watching as everyone entered work mode, collaborating efficiently to handle various tasks, Suze realized that his presence was indeed superfluous. With that, he felt free to leave the camp. Upon returning to the Qinglong Beast Tamer University, Suze chose not to seek out his teacher, Lin Shi, but instead headed to a secluded training ground at the far end of the school. If it weren't for the issues concerning the Daxia spirit guards, De Guya would have begun training here immediately after seizing Zhuji's competition slot. Today marked his inaugural visit. As he stepped through the entrance, the sound of howling winds greeted him. The second-ranked Li Hong and third-ranked Lu Yi were engaged in combat on the platform. Li Hong, slender and agile, fought without wearing the beast armor, relying instead on a pair of battle boots transformed from beast tools to enhance his speed. His right arm bore a blade extending about half a meter from his forearm. Foregoing the cumbersome beast armor, he sacrificed defense to maximize his speed, making his attacks so swift that even Suze struggled to perceive them. However, Lu Yi adeptly countered all of Li Heng's moves. Like him, she opted out of the beast armor, instead donning a delicate mask that covered the upper half of her face, which allowed her to perceive Li Heng's actions while simultaneously launching mental attacks to disrupt him. Her hands were encased in thin silk gloves, through which she unleashed water rings to control and slow Li Heng's movements, complementing her attacks with streams of water. Their combat styles were both intricate and clever, a stark contrast to Suze's traditional reliance on brute strength. At that moment, the top-ranked Kwang Yi approached Suze and inquired, "How does it feel?" Suze scratched his head and replied, "They are impressive. While my beast may be somewhat stronger, I cannot win." The beasts showcased by both were around level 40, yet their quality paled in comparison to the Shadow Moon Wolf King. Nevertheless, Suze felt no confidence in overcoming them, as both Li Heng's speed and Lu Yi's ranged attrition were formidable challenges. Kwang Yi explained, "Generally, a beast master can contract a maximum of 5 to 6 beasts, necessitating careful selection. One must consider their own characteristics to create a balanced combination. For instance, Li Heng has specialized in enhancing his speed, employing the combination of beast tools to achieve unparalleled swiftness." Suze nodded in understanding but did not dwell on these words, realizing that perhaps due to the system's influence, as his mental level increased, so too did his capacity for beast contracts. Recently, he had just contracted the Shadow Moon Wolf King and now possessed enough mental power to bind another beast. However, the system had been lackluster. Aside from a golden egg, he had seen little of worth. Now, he found even golden-level beast eggs unworthy of his attention. For him, the criteria for contracting a beast hinged solely on its strength, not its suitability. Curiously, Suze asked, "Why do they only utilize tool transformation during battle, opting not to employ beast armor?" Kwang Yi smiled and responded, "High-level beast masters typically use multiple beasts, combining them into a unique form of beast armor. While such armor may not envelop the entire body, it is significantly stronger than a singular beast armor. After all, beast armor possesses balanced abilities but lacks specialization." This insight sparked inspiration in Suze, who resolved that his future number of beasts would far exceed those of others. While others might struggle to combine their beasts into a complete armor, he could do so. Perhaps this was indeed his optimal combat style. Chapter 90. Injury. I have lost, Suze. One hand gripping the ethereal shield, the other plunging a black crescent-shaped long knife into the ground, gasped for breath. Opposite him stood the third-ranked Lu Yi, her body drenched from her own water attacks, her clothes clinging to her form, accentuating her figure. Lu Yi remarked, "You have improved. This blend of offense and defense is far more challenging than I anticipated. If you could maintain the tool transformation for a bit longer, I might not stand a chance against you." Suze merely smiled, non-committal. Over the past few days, he had remained here, honing his skills alongside others and learning various techniques for beast combat. He had come to realize his current strength ranked him fourth among the 5. Merely within the Qinglong Beast University. It was essential to note that the students at the Imperial Capital Beast University were significantly stronger than those at the other 4 universities. Consequently, While the other 4 universities had only 5 slots for the grand competition, the Imperial Capital University had 10. Thus, to claim victory, Su Zhe knew his current strength was insufficient unless Feng Qingyi could complete her rebirth before the competition commenced. Su Zhe also discerned that during sparring, everyone held back, clearly viewing one another as rivals. This realization caused him to remain non-committal during Lu Yi's compliments. Releasing his grip, he returned the crescent knife and ethereal shield to their original forms. His mental power level was still somewhat low. The higher the level of the beast, the greater the mental energy consumed during tool transformation. Hence, Lu Yi's assertion that if he could endure longer, he might win. For others, high-level beasts were rare, yet mental power could be cultivated gradually. For Su Zhe, however, acquiring high-level beasts simply required them to hatch, while elevating mental power took considerably longer. Yet, this slow progression was relative. At his age, a beast level of 30 had already made history. Alright, let's conclude today's sparring here. Everyone, return to rest, Wang Yi declared, clapping her hands. These 5 individuals had come together solely for a major competition. Thus their standing was based on strength alone. As the strongest, Wang Yi's directives held sway. After tidying up, Su Zhe departed and first met with Su Yao. The news of his victory over Zhu Ji had spread, and while everyone acknowledged that Su Zhe had lost a diamond-level beast, they also recognized that he still possessed a platinum-level beast, maintaining his formidable strength. Consequently, no one dared to target Su Yao anymore. Upon seeing Su Zhe, Su Yao was delighted. Though Su Zhe remained a freshman, he was markedly different from other students. Not only was he preparing for the beast competition, but he also served as the captain of the Daxia Spirit Guards. When busy, Su Yao might not see him for days on end. After spending a break with Su Yao, the two reluctantly parted ways. Su Yao returned to class, while Su Zhe contemplated going back to the camp. After days of being a hands-off manager, he felt compelled to check in. However, upon entering, he sensed something amiss. Several spirit guards bore injuries, some with red eyes, seething with rage. Nearby, the thin monkey and his companions were caught in the crossfire, unable to pause their frantic labor. What on earth happened during my absence? Su Zhe inquired of Sun Hao. Alas. Sun Hao sighed, his expression filled with sorrow. Recently, several beast master criminals have emerged, harming ordinary people. Initially, we thought little of it and sent a few team members to confront them, but their strength was formidable, and they injured our people before fleeing. Their madness escalated, with even a few team members' families suffering harm. Thankfully, nothing worse occurred. His eyes reddened as he spoke. Though no fatalities had been reported, it felt like a warning. Who knew if the next encounter would be deadly? Su Zhe immediately suspected a connection to the Jiang family. Yet, Sun Hao shook his head and it's unclear. These individuals wore masks or were otherwise concealed. Su Zhe scoffed. If they are so cowardly, it must be those scoundrels at play. I almost believed they had settled down. At that moment, new information arrived. A beast master was rampaging on White Tree Street, with casualties reported. Upon hearing this, several spirit guards could no longer remain calm, as their homes were located on White Tree Street. At that moment, Su Zhe stepped forward, declaring, "Everyone need not worry, I shall deal with these ruffians." Sun Hao, seizing his arm, whispered urgently, "What if this is the Jiang family forcing you into action?" Su Zhe reassured him, "No need to fret. As long as I remain in Beishir City, they cannot touch me." He then summoned the Shadow Moon Wolf King, mounting its back as they sped toward White Tree Street. Sun Hao trailed behind with a team of spirit guards on White Tree Street. A massive wild boar charged recklessly, demolishing houses and vehicles with its long tusks, now stained with crimson. It tore the roof off a car as if it were a mere can, its blood-red eyes locking onto a mother and daughter inside. Tusks, trample them, crush them to bits. Its master, adorned with a ghostly mask, laughed maniacally, his blood-red eyes gleaming beneath the mask. The boar exhaled a putrid stench, striking terror into the two women, who trembled and wept uncontrollably. Just as its tusks were about to pierce their bodies, a black crescent blade flew through the air, severing the tusks in an instant. Before the beast could roar in fury, black chains ensnared the mother and daughter, yanking them back with tremendous force. One blade to sever your beast's fangs, another to take your head. Su Zhe set the two women down and positioned himself protectively behind them, brandishing the black crescent blade at the masked figure. Finally, you've come, the masked man said, his excitement palpable, a sense of liberation washing over him. Chapter 91. The Might of the Statue. What has come? Su Zhe furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him. This individual did not exude the demeanor of a normal person. Both he and his beast radiated a sense of madness. The boar, despite its severed tusks and bleeding wounds, rose again, seemingly unaware of its pain, its ferocity only heightened. Tool transformation. The wild boar bellowed in defiance, yet ultimately succumbed to the power of the contract, transforming into a helmet upon its master's head. Charge. The attack was rudimentary, simply lowering its head and charging at the enemy. Su Zhe, intrigued by this unconventional method, chose not to engage directly but instead sidestepped the assault. The boar crashed violently into a sturdy iron lamp post, leaving a massive dent as it embedded its head into the pole. However, when it pulled its head back, it emerged unscathed. What a tough head! Su Zhe marveled, taken aback. Yet, despite the toughness, such an attack was too cumbersome. Su Zhe had easily evaded it, as the adversary regained composure, preparing for another charge. Su Zhe stood resolute, unyielding. Just as the enemy was about to strike, he conjured a shield, grounding himself firmly in a stable stance, pressing the shield's base against the ground. The impact of this collision was even more thunderous than the last. Yet the ethereal shield was no ordinary lamp post. Su Zhe staggered back a couple of steps, while the assailant remained frozen in place before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Clearly, no matter how tough one's head, it had its limits. Su Zhe ready to unmask his opponent. Several more masked beast masters burst forth from the surroundings, launching their attacks. So, you've all come to ambush me? Perfect. I shall take care of all of you. These beast masters were of moderate strength, around levels 30 to 40, not much weaker than the Daxia spirit guards. Their earlier ability to injure the 13th team of spirit guards stemmed from their unpreparedness and their frenzied state. In equal levels, their lack of pain made them far more formidable. Yet, that was all they were. To Su Zhe, they were hardly formidable foes. This did not imply that the Daxia spirit guards were weak. Rather, Su Zhe had progressed rapidly and could now be considered a skilled combatant. Moreover, the 13th team was merely the periphery of the Daxia spirit guards. In the face of true core power, he still felt somewhat inadequate. However, Sun Hao and the others were already proving insufficient, unable to support him, and even becoming a burden. It seemed he must find a way to enhance their strength. Su Zhe recalled the golden-level beast egg he had recently drawn. While he found it lacking, it remained a rare treasure for the other spirit guards. However, he could not simply hand it over. They must first earn it through deeds. As Su Zhe contemplated his strategy, the assailants encircled him, effectively trapping him. Remaining composed, he wielded his shield in one hand and the crescent blade in the other, showcasing the fruits of his recent training. Such opportunities for unrestrained, life-and-death combat were rare. After an intense exchange, Su Zhe maintained a firm advantage. However, the numerical superiority of his foes made it impossible to subdue them all swiftly. Moreover, as time progressed, Su Zhe began to feel fatigued, while these frenzied adversaries seemed to grow more invigorated with each exchange. This was not a favorable situation. Just as he considered retreating, Sun Hao, leading a contingent of Daxia spirit guards, charged in. Captain, we cannot leave you to handle this alone. Indeed, those scoundrels took advantage of their numbers to injure our comrades. Now it is our turn to reclaim our honor. With dozens, even hundreds of Daxia spirit guards storming in, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, transforming their encirclement into one of the besieged. Captain, leave this to us. Yes, you rest while we handle this. To confront 5 individuals, there was no need for everyone to engage. Extra personnel secured the perimeter to prevent further destruction. With their arrival, the masked beast masters found themselves swiftly suppressed. However, one individual, fueled by desperation, broke through the encirclement, fleeing into the distance. You all focus on the others. Try to capture them alive. This one is mine, Su Zhe commanded before pursuing the escapee. This individual was fast and seemed to have recovered their wits, desperately fleeing, yet Su Zhe was still closing the distance. Where do you think you're going? The Wolf King leapt forward, blocking the escape route, forcing the masked figure to halt. They had reached the outskirts of Beishur City, surrounded by desolate land. Run? Why would I run? The masked man replied calmly, displaying no hint of panic. Su Zhe, undeterred, smiled and said, You sought to lure me out of the city. I have come, so tell me, who are you? Zhang Sheng or Zhang Lu? The individual did not respond directly but instead retorted, You've figured it out. What gives you the courage to follow? Is it the statue of Xiao Cheng? I doubt it will arrive in time to save you. Perhaps not. As the masked figure spoke, he launched an attack, unwilling to waste time leaving any potential threats behind. A formidable pressure bore down on Su Zhe, swiftly confirming the identity of his opponent, one he was currently ill-equipped to confront. However, Su Zhe merely fixed his gaze ahead, focusing on the approaching masked figure. With his right hand poised as if to throw a javelin, he bent slightly backward into an unusual stance. At the very moment the masked figure surged forward. He hurled his weapon with force in Su Zhe's vision. Two perspectives coexisted. One was his own, observing the masked assailant, while the other was the viewpoint of the statue at the entrance of the Beastmaster Association. Simultaneously, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the statue of Xiao Qing also assumed a javelin-throwing posture. Through Su Zhe's perspective, the target was locked, and he forcefully launched the Qinglong halberd. The statue itself sprang into action, propelled by the ground beneath it. The gust of wind created by its movement lifted the skirts of several nearby maidens, leaving spectators in awe on the other side. The masked figure had just reached Su Zhe's front. The fierce wind rushed past his ears, and before he could react, the massive Qinglong halberd struck him down, its tip piercing into his shoulder. Su Zhe continued to grip the weapon lightly, giving it a slight twist. With his movement, the halberd stirred within the masked figure's wound and pain. The assailant struggled to extract the Qinglong halberd, casting a fierce glare at Su Zhe before sensing an even greater power approaching, prompting him to flee hastily before launching another attack. Consider yourself fortunate for your swift escape. With a flick of his wrist, the stone Qinglong halberd returned to Su Zhe's hand. The immense weapon, towering several stories high, felt peculiar in his grasp. However, infused within the halberd was a portion of Xiao Cheng's power. So Su Zhe maintained this strange pose for a while longer until the statue arrived, confirming that no danger remained before relinquishing the halberd back to its stone form. Su Zhe glanced up at the statue. Though it was merely a manifestation of Xiao Cheng, the weapon thrown from a distance of several dozen miles had gravely injured an adversary he could not conquer alone. He recognized that he was far from being a match for divine beasts. Su Zhe aspired to possess the strength for self-protection in the future, a task that still lay ahead of him. Chapter 92. The mask. Upon returning to Beishan City, the statue departed, making its way back to the entrance of the Beastmaster Association. As long as he remained within Beishan, Su Zhe could promptly respond to any danger he encountered, ensuring no issues would arise. He returned to the Baishu Street where he had previously parted ways with Sun Hao and the others. He was almost certain that the mastermind behind the recent schemes against him was the old rogue Jiang Lu of the Jiang family. However, he had turned the tables on him, resulting in a significant setback for Jiang. Yet, without concrete evidence to implicate him, Su Zhe knew he needed to capture a few individuals and extract useful information to report to the Legion headquarters to bring down Jiang Sheng, thereby eliminating a hidden threat. Otherwise, with Jiang Sheng remaining as captain in Beishan, Su Zhe feared he would be restless even in sleep. However, upon arriving at Baishu Street, Su Zhe noticed the grim expressions on everyone's faces. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he inquired, "What has happened?" Sun Hao replied, "Captain, it is our failure. You instructed us to leave one alive, but they all ended up dead." Dead? Su Zhe frowned, believing Sun Hao and the others should have exercised better judgment. "Tell me what transpired." Sun Hao promptly recounted the events following Su Zhe's pursuit. Initially, everything had gone smoothly, although the assailants grew increasingly frenzied, as if they were devoid of fatigue. However, their numbers became overwhelming. Once an individual was exhausted or sustained a minor injury, another would immediately take their place. The masked figures continuously elevated their strength, and just as the team felt they could not hold them back any longer, several of them suddenly spat blood and perished on the spot, including the iron-headed fellow whom Su Zhe had previously knocked unconscious. He too succumbed in his slumber. It seemed they had gained combat strength by burning their life force, yet it appeared they had not done so willingly. Su Zhe observed the bloodshot eyes behind the masks, wide open, unblinking in death.